Chapter 1. Who still plays with fire these days? I want to play with lightning. I want to play with massive lightning bolts. Oh my god. The moment I opened my eyes, I was completely stunned. Staring at this house that looked nothing like my original decor, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, where the hell am I? Is this even still China? What terrible fate have I encountered? Waking up to find I've time traveled. My mind was flooded with distressing thoughts. Who's going to protect Konoha now? Who's going to delete the several terabytes of study materials on my computer? If the police discover I'm missing and unlock my phone, what'll I do? I haven't even formatted it yet. 20 years of my hard-earned innocence gone in an instant. Collapsing onto the bed in utter panic. Who had the mind to sift through fragmented memories now? To hell with recollections, my damn brain wasn't factory reset yet. But in the end, I knew there was no way to delete the study materials or format my phone. I had to resign myself to fate. Since I've already time traveled, it's not like that world's innocence matters anymore. I bolted upright and started sifting through the memories in my head. A moment later, I couldn't help but swear, damn it, this is going to be the death of me. I collapsed weakly back onto the bed, my head pounding. Turns out this isn't any parallel world at all. Neither literary plagiarism nor clairvoyance would work here. This is a high martial world with monstrous beast invasions, demons running rampant, and those damned myriad races to boot. What a catastrophically bad start. Rubbing my temples in despair, I nearly wept. What sin did I commit in my past life? Just because I overslept a little, was it necessary to make me transmigrate? These days even sleeping can steal destiny's thunder. After grumbling to myself for a bit, I had no choice but to accept the transmigration reality. Since I'd already come, I might as well give it a shot. From the memories I inherited, I learned the reason for my transmigration. The original owner of this body masturbated excessively at night and literally jerked himself to death. No wonder I felt so physically drained when I first arrived. I was somewhat speechless and reviewed my memories again. Setting aside irrelevant details, I figured out this body's identity. A high school senior at Rongqing Third High, orphan since childhood, surviving on subsistence allowances and state aid. Alright then, orphan parents, classic lone wolf origin story, buff +1, add to that my transmigration, transmigrator bonus, buff +2. I had to check whether this body's original owner was useless. Turns out absolutely so. Academically dismal, bottom tier in combat class, placing all hope on the supernatural awakening 7 days later. Alright then, since all the buffs are stacked, system, it's time for you to show up. ZZT. A mechanical static sound buzzed through my mind, then two options materialized before my eyes. Template selection. Template option 1, SSS grade natural fire type ability, world incinerating flames. Choosing this template will awaken the S grade natural fire type ability, sea boiling inferno. Template selection option 2, SSS grade natural type lightning ability, thunder prison divine judgment. Upon selecting this template, the S grade natural type lightning ability, shattering thunder of truth, will be awakened. Note, after selecting a template, you must fill it to 100% before choosing the next template. I was slightly taken aback. As a transmigrator, I naturally knew the mighty reputation of systems, but mine seemed a bit different. Template selection, starting with fire or lightning, a choice between two extremes. How could this stump me? Who even plays with fire these days? I want to play with thunder. I want to play with big thunder. The next moment, the template before my eyes vanished, replaced by the words template successfully bound. In an instant, I felt my body undergo tremendous changes. The previously weak and depleted state became brimming with vitality. This is the power of an S-rank supernatural ability. Moreover, the grade of supernatural abilities is crucial in this world. A B-rank ability alone is enough to make prestigious universities compete for you, while an A-rank ability can guarantee admission into top-tier universities as long as combat skills aren't too weak. As for S-rank abilities, they are supreme. The 5 elite universities would fight over you, granting direct admission. You should know, the 5 remaining ancient nations haven't seen an S-rank ability wielder in 3 years. Tell me, what boy hasn't fantasized about gaining supernatural powers to save the world? I decided to change my approach. This underhanded tactics nonsense was garbage. Unbridled supremacy is the true way. With my S-rank special ability, why should I hide it? I've stacked my buffs into steel reinforcement. Who's afraid of ambushes now? As men of honor, we must stand strong. Avoiding trouble is out of the question. Straightforward's the way. Since awakening this S-rank ability, I won't conceal it anymore. With talent and strength like mine, what's wrong with claiming more leveling resources? Moreover, the S-rank ability isn't my final destination. The template system indicates that once template content reaches 100%, I can awaken other templates. In the future, I might even obtain SSS rank abilities. At this moment, my heart burns with passion, and the ambition to become an invincible powerhouse gradually takes root. Since I'm here now and will be living here from now on, it's only natural that I should contribute to this place. The myriad races, exotic beasts, and demonic creatures are all invaders. Just you wait, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Chapter 2, Class B Beast Taming Superpower, Chicken Titanium Magnesium. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Over these 7 days, I've more or less gotten used to the daily routine of this world, which isn't much different from high school life, attending classes normally, studying academics and theory lessons, and learning combat in training sessions. But these 7 days have been pure torment for me. Coming from a peaceful world, I'd never been in a fight before. All I knew how to throw were wild, flailing punches. The original owner of this body was also utterly terrible in combat class, so I spent those sessions just getting beaten to a pulp. But it seemed because of the template, my ability to withstand hits had greatly improved, and my combat skills were constantly increasing. This made the combat instructor quite interested in me. After all, when a student who had always ranked at the bottom suddenly became stronger just before awakening, anyone would be curious. On the day of the awakening, my entire class and I followed our homeroom teacher to the playground designated for ability awakening. 5 massive awakening monoliths stood at the center of the field. These were the structures used to awaken special abilities. My eyes gleamed as I stared at the monoliths. At last, awakening time had come. Although I'd obtained the template 7 days ago, for some reason, I had to go through these awakening monoliths to truly gain supernatural powers. Throughout those 7 days, I couldn't use any abilities whatsoever. The only benefit was improved physical condition and enhanced durability. On the playground, students from each class stood with their homeroom teachers at assigned spots, waiting for their awakening. The school principal and other officials stood on the high platform, watching the playground intently. These students were their future, after all. The homeroom teacher turned to us and said, "Class, the awakening is about to begin. I hope you'll all remain calm. No matter what abilities you awaken, don't be discouraged or disappointed. Remember, no matter what supernatural ability you awaken, each has its own value. Everyone should view them with equanimity. Of course, if your awakened ability isn't satisfactory, you can still pursue academic studies. There are many paths in life. Never easily give up on yours." On the playground, our teacher's words resonated as other homeroom teachers repeated similar advice to their own classes. Watching this scene, I fell into thought. I understood that behind every occurrence lies a story. For so many teachers to be offering these warnings now, there must surely be deeper reasons behind it. I couldn't help but think that in the past, there might have been students who committed suicide after awakening low-level abilities and feeling dissatisfied. It seems this kind of thing happens not only in my previous world, but here as well. The homeroom teacher said, "Alright, I won't say much more. I just hope all students can maintain a calm mindset. Next, students should get ready. When I call your name, follow me onto the stage for the awakening." The students responded one after another, their eyes filled with anticipation. Dewey, the homeroom teacher, called out a name, and the student named Dewey followed the teacher toward the awakening monument. At the other awakening monuments, homeroom teachers from other classes were also leading their students onto the stage for awakening. I looked around and noticed dense clusters of heads popping up from the teaching building. It turned out to be the juniors from the first and second years. Their homeroom teachers seemed to tacitly allow them to come out and watch, without stopping them. Dewey, C-rank natural type fire ability, Spirit Flame, the homeroom teacher announced loudly, leading an excited Dewey off the stage. Dewey bounced around excitedly. "I've awakened a C-grade supernatural ability. I can attend a superpower university now." The homeroom teacher smiled without stopping him. Next, the homeroom teacher kept calling students' names to come up on stage. The awakened abilities were varied, but none reached B grade. The principal on the viewing platform shook their head helplessly. Just as the principal was about to speak, the awakening steel where Class 1's homeroom teacher stood suddenly erupted in brilliant light. "Kai Cohen, B-grade beast tamer ability, Chicken Titanium Magnesium," came the delighted announcement from Class 1's homeroom teacher. A dazzling beam shot from the awakening steel, above which appeared several archaic characters, Beast, B-grade, and Chicken Titanium Magnesium. The students on the playground gasped in awe. "Damn, a B-grade beast master ability, this dude's about to take off." Yeah, with some hard work, getting into a top university is definitely within reach. I hope I can awaken a B-tier skill too. I'm not greedy, just an S-tier elemental fire skill would be enough. Bro, are you making wishes here? On the podium, the principal finally cracked a smile, but it vanished quickly. "Only one B-grade so far?" the principal murmured. The dean quickly reassured him, "Principal, it's just the beginning. There are so many students yet to go. Someone with an advanced ability is bound to emerge. Our graduation rate won't drop, I assure you." The principal shook his head and said, "I don't care about the college admission rate. What concerns me is how few students are awakening high-level special abilities these days. If this continues, I fear." The dean fell silent. At this moment, Ji Churin's voice rang out, easing the tense atmosphere on the podium. "Let's continue watching," the principal said. "Finally, it's my turn," I mused, quickly walking over to my homeroom teacher. The teacher sized me up, a struggling student, but my excited expression couldn't escape his notice. He surely knew I was hoping to awaken supernatural abilities and defy fate. He'd encountered many classmates before who performed poorly in both academics and combat, hoping supernatural awakening could change their destinies. Most ended in regret. The homeroom teacher sighed faintly, thinking to himself, I truly hope you can defy fate. There are simply too many invaders after all. I approached the awakening stone tablet, countless eyes focusing on me. Just place your hand on it, the homeroom teacher said softly. I nodded and raised my hand, pressing it against the still warm surface of the awakening stone tablet. In an instant, a whirlwind erupted beneath my feet, unleashing a surge of overwhelming power. Boom! The originally cloudless sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, flashing with lightning as countless bolts churned within the thunderheads. Students on the playground and outside the classrooms all turned their gazes toward me. At that moment, I resembled a thunder god bathing in a pool of lightning, surrounded by violent blue arcs as the roar of thunder echoed in my ears. No way! What kind of superpower awakening is this? Such a huge commotion. At least in A rank. No, A rank abilities don't cause this kind of phenomenon. This might be an S rank. Holy crap, S rank? Doesn't that mean they're about to skyrocket? Damn it, why didn't I befriend someone like this before? Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm about to take off too. Why? Because I've got their QQ contact, and just recently sent them some study materials. 6. From the stands, the headmaster widened his eyes and exclaimed, a phenomenon. It's actually a phenomenon. Could it be? S rank, the dean shouted excitedly. The principal took a deep breath but couldn't calm his excitement. On the playground, the awakening steel displayed several domineering characters, Thunder, S rank, and Thunder Shatters Delusion. Everyone was stunned, including the homeroom teacher. S rank, the homeroom teacher mumbled in disbelief. Suddenly, the principal leapt to his feet and shouted, get away, now. The teacher's heart skipped a beat as he hastily backed away from me, while other teachers quickly led their students to safety. The other students were utterly baffled. Above them, the dark clouds roared like thunder beasts ready to strike. Boom! A bolt of lightning, terrifying in its might, crashed down upon me. The ground beneath my feet turned scorched black, and my hair stood on end from the electric charge, just like a super saiyan. But the lightning struck down by the dark clouds didn't harm me. Instead, it merged with the thunder surrounding me, making the ambient lightning even more violent. I stood like a blood-soaked thunder god. As the lightning descended, the dark clouds gradually dissipated, and I successfully awakened my thunder-shattering illusion ability. Slowly opening my eyes, a flash of blue lightning flickered across my pupils before all the surrounding electricity withdrew into my body. I clenched my fist, feeling strong enough to kill an ox with a single blow. The intoxicating rush of power left me exhilarated. Is this what an S-class superpower feels like? It's unbelievably exhilarating, I murmured, my spirits soaring. My homeroom teacher walked up to me, his face still filled with shock. Following his gaze to the pitch-black scorch marks beneath my feet, I awkwardly said, well, teach about this damaged floor. I won't have to pay for it, right? Of course not. The principal suddenly appeared beside me, beaming with joy as he patted my shoulder. Though since we won't charge you, I'll have to issue a school-wide reprimand. Damaging public property. Such shameless behavior. Hearing this, my expression immediately turned grave. With solemn dignity, I declared, Principal, I insist you publicly reprimand me. The principal burst into laughter, patted my shoulder, and said, you're quite a character, kid. Having said that, he turned around and announced to the other students on the playground, G. Churin, S-class natural type lightning ability, shattering thunder shatters delusion. Amidst the students' looks of admiration and shock, the principal said to the homeroom teacher nearby, take note, then continue guiding the students through their awakenings. The homeroom teacher nodded, his face still etched with shock. The principal patted his shoulder again with a laugh and said, Old Zhang, look on the bright side, you'll be getting a promotion tomorrow. The homeroom teacher froze for a second before it dawned on him. Of course, the S rank came from my class. If I don't get promoted, who will? Instantly, his spirits soared, and the way he looked at me changed. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the principal led me away from the playground and flew up to the podium. The students buzzed with excitement, so jealous. An S-level superpower, instant guaranteed admission. They don't even need to take the college entrance exam now, that's amazing. Their eyes brimmed with envy, each wishing they were the one taken away by the principal, but fantasies remain just that, fantasies. As the principal and I landed on the platform, the teachers immediately broke into applause and began showering me with praise. Congratulations, an S-rank talent, what a promising future. Looks like we'll soon have another pillar supporting our ranks. Suddenly, a teacher rubbed his hands together with a grin and asked, say, do you happen to be seeing anyone? My daughter just started 9th grade, and truth be told, I'm not entirely against puppy love. The dean immediately barked angrily, Old Lou, what do you think you're doing? Is this any way to behave? Must it be a daughter? What's wrong with my son then? My lip twitched violently as I thought, are you really teachers? I'm still a budding flower of the motherland, just a little blossom, how could you treat me like this? The principal coughed twice to regain control of the situation. Everyone, calm down. You stay here while I take him to the conference room. The teachers nodded, they all knew the procedure after awakening an S-tier talent. I understood perfectly well, there was no way to keep my awakened S-tier ability a secret. Every university had scouts observing students on awakening day, stopping the news from spreading was impossible. The representatives from Demon City and Imperial Capital were probably rushing here urgently. Within minutes, the principal's conference room would be packed with teachers from all 5 elite universities. I followed the principal to the conference room door and saw a burly man with a face full of fierce features. The principal was taken aback at the sight of him. Naturally, he recognized the man, though the man might not know him, and he hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Upon seeing us, the man immediately stepped forward, let out a hearty laugh, and stretched out his hand, saying, "So this must be the student who awakened an S-rank ability? Truly, you look outstanding. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Chen Meng." Chen as in Chin Shimmy, the notorious villain, and Meng as in fierce. Doesn't it sound both charming and formidable? Student, don't be nervous. I'm the Dean of Sichuanchongqing Academy of Superpowers, and I'm here to personally invite you to join our institution. At that moment, a slightly teasing voice rang out. "Ha, didn't expect you'd be so quick off the mark, Chen Meng." The next second, a gust of wind swept through outside the conference room as a man slowly descended from the sky and landed before me. He pushed aside Chen Meng's hand, gently grasped mine with a smile, and said, "Hello student, I'm Gui Tianlu, Dean of Moda University. I sincerely invite you to join our institution." The principal felt his heart tighten. Was this the allure of an S-class supernatural ability? Having department heads from the top 5 prestigious schools show up in person certainly raised the stakes. Knowing he couldn't get a word in edgewise, the principal quietly stood by. My, a voice teased. "You big men inviting our young student here without even offering proper incentives?" A soft, delicate voice rang out. Accompanied by the click of high heels, a curvaceous woman with striking features swayed gracefully into view. Gui Tianlu gave a cold snort. "Ha, you came quite fast." The woman chuckled lightly. "Oh, you're allowed to come fast, but others aren't?" She slowly walked up to me, lifting my chin with her index finger, her face full of allure. I've admired this little brother for quite some time now. I just felt a wave of discomfort, thinking, buddy, if I don't hit you with some counter-defense, you won't know who's boss. Come on, bottom-out counterattack. Chen Meng couldn't resist mocking. "Your lies really are like an old sow wearing a bra," one said after another. The woman giggled and leaned in to speak, but in an instant, an electric current surged from me into her body. "Ah," she cried out, quickly stepping back. Chen Meng laughed heartily. "Nice one, kid. Shock that old witch to death, always strutting around like she owns the place." The woman shook her hand, glared fiercely at Chen Meng for a moment, then immediately changed her expression and cooed sweetly, "Little brother, you hurt me." I broke out in a cold sweat internally. If I could actually hurt you, wouldn't all your cultivation training be for nothing? Humph. Still the same as ever, I see. That came a robust, resonant voice. The earth suddenly trembled as a large hole appeared in the ground, with rocks rapidly gathering and coalescing into the form of a burly man. Then, the sounds of birds and beasts echoed from the sky as a pure white bird with wings like an eagle descended from above. Standing on its back was a handsome young man clad in white battle robes, a smile gracing his face. Chen Meng cursed, "Damn it, everyone's arriving so fast." The handsome man leaped gracefully off the bird's back and extended his hand with a smile. "Wan Jiu from North City Military Academy extends a sincere invitation for you to join us," he said. At that moment, the burly man who had emerged from underground glared at me and scoffed. "Ha, you come here only to extend invitations without offering any real benefits. How far you've all fallen. Our Zhongzhou Supernatural University sincerely invites you to join us. What's more, we promise full tuition coverage throughout your enrollment, custom-made battle attire and weapons tailored specifically for you, and unrestricted access to all supernatural combat techniques within the academy. By the way, my name is Li Fei." Seeing this, the academic deans of the other 4 prestigious schools also quickly presented their offers. Gui Tianlu said, "Our Moda University promises to match Zhongzhou University's offer, and will also assign you a high-level Thunder Attribute ability user as your personal mentor for professional guidance." Jiao Xinyu covered her mouth with a light chuckle. "Oh my, you're really going all out, aren't you? In that case, this little lady won't hold back either. Little brother, on top of their offers, I'll personally add one more condition. If you join us, we'll gift you an ability crystal right away." At these words, Gui Tianlu and Li Fei's expressions changed drastically, and even I was moved. After all, from what I'd learned these past few days, ability crystals were no ordinary matter. In this world, power levels are classified as Spirit Awakening, Faint Glow, Elemental Power, Spiritual Insight, Soul Dominion, Metamorphosis, Law Manifestation, Heaven Earth, and World King. Currently, humanity's strongest, the chief force resisting the myriad races, stands at the World King realm. Ability crystals form when mutant beasts die, condensing within their bodies. Typically, only metamorphosis-level beasts produce them, making them exceptionally rare. This crystal contains vast amounts of exotic energy that can be absorbed by ability users at any stage, making it incomparably precious. Now, Zhao Xinyu actually went so far as to take out an ability crystal as bargaining chip to invite me to enroll. This was truly a heavy investment. Wu Tianlu and Li Fei's expressions changed instantly as they immediately pulled out their phones to send messages. Wang Jiao let out a bitter laugh and said, I never expected Imperial Capital University to make such a hefty investment. There was no helping it. Among the 5 prestigious institutions, North City Military Academy was the poorest. Though they often dealt with aberrant beasts, their supply of ability crystals was pitifully scarce. Chen Meng remained silent as he sized up the crowd, calculating something in his mind. I was also contemplating silently. I had awakened a template system, but this system disappeared after providing the template, leaving only a progress bar. To this day, I still don't know how to improve it. There's no instruction manual for the system, so I've had to figure things out on my own. To be fair, deep down, I wanted to choose Imperial University, don't get me wrong. It wasn't because of the ability crystals but simply because I yearned for it. Just then, Chen Meng suddenly shouted loudly, 3. Our Chuanyu University offers 3 ability crystals. Hearing this, my eyes glittered with excitement. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying in my hometown at all, absolutely not because of the beast crystals, purely out of love for this land. Zhao Xinyu was so frightened by Chen Meng's massive hemorrhage that she lost her composure and swore, damn it. Are you crazy? For Imperial University to offer 1 beast crystal was already a heavy investment, but for Sichuan Chongqing University to offer 3 directly, they were pouring all their school's resources into me. But they had their own considerations. War is brutal, and an individual's strength is limited. To fend off outsiders, they needed to nurture more talents. Suddenly, Wu Tianlu and Li Fei's phones buzzed simultaneously. After reading the messages, their previously hesitant hearts began to waver. The two exchanged a glance and said simultaneously, since Chen Meng, your academy has already shown your hand, we won't interfere anymore. We're withdrawing from the competition. With that, Wu Tianlu's feet generated a whirlwind beneath him, lifting him into the air as he flew away. Li Fei's body turned into solid rock, the ground beneath him splitting open as he sank into the fissure, the earth slowly knitting itself back together. Wang Jiao seemed to have guessed something but didn't leave. Seeing them walk away without another word, I had my answer. Most likely, an S-class superhuman like me had appeared elsewhere. After all, the stakes here were too high. If I were the only S-class superhuman, they might have held out a little longer. Zhao Xinyu glanced at her phone, and upon reading the message, her eyes sparkled. The anger faded, replaced by mockery. She said to Chen Meng, do you know what message I just received? The school leadership told me there's emerged a peerless SS-grade genius from the Chu region. Chen Meng responded expressionlessly with oh. Zhao Xinyu asked, don't you regret it? Chen Meng walked to my side, patted my shoulder and said with a laugh, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Since I've chosen him, I'll never regret it. I felt touched inwardly. Since you've chosen me with such unwavering conviction, I'll absolutely never let you regret this decision either. SS rank? That's interesting. Congratulations then, said Zhao Xinyu. With that, she left. I wasn't surprised, with Sichuan Chongqing University showing their hand, even a fool could guess my choice. Besides, the emergence of an SS rank ability user had shifted everyone's focus. Wang Jiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Knowing he stood no chance against Chen Meng, he summoned his flying bird. Mounting its back, he clasped his fists in farewell, wishing me boundless prospects. I returned the gesture by wishing him eternal life, which made his lips twitch involuntarily. Finally, he waved and flew off on his bird. Outside the meeting room, only Chen Meng, myself, and the principal remained. The amusing part? We hadn't even stepped inside the conference room this whole time. After the other teachers left, Chen Meng let out a sigh of relief, extended his hand to me with a smile, and said, kid, welcome to Chuanyu Paranormal University. I grasped his hand and said, Teacher Chen, I look forward to your guidance. He gave me a hearty pat on the shoulder, pounding so hard I had to grit my teeth. The van with license plate US 66666 was parked before me, and I couldn't help pulling a weird face. I never imagined Chen Meng would slap such an impressive license plate onto a lousy van. I asked him, Old Chen, you're really not thinking about changing your car to match this license plate? He shook his head and said, no chance. Isn't my bread van fierce enough? And you should call me Teacher Chen. I said helplessly, got it, Old Chen. But are we really going straight to school now? He said, of course, otherwise why would I be driving? I asked again, don't you have any travel abilities, like tunneling through the earth, summoning birds, or flying yourself? He said, like hell I do. I'm an enhancement type Esper. I can fly, but taking you along might be too much for you to handle the pressure from my ability outburst. Espers like us who can't fly naturally have to reach the empathic realm, where we can control our abilities with extreme precision, before we can use ability outbursts to lift off. He sized me up and said, with your slight frame, you wouldn't withstand the eruption of my awakened power just after manifesting your own. Once you grasp the basics of your ability and step into the spirit perception realm, you'll be able to travel swiftly with lightning-type powers, he continued. I murmured, oh, is that so? He responded, is your education this lacking? Have you forgotten that lightning abilities are renowned for their speed? I scratched my head awkwardly. Not only was my education lacking, I'd never even attended proper schooling. However, I do have some understanding of lightning-based supernatural abilities. After all, it's the power I awakened. Here, lightning abilities are renowned for their speed and single-target burst damage, giving them an advantage in one-on-one combat. They're considered offensive-type abilities. I'm a lightning-type ability user, but all lightning users share one flaw: we're always mana-starved. I have no idea how much MP I have left right now. Kid, we're here. The minivan gradually rolled to a stop, and Chen Meng from the driver's seat reminded me before opening his door to step out. I followed suit, opening the passenger door to get out. The moment my feet touched the ground, I saw one of the 5 prestigious academies, Sichuanchongqing Supernatural University. The school's main entrance was an incredibly towering, massive black archway of unknown material, its surface appearing indestructively solid at first glance. The arch's surface was covered with flowing light patterns, resembling ripples of time, utterly mysterious. On the lintel, the 6 large characters Chuanyu University for the Gifted written in ancient seal script emitted a faint golden glow. Each character appeared sacred beyond measure, as if containing unfathomable power. So, our school. Chen Meng was clearly pleased with my reaction. He always enjoyed watching geniuses display astonished expressions. He pointed to the 6 large characters above the doorframe and grinned, see that? Those characters were personally inscribed for us by the Chancellor himself. Quite the impressive display, isn't it? When he introduced it, his face was beaming with pride. You could tell he was genuinely proud of the school. So it was the chief who engraved this? I gazed at the golden glowing characters above the doorframe, my eyes flickering with longing. The chief is the leader of the Dragon Abyss Kingdom and one of humanity's 5 great pillars. With strength reaching the Realm King level, he stands as a primary combat force in the War of 10,000 Races. Never would I have guessed that the name of the Chuanyu Academy of the Extraordinary was personally inscribed by him. So, not disappointed, right? Chen Meng grinned, throwing his right arm around my shoulders. Let's go. I'll take you inside the school to have a look. With that, he led me toward the school buildings. Just as we reached the archway, a stern-faced security guard approached until he recognized Chen Meng, when his serious expression instantly melted into a smile. Well, if it isn't old Chen. Hey, Captain Jia. Chen Meng raised his left hand casually in greeting. Captain Jia beamed with a smile, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and handing it to Chen Meng. Then he turned to look at me and asked, hey, Lao Chen, you never told me you had such a handsome younger brother. Hey, you've got that wrong, I said, watching as Chen Meng took the cigarette. With a flick of his wrist, the cigarette landed neatly between his lips. He then accepted the lighter from Captain Jia, lit the cigarette, and gently held it between his fingers with his right hand. Meanwhile, his left hand casually slipped the lighter back into his pocket before he took a deep drag. Phew, Captain Jia, he's not my brother, he's this year's recommended admission student. Is that true? Captain Jia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at me in astonishment. Recommended admission? So, you're S tier? I nodded, seeing no reason to hide it. Oh my, how rude of me. Captain Jia hastily pulled out another cigarette and offered it to me. Here, young friend, have a smoke. Sorry, I don't smoke. I waved my hand in refusal. Hey now, this is premium soft Huazi brand, top quality stuff. Captain Jia gave his wrist a delicate flick, urging me to take it. Sorry, I appreciate the gesture, but I really don't smoke. I declined again, not out of politeness, but because I genuinely didn't know how. Well, no problem then. Seeing my refusal, Captain Jia stopped insisting, putting the cigarette back into the pack before extending his hand toward Chen Meng. Chen Meng feigned confusion and asked, what's wrong? Give me back my stuff, Captain Jia responded, shooting him a look of utter disbelief. You still want my second-hand smoke? Chen Meng continued playing dumb. Give me back my lighter. Captain Jia shouted. You can take anything else from me, but not my lighter. Damn it, look at my memory. Chen Meng smacked his forehead and chuckled before fishing out a lighter from his pocket to hand to Captain Jia. Captain Jia snatched the lighter back, glaring at him in annoyance. Looks like I'll have to attach a string to my lighter next time. Bah, no need for that, Captain Jia, really no need. Chen Meng waved his hand dismissively, pointing at the archway and saying, then I'll take my classmate inside first to get familiar with the school. Okay. Captain Jia made an okay gesture and returned to the security booth. Chen Meng then led me further into the school. On the way, I asked puzzledly, old Chen, what's Captain Jia's background? Usually, the dean of prestigious schools wouldn't interact much with security guards, and judging from their conversation, they'd seemingly known each other for a long time. You mean Captain Jia? Chen Meng's face lit up with a nostalgic smile. He's nothing special, really. We both came from the same county to get where we are now. Fine, let me tell you something today. Listen up, back in the day, Captain Jia and I were tight like brothers, so close we might as well have shared the same pair of pants. Together, we were the twin tigers of our school, unbeatable wherever we went. Back then, we were at the height of our glory, but because of that one incident, At this point, Chen Meng's eyes dimmed, his tone growing heavy. His strength got frozen. Frozen? I was stunned, never imagined strength could be frozen. Yeah, Chen Meng nodded. After that incident, he chose to become a school security guard. As for why, I don't know either. I've tried persuading him before, but he always refused. Thankfully, he hasn't succumbed to despair or given up on life despite being stuck at his current strength. That's somewhat comforting to me. Chen Meng turned his head and warned me sternly, so listen up, kid, to show Captain Jia some respect from now on. I nodded. Even if he hadn't said anything, I would have maintained at least basic respect for Captain Jia. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the school's plaza. Standing tall in the circular square was a massive statue of the founder of Chuanyu Supernatural University, who also happened to be its current principal. The sculpture stands with dignified composure, as if guarding the entire campus. Around the statue, rings of supernatural-powered halos slowly rotate, emitting an aura of terror. No need for me to explain this one, right? Chen Meng pointed at the sculpture. You can find info online, I'll spare you the details. Next, let me give you a proper introduction to our 6 major institutes. Supernatural abilities are categorized into 6 major types, you know this, right? I nodded. Yes, Natural Series, Enhancement Series, Support Series, Beastmaster Series, Psychic Series, and Special Series. Seems you've picked up some education after all. Chen Meng nodded approvingly. And the 6 major colleges of our institute correspond directly to these 6 branches. When you enroll in the second half of the year, you'll be assigned to the Natural Sciences College. I understand, I nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Meng continued his explanation. Typically, about half a month after enrollment, each college holds internal combat trials to determine their top student. My expectations for you aren't extreme, just make sure you seize the top position in the Natural Sciences College at the very least. Got it, I flashed an OK sign. Top of the Natural Sciences College? That much confidence I definitely have. Otherwise how could I even talk about slaughtering invaders? Good, confidence is what counts. Chen Meng grinned. After the inter-school competition comes the university-wide contest, where the top students from 6 colleges compete to determine the top 8. These 8 will form the main combat force for the national championship. My expectations aren't too high, just aim for the top spot in the whole school. Shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. I nodded confidently again. Good, confidence is all you need. The national competition is still a ways off, no need to worry about it now. Otherwise, you might overreach and end up in a mess. Come on, let me take you to get acquainted with the Natural Sciences Academy first. Next, Chen Meng took me on a tour of the academy. Along the way, I asked him why he clearly specialized in enhancement, had become the dean of the Natural Sciences Department. He explained that he was the dean of academic affairs at the 6 colleges, and since I belonged to the Nature College, he focused on introducing the Nature College to me in detail. This completely stunned me. After all this time, it turned out Chen Meng held such a high position. Chapter 8, he's like a superhuman. After Chen Meng showed Ji Churan around the Nature College, the two headed towards the school's food street together. The food street was bustling with crowds at this moment, with students queuing up at every stall waiting for their treats. Some people greeted Chen Meng and Ji Churan during this time, but most greetings were directed at Chen Meng, with those to Ji Churan being merely incidental. After all, they didn't know Ji Churan and simply assumed he was some relative of Chen Meng's who had come to freeload a meal at the school. The two eventually picked a random barbecue joint and sat down. Once seated, Chen Meng asked again, "Kid, are you really planning to take the college entrance exam?" "That's right." While getting familiar with the Natural Ability Institute, Ji Churan told Chen Meng about his idea of participating in the college entrance exam. This really stumped Chen Meng. Why the hell would you take the college entrance exam when you've already gotten early admission? "I've made up my mind," Ji Churan said. "After all, this only happens once in a lifetime. I don't want to have any regrets." "Bullshit." Chen Meng picked up some peanuts from the table and started eating. "Tell me the truth, kid, you're aiming for the top scorer title, aren't you?" "Well now, old Chen, are you the worm in my belly?" Ji Churan similarly picked up a peanut and popped it into his mouth, teasing. "Damn straight," Chen Meng said. "You've got real ambition, kid. Alright then, this old man's gonna give you special training. Open a little backdoor kitchen for you, make sure you snatch the top scholar title good and proper." "Ha?" Ji Churan froze for a moment, then said, "What do you mean?" "Heh, don't get it, do you?" Chen Meng chuckled quietly and whispered, "After third-year students awaken their special abilities, those who choose to take the martial exam start learning combat and battle techniques at school." "You knew that much, right?" "Yeah, I know that." Ji Churan nodded. Exactly. Chen Meng said, they study in high school, you study in university. They learn from teachers, you learn from me, same logic, isn't it? Holy shit. Ji Churan jolted violently, you can play it this way? Of course, geniuses always get exceptions, Chen Meng remarked. Here comes the grilled meat. The barbecue shop owner carried a plate of meat over to the two men and set it down before them. Eat up. After we finish, I'll take you to rest. Chen Meng waved his hand and picked up a skewer to start eating. Alright. Ji Churan also began picking up skewers, devouring them with gusto. The next day, Chen Meng dragged Ji Churan out of bed early in the morning and brought him to the natural department's training ground at school. After securing a private training room, the two prepared to begin testing. Alright kid, before your special training, let me see your current strength first. Chen Meng pointed at a mechanical dummy ahead and said to Ji Churan, try punching the testing device with all your might, no abilities for now. Got it. Ji Churan nodded and stepped forward to face the mechanical dummy. He clenched his fist, feeling thunder surging through his veins. With a single punch thrown, in an instant, fierce winds erupted. The turbulent air scattered in all directions, causing Chen Meng's battle robe not far away to flap wildly with a whooshing sound. Bang! Accompanied by the violent collision sound, a tremendous force slammed into the mechanical puppet. Its dark metallic frame immediately began to dent before gradually reforming. Once the mechanical puppet fully recovered, the display on its head also registered the power of Ji Churan's punch. 469 can do it. Chen Meng leaned in for a closer look and gasped sharply in astonishment. Damn! Kid's just awakened his ability, yet already has physical strength comparable to a lower-tier soul perception realm practitioner. Truly worthy of being an S-class lightning ability user. Ji Churan flexed his hand while observing the numbers displayed by the mechanical puppet, his eyes lighting up with excitement. You should know that 1 unit of energy is equivalent to the simultaneous explosion of an entire barrel of fireworks, whereas most lower-tier spiritual perception realm ability users can only unleash attacks with just over 400 units when channeling their abilities at full strength. And he had just awakened, no combat techniques, no weapons, nothing. He hadn't even used his abilities, relying purely on physical strength to deliver a blow comparable to a lower-tier spiritual perception realm fighter. This result left Ji Churan himself feeling a twinge of shock. Was this the power of an S-rank ability? No wonder they say, the stronger the supernatural ability, the higher the ceiling. Just an S-class ability alone provides such immense convenience. How powerful would one be after upgrading the ability to SSS tier? Ji Churan clenched his fists, excitement gradually surging within him. Damn, kid, give it your all and activate your ability again. Chen Meng clicked his tongue in amazement, growing increasingly astounded by Ji Churan's terrifying talent. Ji Churan nodded slightly. With a mere thought, Azure Lightning was instantly summoned. ZZZZT. Irregular flashes of lightning coiled around Ji Churan like terrifying electric serpents. As Ji Churan raised his hand, the surrounding thunder began crackling furiously. Streams of lightning instantly converged onto his arm, as if forging a pair of thunderous gauntlets around his fists. Holy shit! Chen Meng gasped, utterly stunned. Because the way Ji Churan wielded lightning abilities was utterly different from any thunder element supernatural he had ever encountered before? Aren't lightning-type power users supposed to be mages? Why is this kid throwing elbows? The next instant, a brilliant light erupted. ZZZZT. Electric crackling sound. Ji Churan unleashed a thunder-charged punch, his fist wreathed in 10,000 bolts of lightning as it violently smashed into the mechanical puppet. Lightning surged everywhere, countless bolts of electricity sizzling like glowing orbs across the mechanical puppet's body. This time, Ji Churan held nothing back, channeling all his strength to unleash his extraordinary power. After delivering that punch, Ji Churan withdrew his fist, simultaneously retracting all the lightning that had been swirling around him back into his body. Yet due to the unique nature of lightning-based abilities, even after Ji Churan ceased his attack, the violet electricity continued to crackle and sizzle across the mechanical puppet's frame. After some time, the thunder gradually faded away. As the thunder dissipated, the mechanical puppet's face revealed the power of this attack. 1586 energy. Holy shit! 1586 energy? Are you fucking cheating? Chen Meng stared at the number displayed on the mechanical puppet with an expression of utter shock. You should know that the upper limit for Upper Lingjue realm is just 2000 Nang. Yet Ji Churan, who just awakened, managed to produce a reading of 1586 Nang when pushing his abilities to the limit. What kind of genius is this? Chen Meng was even certain that if Ji Churan were given a suitable battle weapon now, he could probably unleash an attack exceeding 2000 Nang directly. He's practically Superman. Chapter 9, Meteor Storm. So, what do you think, Lao Chen? Ji Churan's face broke into a radiant smile as he said, is my strength enough to catch your eye? Hell, this isn't just catching my eye, you could gouge my eyes out and I'd still say yes. Chen Meng exclaimed. I'm not one to mince words, talent is talent. I've got to admit, kid, your aptitude is downright monstrous. But I have a question to ask you now, Chen Meng said sternly, looking at Ji Churan. Did you feel any physical discomfort after using your ability? Ji Churan paused for a moment before checking his own body, finding no signs of discomfort whatsoever. None. Not even the slightest bit of weakness? Chen Meng pressed again. Ji Churan raised his hand once more upon hearing this, and crackling lightning surged around him once again. Then, Ji Churan threw another punch toward the mechanical puppet, unleashing countless raging thunderbolts that struck the puppet's body anew. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, numerical values appeared on the mechanical puppet's face. 1,597 points. Almost nothing has changed. The damage is even slightly higher than the last attack. Damn it! Chen Meng finally couldn't hold back anymore and cursed, "You're such a freak. Haven't you even felt your supernatural ability running out yet?" Nope. Ji Churan shook his head. Not only hadn't he felt his supernatural ability running out, but it even seemed more active within him than before. Damn, you couldn't have awakened some special constitution too, could you? Chen Meng patted his head and said. Possibly. Ji Churan smiled faintly before adding, but I'll need to test it further. Then, under Chen Meng's astonished gaze, Ji Churan unleashed his lightning ability once more, delivering a charged thunderous elbow strike at the mechanical dummy. Once wasn't enough, Ji Churan proceeded to hit the mechanical dummy again, and then a third time. In the private training room, lightning overflowed as countless bolts erupted from Ji Churan's body. Chen Meng widened his eyes, staring at Ji Churan as if looking at a monster. Damn it, has this guy hacked the system? Does his psychic power never run out? What kind of infinite MP bar is this? Ji Churan unleashed his abilities at full power dozens of times in succession, only stopping when he genuinely felt exhausted and could no longer continue attacking. At this point, Ji Churan had finally confirmed one thing. He had no mana bar. In other words, his abilities would never run out. Only his physical stamina could be depleted, never his supernatural energy. I'm practically a superhero. The biggest flaw of lightning-type ability users is how quickly their energy gets depleted. After all, unleashing powerful lethal attacks causes massive consumption of their inner lightning energy reserves. This leads many lightning ability users to either finish their targets with one explosive combo or flee immediately if they fail to kill instantly. Alternatively, they conserve their energy by playing the long-range mage role, kiting enemies from a distance. But when it comes to Ji Churan, none of that is necessary. What hesitation or retreat? None of that concerns me. I shall shatter the darkness with thunder. With my current power, wouldn't wearing down a radiant level opponent be no problem? Ji Churan's lips curled slightly, his mood lifting considerably. Damn, you little freak. Chen Meng suddenly grumbled irritably. Hey Lao Chen, that's not the right word choice, Ji Churan countered. Calling someone a little monster would still be okay, why'd you have to go with little freak? That doesn't sound nice. Because I fucking feel like it. Chen Meng shot Ji Churan a glare, declaring with unreasonable stubbornness. From now on, I'm calling you little freak whether you like it or not. Deal with it. You old pervert. Aren't you afraid I'll come back to teach you a lesson after I get stronger? Ji Churan had grown quite familiar with Chen Meng over the past few days and knew his personality well, so he teased him casually. Wait for you to grow stronger and teach me a lesson? Chen Meng gave Ji Churan a weird sidelong glance and scoffed. I can clean your clock right now if I want to. As he spoke, Chen Meng raised his fist half-jokingly, adopting an exaggerated pose as if he were about to pummel Ji Churan. Ji Churan played along, promptly raising his hands in mock surrender with a flattering grin. Easy there, bro, you're the boss here. I'm just your little bro, alright? Humph. Good that you know. Chen Meng withdrew his fist, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Ahem, he raised a hand, coughing twice with exaggerated formality before declaring, now that I've seen your strength and talent firsthand, I won't waste time holding back. Next, I'll teach you a combat technique, an offensive skill perfectly suited for you. An offensive combat technique? Ji Churan asked excitedly, what tier? Grade A, said Chen Meng. After all, I'm an enhancement-type ability user, and my abilities lean more toward defense. Naturally, I haven't learned many offensive combat skills. But don't be disheartened, I've already notified old Xiao. When he returns, he'll teach you an S-grade offensive combat skill. What's more, it'll be an absolutely perfect match for your lightning-type ability. Really? Ji Churan's eyes lit up with excitement. Instantly, his anticipation soared. It should be noted that combat skills are broadly categorized into 5 major types: offensive, speed, defensive, control, and psychic. Among these, offensive-type combat skills boast the most destructive power. The higher the combat skill level, the greater the destructive power unleashed. Of course, with the aid of combat weapons, the effect becomes even better. Of course it's true, Chen Meng said with utmost seriousness. But don't get too excited yet, kid. S-rank offensive combat skills aren't that easy to master. First focus on properly mastering this A-rank offensive combat skill I'm giving you. I'm not boasting here. If you can just grasp the basics of this A-rank combat skill I'm passing to you, becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam will be as certain as nails in a board. Chen Meng was brimming with confidence, as if the top score in the college entrance exam was already his for the taking. Whoa, that confident? Ji Churan smirked teasingly. Then hurry up and teach me that combat technique, old man. Humph, I knew you'd be itching for it. Chen Meng pulled out an ancient-looking combat manual from who knows where, the booklet faintly glowing with a mysterious light. He handed the manual to Ji Churan and said, read it through first. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. For the next few days, I'll be stuck to you like glue. Even going to the bathroom? Of course. Never mind, then. Scared? No, I'm afraid if I take it out, it'll terrify you. You damn brat. Asking for a beating. After that little episode, Ji Churan finally began his combat technique training. Sitting alone to one side, he examined the combat manual Chen Meng had given him. At the same moment, Ji Churan also saw the name written on the ancient combat technique. Starfall Tempest. Chapter 10, on the eve of the national exam. Kid, don't look down on this Starfall Tempest, its power is immense. Plus, it's a wide-range attack, perfectly suited for the beast-slaying scoring system in your national exam. Chen Meng turned to Ji Churan and said, once you master the Starfall Storm technique, you'll be able to unleash a shockwave of psychic energy that radiates outward from your body. It's perfect for taking down swarms of beasts, guaranteed to feel damn satisfying. Plus, kid, your constitution seems unique, your psychic energy hardly drains at all, so you could easily pull off 2 or 3 more waves without breaking a sweat. The more Chen Meng spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if already witnessing Ji Churan claiming the top scorer title in the college entrance exam. Hell yeah, a direct entry student snagging the championship, and it's all thanks to me finding him. That's some serious bragging rights. A grin split Chen Meng's face, though his thick, burly features made the expression look more menacing than cheerful. Ji Churan chuckled softly, growing increasingly amused by Chen Meng's demeanor. Chen Meng didn't seem to put on any airs, on the contrary, he exhibited a certain chivalrous camaraderie. But I wonder if that SS-rank student from Chu will take the college entrance exams. Chen Meng suddenly recalled the existence of an SS-level student in Chu territory, feeling a twinge of concern. Hearing this, Ji Churan smiled faintly and declared with confidence, don't worry, old Chen. The top scholar position is mine for the taking. Not even Jesus could stop me. Chen Meng was momentarily stunned before slapping his thigh and bursting into hearty laughter. Good, good. What a fine lad. Ambitious indeed, I believe in you. Alright, I won't disturb you further. Focus on your training, ask me if anything's unclear. With that, Chen Meng fell silent, sitting motionless on the ground like a massive bear. Seeing this, Ji Churan said no more and lowered his head to begin flipping through the battle techniques in his hands. As Ji Churan turned the pages, a bizarre little figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Ha, a tiny figure? Ji Churan froze, unable to comprehend why this tiny humanoid had manifested in his thoughts. Just as he pondered this, the tiny figure suddenly began to move. The small figure slightly arched its back when suddenly threads of lightning crackled around its body, as if energy was about to erupt violently. The next instant, the figure suddenly threw open its arms, unleashing countless furious bolts of lightning that surged outward like raging floodwaters and savage beasts. Crackle and pop. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to form a circular storm of thunder, continuously expanding outward. Ji Churan's heart shuddered violently at the sight. This was Stellar Tempest? The little figure in his mind was learning Starfall Storm? Just as Ji Churan was astonished, the little figure in his mind bent again and performed the second Starfall Storm. As the little figure used Starfall Storm for the second time, Ji Churan also felt an inexplicable sensation. It was as if he had mastered Starfall Storm himself. Ji Churan had no time to think further. With a single thought, he immediately attempted to unleash the Stellar Tempest. Ji Churan was seen sitting on the ground, his body slightly hunched. Zzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzz. In an instant, faint threads of lightning began to emerge around Ji Churan's body. Chen Meng abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with shock. Fuck, did you really activate it? Chen Meng was utterly dumbfounded. Ji Churan had just skimmed through Stellar Tempest once and could already cast it? Damn, how the hell did you pick this up so fast? Zzzzzt. The thunder surrounding Ji Churan's body intensified, growing increasingly violent. The next moment, Ji Churan suddenly spread his arms wide. Then, whoosh, silenced. The surrounding lightning rapidly expanded a few centimeters before disappearing, like a battery that had run out of juice. Damn, Ji Churan muttered in confusion, staring at his hands in bewilderment. Did I not learn it yet? You actually thought you'd master it right away? Chen Meng roared, rushing forward to grab Ji Churan's hands. Bro, I'll call you bro. Can you please turn off your damn cheats? Or at least sell me one? Do you have any idea? After seeing you, I feel like I've wasted the first half of my life. Not that serious, not that serious. Ji Churan's mouth twitched as he pushed Chen Meng's hand away, saying, Old Chen, you know how it is with talent. Well, you get it. Damn it! Chen Meng sprang to his feet, pacing rapidly in circles before throwing a few excited punches into the air like a madman. After completing several frenzied laps, Chen Meng returned to stand before Ji Churan, grasping his shoulders with both hands as he exclaimed excitedly, "Kid, you're a genuine genius, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Not calling me little pervert anymore?" Ji Churan teased. "No more," Chen Meng replied. "I'm afraid you might actually come for me someday." Ji Churan was taken aback for a moment, then locked eyes with Chen Meng. In an instant, both burst into laughter simultaneously. Ha 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 ha. Time flew by, and the day of the college entrance exam arrived as scheduled. In Rome City, the liberal arts college entrance exams were held at designated schools. As for the martial arts exams, they took place in North City. That's right, North City was the location for the martial arts exams, which meant Ji Churan would need to travel across provinces to take them. Of course, this is the case nationwide. The martial arts exams have historically always been held in North City, because not only does the outskirts of North City contain the beast forest teeming with exotic creatures, but there are also numerous abandoned towns of varying sizes that serve as training grounds. This year's martial arts college entrance exam has been set in several abandoned towns on the outskirts of Northern City. These abandoned towns were actually strategically relinquished by the authorities during the initial stages of the alien beast invasion. Although the authorities later reclaimed them, since these towns had been tactically abandoned and held little significance for reconstruction, they were directly repurposed as training grounds for military exercises. Of course, for safety reasons, the authorities eliminated all high-level alien beasts within these abandoned towns, meaning no transcendent realm beasts would appear there. Additionally, the authorities conduct weekly inspections. Any beasts reaching or surpassing the transcendent realm are immediately dealt with. Generally speaking, students living far from North City would set out early, and Ji Churan was no exception. On the day before the college entrance exam, Ji Churan got up early and packed his gear and luggage. That's right, during those few days, Chen Meng had custom-made a set of equipment specifically for Ji Churan, a grade C battle robe and a grade C weapon. At the same time, there's also an A-grade offensive combat skill, Starfall Storm. It could be said that Ji Churan participating in the college entrance exam was nothing short of an all-around crushing superiority. Whether it was combat skills, battle robes, or weapons, Ji Churan was completely outclassing all other examinees by a huge margin. Although every student would choose to wear battle gear and weapons during the exam, those who could directly equip C-grade equipment were exceedingly rare. Don't think there's anything unfair about it, fairness is won through talent and strength. Everything Ji Churan has attained today was earned through his innate gifts and his abilities. All this he possesses is solely due to his own hard work and struggle. Isn't that right, system? Chapter 11 The Soaring Eagle. Excellent. Very impressive. Chen Meng chuckled as he adjusted Ji Churan's black battle robe, growing more pleased the longer he looked. Alright, old Chen, let's get going. Ji Churan chuckled lightly, his gaze sharp as eagle's talons. You're right, let's go. Time to show your peers what real insanity looks like. Chen Meng grinned broadly, giving Ji Churan's shoulder a hearty pat as they strode out the door together. With the overwhelming number of students taking the national college entrance exams, universities throughout Beicheng had emptied their campuses to accommodate the incoming examinees. These students will ultimately be assigned examination venues according to the geographical locations of Beicheng schools. Beicheng Military University. Here, within the walls of Beicheng Military University, one of the so-called Big Five prestigious institutions, on one of the long-prepared training grounds, a dense crowd of students had already gathered. Looking down from the sky, they appeared like countless ants crawling densely across the ground. All of these were students preparing to take the martial arts college entrance examination. Among them, some students were engaged in continuous chatter. Phew, the exam is about to begin. I'm so nervous. Honestly, don't even say it, I'm super nervous too. I don't know if I can get into the Esper University this time. I just hope to get good grades. Don't worry, you're a C-class Esper. If you perform well, you'll definitely make it. Too bad my family isn't well off. All I have is an F-class combat robe, and I couldn't even afford a weapon. Sigh, who isn't in the same boat? In the crowd, a strikingly handsome man clad in white battle robes stood silently on the sports field, his arms crossed over his chest, an icy indifference etched across his features. The man's extraordinary aura created a 3-meter exclusion zone around him. Not a single person dared stand nearby. Countless gazes converged on him, their curiosity about his identity practically palpable. Who is that guy? He looks incredibly powerful. Someone who recognized the man answered from the side. That guy? He's famously known across Qilu province, Li Tianqing, who's topped the provincial combat rankings for years. Rumor has it he's even awakened an A-grade natural fire-type ability this time. Fire-type ability? My god, that's an incredibly powerful skill against beast hordes. No kidding, who'd have thought we'd end up assigned to the same zone as him? Hard to say if that's good luck or bad. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Li Tianqing's expression remained unchanged, his face still carrying that ice-cold demeanor. He had long grown accustomed to such situations. Back in school, he was frequently the subject of others' gossip, even becoming the model child parents would praise. Heh, brotherly, what a coincidence. Who would have thought we'd be assigned to the same examination hall? A man dressed in a cyan battle robe, with a faint smile on his face, leisurely walked up to Li Tianqing's side. Li Tianqing was slightly startled when he clearly saw the approaching figure. However, his expression soon returned to calm. Quite a coincidence. Since it's such a coincidence, the green-robed man chuckled and said, how about the two of us team up for the early stages? Seeing this, the surrounding crowd once again buzzed with discussion. Who is this guy? Damn, you really don't know anything, do you? That's Lin Yifeng, the top combat scorer from Jinling Province, right next to Qilu Province. No way, he's in our exam room too? This is way too much pressure. That won't be necessary, Li Tianqing said coldly. I can handle it alone. Don't say it like that. Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, gently waving the folding fan in his hand as he laughed. After all, you're fire, and I'm wind. With me around, your flames will surely burn brighter. Li Tianqing frowned slightly upon hearing this and did not respond immediately. Suddenly, Lin Yifeng changed the subject. Brotherly, do you know Brother Chu? Upon hearing this, Li Tianqing's brows furrowed tightly. Of course he knew exactly who Brother Chu from Lin Yifeng's mouth was after all. That was the man who had defeated him for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, every high school participated in annual combat performance rankings. The Brother Chu that Lin Yifeng spoke of had always maintained higher combat scores than Li Tianqing. Moreover, just recently, he had awakened the legendary SS-level supernatural ability, becoming the most sought-after talent by all 4 premier academies. The only institution that didn't compete for him was Chuanyu Supernatural University. The reason is well known to everyone that S-rank superhuman from the Sichuanchongqing region has already been recruited by the Sichuanchongqing University of Superhuman Abilities. A prestigious academy doesn't have enough resources to nurture 2 peerless geniuses. Has he come too? Li Tianqing said coldly. Clack! Lin Yifeng closed his folding fan with a snap, revealing a faint smile as he said, no, Brother Chu has already secured admission, so naturally there's no need for him to take this college entrance exam. What a shame. Upon hearing this, Li Tianqing showed a look of regret, seemingly feeling somewhat disappointed that Brother Chu wouldn't be participating in the exam. But what I want to tell you isn't just this. Lin Yifeng smiled faintly and said, what I want to say is, just yesterday, Brother Chu told me which university he chose. The Imperial City University for the Gifted. Li Tianqing showed no change in expression and instead asked, so, how does this concern me? Of course it concerns you, Lin Yifeng said. Brother Chu entrusted me with a request. What request? To persuade you to join the Imperial Capital Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Li Tianqing furrowed his brows slightly. Inviting me? Lin Yifeng nodded. Indeed. After all, brotherly, you must be eager to compete with Brother Chu on the same stage. Li Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. We'll see. Seeing this, Lin Yifeng showed no anger, merely maintaining a faint smile on his face. Lin Yifeng had long grown accustomed to Li Tianqing's temperament. Squeak! Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry rang out across the sky, instantly drawing the gaze of all students on the playground. Everyone looked up and saw a creature with knife-sharp feathers and brown-gray hues, its massive form stretching so wide its wings seemed to blot out the sky. Its piercing eyes radiated an almost omniscient sharpness, as if they could see through anything. Some of the more academically inclined students instantly recognized the species of this exotic beast. Li Yiying, look which young master has arrived. Gasps rose one after another across the sports field as everyone was stunned by Li Yiying's grand entrance. Even Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng were shocked by Li Yiying's appearance. After all, the Li Yiying species was notoriously prideful. Ordinary people simply couldn't form contracts with them. Those who can ride a crimson wing eagle to the exam must have an incredibly powerful background. Tisk, brotherly, it seems our examination hall has welcomed a VIP, Lin Yifeng said with a hint of seriousness, flicking open his folding fan. Chapter 12, Important Notes for the Martial Arts College Entrance Exam. Li Tianqing didn't respond, his face stern as he watched the crimson wing eagle circling in the sky. The razor wing eagle circled in the air, seemingly observing something. Then, as if noticing something, it flew forward. Following the razor wing eagle's movement, the group looked ahead and saw several people standing there. Behind them lay a relatively large open space, clearly reserved for the eagle's landing. It turned out that Chen Meng had informed Wang Jiu a few days earlier about Ji Churin's participation in the college entrance exam, and that he himself would borrow a swift-wing eagle from another teacher for transportation. So Wang Jiu had prepared the landing area for the razor-wing eagle well in advance. As the swift-wing eagle slowly descended, its enormous wings continuously flapped, stirring up massive gusts of wind that howled outward. The powerful gusts made the garments of the 3 teachers beneath the swift-wing eagle flap noisily. Finally, the swift-wing eagle touched down with its talons and folded its wings. With the descent of the winged eagle, the crowd could now clearly see the figure riding on its back. Ha 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 ha, Wang Jiao, many thanks. Chen Meng laughed heartily twice as he leaped down from the back of the swift-wing eagle. Ji Churen did the same, jumping down from the swift-wing eagle's back in one smooth motion. Wang Jiao stepped forward slightly, his face still wearing a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Welcome, both of you, to Northern City Military Academy, said Wang Jiao, before shifting his gaze to Ji Churen and sizing him up from head to toe. Ji Churen's demeanor was now markedly different from before. Clad in black battle robes and wearing a set of black fingerless gauntlets, Ji Churen stood with an edge so sharp it seemed he could wound at a touch. You've changed, Wang Jiao remarked with a smile. Professor Wang, it's been a while. Ji Churen extended his hand, smiling. Wang Jiao chuckled lightly, extending his hand to shake with Ji Churen. Long time no see. I never expected you'd choose to take the college entrance exam. Life is short, we should leave no regrets, Ji Churen replied with a smile. The college entrance exam only happens once. Ji Churen really didn't want to miss it. That's true, leaving no regrets is the right way, Wang Jiao nodded. But I should warn you, due to the random reassignment of exam halls, not a single student from your school ended up at this testing center. This means you'll be fighting solo for the entire Gaokao. Of course, if you want to team up with someone to watch each other's backs, that's possible too. Wang Jiao patiently explained everything to Ji Churen. Hearing this, Ji Churen casually waved his hand and said, no worries, I can't be bothered to look anyway. In any case, I can take on an army alone. Wang Jiao was taken aback, then broke into a slight smile. It's good to be confident, he said. Just wait a little longer. When it's time for the exam, I'll take you all to the examination hall. Ji Churen nodded and stood together with Wang Jiao and the others. Ahead of Ji Churen and the others, densely packed examinees stood on the sports ground. The examinees were whispering about Ji Churen at this moment, apparently quite curious about him. Hey, what's this guy's background? Li Yiying is escorting him, and a teacher from Beicheng Military Academy is hosting him. Who knows, maybe he's a teacher himself? How is this possible? He's so young, still wearing his battle robe, he's clearly here to take the college entrance exam. Give me a break. Is my luck really this bad? First, I get stuck in the same exam room as Tianqing Li and Yifeng Lin, and now some mysterious young master shows up too? This is just unfair. Brotherly, it seems our opponents this time are quite formidable, Yifeng Lin said with a faint smile, addressing Tianqing Li. Tianqing Li responded softly, his focus never leaving Churenji. Soon after, Jiao Wang glanced at his wristwatch and realized time was nearly up. He gave a slight nod to the man standing beside him. The man beside Wang Jiao immediately understood the cue and stepped forward, shouting loudly, quiet. The tremendous sound wave instantly reverberated across the sports field, causing all the examinees to fall silent as their gazes turned toward the man. The man exuded an overwhelming presence, every glance and movement radiated a ferocious intensity. It's about to begin. Ji Churen, standing behind the man, silently thought to himself. Seeing the crowd settle down, the man loudly announced, I am the supervising examiner for this year's martial arts college entrance examination in Wuching district. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate the rules once more. This examination will run from 9 a.m. today to 9 a.m. the next day, lasting a full 24 hours. You should all know the exam location by now. As always, do not leave the designated exam area, and do not attempt to deliberately attack or kill other students. We proctors will be monitoring your every move at all times. Anyone found guilty of intentionally attacking or killing classmates will immediately lose their college entrance exam eligibility. Furthermore, additional penalties will be imposed based on the severity of the offense. Standing behind the proctors, Ji Churen nodded slightly. Indeed, based on Ji Churen's knowledge, there had been cases in previous college entrance exams where examinees killed others to plunder their resources. Such behavior is utterly despicable. After all, with formidable enemies at our gates and various invaders watching covetously, it would be absolutely unthinkable for humanity to engage in internal strife during such times. Yet even under these circumstances, there will always be those who choose to become traitors, turning into running dogs for demons and the myriad races. These people are beggars, the lowest of the low. One more thing, unlike the Beast Forest, the Beast Ruins don't have clearly defined outer, inner, or central zones. The ruins are simply ruins. Deadly beasts could emerge from anywhere at any moment. If you encounter an unbeatable mutant beast, immediately activate your safety necklace and wait on the spot for the examiner's rescue. Did everyone get that? The invigilator roared angrily, the sonic wave once again sweeping across the entire field. The crowd on the field responded in unison, understood. Good. Now come forward to collect your college entrance exam equipment. With these words, the examiner stepped back and began preparing to distribute the exam equipment to the candidates. Before the others received their college entrance exam gear, Ji Churen had already gotten his. Wang Jiao had taken out an all-black tactical backpack early on and handed it to Ji Churen, advising him, perhaps everything I'm saying is redundant, but I still have to remind you, be careful in all things. Ji Churan took the backpack and nodded firmly. Wang Jiu chuckled lightly and said with a smile, "First take a look at the equipment in your backpack. Remember, you must wear it properly." Ji Churan nodded and replied with a grin, "Got it." With that, Ji Churan opened the tactical backpack and began inspecting the exam equipment inside. Chapter 13 The Rock Bird. There are 3 items in the tactical backpack. The first was a pair of tactical goggles, a tool for identifying the rank and status of exotic beasts. They also included a mapping function to track the examinees' locations. Additionally, the tactical glasses are equipped with an internal camera capable of live streaming and recording footage. This means nearly all the examinees' thrilling battles will be preserved, though their embarrassing moments too, of course. But don't worry, should any R18 scenes occur, the tactical glasses camera will automatically shut off, ensuring no examinee's privacy is compromised. It's worth mentioning that examinees can see the positions of other examinees through their tactical glasses. The second piece of equipment is a necklace, entirely jet black in color, designed to protect the examinees. Once actively activated by an examinee or passively triggered when the necklace determines the examinee is in danger and incapable of resisting, the necklace will immediately shatter, forming a black barrier capable of withstanding attacks up to the Yuan energy realm level. This barrier ensures the examinee's safety from fatal threats while simultaneously sending a distress signal to the invigilators and nearby examinees. At the same time, the shattering of the necklace meant that the examinee's test had ended. The third item was a black lunchbox containing some compressed mutant beast meat, which could be used to replenish the examinee's stamina. However, since the exam lasted 24 hours, these provisions were certainly insufficient. If examinees wanted to eat later, they would have to hunt mutant beasts themselves and prepare their own meals. "Put it on first, then let me inspect it," said Wang Jiu, standing nearby. Ji Churan nodded in acknowledgement and began putting on his gear. He picked up the tactical goggles that were entirely silver white, brimming with a futuristic vibe, and slipped them onto his face. Next, he took out a necklace from his backpack and fastened it around his neck. Finally, shouldering his bag, Ji Churan stood ready. Wang Jiu and Shen Meng inspected him thoroughly, like parents fussing over a son about to embark on a long journey. After confirming everything was correct, Wang Jiu and Shen Meng finally let Ji Churan go. The other examinees had also finished putting on their equipment by now, with their homeroom teachers or representative teachers conducting final checks for each of them. Seeing all examinees had received their devices, the proctor shouted loudly, "Everyone has their exam equipment now, right? If anyone hasn't received theirs or is missing items, please come forward immediately to collect them. I repeat, do not attempt to claim an extra set. Anyone caught doing so will immediately be disqualified from the examination." After confirming that none of the candidates were lacking equipment, the proctor stepped back and reported to Wang Jiu, "Senior Wang, all preparations are complete." Wang Jiu gave a slight nod, glanced at the time, and said, "In that case, let us begin the journey." With that, Wang Jiu let out a sharp whistle. As the piercing sound carried through the air, the distant sky suddenly darkened, as though part of the sun itself had been devoured. Examinees on the sports field gasped in collective astonishment at this spectacle. "What is that?" "Not sure, it's too blurry to see clearly." Ji Churan stood behind Wang Jiu, his gaze fixed on the unidentified creature rapidly approaching through the twilight. Whoosh! A resounding bird call rang out from the sky, sounding incredibly melodious. At this moment, the crowd finally got a clear look at the creature. Lin Yifeng widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "A windrock?" The windrock, a legendary aerial beast, is renowned for its incredible speed. Its body can grow or shrink in size, and it possesses formidable combat power from birth, inherently gifted with wind-based supernatural abilities. Upon witnessing this scene, the students' jaws dropped in astonishment. That's actually a windrock. The massive windrock descended upon the examinees with a gust of wind, circled above them once, then flew onward toward the horizon. After seeing the windrock depart, the examinees were all stunned. Wasn't it supposed to ferry their group? Just as everyone was puzzled and regretful, Wang Jiu's spring breeze-like voice rang out. "Students, please proceed to the Beast Taming Department's Academy Square to board the windrocks for entry to the examination hall." Wang Jiu's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every single examinee's ears. When they heard they were really going to wait to ride the windrock, everyone got excited. "Wow, is this what you get for being assigned to the Northern City Military University exam site? I actually get to ride a windrock. Even though I can't form a contract with a windrock, I've ridden one. Ha 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 ha. From now on, I can say I'm a man who's ridden a windrock." The students were quite excited but still maintained order as they followed Wang Jiu to the plaza of the Beast Taming Department. Ji Churan didn't make any exceptions either, following the crowd as they moved forward. Upon arriving at the square of the Beast Taming Department at North City Military University, Wang Jiu had everyone board the windrock together. By this time, the windrock had already enlarged its size to the fullest extent, easily capable of carrying their entire group. Examiner Wang Jiu and the other two invigilators leaped aboard first, followed by the examinees boarding one after another. After all the examinees had taken their seats on the windrock's back, the enormous bird flapped its colossal wings and began to take flight. Before lifting off, Ji Churan turned his head to glance at Chen Meng, who responded with a hearty smile and gave him a thumbs up. Ji Churan chuckled softly, raising his left hand to return the thumbs up gesture before averting his gaze. Seeing this, Chen Meng's lips curved upward in a faint smile. You little rascal. The storm rock truly lived up to its reputation as a wind-attribute avian beast. Its speed was absolutely astounding. Within mere moments, it had carried everyone through the sky to hover above the examination grounds. Circling briefly in midair, the great bird finally chose to descend upon a derelict plaza. As the storm rock landed, the massive gusts of wind instantly scattered the remaining dust across the ground. After the storm rock touched down, Wang Jiu, the chief examiner, announced, "Students, you have now entered the examination grounds. The test begins now, the remaining time is yours." Upon hearing this, the students promptly leaped off the storm rock's back one after another, ready to begin their examination. Just as Ji Churan was about to jump, Wang Jiu cautioned him once more. Be careful, stay safe. Ji Churan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Then, Ji Churan also jumped down. After all the examinees had jumped off the rock's back, the flapping of its wings carried Wang Jiu and the other two invigilators away from the scene. The vast, dilapidated sports ground now held only these candidates. So, does this begin now? Of course. The examiner just announced the exam has begun. Chapter 14, National College Entrance Exam Live Broadcast. As the announcement concluded, examinees immediately began recruiting teammates. Any brothers want to team up? I'm a Class C pyrokinetic. Looking for a capable teammate to form a squad. I've awakened a support type ability. That's right, for the martial arts college entrance exam, teamwork is permitted. However, the flip side is that when cooperating, the points from hunting dimensional beasts will be allocated according to each participant's contribution value. After each beast is slain, the tactical goggles worn by examinees will continue tallying scores. In cases of cooperative kills, the goggles will automatically distribute points based on each candidate's contribution rating. This way, there won't be any occurrences like monster stealing, ensuring fairness and justice. Additionally, during the process of killing beasts, supportive actions such as healing or restoration performed by auxiliary types will also distribute contribution points based on their level of contribution. Therefore, during the college entrance exam, a significant number of examinees choose to form teams, as doing so increases their chances of achieving higher scores and survival. Just as the examinees were still recruiting teammates, Lin Yifeng approached Li Tianqing and said, How about it, brotherly, care to team up? This time, Li Tianqing didn't immediately refuse but instead fell into deliberation. Seeing this, Lin Yifeng pressed his advantage. Brotherly, our abilities complement each other. We'll definitely be stronger together than using individual powers. What's more, the exam site we're in this time is anything but ordinary. As he spoke, Lin Yifeng glanced unconsciously toward Ji Churan, whose dramatic entrance had simply been too conspicuous to ignore. So extraordinary that even an idiot would recognize Ji Churan's strength. Li Tianqing's attention was also drawn, unconsciously turning his gaze toward Ji Churan. Brotherly, if I'm not mistaken, Lin Yifeng continued where he left off. The battle robe he's wearing alone is C-grade. Even after receiving scholarships for 3 consecutive years, we could barely afford D-grade robes. So, you understand what I mean. Li Tianqing frowned slightly, lost in thought. This time, he was genuinely somewhat convinced by Lin Yifeng. Alright. Finally, Li Tianqing agreed to Lin Yifeng's invitation. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yifeng's face as he extended his right hand and said, Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Li Tianqing showed no expression as he lightly extended his hand for a handshake without saying a word. While the examinees were still recruiting teammates, the live broadcast had already begun outside. That's right, live broadcast. As for the cameras for the broadcast, they naturally came from the tactical eyewear worn by each examinee. Every year during the National College Entrance Exams, the authorities link the tactical goggles cameras online to achieve live broadcast effects. This way, the outside world can also learn about the candidate's specific situations while effectively preventing acts of harming fellow examinees or cheating. As the official website's live broadcast commenced, dense clusters of live streaming rooms appeared on the platform. Parents and school administrators from various institutions immediately began searching the official site for the specific examinees' live streams they wished to monitor. Meanwhile, other viewers who were just there for the spectacle either randomly selected a stream to watch or searched for popular examinees from their own province. Take Qilu province, for example. Most locals searched for their province's renowned contestant, Li Tianqing. A flood of Qilu viewers swarmed into Li Tianqing's live broadcast. Whoa! Here to check out our province's top fighter. Unless there's an unexpected turn of events, the provincial top scorer in our province will undoubtedly be Li Tianqing, though who might claim the national top honors remains to be seen. Holy crap, Isn't that Lin Yifeng standing in front of Li Tianqing, the guy who ranked first in combat scores from the neighboring province? Are they teaming up? Damn! We're taking off! With this powerhouse combo, we totally own this exam hall. The audience watched the live broadcast footage and saw Lin Yifeng, who was traveling with Li Tianqing. At this moment, inside the examination venue, one after another, examinees have already formed teams and left the square to begin their tests. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng were no exception. After forming their team, the two left the square to start their assessment. The assessment naturally involved calculating scores based on the number of exotic beasts killed. The higher the score, the better the results. The perfect score is 5,000 points, but those who have achieved it so far can be counted on one hand. Seeing that almost everyone had left, Ji Churan decided not to linger any longer. With just a thought from Ji Churan, his tactical goggles immediately underwent a transformation. Examinee, Ji Churan. Affiliated school, Rongqing No. 3 High School. Score, 0. Ranking, no score obtained, temporarily not calculated. Looking at the data displayed on his tactical glasses, Ji Churan's mind stirred once again. In the blink of an eye, the data on Ji Churan's tactical glasses changed. Exam hall number 47 rankings. First place, Li Tianqing, score, 11. Second place, Lin Yifeng, score, 9. Third place. Ji Churan was stunned. Scoring points already? They must have started fighting the moment they stepped outside. In that case, he wouldn't fall behind either. Actually, some classmates had initially invited Ji Churan to form a team, but after he rejected them, no one else came to ask again. After all, everyone knows their limits. Ji Churan's dazzling entrance made it clear he was an overpowering asset destined to fly solo. Likewise, precisely because of Ji Churan's actions, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng felt an intensified sense of urgency. Otherwise, the two might never have teamed up. As Ji Churan slowly walked outward, he pulled up the map on his tactical visor. With a mere thought from Ji Churan, a 3D virtual map materialized within his tactical visor. Ji Churan first confirmed his own position, then surveyed the locations of the surrounding examinees. On the map, examinees' locations were all marked with white dots, while each white dot was surrounded by red dots. And those red dots, naturally, were the monsters. One had to admit, the tactical visor's functions were truly impressive and provided tremendous assistance in combat. Hence, ordinary people could only wear such tactical visors once during the national college entrance exams. That's right, after the college entrance exams, these devices are to be collected and returned. Ji Churan zoomed out the map, checked for lone red dots without white companions in the vicinity, then set off toward the marked locations after determining the direction. With just a few light steps from Ji Churan, faint crackles of thunder began sizzling beneath his feet. The next instant, with a tap of his right foot, a burst of lightning flashed beneath him as he shot forward like a rocket. Chapter 15. He uses lightning powers for transportation? With every step Ji Churan took, a trail of crackling lightning would appear beneath his feet where he had just stood. His speed was astonishing. Each stride propelled him forward dozens of meters. And wherever Ji Churan passed, a sizzling lightning trail lingered in his wake. Zap! Zap! In just over a dozen steps, Ji Churan had already dashed several hundred meters. His speed could truly be described as reaching the absolute limit. Forget about just throwing off Usain Bolt's starting rhythm. A single step from him could send Bolt tumbling sideways. Zap! Zap! In an instant, Ji Churan flashed past numerous hurrying examinees, leaving behind streaks of lightning in his wake. A candidate traveling with his teammates suddenly heard a sizzling sound behind him, so he turned his head. Whoosh! A violent gale instantly made his battle robes flutter noisily, while a thunderbolt-like figure swiftly streaked past him, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. His teammates were equally shocked by this sight. One of his teammates muttered nervously, What just flew past us? I don't know either. This scene wasn't just happening to them, it was also unfolding before Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. The two had just finished slaying a monstrous beast and were heading toward the nearest red dot when suddenly, they saw a white dot racing toward them at breakneck speed on their map. So fast! Who is that? Lin Yifeng exclaimed in shock, and in the next second, the roaring sound of a hurricane filled his ears. A bolt of lightning flashed before Lin Yifeng's eyes in an instant, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. At the same time, the residual wind generated by the rapid disruption and the countless dust particles stirred up by that wind surged toward Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing. In an instant, the battle robes of Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing billowed violently from the force of the wind. Cough, cough. Watching the dust threatening to engulf them, Lin Yifeng immediately activated his supernatural ability. A blade of transparent wind surged from within him, scattering the incoming dust. By the time the dust settled, Ji Churan's figure had long since vanished. Brotherly, that just now. Lin Yifeng's voice trembled slightly, his expression turning grave. Lightning-based supernatural ability, and a formidable one at that. Li Tianqing scowled slightly as he spoke. But isn't he afraid of exhausting his powers by using them for travel? Lin Yifeng asked with genuine confusion. After all, lightning-type ability users consumed their energy rapidly. Everyone in their group had just awakened their powers and had to use them cautiously, constantly worried about accidentally draining their resources. Yet the person from earlier showed no such hesitation. Even though he wielded the most power-intensive lightning ability, he still chose to unleash it so freely, even using his powers just to travel faster. Is he really not afraid of exhausting his abilities and losing his combat power? Not just the two of them had such doubts, their livestream viewers were equally bewildered. Holy crap, I thought Lubu was already unrivaled under heaven. Who knew there was someone even stronger? Whose lieutenant is this? Good heavens, is this how lightning-type abilities are supposed to be used? Traveling with powers, ain't he scared of running out? Does anyone know the livestream channel of that guy just now? I want to check it out. I know. My wife is watching his stream right now. The footage is insane. Just search for Peach Blossom Sister and you'll find it. Go to hell. Don't trust this guy, everyone. He's lying. Search for Mei Sister instead, trust me. Hey you too, get serious. My buddy is actually watching this guy's stream. He's from Rongqing 3rd High, named Ji Churen. Just search him up. Friendly reminder though, enter with your eyes closed, then switch to third-person view before opening them. Following the kind stranger's reminder, waves of viewers began searching for Ji Churen's livestream on the official website. After finding the live stream, they eagerly clicked in, wanting to see if it was true. However, since the default setting upon first joining the stream was the first-person perspective, they were all completely stunned. The livestream footage kept flickering between clear and blurry, clearly a phenomenon caused by rapid movement at extreme speeds. Moreover, the violent sound of rushing wind came through the broadcast, accompanied by continuous crackling noises. Damn! I just joined the stream and almost got dizzy from the shaking. If I hadn't switched to third-person view, I might have actually thrown up. Holy crap, is this what it looks like when a lightning ability user travels with their powers? This is freaking awesome? Holy shit, look at the map in the upper left corner. This guy's covering over 10 meters with every step. As expected of lightning-type abilities, famed for their speed and lethality, they're ridiculously strong. But why hasn't he shown any signs of energy depletion yet? Mom, I saw a genius today. He's practically a superhuman. Ji Churen's livestream was suddenly flooded with an avalanche of viewers, and the barrage of comments multiplied exponentially. Chen Meng sat in the office that belonged to Wang Zhou, watching the barrage of comments in Ji Churen's livestream, a proud smile appearing on his face. Only you could pull this off, you little freak, going all out right from the start. Chen Meng couldn't suppress the grin on his face, and why should he? After all, this was one of his academy students. Go ahead and be jealous. Of course, Chen Meng also saw the skeptical comments. Their arguments were all the same, insisting that Ji Churen's reckless playstyle would drain his abilities dry, leaving him unable to fight. To this, Chen Meng simply chuckled in response. If they were talking about any other lightning-type mystic, Chen Meng would absolutely agree. But when it came to Ji Churen, well, excuse me, but you're talking complete nonsense. Because this little freak Ji Churen could cast dozens of meteor storms in a row without showing any signs of depleted psychic energy. And now you're telling me he's exhausted just from traveling? What kind of fucking joke is this? For Ji Churen, energy depletion is less of a limiting factor than plain physical exhaustion. Other lightning ability users might need to worry about conserving their energy, but Ji Churen certainly doesn't. For him, using his powers to travel is just like ordinary running. Would a normal person get exhausted after sprinting a few dozen steps? Just how pathetically weak would that be? So Chen Meng couldn't help but scoff at those viewers doubting whether Ji Churen would run out of power later. Just wait, it won't be long before this little freak shows you what a prodigy's world looks like. Chapter 16, One Punch smashes the Tiger God's dream. We're almost there. Ji Churen muttered as he ran, staring at the steadily approaching red dot on the map, his heartbeat quickening with excitement. At last, the battle is finally about to begin. Ji Churen seemed like a madman while others desperately tried to keep their distance from mutated beasts, fearful they might suddenly turn violent. Yet he was different. Far from fearing their attacks, he was actually worried they might flee. Who could make sense of that logic? Moments later, Ji Churen arrived at the marked red point on the map. It turned out to be a derelict basketball court. Surrounding it stood some crumbling old buildings, fragile as if they might collapse at the slightest touch. Ji Churen paid no attention to his surroundings, instead fixing his gaze squarely at the center of the basketball court. There, sprawled across the court, lay a tiger-like creature standing about 5 meters tall, its entire body coated in a dark purple hue. Its massive body rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, nostrils flaring in a steady pattern, the very picture of a creature soundly asleep. Through the live stream, viewers also caught sight of this strange beast lounging at the heart of the basketball court. The moment they clearly saw the beast, they were all shocked. Holy crap, a Nightstalker tiger. That's a beast at the upper spiritual perception realm. Ji Churen isn't actually planning to fight that Nightstalker tiger head-on, is he? Truly the man who traveled using his lightning powers. Absolute mad lad. But the question is, if he used his abilities for traveling, can he still deal with the Night Stalker tiger? The live chat instantly exploded with activity as viewers began speculating about Ji Churan's choices. Some believed Ji Churan could definitely handle the Night Stalker tiger, while others thought he wouldn't have enough energy left after using his abilities for travel, making him incapable of facing the beast. All this speculation unfolded without Ji Churan's knowledge, because his tactical goggles were one way. Looking at the still sleeping Shadowprowl tiger, Ji Churan's lips curled slightly upward. Today's luck isn't half bad. The first exotic beast I encountered is actually a Shadowprowl tiger. Shadowprowl tigers are nocturnal exotic beasts that typically move at night and sleep during the day. The night tiger Ji Churan had encountered seemed to be completely dead asleep, utterly unaware of the approaching danger. But that's perfect. Less trouble when you don't fight back. Although the tactical glasses showed this night tiger's strength was at the upper spiritual awakening realm, Ji Churan couldn't care less. After all, with the enhancement from his C-grade combat artifact, the Obsidian Gauntlets, Ji Churan was confident he could smash it to pieces. Indeed, Ji Churan's combat weapon wasn't the popular choice of sword or spear. Instead, he chose the relatively niche gauntlets. Ji Churan believes that while swords and spears are thrilling, elbow strikes reign supreme. Call me Lord Prison Ji. Ji Churan clenched his fists, then curled his lips into a smirk as his eyes narrowed sharply. A flash of lightning flickered deep within his pupils. Szzz. Crackle. Suddenly, arcs of flickering lightning began to manifest gradually around Ji Churan. Witnessing this spectacle, the livestream audience immediately switched to the third-person viewing mode. The livestream's visuals changed at this very moment. The first-person perspective of the livestream immediately elevated, transforming into a bird's-eye view from the sky. In the frame, faint flickers of lightning surrounded Ji Churan continuously, as if charging up. At this moment, the audience saw not just a test-taker, but a razor-sharp, overwhelmingly domineering weapon of war. A few specks of dust floated slowly in the air, as if all sound had faded away in this moment, like the calm before a storm. And the victim of this storm, the Night Stalker tiger, was still snoring away at this very moment. Just as the livestream viewers held their breath, their attention wholly focused on the scene unfolding in the live broadcast. Ji Churan moved. A azure blue lightning bolt flashed across Ji Churan's position. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning and charged straight toward the night striding tiger. The bolt of lightning sliced through the air with a sizzling crackle. In the blink of an eye, Ji Churan materialized right before the night striding tiger. Fast. Unbelievably fast. The livestream audience barely had time to blink before witnessing a blue lightning streak flash across the screen, and in that same instant, Ji Churan had already reappeared on the opposite side. Ji Churan had already raised his right fist, enveloped in countless streaks of lightning, and aimed it squarely at the Night Stalker tiger's head before delivering a devastating blow. Bang! Zzzzzzz. The powerful attack, carrying the endless force of thunder, crashed directly onto the Night Stalker tiger's skull. In an instant, lightning erupted in all directions, the violent tempest of thunder exploding in the Night Stalker tiger's head like fireworks. The Night Strike tiger was sent flying before it could even let out a howl of pain. Bang bang bang! The massive body of the Night Prowler tiger was sent flying backward, crashing through several dilapidated buildings one after another. The dilapidated buildings collapsed in an instant, their shattered fragments crashing to the ground and kicking up massive clouds of dust, like a demolition crew. As the smoke cleared, Ji Churan saw the current state of the Night Striding tiger. Now, the center of the Night Striding tiger's head had caved in, revealing a fist-sized crater. Around the edges of the crater, residual lightning still flickered intermittently, and a charred smell wafted from the Night Stalker tiger's body, permeating the air. At this moment, the livestream chat fell dead silent. All viewers seemed to have their internet cables yanked out, with every bullet comment vanishing instantly. Only after a full 2.5 seconds, did the live chat suddenly erupt with countless bullet screen messages. Holy, that punch, absolutely insane. Damn it, who said Ji Churan's supernatural abilities were depleted? Get out here and apologize. Holy crap, that's no ordinary high school senior. If you told me he could summon heavenly thunder right now, I'd believe you. Bam! One punch, and he killed it. Mom, I saw a superhero. The live stream audience was completely electrified. After all, no examinee like Ji Churan had ever appeared in the history of the National College Entrance Exam. One punch to obliterate an upper-tier Lingjue realm mystic beast. Even if it was in a sleeping state, it was still an upper-tier Lingjue realm creature. Although Lingjue realm mystic beasts are only the lowest tier of their kind. But, just think, Ji Churan had only just awakened his supernatural abilities. While examinees in other live streams were still cooperating to take down lower-level Spirit Awakening realm beasts, Ji Churan had already started soloing upper-level Spirit Awakening beasts. Not only was he soloing them, he was one-shotting them. Within moments, Ji Churan's livestream went viral as viewers eagerly shared his broadcast with friends, family, and classmates. Xianzi, come quick, there's an absolute monster appearing in the combat exam. Sis, hurry up and check out the livestream. There's a total badass appearing in the college entrance exam. Son, stop doing that damn homework. Get over here and watch this livestream with your old man. Within moments, Ji Churan's livestream was once again flooded with waves of new viewers. And right then, Ji Churan's popularity absolutely skyrocketed. On short video platforms, Ji Churan dominated the trending charts at this very moment. Shocking, only lightning ability examinee uses powers for transport during martial arts college entrance exam. Confidence or foolishness? Can you believe it? Nocturnal Nightstalker tigers were actually hunted by examinees during broad daylight. Top national championship contender KOs ferocious tiger with single punch. Martial arts college entrance exam sees its strongest competitor. One punch shatters the tiger god's dream. Chapter 17, Sending a Distress Signal. Ji Churan, currently in the examination hall, remained unaware of the shockwaves he had sent through the outside world. Right now, he had only one thing weighing on his mind. That is, how should I roast this night-striding tiger? Ji Churan stroked the muscular, sinewy hind legs of the Night Stalker tiger, tears involuntarily streaming from his mouth. Such exquisite ingredients would be an affront to heaven itself if not cooked properly. Too bad, I have lightning abilities, Ji Churan muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the livestream audience began voicing their opinions. So what? Lightning can barbecue too. One thunderstrike and the Night Stalker tiger will be crispy fried. Dude, you clearly haven't tried beasts charred by lightning powers. That flavor challenges your taste buds like nothing else. Really, never try to eat a mutant beast charred by a lightning-powered ability user. It's truly disgusting, no different from eating handfuls of rust. Inside the examination hall, Ji Churan kept sizing up the Night Prowler tiger before finally deciding to take one of its legs as reserve provisions. He had already made up his mind, once he found an examinee who could cook, even just a little, he'd ask them to help prepare this hind leg of the Night Prowler tiger. As compensation, Ji Churan would also help that examinee slay a mutant beast, counting it as repayment for the points. Although points were calculated based on distribution, generally the person who dealt the final blow to the mutant beast would receive slightly more points. No sooner said than done. With Ji Churan's right palm sharp as a blade, lightning suddenly manifested, transforming into what resembled a razor-edged thunder sword. Swish! As Ji Churan swept his right palm through the air, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, neatly severing the Night Stalker tiger's left hind leg in one clean motion. Yet remnants of lingering lightning still clung to its wounds. Damn it! Should have brought another bladed weapon, Ji Churan grumbled bitterly, staring at the hind leg meat of the Night Stalker tiger in his hand. Even cutting meat with lightning powers ends up charring it. Well, this part's inedible now. Ji Churan wanted to cry but had no tears left. Hoisting a hind leg nearly as large as himself, Ji Churan began searching for examinees who knew how to cook. Ji Churan once again summoned electricity beneath his feet, each step unleashing thunder and lightning as he sped onward. Viewers in the livestream quickly switched to first-person perspective, personally experiencing the thrill of lightning-powered travel. Simultaneously, chatter erupted among them. Terrifying. He still has enough energy to travel like this. Just how vast is his reserve? Holy smokes, doesn't this make him the undisputed national champion contender already? By the way, what level of special ability does Ji Churan have? Looks ridiculously powerful. I wanna know too, +1. While traveling, Ji Churan checked his map and realized the nearest examinee was nearly 6 kilometers away from him. The tactical goggles had a detection range of 10 kilometers, anything beyond that remained undetectable. After all, the goggles provided for the college entrance exam were from the earliest batch, meaning they had the fewest functions. So it's understandable to have fewer abilities. 6 kilometers? Need to pick up the pace, Ji Churan murmured to himself before quickening his steps. At that moment, lightning streaked across the sky. In an abandoned amusement park, 3 examinees stood facing off against a ferocious ironclad bull. Damn it, are we really this unlucky? Exclaimed a candidate, his face twisted in frustration. His brown E-grade combat robe was now tattered, revealing the undergarments beneath. The E-grade longsword in his hand trembled incessantly, as if it had been used to slash dozens of hard objects consecutively. How was I supposed to know? I just saw a lone red dot here and came over. Who knew it'd be an ironhide bull? Another man with an equally contorted expression, clad in a black E-grade combat robe and wielding an E-grade longsword, shouted loudly. His combat robe had also become tattered, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Hey, stop arguing. It's coming again, cried a woman wearing a pink E-grade combat robe. At this moment, blue light continuously emanated from the position of her hands. The 2 young men immediately became alert upon hearing this. Ahead of them, an ironclad bull with blood-red eyes, towering stature, and 2 horns thrusting toward the sky was slowly swinging its head. Its entire body was silver-white, gleaming like a steel plate under the sunlight. The ironclad bull, a mid-ranked spirit perception realm creature, earned its name from its iron-hard exterior armor. Humph, The iron-armored bull's eyes gleamed red as massive snorts erupted from its broad nostrils. It slowly swung its head and lightly scraped its right hind leg across the ground, unmistakably preparing to charge. The next instant, moo! With an enraged bellow, the iron-armored bull launched into its charge. Suddenly, the earth trembled as countless dust particles were stirred up by the armored bull's charge, filling the air with a sandy fog. Shit! It's coming, the boy in the brown combat robe shouted, immediately dodging to the side. The boy in the black combat robe didn't dare hesitate either, sprinting toward a nearby carousel. Naturally, the girl wasn't foolish enough to meet the armored bull head-on. As it charged, she immediately dashed toward a large circular flower bed nearby. Can't blame them for running, they tried standing their ground before and clearly failed, nearly getting themselves killed in the process. These three examinees only possess C-rank abilities, they struggled even against lower spirit perception realm beasts, let alone a mid-tier spirit perception realm creature. They'd originally planned to hunt solitary beasts, but who could have predicted they'd stumble upon an ironhide bull? Bang bang bang! Boom! The armored bull charged straight into the spot where the group had just been standing, instantly shaking the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. Seeing this, the black-robed examinee could think of nothing else and immediately shouted, "No time to run. We have to send a distress signal. Damn it all. Did I forget to check my fortune today?" The brown-armored examinee roared before hesitating not a second longer. With a focused thought, he chose to send out the distress call. Neither the black-robed boy nor the pink-robed girl dared to delay any longer. They too activated their distress signals without hesitation. The distress signal is a function of the tactical goggles, which, once activated, will be displayed on the goggles of other examinees. Other examinees will see the distress signal on the map and receive details about the situation on site, such as the type of aberrant beast encountered, the condition of the person requesting help, and the status of the beast. With this information in hand, the examinees made their own judgments, deciding whether to assist or not based on their personal convictions. After the distress signal was sent out, all examinees within a 10-kilometer radius who were checking their maps saw the emergency message. Chapter 18, with a heavenly thunderclap, Ji Churan makes his grand entrance. Upon seeing the distress signal, most examinees' immediate thought was to rush to the rescue. But when they saw the scene information attached to the emergency beacon, they froze in their tracks. Holy hell, who dares intervene when facing an enraged ironhide bull? They were also examinees who had just awakened, struggling even against lower-tier spirit perception realm opponents, let alone mid-tier ones. Thus, these examinees abandoned any thought of rescue. There was simply no other choice, their strength fell short. Yet, there were still examinees who chose to help Li Tianqing and Linifeng. When the two saw the distress signal, they merely exchanged glances before simultaneously making their decision. Save them. Not only would they save them, they would also slay the ironclad bull. Because the scoreboard had already undergone changes by this point. Exam hole number 47 rankings. 1 ST place, Ji Churan, score, 200. 2 ND place, Li Tianqing, score, 32. 3 RD place, Linifeng, score, 28. 4th place. That's right. After slaying a high-tier spirit perception realm Nightstalker Tiger, Ji Churan's score instantly soared to 200 points, overtaking all other examinees in one fell swoop. Most candidates might not have cared much, they understood their own limitations clearly enough to know they stood no chance at first place anyway. Who took the top spot made little difference to them. But Li Tianqing and Linifeng were different. As perennial provincial champions accustomed to dominating their peers, competing for supremacy had become second nature to them. So, when they saw Ji Churan instantly surge to first place, the pressure immediately mounted. Meanwhile, elsewhere, while Ji Churan was rushing forward, he suddenly spotted a distress signal on the map and coincidentally, it was emitted by the very examinees he had been searching for. Without hesitation, Ji Churan scanned the on-site information and sped toward them at full throttle. An armored bull? I wonder if it can withstand my elbow strike, Ji Churan muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Yet even such a soft whisper was caught loud and clear by the viewers in the live stream. In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with renewed vigor. Withstand your punch? Do you think the damn bull's internal organs are made of steel or what? Snarled a viewer through the floating comments. Armored bull, bro, that punch of yours might sting a little. Nightstalker Tiger, brother Ironhide, follow in my footsteps. Never thought I'd see the day when I'd be worried about magical beasts in the national exam livestream. Usually I only worry about the examinees. Alright then, first you shattered the tiger god's dream with one punch, and now you're going to crush the bull god's dream with another, is that it? Am I the only one who finds this strange? Lightning-type powers with gauntlet combat gear? Ji Churan's livestream was different from all the others. While other streams were worrying whether the examinees might encounter problems, his stream was actually worried about whether the mutant beasts might have issues. This was completely turning the natural order upside down. However, there were still some know-it-alls in the livestream who thought Ji Churan's gauntlet weapon was quite useless. And surprisingly, those who questioned it weren't in the minority. After all, past lightning ability users had either wielded guns or blades, but never had there been a precedent for using fists. Damn it! Is no one really coming to rescue us? The brown-robed boy narrowly avoided another charge from the Ironhide Bull while spitting out blood and shouting, "Unbelievable! They probably saw it was an Ironhide Bull and chose to abandon the rescue." The black-robed boy wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression twisted with frustration. I've run out of powers." The girl in pink robes bent slightly, her face covered in dirt and dust as she gasped for breath, her supernatural energy completely depleted. "Damn it! Looks like our college entrance exam ends here," the brown-robed boy said with obvious reluctance. "Sorry, it's all my fault for misjudging the situation." The black-robed boy gritted his teeth, his voice filled with regret. The armored ox seemed to sense the three examinees had reached their limits as it positioned itself not far from them again, its hind legs scraping lightly against the ground. "Alright, I don't really blame you. Guess I'm just unlucky," the brown-robed youth said with remarkable nonchalance. "It's not like we can die here anyway. If I fail the college entrance exams, so be it, I'll just go back and take over my family's little diner. Life goes on." "Oh yeah? In that case, buddy, you hiring? I'll work for you," the black-robed youth chuckled. "You're hired, brother." In this moment, the two young men might as well have been having a casual dorm room chat rather than facing a life-or-death situation. The girl in the pink robe sighed helplessly upon hearing their conversation. It seemed her college entrance exam would truly end here. Just as the three were resigning to their fate and about to activate their necklaces, a deafening thunderclap roared across the sky. Then, a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon as Ji Churen made his dazzling entrance. Like a deity descending from heaven, Ji Churen instantly teleported before the three of them in a brilliant flash. The live stream chat was flooded with comments flying across the screen. A thunderous boom echoes through the sky. "Your boy makes his grand entrance. Go go go. This first-person perspective has me completely immersed. I can already feel the adrenaline rush. Hard to believe this is just an examinee." In the abandoned amusement park, Ji Churen's body continuously flickered with sizzling lightning, like a fully charged battery. On his back, he also carried a piece of pitch-black thigh meat that appeared completely charred by electricity. The ironclad bull stared warily at the suddenly appearing Ji Churen, and the scraping of its hind legs came to an abrupt halt. "Moo!" The armored ox let out a long roar, as if giving a warning. This time, it didn't attack directly but instead warned Ji Churen, trying to make him leave. Yet Ji Churen completely ignored the armored ox. After putting down the hind leg meat of the night-prowling tiger, he said somewhat helplessly, "I give up. It ended up getting fried after all." "Why you?" The brown-haired boy's pupils trembled as he stared at Ji Churen for a long moment before finally uttering, "You're that young master?" "Ha!" Ji Churen froze, since when had he become a young master? Seeing this, the black-haired boy immediately nudged the brown-haired one, signaling that he'd said the wrong thing. The brown-haired boy immediately reacted, stammering repeatedly, "Sorry, I misspoke." "It's fine," Ji Churen waved his hand dismissively, completely unconcerned about what the brown-robed boy had said. He turned his attention to the wary iron-armored bull and said, "Let's deal with this guy first." "Got it, boss, we've got your back," the black-robed boy said as he raised his sword into a combat stance. He had thought his college entrance exam journey was over, but now it seemed his path was far from finished. "I can still fight." Chapter 19, One punch smashes the ironclad bull. "No need." Ji Churen gently pressed down the black-robed man's blade and smiled. "Leave this guy to me." "Ah." The black-robed boy froze for a moment, then said uncertainly, "Big bro, are you sure you can handle this alone? Can someone truly be called elite if they can't pull it off?" Ji Churen said, raising a finger to point at the charred meat on the ground. "This is hind leg meat from a night stalker tiger. Got it now?" "What? X3. All three examinees gasped simultaneously, staring at Ji Churen with shock written across their faces. A night stalker tiger that was a peak-tier spirit perception realm beast. The boss just killed it outright, and even divided up its meat? But, this completely charred state, can it really be eaten? The group stared at the pitch-black hind leg meat of the night-stalking tiger, falling into deep contemplation. Ji Churen paid no heed to their thoughts and turned to face the armored bull. The armored bull snorted, emitting a thick fog of breath from its nostrils. Its crimson eyes remained wary as its massive frame suddenly lowered, watching Ji Churen with vigilance. "Moo!" The armored bull bellowed once more, yet another warning call. Seeing the ironclad bull behave like this, the viewers in the livestream were amused. "Hey, this ironclad bull really knows what's up. It doesn't dare charge directly at Ji Churen, only staying wary. Come on, would you dare charge forward when you see a taser rod?" Genius analogy. In the examination hall, Ji Churen couldn't help but laugh when he saw the ironhide bull being so cautious. He never expected this armored bull to actually have some discernment. But not much. Ji Churen clenched his fist, and streaks of lightning emerged from thin air, rapidly converging towards his right hand. "After awakening my supernatural ability, the little figure in my mind has been constantly training, and now my strength has reached the mid-tier spirit perception realm. But if it comes to a real fight, I fear not even those at the flickering light realm. I wonder if your steel body can withstand this punch of mine? Ji Churan thought to himself, then instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing without a trace. The Ironhide bull immediately grew alert, swiveling its head left and right, a flicker of panic flashing through its eyes. Looking for me? Ji Churan's voice suddenly rang out from behind the Ironhide bull, and before the beast could react, he unleashed a powerful punch. A fist carrying countless bolts of lightning instantly struck the ironclad bull's steel-like body. In that split second, lightning erupted everywhere. The ironclad bull felt an intense pain surge through its body, immediately followed by the terrifying realization that it could no longer control its own limbs. Moo! The armored bull let out a piercing screech before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom! Its massive body slammed heavily onto the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently while kicking up enormous clouds of dust. The three examinees stared in shock. Focusing their gaze, they saw that the armored bull's torso had completely caved inward. The black-robed male student stood frozen, barely able to believe his own words as he stammered. He, with one punch, killed the armored bull? Gulp! The brown-robed man swallowed hard, his expression stiff. The Ironhide bull that would only allow them to send out distress signals when encountered had just been killed with a single punch? Dude, are you sure you're actually an exam candidate? The pink-robed girl was equally shocked, her small mouth slightly agape, and her gaze towards Ji Churan now carried a hint of something different. And our protagonist Ji Churan was standing there dumbfounded, because his template system had just undergone a change. Template progress, 6.1%. That's right, it increased by 1%. Previously, Ji Churan had been studying and training with the little figure in his mind, increasing the template's progress to 5.1%. But who knew that now, just by killing 2 mutant beasts, it had directly increased by 1%. This pleasantly surprised Ji Churan. So, the template's progress doesn't only grow through cultivation, slaying mutant beasts works too. At this thought, Ji Churan couldn't help but feel excited. However, the top priority right now was solving the food situation. After all, the tactical backpack's supplies wouldn't last more than 24 hours. Ji Churan had no intention of hunting exotic beasts on an empty stomach. Better to have the food ready early and enjoy it sooner. Ji Churan paid no further attention to the already deceased Ironhide bull and instead walked over to where the 3 examinees stood. Seeing this, the 3 examinees immediately grew excited, with the black-robed male student being the most visibly thrilled. The black-robed youth sheathed the long sword in his hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, you're absolutely insane. You took down that Ironhide bull with just one punch." The boy in the brown robe flushed slightly, visibly excited. Yet he seemed the type who's outgoing among friends but shy around strangers, so he ultimately couldn't bring himself to speak. Everyone enjoys hearing compliments, including Ji Churan. A faint smile appeared on Ji Churan's face as he asked, "Can any of you cook?" The 3 froze for a moment, then the black-robed boy and pink-robed girl simultaneously turned to look at the brown-robed boy. Ji Churan's gaze also shifted toward the brown-robed youth. "Can you cook?" The brown-robed boy flushed scarlet and nodded, saying, My family has been running a restaurant for generations." Ji Churan's eyes gleamed with a spark of realization. "Looks like my luck is really great. Found a candidate who can cook right from the first try. Can you help me prepare this Nightstalker tiger's hind leg meat?" Ji Churan pointed at the meat and asked, "I should take a look first." The brown-robed boy seemed to realize Ji Churan wasn't the difficult type, relaxing slightly as he spoke. He walked over to the flank of the night prowler tiger, using both hands to examine its condition. "Not bad? More like there's nothing good about it at all." The originally jet-black meat of the Nightstalker tiger's hind leg now appeared thoroughly charred, as though scorched by lightning. "I just wonder if the meat inside got electrocuted too. If that happened, then it really would be inedible." At that thought, the brown-robed boy took out a forearm-length knife from his bag and made a swift cut across the Nightstalking tiger's hind leg. After slicing it open, the brown-robed boy pried apart the hind leg meat of the Nightstalker tiger and inspected it. Only after confirming the inner flesh hadn't been charred did he finally exhale in relief. "It can be done, but it'll take some time," said the brown-robed male student. "About how long?" Ji Churan asked. The brown-robed student thought for a moment before replying, "A conservative estimate would be 3 hours. Without fire, we can only slowly scrape away the electrocuted outer layers of meat." 3 hours as a conservative estimate? Ji Churan frowned slightly and murmured, "So if we had fire, the processing time would be shorter?" Chapter 20. Just share some meat with me. "Yes, with fire, it would take about 20 minutes to prepare." The brown-robed boy nodded in agreement. "In that case, wait for me a moment," Ji Churan spoke up before setting off to find a pyrokinetic. But just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Has it been dealt with already?" Ji Churan and the 3 examinees all turned their heads at the sound, catching sight of 2 figures, one white and one green, emerging at that moment. It was precisely Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. Upon arriving at the scene, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng immediately spotted the Ironhide ox collapsed on the ground. At the same time, they also noticed the concave fist marks and charred hide on the Ironhide bull's body. Both of them wore expressions of shock. An attack powerful enough to dent the Ironhide bull's body must have been devastating. Their gazes shifted, spotting Ji Churan and his 3 companions near the bull's carcass. "It's him," Lin Yifeng said with a serious expression. "Brotherly, it seems we've still underestimated him." "Mei Chem, I know." A flash of fighting spirit crossed Li Tianqing's eyes as his hand holding the longsword trembled slightly. When the 3 examinees saw these two, shocked expressions once again appeared on their faces. They never expected that Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng would actually come here too. Could they have been attracted by their distress signal? Ji Churan didn't recognize the two, assuming they were just ordinary examinees, so he waved his hand and shouted, "Hey, you two, does either of you have a fire?" Lin Yifeng was taken aback, never expecting Ji Churan to have such a personality. He had thought someone with Ji Churan's background would naturally have an arrogant personality, but unexpectedly, Ji Churan turned out to be so down-to-earth. After all, every spoiled young master they'd encountered before had been unbearably haughty. Indeed, Lin Yifeng had already categorized Ji Churan as a privileged young man with powerful connections. With that kind of grand entrance, anyone would assume he came from an impressive pedigree. Fire? Although uncertain of Ji Churan's intentions, Lin Yifeng decided to respond, "Are you talking about pyrokinetic abilities?" Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Ji Churan's eyes, and in the next instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, both Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng tensed up, immediately adopting defensive stances. Li Tianqing even drew his sword and swung it toward Ji Churan. Clang! The sound of a spear being drawn suddenly rang out. A sharp aura sliced through the air, trailing a white afterglow as Li Tianqing's longsword descended with razor-sharp momentum toward Ji Churan. Clap! Yet almost immediately, a crisp metallic clang resounded. Li Tianqing's fiercely descending sword froze mid-air. All its razor-sharp energy and lethal momentum instantly dissipated into nothingness. "Hey hey hey!" Ji Churan caught Li Tianqing's descending longsword between 2 fingers, saying helplessly, "What's the deal, bro? I'm not gonna hurt you guys. Have you forgotten examinees can't attack each other randomly?" Li Tianqing's pupils trembled as he hastily withdrew his sword, saying, "My apologies." Reflex action. Li Tianqing stared fixedly at Ji Churan, his mind reeling with shock. "You should know, that sword strike just now was my instinctive reaction, without holding back in the slightest." Yet Ji Churan effortlessly caught his attack with just 2 fingers. Strong, incredibly strong, terrifyingly strong. At this moment, Li Tianqing had only this thought in his mind. Lin Yifeng by his side felt the same way. He knew exactly how formidable Li Tianqing's sword strikes were, even he dared not face them head-on. Yet, Ji Churan caught it effortlessly with just 2 fingers. How could Lin Yifeng not be astonished? At the same time, a doubt arose in Lin Yifeng's mind. Such formidable combat skills and judgment couldn't have been honed overnight. They must have been accumulated through immense effort over a long period of time. If that's the case, then why hadn't Lin Yifeng heard of Ji Churan's name before? Even if he's some young master from a noble family, he should have at least heard rumors about him. Yet strangely, he'd never met or even heard Ji Churan's name before, something that left him thoroughly perplexed. "No matter, it's not your fault," Ji Churan waved his hand dismissively and asked, "So, does anyone here possess fire-based supernatural abilities?" As Ji Churan's voice faded, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng both snapped back to attention. Having somewhat calmed his emotions, Li Tianqing inquired, "What do you need a fire-type ability user for?" Hearing this, Ji Churan pointed at the charred hind leg meat of the Night Stalker tiger in the distance, explaining, "I needed someone to process the Night Stalker tiger's hind leg meat. Now that we've found someone capable of handling it, we're just missing a fire-type ability user to assist." "Night Stalker tiger?" Lin Yifeng exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That's a night-stalking tiger, a supreme spirit perception realm beast. Even present-day him, teamed up with Li Tianqing, wouldn't dare confront such a monstrous beast head-on." "Yeah," Ji Churan nodded and said, "Night Stalker tigers aren't that tough, didn't even last 1 punch." "What?" Lin Yifeng exclaimed again, his eyes filled with shock. He knew Ji Churan was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. To kill a Night Stalker tiger with a single punch, man, you're practically a superhero. Li Tianqing's eyelids twitched violently as his mind raced with thoughts. "So, do either of you two have fire-based powers?" Ji Churan asked again. In just a moment, both of them froze, completely lacking composure. "Not like me, I'm the epitome of steadiness." Ji Churan silently mocked in his heart. "Yes," Li Tianqing replied, "I'm a fire-type ability user." Hearing this, Ji Churan's eyes lit up as he grabbed Li Tianqing's hand and immediately started walking. "That's perfect, I need your help with something." Li Tianqing offered no resistance, letting Ji Churan pull him along. Seeing this, Lin Yifeng froze momentarily before calling out, "Wait for me," and rushing to catch up. When the three arrived before the hind leg meat of the night-stalking tiger, the black-robed young man was already brimming with excitement. The brown-robed young man tensed up once more. Ji Churan noticed this and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Relax, we're all on the same team. You take charge of the next steps, he said. Turning to Li Tianqing, Ji Churan added, bro, lend us a hand. Once this is done, I'll help you hunt down an exotic beast for you to finish off, consider it compensation for the points. Deal? No need. To Ji Churan's surprise, Li Tianqing actually refused, then made a completely different request instead. Li Tianqing pointed at the Nightwalker tiger haunch meat on the ground and said, you don't need to help me hunt any magical beasts, just share some of this Nightwalker tiger haunch with me when we're done. Chapter 21, Don't call me Brother G, call me Big Brother G. As Li Tianqing's voice fell, Ji Churan hadn't yet responded, but the audience in his live stream room was already reacting first. Holy crap! As expected of the top combat performer from Qilu, this guy's brain works fast. Commenter above, why's that? Wouldn't it be better to just kill the aberrant beasts for points? Clearly you never paid attention in class. Didn't your teachers tell you nocturnal aberrant beasts are the most nourishing for supernatural abilities? They're literally the best post-battle recovery food for restoring powers. Indeed, the meat of nocturnal mutants contains abundant supernatural energy that allows consumers to quickly replenish their powers. Many supernaturals carry food made from nocturnal mutant meat to restore their energy consumption after battles. It's worth mentioning that the food in the Tactical Backpacks meal box is actually made from nocturnal mutant meat. Upon hearing Li Tianqing's words, Ji Churan showed little reaction. After all, his primary purpose for taking the nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat was to satisfy hunger. Restoring supernatural energy meant nothing to him. So Ji Churan agreed to Li Tianqing's conditions and said, fine, after the job's done, you can take some Nightstalker tiger meat. Of course, I can also tell you where the carcass is. I'm only taking the hind leg meat anyway, can't carry the rest. Li Tianqing's expression changed upon hearing this and he asked, you'd really tell me the corpse's location? Why wouldn't I? Ji Churan replied, coordinates are upper 34, middle 88, lower 599. Just mark it down and retrieve it later. Li Tianqing looked utterly bewildered, completely unable to fathom what Ji Churan was thinking. Wasn't he afraid that once they retrieved the Nightstalker tiger's corpse, they could quickly replenish their supernatural abilities and snatch first place from him? Still, even if he didn't understand Ji Churan's reasoning, since the other party had specifically revealed the corpse's location to him, there was no way he could refuse to help now. So Li Tianqing turned directly to the brown-robed boy and asked, what do you need me to do? The brown-robed man shuddered slightly, then began to explain intermittently what he needed Li Tianqing's help with. Seeing the two had already begun cooperating, Ji Churan didn't disturb them. He walked over to the ironhide bull's carcass, leaped up, and directly seated himself on the creature's back. Poor ironhide bull, even in death, it became Ji Churan's makeshift stool. Witnessing this, Lin Yifeng willed it so, and an intangible wind lifted his entire body as he flew onto the ironhide bull's back. After stepping forward, Lin Yifeng clasped his hands and said, I am Lin Yifeng. May I ask your name? Ji Churan, said Ji Churan. You can call me Brother G. Brother G? Lin Yifeng's lips twitched wildly, growing increasingly convinced that Ji Churan was truly one of a kind. After all, it was his first time encountering such a character among these young aristocratic masters. Alright then, Lin Yifeng sat down next to Ji Churan and asked, so Brother G, where are you from? I'm from Sichuan in Chongqing, Ji Churan replied. So that's the Sichuan-Chongqing region known for lousy Shidaishan? Lin Yifeng asked. Ahem. So, is there really nothing else from Sichuan-Chongqing that left an impression on you? Ji Churan's mouth twitched as he asked. Of course there is. Lin Yifeng produced a folding fan from somewhere, flicked it open with a graceful motion, and said, they specialize in producing raptor girls, I'm well aware. Ji Churan stiffened as if struck by lightning, instantly flushing with embarrassment, utterly at a loss for how to respond. This Lin Yifeng, with such a refined, scholarly appearance, how could his words be so wildly uncouth? Watch your words, kid. As the two were talking, Ji Churan's livestream was already boiling over. Alright. His name is Lin Yifeng, right? How dare he slander us? We're Sichuan-Chongqing sweethearts. What do you mean we're notorious for tyrants? That brat better not let me catch him. Otherwise I'll show him just why flowers bloom so red. Excuse me, do you really think you can beat Lin Yifeng? He's the reigning combat champion among all high schoolers in Jinling. Hey buddy upstairs, did you even check which school those commenters are from? They're from Sichuan-Chongqing Mutant University. Holy shit, my bad sisters, I was being way out of line just now. Please don't hold it against me, blame Lin Yifeng if you must. Inside the examination hall. About 10 minutes later, Ji Churan, Lin Yifeng, the black-robed boy, and the pink-robed girl were sitting on the armored bull's back chatting. Fortunately, the injuries of the black-robed boy and pink-robed girl weren't too serious, they recovered after some rest. Meanwhile, the brown-robed boy and Li Tianqing worked together to process the hind leg meat of the night-stalking tiger nearby. So, you're actually one of the top favorites to win the top scorer ranking this time? Ji Churan said to Lin Yifeng with obvious surprise. From their earlier conversation, Ji Churan learned that Lin Yifeng was actually the top combat performer in Jinling, the hottest seed contestant for this year's college entrance exam. Initially, Ji Churan had always assumed Lin Yifeng was just an ordinary examinee. Hottest seed contestant is too generous, especially with Brother Ji's formidable strength right here, Lin Yifeng said modestly, gently waving his folding fan with his right hand. But Brother Ji, I do have one question, Lin Yifeng continued. Go ahead. What level is your lightning ability? As Lin Yifeng's words fell, both the black-robed boy and pink-robed girl perked up, turning their gaze toward Ji Churan. They were also very curious about Ji Churan's ability level. After all, that kind of thunder didn't seem like something a B rank or A rank could unleash. You should know that even the strongest A-grade lightning-based abilities could only release a single small lightning bolt upon initial awakening, nothing at all like Ji Churan's manifestation of countless converging thunderbolts. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng and the others weren't the only ones interested in Ji Churan's ability grade, his livestream audience was equally curious. You've got to admit, Lin Yifeng's question really hits the nail on the head. I'm genuinely fascinated by Ji Churan's ability grade too. Same here. If I'm not mistaken, Ji Churan has already stepped into the spirit awakening realm. For someone to reach this realm so soon after awakening, their innate talent must mean their ability grade is extraordinary. Hearing Lin Yifeng's question, Ji Churan gave a slight smile. Just as he was about to openly admit his ability level, Li Tianqing's voice rang out. All handled. Ji Churan's attention was instantly drawn away. Behind Li Tianqing, the brown-robed boy was holding up a nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat that emitted thick steam and an enticing aroma clearly already prepared. Chapter 22, My name is Ji Churan, nicknamed Prison Boss. Seeing the meat he needed had already been prepared, Ji Churan couldn't bother with anything else. He jumped down from his armored bull and approached the brown-robed boy. Perhaps fearing Ji Churan might misunderstand, the brown-robed boy raised the hind leg and explained. Since we have limited conditions and no seasonings, I can only roast it plain. It might taste a bit bland. The brown-robed student's concerns weren't even an issue for Ji Churan. On the battlefield, filling your stomach is enough, who cares about flavor? Ji Churan reached out and took the leg meat from the brown-robed student's hands, saying, It's fine, I'm not that demanding. Since the meat's prepared, let's share it. Share it, they exclaimed in unison, completely caught off guard by Ji Churan's offer to distribute the meat. Lin Yifeng, having approached Ji Churan by now, said with disbelief, Ji, I didn't even help out, I can't take any of this meat. The boy in the black robe and the girl in pink nodded in agreement, saying, Yeah, Ji, we didn't contribute, we shouldn't take the meat. Why say so much? Ji Churan lifted a hind leg of meat nearly as large as himself and said, After all, with meat this size, I couldn't possibly carry it all away. Hearing this, the group fell silent, unsure of what to say. Didn't they want the meat? Of course they did. Nocturnal aberration flesh was precious to power users. After battles concluded, recovering their abilities relied almost entirely on consuming meat from these nocturnal aberrations. The main reason they said no was simply because they felt too embarrassed. After all, they hadn't helped at all, and accepting the reward would feel unjustified. You lot are something else, Ji Churan said as he handed the hind leg meat to the brown-robed boy. Those who walk the cultivation path fight heaven, earth, and even the air itself. How come you've all turned so modest? He added, Go ahead and divide this up. It's getting late, and we all still have exams to take. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. However, Ji Churan's words gave Li Tianqing a momentary pause. For those who practice cultivation, does one contend with heaven, with earth, with the very air? Does one have to fight for everything on one's own? In the end, the brown-robed young man had no choice but to go handle the hind leg meat of the night prowler tiger. Generally speaking, the greater the depletion of one's abilities, the more meat from nocturnal mutant beasts one needs to consume. But for Ji Churan, there was no such notion, he just needed to eat his fill. This meant he couldn't finish an entire hind leg of a nightstalker tiger. Rather than let it go to waste, he simply shared it, turning it into an opportunity to earn favors. The college entrance exam wasn't about brute strength, it was about social connections. As the group waited for the brown-robed student to process the hind leg meat of the nightstalker tiger, Ji Churan's livestream was once again bombarded with comments. Fight for the heavens, fight for the earth, fight for the very air, what a profound statement. Cultivation truly requires seizing resources for oneself, or else it's difficult to grow stronger. Absolutely, especially when competing with the myriad races for resources. As long as the goal is achieved, I believe any means are acceptable, even racial extermination. Racial extermination? Doesn't that seem a bit too cruel? Holy damn, now even beggars dare to go online? Aren't you afraid the inspectors will find you? Inside the examination hall, the brown-robed boy truly lived up to being an inheritor of his family's craft. In just a few minutes, he'd completely butchered the massive hind leg meat of the night stalker tiger. What incredible speed! After finishing the butchering, Ji Churan didn't hesitate any longer. Wrapping the night stalker tiger's hind leg meat with ironhide ox's outer skin, he fastened it at his waist before preparing to leave the area. Good luck with your exams, everyone. I'll be going ahead. Ji Churan waved his hand, and his body crackled with streaks of lightning. In the next instant, he vanished before their eyes, transformed into a bolt of thunder. My god, using lightning powers to travel, now that's what I call a pro, murmured the black-robed boy, staring at Ji Churan's departing figure with starstruck admiration, his heart swelling with yearning. The girl in the pink robe also gazed at him with adoration, but she knew there was no possibility of any connection with Ji Churan. The gap in their abilities was simply too vast. Here, the so-called domineering CEO falling for a timid girl simply doesn't exist. With invaders looming as a constant threat, those bearing everyone's expectations hardly have any chance to indulge in romance. And Ji Churan was precisely one who carried such heavy expectations, because his strength and talent were overwhelmingly formidable. So formidable that even his fellow college entrance examinees found it utterly unbelievable. Since the matter has been resolved, Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, closing his folding fan as he spoke. We shall take our leave now. With those words, Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing departed from the place. The three examinees nodded in acknowledgement, making no attempt to detain them. The gap in their strengths destined their paths not to cross. In the following hours, nothing major happened, as the candidates inside the exam venue were continually battling and killing the exotic beasts. Ji Churan was no exception. Over those hours, he followed a simple rule: kill on sight. He was nothing short of a god of slaughter. Any exotic beast that crossed his path met only one fate: one punch to kill. Whether it was the lower, middle, or peak spirit perception realm, anyone who faced Ji Churan would perish with just a single punch. The live stream audience was utterly stunned, unanimously declaring Ji Churan was Superman, and proclaimed that Ji Churan was undoubtedly a rising star among the new generation. Some viewers had even turned into Ji Churan stans, enthusiastically calling him Big Boss. But the problem arose with this nickname. After some genius kid typed, "Prison Boss is awesome," in the bullet comments, the entire chat went completely off the rails. From that moment on, the bullet comments were no longer flooded with Big Boss. Instead, Prison Boss took over the screen. And just like that, Ji Churan was bestowed this new nickname by the audience: Big Brother Lao. Ji Churan was completely unaware of all this. He probably never imagined that he would inexplicably become the Big Brother Lao. Inside the examination hall, after killing yet another ironhide bull with a single punch, Ji Churan finally stopped and chose to sit on the bull's carcass to rest. Oh my god, he's finally run out of supernatural energy. Do you have any idea what these past few hours have been like for me? I watched this dude flying around non-stop with his powers, like some kind of perpetual motion machine. Who says lightning powers suck? These lightning abilities are freaking amazing. Sorry Ji Churan, I can't hold back anymore. Damn it, stop it upstairs. I'm trying to refrain. Now that you mention it, I might just, damn it, who can kick these two out? Chapter 23, Beast Tide. The live chat kept flooding with bullet comments, all saying Ji Churan's supernatural abilities had finally been exhausted. There was no helping it, Ji Churan was truly an outlier. In past college entrance exams, which lightning ability examinee wasn't cautious with their power usage? Every last one feared that exhausting their abilities would ruin their scores. But Ji Churan was different. His abilities seemed limitless, never running dry. For hours on end, Ji Churan hadn't stopped for a second, continuously hunting down and slaughtering mutated beasts. He was either killing them or on his way to kill them. He didn't even take a break to eat the Night Stalker tiger thigh meat strapped to his waist, like a relentless killing machine. Now, this humanoid mutated beast slaughterhouse had finally exhausted his powers and chosen to recover. The livestream audience could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't a perpetual motion machine. Inside the examination hall, Ji Churan sat atop the ironhide ox, breathing slightly heavily. He wasn't actually depleted of his supernatural abilities, he was simply exhausted from running. After all, I'd been running and killing beasts non-stop for hours, no wonder my stamina was drained so quickly. However, these past few hours weren't without their gains. The first thing is the college entrance exam scores. Examination hall number 47. First place, Ji Churan, score, 2535. Second place, Li Tianqing, score, 987. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score, 966. Fourth place. That's right, just a few hours into the exam, Ji Churan's score had already reached the terrifying mark of 2,535. Keep in mind that at this point in other exam venues, the highest score barely surpassed 800. In other words, even the top scorers from other halls couldn't catch up to Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. But this was unavoidable. With Ji Churan's presence in exam hall 47, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng were forced to push themselves harder in pursuit, causing their scores to climb almost non-stop. To put it plainly, it's all about the grind. But in the end, even the most hardcore grinder can't compete with the cheaters. After all, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng needed to replenish their special abilities, while Ji Churan didn't have to, he just kept killing and that was it. Ji Churan's second reward was the progress of his template system. The template system progress has now reached 7.9%. Moreover, Ji Churan could distinctly feel that with every 1% increase in template progress, his lightning-based abilities would grow stronger, as if another layer of seal had been broken. After discovering this, Ji Churan grew increasingly excited. If an S-ranked ability is already this powerful, how strong will I become when I unlock SSS rank? Ji Churan's face broke into a happy smile. Since he had entered at 9 in the morning, several hours had passed and it was now just mealtime. When it's mealtime, naturally it's time to eat. So Ji Churan took off the iron-armored oxhide-wrapped nightstocking tiger hind leg meat strapped to his waist and began devouring it heartily. With one bite into the hind leg meat, Ji Churan stuffed a large chunk into his mouth. No particular flavor, just the taste of cooked meat. No, wait, there's actually a hint of charred bitterness mixed in with the cooked meat flavor. It tasted strange anyway, definitely not to Ji Churan's liking. With a furrowed brow, Ji Churan wolfed down 3 mouthfuls before setting aside the nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat. Chewing thoughtfully, he sank into deep contemplation. Seeing this, the livestream audience burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, meat that gets electrocuted and then roasted, now that's something truly monstrous. I can already feel Ji Churan's inner turmoil. Don't even say it actually, no, go ahead and say it. Dude upstairs, what the hell are you even saying? After all that talk, you basically said nothing at all? As the barrage of comments continued in the livestream, Chen Meng and Wang Zhou's office also received a phone call. Ring ring ring. Hello, Mengzi. I'm back. Where are you right now? A refreshingly clear voice came through from the other end of the line. Chen Meng's face twitched with muscle, revealing a slightly terrifying smile. Damn it, Lao Qiao, you're back? What kind of dumb question is that? Didn't I just say I'm back? Hurry up and tell me where you are. I didn't find you in your office. Ha ha, my bad, but I'm not at school right now. Ha, not at school? Oh, I get it. You're at the foot massage place again. Our usual spot, right? Wait for me, I'm coming. Get technician number 58 ready for me first. Upon hearing the words on the other end of the call, Chen Meng broke into a cold sweat and quickly glanced around. Only after confirming there were no cameras nearby did he speak up. Don't you dare go there yet. I'm not at the foot massage place. I'm at Beijing Military Academy right now. Ha, what are you doing there? Isn't today the college entrance exams? Chen Meng gathered his thoughts briefly before explaining to old Xiao about Ji Churan participating in the college entrance exam. After hearing the full explanation, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line before the response came. Spunky, I like it. Wait for me, I'm coming over right now. Alright, Chen Meng replied. Then, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Chen Meng once again checked his surroundings for any cameras, fearing that his visit to the foot massage parlor might have been spied on. But surely Wang Zhou wouldn't be perverted enough to put cameras in the office, right? Just then, above the examination hall, a 10-meter-long storm rock was circling above examination area number 47, with Wang Zhou sitting on its back, holding something resembling a laptop in both hands. The screen displayed a large map covered with various white and red dots. Clearly, this was the examination site's map. In the upper left corner of the computer, a video feed and audio were playing simultaneously. This scene and audio were exactly what was happening in his office. After seeing and hearing about Chen Meng and old Xiao going to the foot massage parlor, a mysterious smile appeared on Wang Zhou's face. Foot massage parlor? Technician number 58? Interesting. Beep beep beep. Just as Wang Zhou was slightly thrilled, the computer suddenly started blaring an alarm. Wang Zhou immediately straightened up and fixed his gaze on the map. A large area on the map was now swarming with dense red dots, so numerous it was utterly terrifying. Moreover, among these red dots, there were even a few white ones mixed in. And every one of these white dots shared a common characteristic: they kept expanding and shrinking rhythmically, as if pulsating. Such markings indicated that these white dotted examinees had activated their necklaces. As he stared at the dense cluster of red dots, Wang Zhou abruptly leaped to his feet. Immediately, he pulled out a black box-like object from his pocket and pressed it to his lips, shouting at the top of his voice. Full alert! Beast Tide inbound! Beast Tide inbound! Chapter 24, not only can he survive, he can even disperse the beast tide. A beast tide, as the name suggests, is a large-scale beast uprising formed by the gathering of numerous mutated creatures. Typically, such uprisings occur only within the mutated beast forests. Moreover, the vast majority of beast tides are initiated by high-level mutated creatures gathering together. Only a very small portion will spontaneously amass and begin forming an uprising. Unexpectedly, during this year's National College entrance exams, I actually encountered a beast horde with infinitesimal odds. Should I call this fortunate or unfortunate? Meanwhile, footage of the beast horde was being broadcast live through some examinees' tactical goggles, instantly sparking widespread discussion. Shocking! Abnormal beast horde appears at exam site 47. Is this man-made or pure coincidence? Beast tide approaches, hundreds of examinees from venue 47 eliminated instantly. once in a century, mutant beast rampage during National College entrance exam. While the outside world was still buzzing with discussions, Wang Jiu was already overwhelmed with work. Wang Jiu could be seen swiftly riding a windrock to rescue examinees protected by the necklace's magnetic field within the exam venue. Meanwhile, examiners on the other two sides were continuously rescuing examinees being trampled by the beast tide. Just this single beast tide had shattered the necklaces of over 100 students, disqualifying them from the exam. While conducting rescues, Wang Jiu shouted into his communicator, "Beast tide detected in examination zone 47, requesting backup personnel immediately." Having said that, Wang Jiu put down the communicator and devoted all his efforts to rescuing the disqualified examinees. In truth, just a single release of Wang Jiu's rock-suppressive aura would instantly dismantle this so-called beast tide. Yet, Wang Jiu would never do such a thing, because this was the college entrance exam. Every challenge encountered had to be solved by the examinees themselves, even if it was a beast tide. The reason for needing manpower is primarily for subsequent rescue operations. As the beast tide appears, more and more examinees will lose their qualification for the exam due to it. The necklace's protection lasts only a few minutes, and with just the three of them, rescuing hundreds wouldn't be easy. As Wang Jiu rescued more and more examinees, the size of the windrock bird also grew larger. After all, space was needed to accommodate them. Meanwhile, the other examinees in the examination grounds also learned of the beast tide, because the red dots were far too dense. A beast tide? Ji Churen stared at the dense cluster of red dots charging northward on the map and muttered, "I actually ran into something like this?" Without another thought, Ji Churen immediately cloaked himself in lightning and flew toward the rear. At the same time, he swiftly focused his mind and sent out a distress signal. As Ji Churen sent out his distress signal, information about his immediate surroundings and personal data instantly began flashing on the maps of other examinees. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, who were also fleeing, noticed the anomaly on their maps. A distress signal without any red dots nearby. Could it be? Lin Yifeng muttered under his breath, immediately pulling up the details of the distress call. Sure enough, the distress signal was indeed from Ji Churen. In an instant, Lin Yifeng understood Ji Churen's intention, so he turned to Li Tianqing and said, Brother Ji is signaling for assembly. Let's head toward him." Li Tianqing didn't speak but nodded and changed direction. Not just them, all the other examinees grasped Ji Churen's purpose too, and they all started running toward his location. This action immediately caught the attention of the audience outside. Holy shit, using a distress signal as an assembly signal, this guy's really creative. The other examinees caught on so fast too. They're already running toward his direction. But can they really handle a beast tide by gathering like this? Even if those mutated beasts are only at the spirit perception realm, this is still a beast tide we're talking about. In an instant, a surge of viewers flooded into Ji Churen and the other examinee number 47's live broadcast rooms. The number of live viewers in other examination halls plummeted in the blink of an eye. It couldn't be helped, an outbreak of beast tides during the National College entrance exams was a once-in-a-century occurrence. Now that it had happened this year, everyone absolutely had to see how it would be handled. Would this end in utter annihilation, or against all odds, a miraculous survival? At this moment, in Wang Jiu's office, Chen Meng happily sipped the tea from Wang Jiu's drawer, using Wang Jiu's teacup from the counter, pouring himself a full cup with great satisfaction. As for the beast tide, Chen Meng wasn't the least bit worried. A mere spirit perception realm beast tide might pose a challenge for other examinees, but don't forget, the current examinee is Ji Churen. What's more, Ji Churen hadn't even used that move of his yet. A beast tide, you say? Perfect timing for Ji Churen to show off. Chen Meng wore an expression of pure delight as he gently blew on his steaming cup of tea. The thought of himself riding on Wang Jiu's reputation while Wang Jiu slaved away on rescue missions, completely unaware of his schemes, made him want to laugh. Life couldn't possibly get any sweeter. Just as Chen Meng was about to take a sip, a crisp voice rang out. Mengzi, clap. Chen Meng's body trembled violently, his hands fumbling clumsily with the teacup. So close, just a little more and the tea would have spilled everywhere. Chen Meng's forehead darkened with annoyance as he scowled toward the entrance. The door had already been kicked open, revealing a man clad in a blue combat robe, his face brimming with amusement. The moment he stepped inside, the man began looking around in wonder, exclaiming, "Wow, old Wang's office is quite the impressive sight." As he spoke, the man walked over to Chen Meng's side and caught sight of the freshly opened tea and a newly unpacked tea set on the desk with a sideways glance. "Hey, da Hongpo tea, old Wang sure drinks good stuff." The man's lips curled into a smirk as he naturally picked up a teacup and handed it to Chen Meng, saying, "Meng, pour me a cup." Chen Meng's expression darkened, but he still poured a cup for him. "Ha!" The man chuckled lightly and began sipping the tea. "Ah, that's the stuff." The man wore an expression of pure contentment as he casually grabbed a stool and sat down beside Chen Meng. "Meng, how's everything looking now? What's the score?" The man set down his teacup and asked with a grin. Chen Meng kept his eyes shut like some wise master, teacup in his right hand while pointing lazily at the computer screen with his left as he said, "See for yourself." Hearing this, the man's mouth twitched as he turned to look at the computer screen. In an instant, he saw the densely packed red dots on the map in the upper right corner of the computer screen. A beast tide, the man exclaimed in shock, asking uncertainly, "Are you sure this is the martial arts college entrance exam?" Chen Meng nodded lightly and said, "A once-in-a-century event, and we happen to encounter it." "Then what do we do? Can we survive?" the man asked. "Damn it, old Joe, what the hell do you mean by will he survive?" Chen Meng instantly lost his temper and cursed. "Can't you even speak properly? Let me tell you, not only will this little freak survive, but he'll also fucking scatter this beast tie to the winds. You believe that or not?" "I do." "Humph, you don't believe me, do you? Clearly you've got an arrow, perspective, huh? Wait, you actually believe me?" Chapter 25, There are only the two of us in this 10-kilometer radius. "You believe it?" Chen Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Nonsense." The man gave Chen Meng a disdainful glance and said, "That's an S rank we're talking about. Nothing they do should surprise you. Besides, if even a guy like you is willing to bet on it, it must be a sure thing." "Damn, Lao Chao, you're really something," Chen Meng said bitterly, giving a sarcastic thumbs up. "I know, no need to tell me." But Lao Chao wasn't having any of it, openly admitting to everything without hesitation. This really put Chen Meng through the ringer. Inside the examination hall, Ji Churan determined the current direction of the beast tide based on the map, then chose to stop at a high-rise building on their flank. This place seemed to have once been a bustling city. Even though it had been abandoned, some small high-rises still stood here, which happened to be perfect for Ji Churan to use as a vantage point against the beast tide. Meanwhile, Ji Churan's distress signal kept transmitting, blinking persistently on all examinees' maps. The beast tide, also known as a monster rampage, being a rampage by nature, behaves without any discernible pattern. Thus, although the current beast tide appeared to be moving northward, there remained considerable likelihood that a smaller contingent might break off toward other directions. There was also the possibility they might suddenly veer and change course mid-charge. In short, there are too many uncertainties with the beast tide. The only way to guarantee survival is to annihilate the horde. Solve the problem at its root. If you can't find a solution to the problem, then eliminate the problem itself. As time passed, more and more white dots vanished from the map, signaling that a large number of examinees had already ended their tests due to the beast tide. At the same time, countless white dots were now moving in Ji Churan's direction, as if answering a summon. Ji Churan adjusted his boxing gloves and gazed into the distance, his eyes flashing with unyielding battle intent. At that moment, Ji Churan stopped concealing his true self, revealing his razor-sharp edge. "Brother Ji." Lin Yifeng swept down from the sky with Li Tianqing in tow, landing gracefully beside Ji Churan. Upon touching the ground, Lin Yifeng's legs gave way, and he collapsed into a sitting position. His face was slightly pale as he gasped for breath in great heaves. "Ha, finally, made it. I'm exhausted." Once steady on his feet, Li Tianqing immediately shrugged off the tactical backpack from his shoulders. He then took out a black lunchbox from his backpack, opened it, and handed the food inside to Lin Yifeng. Lin Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony and started eating as soon as he received the food. The meals distributed before the exam contained meat from nocturnal mutated beasts, and the quality was considerably higher grade. Under these circumstances, it was definitely better to eat the pre-exam provisions. "Have some too," Ji Churan said to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing shook his head and said very calmly, "My ability doesn't consume much energy, since he's been carrying me along using his wind-type ability all this time." At this moment, the audience in Li Tianqing's livestream were also sending barrage comments. "Such chivalry from young Master Lin, truly heartwarming." Indeed. Without hesitation, despite risking energy depletion, he carried Brother Li through the skies. "So moving it brings tears to my eyes. Sob. I ship them so hard." Indeed, Li Tianqing's livestream audience consisted entirely of female viewers now. The reason, well, those who know, know. Inside the examination hall, seeing Li Tianqing speak like this, Ji Churan didn't try to persuade him further, instead waiting for the other examinees to arrive. "Big boss." The next moment, 4 figures appeared beneath Ji Churan and the others. Ji Churan and Li Tianqing looked down from the rooftop and immediately spotted the black-robed boy they had encountered earlier. The black-robed boy's face was covered in dust, yet his smile shone with unparalleled brightness. With nimble movements, the black-robed boy swiftly scaled up and joined Ji Churan and the others on the rooftop. The brown-robed boy, pink-robed girl, and another girl clad in blue battle armor similarly took a running start and vaulted onto the rooftop with wall-assisted leaps. Climbing stairs and ascending mountains are essential skills taught in combat classes, so such a small high-rise poses no challenge for candidates taking the college entrance exams. The boy in the black robe ascended and said with a laugh, "Big shot, I saw your rally signal." Ji Churan smiled upon seeing a familiar face. "Not bad, you arrived pretty quickly." But how was your battle robe repaired? Ji Churan suddenly noticed that the black-robed boy's battle robe had been fixed, and he was momentarily taken aback. The black-robed boy immediately stepped aside upon hearing this, revealing the blue-robed girl behind him, then said, "Big shot, this is because of her, little Ling. We met her on the way. She has a special ability called Repair that can fix all kinds of tools, including weapons and armor." Hearing this, Ji Churan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected someone with such a unique ability to be in the same exam hall as him, let alone be encountered by the black-robed boy. This was quite unexpected. The blue-robed girl seemed to recognize Ji Churan as well. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she extended her hand and said, "Hello, Big Boss Ji. I'm Ling Lin. You can just call me Xiao Ling." "Hello, I'm Ji Churan," Ji Churan replied, reaching out to shake Ling Lin's hand lightly. Seeing this, the black-robed boy immediately introduced himself, saying, "Big Boss, my name is Joe Zimo. I awakened a C-grade wood-type ability from the natural system, Entanglement." "A control type?" Ji Churan's expression showed a hint of surprise. "That's right," Joe Zimo replied. Hearing this, Ji Churan couldn't help but recall another man who also specialized in control-type abilities. Ahem. Shaking off the terrifying thoughts in his mind, Ji Churan turned his attention back to the map. On the map now, large clusters of red dots had begun splitting apart, with small groups starting to break away from the main force and surge toward other areas. Fortunately, these scattered small clusters of red dots did not charge toward Ji Churan and the others. This once again bought Ji Churan and his group some time to wait for other examinees to gather. About 3 minutes later, examinees staggered in one after another to where Ji Churan and his group were positioned. Their faces were pale, and large beads of cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Clearly, they had all rushed over with their abilities fully unleashed. Ji Churan glanced around at the examinees who were eating to recover their energy, frowned slightly, and checked the map again. On the map now, apart from their current position, all the other white dots had disappeared. This meant there were no other examinees left within a 10-kilometer radius centered on Ji Churan. All the examinees were already here. "I never expected there would be only so few of us within 10 kilometers, Joe Zimo remarked, looking around with a hint of emotion. Chapter 26, Assigning Tasks. No one could blame Joe Zimo for feeling emotional, because only about a dozen people had gathered here by now. Apart from our group of 4 and Ji Churan's trio, only a few others had come. "What about your traveling companions?" Lin Yifeng asked at this moment. The examinees who were recovering their special abilities suddenly showed traces of fear in their eyes. A male student with blood and dust all over his right hand trembled as he replied. "They all failed, every single one died in the beast tide." Ji Churan frowned even more deeply upon hearing this. He gazed into the dust-covered distance ahead, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This was the beast tide. Even superpowered individuals couldn't claim complete survival within its fury. The first wave alone had reduced nearly 10 square kilometers of examinees to barely over a dozen survivors. A sense of desperation was beginning to spread among the group. "Enough, snap out of it," Ji Churan suddenly spoke up. "I know the beast tide is dangerous, but what I'm about to say might make things even more perilous for us." Ji Churan gazed ahead, his voice filled with unwavering determination. "I'm going to crush this beast tide." Everyone's eyes flashed with shock upon hearing this. You do realize what you're saying, right?" a male student asked incredulously. "Of course I know what I'm saying," Ji Churan replied with perfect calm. "And I'll tell you more, the reason I've gathered you all here isn't to passively defend against the beast tide. It's to launch an active attack against it." Ji Churan's shocking words left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. By now, the arriving examinees behind him already believed Ji Churan had lost his mind. Though his grand entrance indeed signified his extraordinary status, status after all was merely status. How could a group of freshly awakened possibly handle such a massive beast tide uprising? "Are you taking us all for fools? I'll leave the choice to you," Ji Churan spoke up. "Those willing to follow me, will set out together. Those who'd rather not, you're welcome to stay and wait here." "Boss, I'm with you." Surprisingly, Joe Zimo didn't hesitate in the slightest, immediately choosing to follow. Noticing Ji Churan and the others all looking at him, Joe Zimo flashed a radiant smile and said, "If not for you, Big Shot, I would have been eliminated from this exam long ago. My mom always told me since childhood, for a drop of water given in need, repay with a flowing spring. So, Big Shot, I'm with you." Ji Churan's eyes couldn't help but flicker with emotion upon hearing this. This kid is quite interesting. "Phew," the brown-robed youth shouted, wiping away the mixture of blood and dust from his face as he declared, "I'm in too." The robed girl in pink didn't hesitate either, saying, "I'm in too." Seeing that even the girls had joined, the surrounding examinees gritted their teeth one by one and shouted, "Life gives few chances, today you've got to be brave." "I'm in." If even the girls are stepping up, how could I possibly hide in the back? "Damn it, I'm going all out today too." The surrounding examinees showed excitement on their faces and chose to follow suit one after another. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow as well. This scene was also witnessed by the audience in the livestream. Sigh, they did well. Yeah, in life there are few moments like this, when you gotta charge, you charge. Damn it, if only I'd had someone like Ji Churan during my college entrance exams, I'd have fought through a beast tide too. Inside the examination hall, seeing everyone had chosen to follow, Ji Churan's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as Ji Churan was about to speak, Lin Yifeng suddenly interrupted him. Brother Ji, 2 small waves of beast tides are heading our way. Hearing this, Ji Churan immediately checked the map, as did the other team members. As soon as the map was opened, everyone saw 2 clusters of red dots surging toward their direction. One group approached from the left, the other from the right, forming a pincer movement. Seeing this, Ji Churan said, "Stay calm. First, let's eliminate this small group of mutated beasts. Next, I need you all to tell me about your supernatural abilities." Li Tianqing was the first to speak. A-rank fire-type ability, Blazing Inferno. Lin Yifeng followed closely behind, Great A wind element ability, Cyclone Devastation. Ling Lin spoke up. My specialization is the unique ability, Restoration. Zhou Zimo, C-Class Wood Element Ability, Entanglement. C-Class Fire Ability, Blazing Flame. Water-type Ability Grade C, Gentle Water. Special Type Ability Grade B, Assembly. Enhancement Type Ability Grade B, Force Multiplier. Specific Type Ability Grade B, Sound Wave. Listening to the announcements of various powers, Ji Churan immediately devised a strategy. Next, listen to me, Assembly, tell me, can you assemble a means of transportation? The examinee who had awakened the Assembly ability quickly scanned his surroundings. Spotting a pile of scrapped cars at an open-air parking area not far away, he promptly responded. Yes, but it'll take some time. Good. Your next task is to assemble the transportation vehicle. Take, double strength, and, repair, with you. Great fire, too, Ji Churan immediately said. Then, he turned his head to look at Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng, asking, can your powers complement each other? Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing nodded in agreement. Good, Ji Churan said, in that case, you two take, Gentle Water, to the left side. No need to kill them, just lure them here, in short, lead them toward me. This, Lin Yifeng hesitated and asked, are you really sure about this? Trust me, Ji Churan replied. And besides, questioning the commander on the battlefield isn't a good look. Lin Yifeng gave an awkward smile upon hearing this. Soundwave, come with me to the right side, Ji Churan said. I need you to draw all the mutant beasts' attention and lure them toward me. I know this is stressful for you, but your sound waves are the best at attracting those beasts' attention, so please, bear with it. Soundwave nodded with a grave expression. Finally, Ji Churan looked at Zhou Zimo and said, I need you to bind me. This, Zhou Zimo was momentarily stunned, but gritted his teeth without saying another word. At this moment, he could only place his trust in Ji Churan. After everything was arranged, Ji Churan gave one final reminder. Everyone, once you lure the beasts over to me, get away from me immediately. The farther the better. Lastly, wishing you success in the mission. The group roared in unison. May the mission be victorious. Chapter 27, The Blaze continues. After Ji Churan finished giving instructions, everyone began carrying out their respective tasks. Ji Churan led Zhou Zimo and Soundwave to the right side, where they chose an area surrounded only by dilapidated ruins and some completely abandoned small flat buildings as their final battleground. Big boss, shall I begin then? Zhou Zimo asked. Ji Churan nodded and said, now wrap yourself around me, several times over. After wrapping around me, help Shaoli draw the monster's attention. Shaoli, naturally, was that examinee with the sonic wave, supernatural ability. Alright, Zhou Zimo nodded in agreement. Then, with an outstretched hand, emerald green light flickered in Zhou Zimo's palms. The next moment, resilient green vines emerged from the ground, slowly entwining themselves around Ji Churan's body. Though the vines coiled around Ji Churan, they didn't hinder his movements in the slightest. Thoughtful of you, Ji Churan smiled faintly. Zhou Zimo smiled and rubbed his head, saying, alright, big shot, we'll head off first then. Good, Ji Churan nodded and said, stay safe. Zhou Zimo and Shaoli nodded in unison. With a thought, they summoned the map and began their operation. They had to decide where to draw attention based on the movements of the beast tide. After all, you can't just attract the beast's head-on unless you want to be instantly turned into a human civ like that. Meanwhile, Li Tianqing, Lin Yifeng, and the girl with the gentle water ability had already secured an advantageous position. If my calculations are correct, this minor beast tide should pass through here, Lin Yifeng declared from atop a small rock formation. Got it. Li Tianqing straightened his longsword with rising battle intent. Gentle waters, the girl was named Xiaoyu. At this moment, her body was still slightly stiff, and her expression tense. After all, her supernatural ability was only C-rank utterly useless against the beast tide. She didn't even understand why Ji Churan had assigned her here in the first place. The other two were far stronger, one an A-rank fire wielder, the other an A-rank wind user, and their powers complemented each other perfectly. And I only possess a C-class ability, which happens to be a water-based power that fundamentally conflicts with fire abilities, making me practically useless here. Lin Yifeng seemed to notice Xiaoyu's unease, so he comforted her. Don't overthink it. Since Brother Ji arranged for you to come here, he must have had his reasons. Lin Yifeng said with a smile, there's no need to be so nervous. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red as she replied in a voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum. Thank you. Here it comes, Li Tianqing said gravely. So fast? Lin Yifeng muttered in astonishment, turning his head to look. Thud 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 thud. The dense, heavy footsteps thundered incessantly, shaking the earth beneath them. The air filled with thick clouds of dust as massive figures emerged like an army before Li Tianqing and the others. Lin Yifeng's pupils contracted violently. Ironclad bulls, barebacked wolves, razor-claw lions, silverhorn rhinos. This is insane. Utterly insane. Lin Yifeng had never imagined that even this small fragment breaking off from the beast tide would consist of such monstrosities. These are all terrifying mutated beasts, at least at the mid-spiritual perception realm. Damn it, brotherly, this time we really have to fight for our lives. As the small beast tide drew nearer, the thunderous footsteps grew increasingly louder, forcing Lin Yifeng to shout to be heard. I know. Li Tianqing also yelled unusually loudly. Drawing his combat sword, his gaze turned extraordinarily serious. I've long been prepared for this. Burn! Li Tianqing let out a fierce shout as scorching flames instantly spread across his hands. In the blink of an eye, his battle sword erupted with boiling fire, transforming it into a blazing blade of flame. Alright, brotherly, today, you and I will fight side by side. Lin Yifeng laughed, then with a flick of his wrist, his battle fan snapped open in his hand. After opening it, Lin Yifeng turned his head and said, stay behind me for cover. Xiaoyu nodded, knowing she couldn't be of any help at this moment. Thud, 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 thud. The small beast tide surged forward like a bulldozer. Li Tianqing stood at the flank of the beast tide, his eyes burning with fury. As the beast tide surged past his side, Li Tianqing roared. Humph! Burn! A solid stream of fire erupted from Li Tianqing's flaming sword, dancing through the air like blade energy. Rise, wind! Lin Yifeng immediately activated his inner abilities, raising his folding fan and giving a powerful swing toward the flaming slash racing through the air. An invisible gust of wind instantly swept across the flaming slash, causing the flames in midair to grow more massive. The nearly extinguished flaming slash suddenly revived at full power, becoming even more ferocious than before. It traversed 100 meters in an instant before crashing into the small beast tide. In that brief moment, several agonized howls erupted from within the swarming monsters. Flames instantly erupted on several of the mutant beasts' bodies. Seeing this, Li Tianqing sheathed his sword, raised his right hand toward the beast tide, and shouted, flame continuation. In an instant, raging flames suddenly burst forth from Li Tianqing's hands as the energy within him was rapidly depleted. Beads of cold sweat slid down his face and dripped onto the violently trembling ground. Due to Li Tianqing's outstanding combat performance, his school specially provided him with several fire-based combat techniques, and blazing propagation was the technique Li Tianqing chose. Its function is to make flames continuously cling to and burn enemies he attacks. Moreover, the flames can spread. Anyone who touches a burning enemy will also ignite. In other words, this is an area of effect, sustained damage ability, perfectly compatible with Li Tianqing's fire-based powers. At this moment, within the minor beast tide, raging fires continued to spread like a forest, where burning one tree quickly leads to others catching fire. Just a metaphor, protecting trees is everyone's responsibility. Ha, ha, let me add some momentum. Lin Yifeng laughed as wind surged beneath his feet, swiftly carrying him to a spot 50 meters from the minor beast tide. Then he shouted, Gale technique. With Lin Yifeng's cry, his internal energy instantly surged, and in just a moment, nearly 2/3 of his energy was depleted. His face visibly paled from the exertion. But it was worth it. Chapter 28, Huh? Me? A 6-meter-tall tornado suddenly materialized at Lin Yifeng's command. The colossal whirlwind immediately made his clothes flap violently in the roaring gale. The dust floating in the air and on the ground was as if drawn by some force, swiftly flying toward the center of the tornado. Within seconds, the tornado transformed into a terrifying sandstorm. Lin Yifeng gritted his teeth, his face already covered in dust. Channeling his supernatural abilities, he roared, Go forth! Following Lin Yifeng's command, the sandstorm immediately surged toward the approaching beast horde. Lin Yifeng, despite his discomfort, retreated toward Li Tianqing and the others. Meanwhile, Li Tianqing wasn't in great condition either. The prolonged use of blaze continuation had nearly drained his supernatural energy reserves. As a result, he had no choice but to stop. As soon as Li Tianqing stopped, he felt darkness cloud his vision, followed by his body collapsing uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lin Yifeng caught him, preventing Li Tianqing from fully collapsing. Roar! Moo! Roar! Screams of agony erupted from the horde of mutated beasts. Thanks to Li Tianqing's efforts, nearly every creature in this minor beast tide was now engulfed in flames. Compounded by the sandstorm whipping through their ranks, the fires on their bodies grew fiercer, blazing higher and wilder with each passing moment. Will they burn to death? Lin Yifeng asked weakly. They won't burn to death, Li Tianqing said weakly. My flames aren't strong enough to kill them, and, it seems we've made things worse. The mutant beasts have gone berserk. Hearing this, Lin Yifeng looked ahead. He saw the flaming mutant beasts madly charging and rolling about everywhere like crazed creatures. At this moment, they will not be distracted by any other attacks. As long as the fire on their bodies isn't extinguished, they absolutely cannot be drawn away. Fire? Extinguish? Xiao Yu's mind suddenly jolted with realization. She trembled as she murmured, "See, could it be?" At that moment, she clenched her fists nervously, her expression full of hesitation. Yet soon she made up her mind. Approaching Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, she spoke. I understand why Brother Churan arranged for me to come here. Because, I'm the one who attracts the anomalous beasts. What? Lin Yifeng froze for a moment before suddenly realizing something. He muttered in disbelief, could it really be true? Lin Yifeng could hardly believe it. If this were truly the case, the pressure on Xiao Yu would be. Whether it is or not, I have to try. Xiao Yu said with determined eyes, I'll leave it to Brother Lin and Brother Li to find cover first. Having said that, Xiao Yu sprinted toward the distance. Lin Yifeng watched Xiao Yu with eyes full of concern, then gritted his teeth and carried Li Tianqing as he ran toward safety. On the other side, Xiao Yu dashed swiftly across the shuddering earth, her expression no longer nervous, just resolute. I must complete the mission. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as she raised her right hand, concentrating her will. Suddenly, streams of gentle water coalesced into a liquid sphere that floated above her right palm. The watery sphere gradually expanded until it reached twice the size of her head. Only then did Xiao Yu send it floating beside her body. Xiao Yu continued crafting water orbs, forming 4 or 5 of them that hovered around her body. As the water orbs encircled her, the aberrant beasts immediately locked onto her presence. After all, their bodies were still engulfed in flames, only water could extinguish the burning. And within these ruins, the only source of water was the very orb Xiao Yu had summoned. The pack of beasts immediately let out a roar and charged straight toward Xiao Yu. The earth began trembling violently once more, as if struck by an earthquake. The sandstorm Lin Yifeng had conjured, now devoid of his psychic energy's reinforcement, dissipated on the spot. There was simply no helping it. Lin Yifeng's current psychic abilities were too weak, and the sandstorm he created lacked the power to sweep away these massive creatures. As the horde of strange beasts retreated in pursuit, Lin Yifeng helped Li Tianqing take shelter in a derelict open-air restaurant. He gently laid down the completely exhausted Li Tianqing, then raised his head to gaze into the distance, his eyes glimmering. Trust her. Li Tianqing's weak voice came through. Lin Yifeng trembled slightly, his lips parting as if to say something, yet the words caught in his throat and remained unspoken. Countless words ultimately condensed into just one sentence. I hope Brother Ji's plan succeeds. Amid a desolate wasteland plain, Zhou Zimo and Xiao Li arrived at a small hillock. This place seemed to have previously been an undeveloped industrial zone, hence there were relatively few structures standing. Most of the half-finished buildings have already collapsed by now. Fortunately, there are still a few small hills here that can be used for observation, so we won't be without high ground. What do you plan to do? What's the strategy? Zhou Zimo stared at the red dots on the map and asked, Tell me your plan. I'll cooperate with you. They're expected to arrive in about 3 minutes. I don't have a plan. Xiao Li licked his dry lips and replied. Ha! Zhou Zimo's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. Then how do we lure the magical beasts? How to lure? Xiao Li glanced at Zhou Zimo before dropping a bombshell. Just lure them head-on. When the time comes, I'll use my abilities to attract the beast horde and then sprint with them towards Brother Ji's location. What? Sprint head-on? Zhou Zimo was dumbfounded. Though we're not far from Brother Ji, we can't outrun a beast horde like that. Even the world-renowned Teber couldn't outrun a horde of dimensional beasts when he first awakened his powers. Don't I still have you here? Xiao Li grinned and said, if you see any mutated beasts coming near me, just use your powers to block them for me. After all, you're the Entangler, right? Zhou Zimo pointed at himself in bewilderment. Me? Entangle a horde of mutated beasts? Do you think I'm some S-class super? Zhou Zimo was completely stunned. He never dreamed his C-grade ability would one day be mistaken for an S-class power. Xiao Li sighed and said helplessly, there's no other way. This is the simplest and most straightforward plan we have right now. If you can't handle it, then just stay back and let me draw their attention alone. Chapter 29, The Gigantic Thunderball. Damn it, Zhou Zimo cursed. Who says I can't do it? I can do it. Had ha. Xiao Li immediately flashed a grin, patting Zhou Zimo's shoulder as he said cheerfully, then I'll leave it to you, Brother Zhou. Zhou Zimo froze, his expression stiffening as he stood rooted to the spot. Why does it feel like I've been tricked? Before Zhou Zimo could ponder it further, thunderous footsteps came rumbling from the distance. The ground immediately began to shake violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Here they come. Xiao Li's expression instantly turned grave. He licked his parched lips once more, his body beginning to tremble slightly. Friends who often tremble know that when danger arises and your body starts to shake, it's the adrenaline kicking in. At this moment, Xiao Li was in exactly this state. Go get him, brother Zhou. Little Li turned to Zhou Zimo with these words before swiftly darting downhill. Zhou Zimo reached out slightly, his lips parting as if to speak, yet the words caught in his throat unsaid. Damn it, I've been had. Zhou Zimo dropped his hand resignedly, cursing under his breath. Whatever, I'll go all out. I'll settle the score with you later. With that said, Zhou Zimo also sprang into action, sprinting down the mountainside. He positioned himself to the side of Xiao Li, ready to unleash his entangling technique the moment any beast managed to catch up. Boom 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 boom. The pack of mutated beasts moved swiftly, charging forward relentlessly in mere moments. But their destination was not where Ji Churen stood. Xiao Li sprinted at full speed before suddenly turning around, channeling all his supernatural energy into his voice as he roared at the beast horde. You worthless idiots! Your granddaddy's right here! Instantaneously, the booming shout surged forth like shockwaves, crashing into the midst of the monstrous herd. Every creature in the beast horde froze momentarily before fixing their malicious, glowing eyes squarely on Xiao Li. They all screeched to a halt, then charged straight toward Xiao Li. Seeing this, Xiao Li's face instantly turned pale. Every ounce of his potential surged forth in that moment as he bolted away at full speed. Though he had mentally prepared himself, being chased by a horde of mutant beasts still sent chills down his spine. There was no helping it. When a massive group of vicious beasts comes charging at you with murderous intent, the sheer pressure is utterly overwhelming. On the other side, Zhou Zimo's composure immediately shattered when he saw the situation. Damn it, there's so many. How the hell am I supposed to entangle all these? Zhou Zimo cursed, yet his speed unexpectedly increased instead of decreasing. Simultaneously, he kept stretching out his hand to activate his ability, obstructing the mutant beasts at the forefront. Although the effect was minimal, it could still buy Li a little more time. After all, they weren't that far from Ji Churen's position. Damn it, I must owe you from a past life. Zhou Zimo cursed loudly, his face rapidly losing color as his special abilities drained at an alarming rate. Xiao Li and Zhou Zimo ran toward Ji Churen from either side, maintaining an interval of merely 100 meters between them. Fortunately, this wave of mutant beasts was just a small fragment that had broken off from the main horde. If it had been the full beast tide, maintaining such distance would have been unsafe. Coming. Ji Churen stood in the open space, murmuring softly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. His battle attire fluttered slightly in the gentle breeze. Boom, 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 knock, knock, knock. In an instant, thunderous stomping sounds erupted from both sides of Ji Churen. It was as if an army of thousands was charging toward him. Roar, moo. The cacophony of countless mutated beasts' howls merged together, creating an overwhelmingly chaotic and grating noise that frayed the nerves. Ji Churen turned his head to see Xiaoyu clenching her teeth, her left and right arms flailing wildly to either side. The water orbs surrounding her followed the motion of her arms, shooting outward to both flanks. The pack of mutated beasts chasing after her still bore the flames that Li Tianqing had unleashed upon their bodies. The scorching sensation forced these mutated beasts to seek water to extinguish the flames, and the water orbs Xiaoyu released happened to be exactly what they needed. Exactly by exploiting this point, Xiaoyu kept them perpetually at a safe distance from herself. Whenever they approached too close, she'd disperse water orbs in all directions, sending the beasts scrambling after them. The water orb would vanish upon hitting the ground, never actually drenching the mutated beasts. At this moment, if Xiaoyu simply condensed another water orb, the beast's attention would immediately shift to her. Thus, through this very method, Xiaoyu stubbornly fought her way to Ji Churen's location. Biting her lip, Xiaoyu gazed at Ji Churen, her expression tinged with hesitation as if wrestling with some unspoken concern. Suddenly, Xiaoyu noticed Ji Churen giving her a slight nod in her direction. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu immediately hurled the water mass beside her toward Ji Churen's direction while swiftly dodging to one side herself. She still remembered Ji Churen's instructions clearly. As the water mass flew toward Ji Churen, the pack of mutant beasts chasing Xiaoyu roared twice, their eyes glowing crimson as they charged furiously at Ji Churen. The horde of flaming monstrous beasts charged forward like demons emerging from hell. Ji Churen watched the scene calmly, turning his head slightly to see Xiao Li had already run up to him. Brother Ji, it's all up to you, Xiao Li shouted before immediately running towards Zhou Zimo's direction. Two waves of monstrous beasts attacked from both flanks, charging straight at Ji Churen. In an instant, the earth trembled and shook, while clouds of yellow dust blotted out the sky. Ha! Ji Churen grinned, slightly bending his body as he began activating the supernatural abilities within him. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Threads of azure lightning began flickering from Ji Churen's body, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Boom! 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 As the strange beasts drew closer, Ji Churen murmured casually. Stellar, fall, tempest, In the next instant, Ji Churan violently thrust both hands outward as countless raging bolts of lightning erupted from his body. Countless bolts of lightning converged, forming a three-dimensional sphere of electricity centered around Ji Churan. Crackle, zap, boom. As the lightning sphere rapidly expanded, the mutated beasts nearing Ji Churan were instantly paralyzed in place by the endless electric shocks. ZZZZZT, buzz. The terrifying ball of lightning rapidly expanded, carrying immense power as it spread outward across dozens of meters. Chapter 30. Is this really an attack unleashed by a college entrance exam candidate? Viewed from a distance, a massive sphere formed by countless azure lightning bolts suddenly manifested, radiating boundless destructive power as it expanded in all directions. Lin Yifeng supportedly Tianqing as they walked, consulting the map while heading toward Ji Churan and the others. The next moment, he felt the earth tremble, and raising his head, he saw a massive sphere of lightning materialize out of thin air. Lin Yifeng's mouth fell open, his mind instantly blank, rendered utterly speechless. Li Tianqing also witnessed the scene, his pupils contracted violently as his heart seemed to skip a beat. This lightning sphere spanning over 10 meters, could it truly have been unleashed by a high school senior? Are you kidding me? Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli were the closest to Ji Churan, and they were the ones who most viscerally experienced the lightning orb. Forget about the epicenter, they felt that if they'd run just a little slower, they might have been wiped out along with the arena. Holy shit, now I finally get why the boss kept warning us to stay away from him. Zhou Zimo shouted. An attack like this could have wiped out our entire team in one hit. Xiaoli didn't speak but instead came to a halt, frozen in place as if some paralysis spell had been cast on him. His eyes reflected the enormous thunder sphere, and he muttered dazedly, so terrifying. On the other side, Xiaoyu was also stupefied. Though she had already run nearly 100 meters away, she could still sense the towering momentum of that thunder sphere. Is this really the power unleashed by a fellow examinee taking the college entrance exams with me? Isn't this a bit off? Meanwhile, the outside world had already erupted in chaos. No way! Was that attack from a newly awakened lightning elemental? Bro, why is my lightning ability different from yours? Dude, is this really a high school senior? With attacks like that, I bet no one here would dare take a direct hit. At the Imperial Capital Metahuman University, Zhao Xinyu stared at the attack Ji Churan had just unleashed on the livestream, her jaw dropping in astonishment as she muttered incredulously. How is this possible, such an attack? Could the difference between an S-class lightning ability and an A-class one really be this vast? A man standing beside Zhao Xinyu stared at the scene, murmuring to himself, Ji Churan, is it? Inside Zhengzhou University, Li Fei sat in the empty office, silently watching the live broadcast. At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. At Shanghai University, Guo Tianlu watched the scene unfolding in the live broadcast with an expression of utter shock. Is this really an attack from someone who just awakened their supernatural abilities? It's already comparable to an attack from someone who's reached the origin energy realm. At this thought, Guo Tianlu clenched his fists and furrowed his brows, filled with regret. If he had known this would really happen, he shouldn't have raced to fight over that SS grade student. Now look what happened, failed to secure the SS grade, lost the S grade too. In the end, he ended up drawing water with a bamboo basket only to come up empty. However, upon reconsideration, when he realized Zhengzhou University had suffered the same fate, a faint sliver of consolation finally crept into Guo Tianlu's heart. A few seconds later, the enormous ball of lightning gradually dissipated, vanishing completely into the air. Is it over? Xiaoyu murmured in a daze. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The earth suddenly began to tremble, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if massive objects were crashing down one after another. The tremor in the earth snapped Xiaoyu back to reality, and she immediately had a thought, checking the map. When she saw only white dots near her location on the map, her heart instantly surged with excitement. Enemy eliminated. Xiaoyu covered her mouth with both hands, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. I did it! I did it! Xiaoyu laughed through her tears. She truly broke through her limits. When facing the horde of beasts, she didn't choose to retreat but instead resolutely took up the mantle after Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing became exhausted. Using her own intelligence, she led the beast horde to Ji Churan's location, successfully accomplishing the task he had assigned. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianqing, Zhou Zimo, Xiaoli, and the others positioned in different directions also received news that the beast horde had been eradicated. At this moment, smiles spread across everyone's faces. They succeeded. Though it wasn't truly exterminating the beast horde, through their cooperation, they had wiped out over 100 mutated creatures. Wasn't this an achievement in its own right? After their moment of excitement, the group immediately ran toward Ji Churan's location. Lin Yifeng also supported Li Tianqing as they quickly walked toward Ji Churan's location. At that moment, Ji Churan stood rooted to the spot in a daze, because his template system had leveled up. Template progress, 13.47%. Looking at the template progress that had already reached 13.47%, Ji Churan tentatively attempted to communicate with the supernatural abilities within his body. Zzzzzzz. The moment his thought flickered, lightning began crackling around his body. Moreover, the lightning surrounding his body seemed to have become even more violent. Is this evolution? Ji Churan thought silently to himself. He then raised his hand and flicked it forward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb shot forth from his palm, directly striking the pile of mutated beast corpses ahead. Smack! The lightning instantly struck both the beast corpses and several charred black vine-like objects, triggering a violent explosion. And the explosion was accompanied by residual lightning, crackling and scattering in all directions. As expected, not only has the power increased, but even the residual lightning has grown stronger? Ji Churan thought to himself. At the same time, he became certain that every time his template reached a new milestone, his supernatural ability would grow slightly more powerful. Moreover, Ji Churan now understood two methods to advance his template's progress. One is through cultivation, and the other is by slaying mutated beasts. As for whether there are other methods to advance the template's progress, Ji Churan still needs to explore further. Big boss. Suddenly, Joe Zimo's voice rang out, interrupting Ji Churan's train of thought. Ji Churan snapped back to reality and turned his head, only to see Joe Zimo rushing toward him with a face full of admiration, shouting at the top of his lungs. Big bro, you're absolutely insane. Happy winter solstice, brothers. Chapter 31, some have it, some don't. Joe Zimo ran up to Ji Churan covered in dust, his face brimming with unmistakable admiration. That was freaking amazing, boss. Was that a combat technique you just used? Correct. Ji Churan nodded with a smile. Damn, you've already mastered combat techniques so quickly, boss truly is the boss. Joe Zimo exclaimed. Joe Zimo's flattery actually made Ji Churan feel somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, Ji Churan coughed twice into his hand and said, let's stay low-key. Brother Ji. Suddenly, Shaoli spoke up hesitantly, asking, Brother Ji, do you have any food? Like that stuff the exam proctors gave out at the beginning. I lost mine while running away earlier. Shaoli's face turned pale, at a complete loss, his hands fidgeting nervously. Yes, bro, I do have some. Ji Churan nodded as he said, then proceeded to take off his backpack. But upon removing it, he froze in astonishment. For the tactical backpack had turned completely scorched black, with faint wisps of smoke still rising from its surface. Ji Churan's mouth twitched slightly as he opened his backpack to inspect the food inside. He reached in and pulled out a black lunchbox. The moment it emerged, the atmosphere turned awkwardly silent. Because the black lunchbox appeared equally charred, emitting faint wisps of black smoke while an acrid scent permeated the air, it was impossible to tell whether the stench came from the charred mutant beast corpse or Ji Churan's incinerated lunchbox. Ji Churan opened the lunchbox, revealing the completely charred food inside. His lips twitched as he turned to Shaoli and asked, the food's a bit blackened, but it's nothing serious. So, what do you say? Still eating? Shaoli had already donned an expression of pure agony at this point, though he normally wasn't particularly picky about food. But, could food burned pitch black like this really still be edible? Who knows if just trying a bite might become try and die. Just as Shaoli was struggling with his inner turmoil, he spotted Xiaoyu in the distance, running toward him with her combat acceleration backpack. At that moment, Shaoli acted like a drowning man grasping at a life-saving straw, waving his arms frantically as he shouted, Xiaoyu! Ji Churan and the others also turned their gaze toward Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu ran to the group and began panting slightly. While catching her breath, she pulled out food from her lunchbox to replenish her energy. Upon seeing this, Shaoli immediately said, sis you, what's wrong? Xiaoyu asked, holding her food with a puzzled expression. A flush of color appeared on Shaoli's pale face as he spoke with evident embarrassment. Could you spare me some food? My provisions just ran away. Of course. Xiaoyu nodded and handed him the lunchbox, saying, I've already eaten some, there are 3 pieces left inside. Thank you. Shaoli nodded eagerly, accepting the container with excitement as he prepared to dig in. But the very next second, he spotted Joe Zimo standing nearby. So he split 1 piece from his lunchbox in half, then handed over 1.5 pieces to Joe Zimo. Here, eat. I know your backpack got lost too. Seeing this, Joe Zimo waved his hand politely and said, no need, I'm not that badly off yet. Alright then, I won't give it to you. Shaoli withdrew his hand without any hesitation upon hearing this. This left Joe Zimo completely dumbfounded. Wait, this isn't how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't you ask me again, and then I reluctantly accepted out of politeness? Why aren't you asking? Joe Zimo's supernatural abilities were also heavily drained. What started as a modest show of courtesy had backfired spectacularly. Now his reserves were completely depleted from being overly polite. Ahem. Joe Zimo coughed lightly and changed the subject. Actually, I've used up quite a bit of energy too, so eating a little extra wouldn't hurt. So, do you want it or not? Shaoli asked impatiently. Yes, Zhou Zimo shouted, snatching the food from Xiaoli's hands. Ji Churan looked at the two and shook his head helplessly. These two were more or less a bit unconventional. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Ji Churan turned his head to ask, Xiaoyu, where are Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng? Xiaoyu then recounted her recent experience to Kashuran. Is that so? Kashuran murmured. But the next second, Wang Jiao descended from the sky astride a massive gale phoenix. As the gale phoenix swooped down, the tremendous wind currents scattered the surrounding layers of dust in an instant. After the wind rock descended, Wang Jiao's figure became visible. He had already handed over the examinees with shattered necklaces to the supporting teachers, who would take them back. Now, what he needed to do was escort Ji Churan and the others away. At this moment, several people were still seated on his windrock's back. It was precisely Li Tianqing, Lin Yifeng, and Ji Churan who had been called upon to craft the means of transportation. Ji Churan, get on! Wang Jiao shouted urgently, the situation has changed. We must leave immediately. Hearing this, Ji Churan understood that events had clearly deviated from expectations. Without hesitation, he pushed off with his right foot and leapt onto the windrock's back. Seeing this, Zhou Zimo and the others swiftly climbed aboard the windrock's back as well. After everyone had boarded, Wang Jiao patted the windrock. The next moment, the windrock spread its wings and soared into the sky. During the flight, Ji Churan finally spoke up. Teacher Wang, did something happen inside the examination grounds? Wang Jiao's expression was quite stern, his eyes revealing flames of fury. It's the beggars. Beggars have infiltrated the examination grounds and triggered a beast tide. What? Everyone's minds went blank for an instant as they gasped in shock. The beggars were those who had betrayed humanity to side with demons and the myriad races, forsaking their kin for power. They would do anything to gain power, even resorting to killing innocents if it meant obtaining strength. One could say they were utterly and extremely cruel. However, since the beggars had betrayed humanity, they naturally dared not appear openly and could only hide everywhere. They belonged to that category of creatures lurking in the shadows, vermin of the dark. Yet such rats would actually choose to appear during the college entrance exam, which was utterly baffling. Ji Churan furrowed his brow, his mind constantly calculating something. What are you thinking about? Wang Jiao saw Ji Churan deep in thought and asked. Hearing this, Ji Churan voiced his doubts from the heart. I'm wondering what exactly could be worth these rats crawling out of the shadows at all costs. Chapter 32, 5,000 points. Your doubts are actually mine as well. Wang Jiao sighed slightly and said, when the beast tide first appeared, I truly thought it was coincidence. After all, no one can say for certain about such probabilities. But then, while rescuing examinees, I saw something that should never have appeared here. Everyone perked up their ears upon hearing this. Ji Churan also straightened his expression and became alert. Wang Jiao's eyes narrowed, his tone turning grave. It was a fluff snatch rabbit. As the words fell, everyone felt a sudden dizziness in their minds, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Even Ji Churan couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. The corpse-eating hare, though bearing the name of a magical beast, was no such creature. It belonged to the category of demons. These creatures delighted in feasting on entrails, capable of completely devouring the internal organs of both magical beasts and humans, leaving behind nothing but an empty husk of skin. The skins left behind after their feeding remain perfectly intact, meaning demons can directly wear the skins they've devoured as disguises. In other words, the appearance of harvest hares signifies the presence of demons, because harvest hares lack intelligence and only act on commands. So this time, not only are there beggars, but also demons? Lin Yifeng asked in disbelief. That's right, Wang Jiao nodded. Currently, we don't know their purpose. It's possible, just as student Ji mentioned, that they appeared for a certain objective. Wang Jiao gazed into the distance and spoke gravely, but they might also to infiltrate the examinees. Ji Churan finished Wang Jiao's unspoken words. Wang Jiao slowly closed his eyes and nodded, saying, the peculiar nature of these monsters forces me to consider such possibilities. So you're saying we all have to undergo group inspections now? Ji Churan remarked. Wang Jiao gave a slight nod, his gaze settling on Ji Churan's eyes, or more precisely, on the tactical glasses covering them. However, everyone can rest assured we'll conduct thorough inspections to ensure no monsters infiltrate our homeland. At the same time, we've also discussed that if candidates from Examination Hall 47 are dissatisfied with their current scores, they can apply for a second supplementary exam. At that time, students who qualify for the supplementary exam can retake the test. Ji Churan understood clearly that Wang Jiao's words were directed at the outside world. It's just that Ji Churan couldn't quite comprehend why Wang Jiao chose to say this directly to his livestream audience. Could there really be so many viewers in my livestream? Externally, Chen Meng and Old Xiao could no longer stay seated and immediately flew toward the centralized inspection site assigned by Wang Jiao. Damn it! How the hell could demons appear in the exam venue? Chen Meng swore furiously. What the hell were those in charge of Venue 47 doing? Couldn't they even detect this? Chen Meng wasn't the only one enraged, even old Xiao's face had turned grim. At this moment, old Xiao's heart was also burning with a raging fire. Thankfully, the demon didn't attack Ji Churan, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. It seems some people have grown too lax from idleness, even forgetting the rules. Old Xiao's voice was unusually subdued, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The two transformed into streaks of light, swiftly flying toward the testing site. Not just them, but other teachers and team leaders were also rushing toward the inspection site. Anyone whose students were taking the exam in Hall 47 had to go see what was happening. Those were demons, the kind of things that could demand a bloody price with the slightest carelessness. Inside the examination hall, upon hearing that he could retake the exam, Zhou Zimo let out a slight sigh of relief. Phew, it's good that we can retake the exam. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. It seems his college entrance examination journey hasn't ended yet. Put. Suddenly, Wang Jiu burst into laughter. Glancing at Ji Churan and the others, he said, "Hey, you guys want to check your current scores?" Everyone was taken aback by the announcement and immediately checked the score rankings in their minds. Examination Hall number 47. First place, Ji Churan, score, 5,000. Second place, Li Tianqing, score, 4,465. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score, 4,320. Fourth place, Li Zi, score, 2,245. Fifth place, Zhou Zimo, score, 1880. Sixth place. Everyone stared at the scores on the rankings, completely stunned. Especially Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. They were both utterly baffled. Already 4,000 points? What on earth was happening? And, is this 5,000 points for real? Full marks. Not just them, Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli were stunned too. When did my score get this high? You should know that in the college entrance exam, once your score passes 1,000 points, you're basically guaranteed admission to some university. With 2,000 points, you'll have a shot at getting into those top-tier universities. Even the national top scorers from previous years averaged just over 3,800 points. Take last year's national champion for example, they scored 3,980 points and immediately secured the top national ranking the moment the exams ended. And now, not only have they produced another 5,000-point examinee after a century, but two candidates scoring 4,000 points as well. How could this not astonish them? Externally, the live stream audience erupted in chaos upon seeing these scores. Hey, this can't be right. 5,000 points. A perfect score. How is this even possible? Why is this impossible? Didn't you see how many beasts Ji Churan killed with that single strike? I'm not exaggerating. If the maximum score wasn't capped at 5,000 points, Ji Churan's score would have been even higher. Exactly, nearly 100 beasts were killed by Ji Churan's single attack, including upper-level spirit perception realm beasts. You could say that while others score 5,000 points because that's all they're capable of, Ji Churan gets 5,000 points simply because that's the highest score possible. Good heavens, are we about to witness the rise of another pillar for humanity? I might actually get to see the birth of a true mainstay. Inside the examination hall, Wang Jiu also explained to everyone why the scores were so high. The main reason was still Ji Churan's sudden outburst that wiped out hundreds of mutated beasts in one go. Other contributing factors included the group's own actions. Chapter 33, May I ask what your score is? First came Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. The tactical glasses scoring system evaluated the examinee's actions against the beasts only after the creatures were slain. This meant points could only be obtained after an anomaly beast's death. Consequently, all their superficial attacks against the beast horde, which Ji Churan ultimately annihilated, were converted into legitimate damage points credited to their scores. Although the damage score from a single monster isn't high, there are just so many of them. The collective damage scores from a swarm of monsters forcibly propelled both Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng's scores up to 4,000 points. Xiaoli and Zhou Zimo's scores followed a similar pattern. Xiaoli's sonic wave abilities landed squarely on the monster horde, earning him modest attack points. Additionally, his actions of directing the monsters towards Ji Churan's location granted him extra diversion points. Zhou Zimo continuously entangled the exotic beasts, earning control points and rescue points. Xiaoyu also scored over 1,400 points, primarily gained through prolonged maneuvering of the beasts. It could be said that all participants in this operation earned the points they rightfully deserved. However, the main reason was still Ji Churan's slaughter of the exotic beast horde. Otherwise, their feeble attacks and pulling tactics wouldn't earn them any points. Clearly, everyone had realized this as well, and their gazes toward Ji Churan now brimmed with gratitude. Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli even moved beside Ji Churan's seat and began massaging his shoulders. Aha, boss, it had to be you. You're practically a living god among us. Brother Ji, my admiration for you is like heavenly waters, boundless and endless. Seeing the two immediately come to fawn over him, Ji Churan couldn't help but laugh. You two are really something else. Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli grinned, pressing down with even greater enthusiasm. Xiaoyu also had tears in her eyes and bowed deeply to Ji Churan, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Churan." Ji Churan waves dismissively, smiling, "No need to thank me, thank yourself. After all, if you hadn't lured them here, you wouldn't have earned these points." Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was going to college. Lin Yifeng also cupped his hands toward Ji Churan and said solemnly, "Ji bro, if you ever need anything, just call me." Lin Yifeng may not have much, but he's got guts and loyalty. Ji Churan smiled and said, "Alright." Li Tianqing also solemnly vowed, "Just like Lin Yifeng, if you need anything, call me and I'll answer without fail." "Great." Ji Churan responded with an equally cheerful smile. The atmosphere instantly became livelier. However, while some were rejoicing, others were worrying. Ji Churan and his group were delighted, while those sent by Ji Churan to repair the car were dismayed. They exchanged glances, each seeing regret in the other's eyes. Why didn't we insist on joining the plan? We've missed out on billions. We're almost there." Wang Zhou gazed at the distant buildings coming into view and pulled out a black walkie-talkie, saying, "You can cut the live stream now." As the words fell, Ji Churan and the others' live broadcast screens abruptly went dark. Yet the audience still lingered in the pitch-black live stream room, continuing their heated discussions. "Holy crap, this is insane. 2 with 4,000 points and 1 at 5,000. The highest score in other live streams right now is only 1,600. The national champion is basically a foregone conclusion. The scariest part is, the exam has only been going on for 6 hours, not even half a day. Holy crap, is this really an exam candidate? This is practically a superhero. Wait, am I the only one curious about what level Ji Churan's special ability is? You're not alone, commenter above. Password, you're the one who's inhuman." On a playground near a black-purple building, Wang Zhou's rockbird gradually descended. After the rock landed, Ji Churan and the others jumped down. Meanwhile, the examinees who had been eliminated earlier during the beast tide sat listlessly scattered across the playground. Their faces were weary, etched with lingering fear. Clearly, none had yet recovered from the monstrous tide's onslaught. "Next, just follow the teacher's instructions for the assessment." "I need to return to the examination hall," Wang Zhou said to Ji Churan and the others. He must return to examination hall 47 to quell the beast tide while tracking down the whereabouts of the beggar and the demons. Ji Churan and the others nodded, waving goodbye to Wang Zhou as they watched him depart. After the storm rock completely disappeared from view, everyone finally withdrew their gazes. Ji Churan glanced around and, confirming no new examinees were arriving, finally spoke. "So that means we're the last ones to emerge from the examination grounds?" "Should be." Lin Yifeng also scanned their surroundings before nodding in agreement. While they surveyed their surroundings, other examinees were also sizing them up. After all, seeing 2 provincial champions paired with an unknown mysterious young master with their group emerging from the exam hall last naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. One student mustered up the courage and asked Ji Churan and the others, "Excuse me, would you mind sharing your scores with us?" This student seemed to be speaking for all their classmates present. After he posed the question, the other students perked up and turned their attention to Ji Churan and his companions. "You can't check?" Ji Churan asked with some surprise. "We can't," the classmate replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Most of our tactical glasses were destroyed during the beast tide's assault. Even those that survived would lose their original functionality once we left the examination grounds." Hearing this, Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully. After leaving the exam hall, the tactical goggles became useless. Is this to prevent examinees from secretly taking the tactical goggles away? At this thought, Ji Churan attempted to connect with his tactical goggles, only to confirm there was indeed no response. It seems this was indeed designed to prevent examinees from sneaking away with their tactical glasses after the exam concluded. Though it may sound absurd, behind every absurd rule there surely lies an equally absurd incident. Ji Churan had no intention of hiding his test scores. After all, how could anyone possibly conceal their college entrance exam results? Just as Ji Churan was about to announce the scores, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Little pervert." Chen Meng's voice suddenly echoed from the sky, catching Ji Churan's attention. Chapter 34, We'll get justice for you later. Not only Ji Churan's attention was captured, but also that of the other students on the playground. Everyone looked up and saw 2 men radiating terrifying supernatural energy descending from the sky. One was a burly man with a fierce, muscular build, while the other had short azure hair and a lightning-shaped blue mark around his eyes, resembling a tattoo. The 2 of them came crashing straight down from the sky, landing right beside Ji Churan. Thud, thud. 2 heavy landing sounds echoed, followed immediately by Chen Meng's voice. "You alright, you little freak?" Chen Meng reached out both hands, gripping Ji Churan's shoulders as he gently turned him left and right, his face fraught with concern as he inspected Ji Churan from all angles, desperately afraid that he might have been injured. "Old Chen, I'm fine," Ji Churan said, rather helplessly, as Chen Meng continued to scrutinize him left and right. Yet Chen Meng acted as if he hadn't heard, still clutching Ji Churan and examining him from every direction. In the end, it was old Xiao who couldn't bear to watch any longer. He placed a hand on Chen Meng's shoulder and sighed wearily, saying, "Meng, you're overreacting." "Xiao, what the hell do you know?" Chen Meng snapped without turning his head. "This is called caring." Black lines of irritation appeared on old Xiao's forehead as he clenched his left fist, fighting the urge to punch Chen Meng in the head. But remembering Chen Meng's defensive-oriented superpower, old Xiao forcefully suppressed the impulse. No other reason, the punches just hurt too much. The others on the field seeing this scene also understood there was no space for them to intervene now. The examinee who asked about scores could only give an awkward smile and shift his attention as he walked toward another area. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianqing and their group also tactfully found a spot to sit down, waiting for their own assessments. Chen Meng looked left and right, finally letting out a slight sigh of relief after confirming Ji Churan was unharmed. He released his grip on Ji Churan's arms, then clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly punched Ji Churan's chest, saying, "You little psycho, your luck is insane. Thank goodness the demon and the beggar left you alone, or things could have gotten nasty. But damn, kid, you actually wiped out 2 entire beast packs with the move I taught you? Impressive, you're carrying on my legacy. Ha 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 ha." Chen Meng threw his head back and laughed heartily, looking utterly triumphant. "Like you? Like when you got pinned down by an ironhide bull and pummeled for half an hour back in the day?" Old Xiao decisively exposed him. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even passed the college entrance exams." Hearing this, Chen Meng didn't bat an eye and declared with absolute righteous indignation, "So what? The fact that I could tank an ironhide bull for half an hour during the college entrance exams, you tell me if that's not impressive? Damn right I'm an enhancement type ability user. What more do you freaking want?" Old Xiao's lips spasmed violently at these words. Damn it, just a few months apart, how has this bastard stacked his magic resistance so high? It wasn't like this before. "Old Chen, about your college entrance exams." Ji Churan suddenly spoke up, but before he could finish speaking, Chen Meng interrupted him. "Ahem, never mind that. More importantly, you little freak, how many points did you score? You should know, back in my day, I scored 3,000. 5,000. Scored over 3,000. Wait, what? 5,000? Chen Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if he'd misheard. Although he knew Ji Churan might score quite high, the highest number he dared hope for was just over 4,000. But damn, 5,000? Are you some kind of superhero? Old Xiao, meanwhile, wore an expression that said he'd seen this coming all along. Damn right, 5,000. Ji Churan flashed a toothy grin, baring his pearly whites. Didn't you see when I wiped out all those monsters solo? Chen Meng froze momentarily, as if his brain had short-circuited. Of course he'd witnessed Ji Churan's one-man extermination of the monster horde. He'd just been so caught up in the excitement that he'd completely forgotten about the scorekeeping. Now that he thought about it, Ji Churan really must have scored full marks after all. They were talking about hundreds of monstrous beasts. Moreover, the reason Ji Churan scored 5,000 points seemed to be because the perfect score was only 5,000. Damn! Freaking monster! Chen Meng didn't know what else to say, so he could only curse. Ji Churan gave Chen Meng a strange look. Well, now he's not even calling him little freak anymore, straight to freaking monster. As the group was conversing, a man wearing the exclusive instructor's battle robe of North City Military Academy emerged from the building and shouted at the crowd. "Please quiet down. Next, when I call your name, follow me one by one into the building for testing. Those whose names aren't called, remain temporarily on the field. Food and water will be provided shortly. Help yourselves if needed." After speaking, the man looked down at a white registry booklet in his hand. "Ji Churan!" the man shouted loudly. Ji Churan was taken aback, not expecting to be the first one called for inspection. "Humph, you sure know how to scheme." Chen Meng scoffed coldly, his expression visibly displeased. He gave Ji Churan a light push and said, "Go on, you little weirdo. Get checked quickly so I can take you to settle this injustice." Though thoroughly puzzled, Ji Churan nonetheless walked briskly toward the teacher who had called out. When the teacher saw Ji Churan approaching, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Student Ji, please follow me." The teacher gestured invitingly before leading the way. Ji Churan stepped forward to follow. Upon entering the building, Ji Churan discovered it held unexpected depths within. The interior contained numerous rooms, each door emitting faint traces of light, as if something had been applied to them. The teacher noticed Ji Churan's inquisitive gaze and asked with a smile, "Are you curious, student Ji?" Ji Churan didn't hide anything and nodded in confirmation. Seeing this, the teacher explained, "Actually, this place is specifically used by our Northern City Military Academy to detect demons and imprison beggars. To put it plainly, this is a prison. Moreover, every door here has been imbued with a special type ability called lockdown." Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. The reason the doors here emitted a faint glow was actually due to supernatural abilities at work. However, the practitioner capable of deploying abilities on such a large scale enough to detain beggars must undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Following his teacher to the third floor, Ji Churan found the scene there strikingly different from the first floors. The third floor's floors and walls alike shimmered with white light. Ji Churan followed the teacher all the way inside the third floor until they stopped outside a certain room. Ji Churan glanced up and immediately noticed the sign beside the door. Conference room. Chapter 35, You're different from them in the end. The conference room? Ji Churan was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be undergoing an examination? Why had he been brought to a conference room? Yes, the conference room. The teacher pushed open the door for Ji Churan, then stood aside and said, I'm not entirely clear about the details either. All I know is that someone wants to see you. Ji Churan frowned. Someone wants to see me? What for? Ji Churan's mind was flooded with countless questions as he kept speculating about the reasons. He even started suspecting that someone might be plotting against him. The teacher seemed to understand Ji Churan's concerns and said, Don't worry, Ji. We mean no harm. If anything, we want to make it up to you. What do you mean? Ji Churan asked. You'll know once you go in, the teacher said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Ji Churan wrestled with his thoughts but ultimately decided to enter the conference room. As Ji Churan stepped inside, the teacher closed the door behind him and then walked away. After entering the meeting room, Ji Churan found it vastly different from what he had imagined. In his mind, a proper meeting room should have numerous seats, a space where large groups gather for discussions. But here, there were hardly any seats at all. If forced to count, there were only 2, and one of them was already occupied. He sat with his back to Ji Churan, his figure concealed by the oversized chair, making him utterly inscrutable. You're here, came a somewhat hoarse male voice, its tone unmistakably grave. Ji Churan showed no restraint, striding directly to another vacant seat and sitting down as he spoke, Here I am. What's the matter? The man fell silent, seemingly taken aback by Ji Churan's demeanor. But he quickly snapped out of it and laughed. Interesting, truly interesting, as expected of an awakened S-rank genius. As he spoke, the man slowly swiveled his chair around, revealing his figure. The man's appearance was rather ordinary, but his gaze held a sharp intensity, complemented by a prominent scar at the corner of his eye, adding a touch of fierceness to his demeanor. His short black hair was streaked with strands of silver. The man turned around and began introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Yi, Dean of the Special Department at Beijing Military Academy. Hearing this, Ji Churan frowned, looking even more perplexed. Wasn't I here just for an inspection? Li Yi had guessed what Ji Churan was contemplating in his heart and said, I know you have many questions on your mind. You can ask, and I'll answer them. What was the purpose of summoning me here? Ji Churan asked. Wasn't it for an inspection? Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Yi's face deepened slightly as he replied, Indeed, it was for an inspection. The moment you stepped through this door, your examination was already complete. As if to demonstrate his sincerity, Li Yi raised his hand. Thick, ink-black strands of something viscous began to surface on his palm. Allow me to introduce myself again. A-rank special class ability, Shadow Manipulation. No demon or monster can evade my detection. As for why I sought you out, Li Yi withdrew his ability and lowered his hand. Then, a wry smile appeared on his face as he said, Actually, it's to compensate you. Compensate? Ji Churan was quite puzzled. Had something been done to him? Why would Li Yi suddenly want to compensate him for no reason? It seems Chen Meng hasn't told you the reason yet. Li Yi took out a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips to light. He glanced at Ji Churan, shaking the cigarette case towards him. Want one? Ji Churan shook his head and said, Sorry, I don't smoke. Is that so? Li Yi murmured, putting the cigarette back in his pocket. Then, while saying what a shame, he pulled out a lighter to light the cigarette instead. After taking a deep drag, Li Yi tilted his head aside and exhaled the smoke. The inspection of this exam hall and personnel screening was handled by my subordinates, Li Yi stated. Though I don't know the inspectors personally, loopholes still emerged in the end. Since there were loopholes, I naturally have to make corrections. But before implementing changes, I'll compensate you examinees first. Being wrong is being wrong. We won't shy away from mistakes. As for summoning you alone, it's solely because your talent is on an entirely different level compared to the others outside. Li Yi took another deep drag of his cigarette, stood up, and walked to the window. His gaze passed through the glass, settling on the crowd gathered in the sports field. Outside the window at that moment, the examinees of Test Hall 47 were receiving food and water pushed out by other teachers as they awaited inspection. Gazing calmly at the crowd outside the window, Li Yi spoke with absolute tranquility. Though it may sound harsh, this is the reality. Their awakened ranks have already determined their ceilings. Even if we provide them with resources, they might never reach the level or realm we require. Li Yi slowly turned around, his piercing gaze locking onto Ji Churan as he stated calmly. But you're different. You're S rank, and possess an ability no other lightning type awakeners have. That is your extraordinary energy reserves. These two factors alone guarantee your future will be anything but ordinary. Hence, we'll make an exception for your case. The compensation you receive will naturally be different from what others get. I can even promise you that the final decision on whether the personnel responsible for inspecting examination hall 47 stay or go will be entirely up to you. This, Ji Churan was momentarily at a loss for words. But upon second thought, though somewhat cruel, Li Ye's words were indeed correct. The allocation of resources should naturally be based on the most straightforward measure of innate potential. This is the only way to maximize efficiency. If you allocate the resources meant for nurturing an S-rank superhuman to a C-rank or B-rank superhuman, though they can still be cultivated, the resulting difference in combat effectiveness would be vast. With the same resources, an S-rank superhuman could single-handedly hold back the invasion of countless races on the battlefield of 10,000 clans, whereas a cultivated C-rank or B-rank superhuman would only be able to endlessly search for ambush opportunities on that same battlefield. This is the disparity. Sometimes reality is cruel, yet fair, except for hegemonic powers. Then what compensation are you prepared to give me? Ji Churan also had no intention of dwelling on such matters. Cultivation fundamentally relied on contention. It wasn't as if he'd foolishly refuse resources just to give them to outsiders, right? Isn't this just pure idiocy? Chapter 36, Energy Remolding, Thunder Clone. All I can offer you are combat techniques, Li Yi spoke up. Our Northern City Military Academy's resources aren't particularly abundant. The compensation resources we could give them would be negligible to someone like you. So, I'm willing to compensate you with an A-rank combat technique. As for the type, you can choose for yourself. Ji Churan nodded upon hearing this, sinking into deep contemplation. Indeed, what he currently lacked wasn't resources but rather combat techniques. After all, he could obtain ability crystals from the school at any time, but he planned to save them until his cultivation reached a higher level. Absorbing them now would be inefficient. Ji Churan then began contemplating the combat skills he currently needed. First off, he certainly didn't lack offensive combat skills since Stellar Storm already possessed formidable attacking power. Moreover, Old Shen had mentioned someone would later personally teach him an offensive lightning-type combat technique suited to him. The person who would teach him these skills was likely the individual standing beside Old Shen earlier. As for defensive types, Old Shen himself specialized in defensive abilities and undoubtedly possessed numerous defensive combat techniques, so those weren't necessary. For control-type abilities, my current lightning power isn't really needed. So, psychic-type abilities are what I'm currently lacking. Having made up his mind, Ji Churan spoke up. I want a psychic-type combat skill. Li Yi was momentarily stunned, having never expected Ji Churan to request a psychic-type combat skill. That's rather unexpected. I thought you'd pick an offensive or speed-type combat skill. My mind tends to work in unconventional ways, Ji Churan said with a shrug. So, do you have any mental-type combat skills? I do, Li Yi nodded, stubbing out his finished cigarette in the nearby ashtray before continuing. I do happen to have an A-rank mental-type combat technique, though it might not be particularly suitable for you. As long as it's not the kind that requires castration or hair loss to learn, I'm good. Ji Churan patted his hair and glanced at his little brother, joking. You're really something, Li Yi said with a rare chuckle before waving his hand. Ji Churan thought Li Yi was using a battle skill, so he perked up attentively to watch. Yet after 2.5 seconds, absolutely nothing changed in the room. Was there a mosquito just now? Ji Churan voiced his doubt. Li Yi, who had been striking a pose, immediately stumbled in his steps, his lips twitching slightly. Damn mosquito slapped my ass. Seeing this, Li Yi decided to drop the act and said outright without pretense, take a look behind you. Ji Churan turned his head to look behind him when he heard this. As he turned around, Ji Churan discovered a shadowy figure formed from thick black liquid standing just half a meter away from him. This is the combat technique I'm going to grant you, an A-rank psychic-type technique called Energy Reconfiguration. Its effect allows you to create one or more doppelgangers formed from your own special abilities. Li Yi slowly walked over to stand beside the viscous shadow and spoke up. The strength of the clone is determined by the caster's mental power, their own strength, and the intensity of their supernatural ability. The greater one's mental power, personal strength, and supernatural ability, the stronger and more numerous the clones they can summon. Conversely, the weaker these qualities, the feebler the clones, they might even manifest as deformed. This combat skill not only trains mental power but also enhances personal strength, making it an exceptional cultivation technique. As he spoke, Li Yi reached out and retrieved from within the dense shadows form an ancient combat skill, emitting a faint crimson glow. Li Yi extended his hand holding the combat technique manual and passed it to Ji Churan while speaking. Psychic energy, it's something you can't see or touch, yet it's what every superhuman practitioner must cultivate. After all, if one wishes to become powerful, psychic energy is an absolutely indispensable component. Superhumans who possess formidable psychic energy invariably become far stronger than ordinary practitioners. Seeing Ji Churan accept the combat technique and begin studying it, Li Yi clasped his hands behind his back and spoke to Ji Churan with the wisdom of a seasoned veteran. But there's no need to rush, after all, this combat technique belongs to the most difficult category among the 5 major types, psychic type techniques. It's perfectly normal if you can't even grasp the basics after a full month. As he spoke, Li Yi tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, seemingly lost in memories of the past. Back in the day, when I first obtained this technique at the Yuan energy realm, it still took me a full 3 months just to, holy shit. While Li Yi was reminiscing, he suddenly heard a ZZZT sound, causing him to instinctively shift his attention toward Ji Churan. But looking proved shocking, what he saw startled him, because beside Ji Churan, a lightning arc silhouette had actually manifested. Moreover, this thunderous figure was nearly identical to Ji Churan, except for one striking difference: it lacked both arms. That's right, the lightning figure had no arms at all. But is that even a problem? Right after finishing flipping through the combat skill manual, he could immediately summon a lightning clone using his thunder ability, one the same size as himself. Even missing 2 arms, it's still a lightning clone. You should know, when Li Yi himself learned this combat skill, after a whole month he could only summon a shrunken, incomplete version. Only after 3 months could he summon a clone matching his own size, yet even then, it remained somewhat flawed. Though it was an incomplete clone, Li Yi still felt he had mastered it. Thinking his 3-month entry period already marked him as exceptionally talented, he was shocked to see Ji Churan grasp it instantly upon flipping through the manual. Whose subordinate is this? Unaware that his actions had plunged Li Yi into existential doubt, Ji Churan was currently engrossed in constructing the lightning clone within his mind. Meanwhile, the tiny figure in his mind was continuously practicing the combat technique of lightning clone. Not only that, this mental miniature was simultaneously training in Meteor Storm, alternating between the 2 techniques in a way that left Ji Churan utterly astonished. Just moments ago, as he finished flipping through the combat manual Li Yi had given him, the mental figure practicing Meteor Storm abruptly paused and began executing energy reformation. After the tiny figure completed a full cycle of energy reformation, Ji Churan suddenly felt as though he had somehow mastered this technique. So he instinctively began releasing his mental energy, constructing a thunder clone within his mind. To his own surprise, the thunder clone actually materialized successfully, though somewhat incomplete, which left Ji Churan slightly disappointed. After all, he was a transmigrator, his mental energy should surely surpass others, yet this clone still turned out imperfect. Not satisfied. Absolutely not satisfied. Chapter 37, Even Little People Are Still People. Li Yi looked at Ji Churan, who still seemed dissatisfied, and suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen on him. You've barely dipped your toes in and already achieved beginner mastery, and you're still fucking dissatisfied? What on earth are you thinking? Isn't this what they call, some die of thirst, while others drown? Li Yi's face turned red with suppressed emotion, like a boiling kettle. He kept taking deep breaths to calm himself down. Don't care. So what if I finish the beginner's guide? So fucking what if I finished the beginner's guide? Fuck. Li Yi finally couldn't hold it in any longer and slumped weakly into his chair. With trembling hands, he pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. Click. Crack. After flicking the lighter twice, Li Yi finally lit the cigarette. Li Yi took a deep drag from the cigarette, then pinched it between his index and middle fingers to remove it from his mouth. Lowering his head slightly, he sank into contemplation. He got depressed. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Crackling sounds. On the other side, Ji Churan also retrieved his lightning clone. After 2 crackling sounds, the lightning clone dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. After recalling his clone, Ji Churan also gained a general understanding of the function of the miniature figure in his mind. Its purpose was endless practice of combat techniques. Even when handling multiple combat techniques simultaneously, this miniature figure could multitask in their cultivation. It truly rivaled the legendary, destined workaholic. This means my learning speed for combat skills will far surpass others. While others are sleeping, his little avatar is training. While they're doing crafts, his avatar is training. Even when they're dating or getting busy, his little avatar is still training. What do you call this? This is called dedication. When I put in 100, 1,000, 10,000 times more effort than others, success is inevitable. Indeed, I really am quite a diligent person after all. Even small-minded people are still human. After Ji Churan had finished comforting himself, he gradually regained his composure. Upon regaining his senses, he saw Li Yi sitting alone with his head lowered, smoking a cigarette on the seat. Ji Churan scratched his head, full of confusion as he asked, "Teacher Li, what's wrong with you?" Ji Churan's voice suddenly rang out, causing Li Yi's body to involuntarily tremble slightly. Li Yi stiffened for a moment, taking a while before slowly raising his head. Have you made the breakthrough?" Ji Churan nodded with some dissatisfaction and said, "You're not even at the beginner level yet. After all, the Thunder clone is still incomplete. How can an incomplete clone count as being at the beginner level?" Crack. In the silent room, what seemed like the sound of a heartbreaking could be heard. Li Yi clenched his chest, feeling as though he had been living like a dog all this time. Ahem. Li Yi coughed twice, seemingly wanting to correct Ji Churan as he said, Churan, being able to summon a lightning clone roughly the size of yourself already counts as mastering the basics. A complete lightning clone requires true proficiency to achieve. Ha, Ji Churan replied, you mean I've already mastered the basics? Li Yi nodded with some exasperation. Before Ji Churan could say more, Li Yi waved his hand and cut him off. Alright, enough talk. You can leave now, go back to your teacher. As for the inspectors responsible for exam hall 47, once they're identified, it'll be up to you to decide whether they stay or go. Hearing this, Ji Churan pondered briefly before asking, can we make the decision right now? Decide now? What if there are extenuating circumstances? Li Yi flicked his cigarette ash and interjected. A mistake is a mistake, especially one as serious as this. Extenuating circumstances don't justify it, Ji Churan stated bluntly. This is a matter of principle. Even if you had reasons, they wouldn't excuse your negligence or deliberately allowing demons to infiltrate. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He raised his cigarette and took another puff, then exhaled a cloud of white smoke before pointing at Ji Churan and saying, good, that'll do. You may leave. No need to conceal what happened here after you go out. Ji Churan nodded in response, cupped his hands in salute, bid farewell with a see you later, and left the room. Once again, only Li Yi remained in the vast room. Li Yi turned slightly in his seat, lifting his gaze to the window as he took another deep drag from his cigarette. There was a flicker of anticipation for the future in his eyes as he stared deeply at the sky outside, sighing with emotion as he spoke. The new generation. Mengzi, what compensation do you think Beiqing Military Academy will give Renzi? Old Xiao stood beside Chen Meng, his curiosity evident. Chen Meng crossed his arms, his face full of scowling muscles clearly showing displeasure. I don't care what kind of damn compensation they offer, if it doesn't satisfy me, I'll definitely go knocking on their door to demand justice. If they think they can just brush off that little freak with some offensive or defensive battle technique, I'll definitely pay them a visit and have a word. Ho! Old Xiao gave Chen Meng a hearty pat on the shoulder and laughed. That's the spirit. I'll go with you when the time comes. Chen Meng snorted coldly but said nothing more, though the dangerous aura around him continued to radiate intensely. On the field, examinees who were relatively close to Chen Meng struggled to breathe under his overwhelming aura, prompting them to quickly distance themselves to lessen its suffocating effect. Noticing this, Old Xiao patted Chen Meng's shoulder and called out, Mengzi, tone it down. Turning his head, Chen Meng surveyed his surroundings and seemingly recognized this misstep, promptly reining in his intimidating presence. Clump, clump, clump. No sooner had Chen Meng restrained his aura than a figure emerged from the building. It was none other than Ji Churan. Upon seeing Ji Churan appear, Chen Meng immediately activated his Sichuan-Chongqing region-exclusive mastery skill. Face changing. Chen Meng's cold expression twisted into a vicious glare the instant he spotted Ji Churan. He grinned. With a fiendish smile, Chen Meng closed the distance to Ji Churan in 3 swift strides and demanded, you little freak, you okay? Old Xiao caught up, his expression toward Chen Meng brimming with oddness. What could possibly happen while going in to collect compensation? What kind of nonsense question is that? I'm fine. Ji Churan shook his head with a smile and said, I'm just a bit perplexed. I mean, all they did was freeload *2e*, receive a free A-grade psychic combat technique as compensation. As for why the compensation was given, Ji Churan didn't know and certainly didn't dare ask. Chapter 38 Old Joe, you tricked me. Chen Meng's expression abruptly changed upon hearing this, his smile vanishing instantly as he said gravely, you little freak, tell me everything you encountered inside, every single word without omission. Really every single word? I couldn't remember it all. Damn it, that was just a figure of speech. So, you only got 1 A-grade combat skill? Chen Meng looked oddly at Ji Churan. Ji Churan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Chen Meng flew into a rage. God damn it, just 1 lousy A-grade combat skill? It's mental type. I want to go home. Chen Meng instantly activated his Sichuan-Chongqing region-exclusive specialization skill, the legendary face-changing technique. But soon after, he shot Ji Churan an irritated look and barked, Kid, next time finish your damn sentence in one go? Ji Churan helplessly spread his hands, saying, that's because you interrupted me. Chen Meng's face turned red with anger, unable to find a retort, and could only sigh in resignation before speaking. You damn punk. Whatever, but psychic-type battle skill users are rare. Kid, who gave you this compensation? Old Xiao also stood aside with some doubts. After all, psychic-type battle skill users were exceedingly rare. Even he himself hasn't learned any psychic-type combat skills so far. Of course, the main reason is that he simply can't master psychic-type combat skills. After all, psychic-type combat skills are the hardest category to learn among all combat techniques, with enormous difficulty that makes it tough for ordinary people to even get started, let alone become proficient. He said his name is Li Yi, Ji Churan replied truthfully. Since Li Yi himself said there's no need for secrecy, in that case, telling the truth isn't a big deal. What's his name? Chen Meng abruptly grabbed Ji Churan's shoulders, his eyes wide with shock. Though Chen Meng looked fierce and menacing at that moment, Ji Churan had long been immune to his expression and replied calmly. Your ears must be clogged, old man. I said his name is Li Yi. Damn it, how did he come back? Chen Meng loosened his grip, pacing back and forth anxiously as panic began to creep onto his face. Old Joe couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face as he watched the scene unfold. He patted Chen Meng on the back, stirring up trouble with undisguised glee as he said, Big Meng, weren't you demanding justice? Come on, a mere A-grade psychic combat technique scared you off? Is that all the spine you've got? If I were you, I'd charge right now and start pointing fingers at Li Ye's face while demanding answers. Old Xiao couldn't suppress the grin on his face, with suppressed laughter evident in every word he spoke. Your damn grandmother. If you're so capable, you go ahead. Chen Meng immediately turned his head and barked back. Old Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and said, I'm not capable. Mengzi here is clearly the more capable one. Damn it! Chen Meng cursed, then tilted his head back and pursed his lips, attempting to whistle. Screech! But due to nervousness and inexperience, the sound that escaped Chen Meng's lips bore little resemblance to proper whistling. Flustered, Chen Meng quickly covered his mouth in deep embarrassment. Bah ha ha! His mischievous friend Old Xiao instantly lost it, pointing at Chen Meng while roaring with laughter. Plugging? Pfft! Who the hell blows a whistle by plugging it? Bah ha ha! Shut up, you bastard! Chen Meng's face flushed red with fury as he cursed. Then, he patted his cheeks and readied himself once more. He took a breath, puckered his lips, and then let out a perfectly normal whistle. With the sound of a whistle, a familiar figure soon appeared in the sky. It was the swift-wing eagle that had carried Chen Meng and Ji Churan earlier. The swift-wing eagle flapped its wings and soared through the sky. Because of the intimidating aura Chen Meng had previously unleashed, the surrounding examinees had all kept their distance from him. This allowed the razor-wing hawk to land directly in front of Ji Churan and the others. With a sweep of its wings, the sharp-wing eagle descended from the sky, finally landing before Ji Churan and the others. As soon as the swift-wing eagle landed, Chen Meng leapt onto its back without hesitation. He turned back to look at Ji Churan, waving his hand urgently as he shouted, Hey little freak, hurry up and move out. Ji Churan was quite surprised, not understanding why Chen Meng would have such an intense reaction upon hearing Li Ye's name. But surprise aside, Ji Churan chose not to delay and took a step forward, leaping onto the back of the swift-wing eagle. Old Xiao couldn't help but shake his head with a resigned smile before lightly jumping onto the swift-wing eagle's back as well. Seeing both men aboard, Chen Meng immediately began slapping the swift-wing eagle's back while urgently shouting, Go! Hurry up and go! Damn bird, hurry up! The swift-wing eagle seemed to sense Chen Meng's anxiousness, so it rapidly flapped its wings and took off into the sky within just a second. The other examinees at the playground could only watch as those few departed, their gazes tinged with faint traces of envy. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing also raised their heads to the sky, watching the silhouette of the swift-wing eagle grow increasingly indistinct as its wings beat against the horizon. Brotherly, do you think we'll encounter him again in the future? Lin Yifeng murmured, a hopeful smirk playing across his face as he stared skyward. He will, he definitely will. Li Tianqing's expression turned solemn as he gazed at the razor-wing eagle in the sky, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. On the razor-wing eagle's back, looking at Chen Meng who still appeared somewhat flustered, Ji Churan couldn't help but ask, Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Meng didn't answer, instead continuously looking back as if checking whether anyone was chasing them. Old Xiao sat beside Ji Churan, laughing heartily, ha ha ha, little Ren, this is something you wouldn't know about. When Mengzi was young, he was actually chased and beaten by Li Yi for 3 whole days and nights. Even now, he still gets shivers just hearing Li Ye's name. Shut up! Chen Meng kept turning his head while shouting at Old Xiao, that was just me practicing my superpowers. Ha 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 ha, practicing superpowers by getting chased and beaten for 3 days and nights? Old Xiao mercilessly called him out. Chen Meng's face instantly flushed crimson, as if overheating. Old Xiao, I'll fucking kill you. Holy shit, Li Ye's here. What? Where? Old Xiao, save me. Wait no, damn it. Old Xiao you tricked me. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 39, guess why I call him little pervert. After some horseplay, Ji Churan finally learned Li Ye's true identity. It turned out that Li Yi was not only the dean of the special department at North City Military Academy but also a member of the Netherworld Squad, one of humanity's main combat forces on the battlefield of 10,000 races. The sheer power of his supernatural ability struck fear into numerous alien races. He was an extraordinarily formidable superhuman. From Old Xiao's account, a year ago, Li Yi's strength was at the mid-level law manifestation realm. Whether he had broken through since then remained unknown. Yet even without a breakthrough, his mid-level law manifestation cultivation would still tower above most peers. No wonder he could chase Chen Meng for 3 days and nights straight. With strength like this, how's Chen Meng supposed to fight back? Barehanded? During their conversation, Ji Churan also learned basic information about Old Xiao. Old Xiao, originally named Xiao Ting, was a lightning element superhuman with abilities reaching the upper metamorphosis realm. He belonged to the same class as Chen Meng. Oomph. You little pervert. Old Xiao here is someone I specifically brought back to teach you combat techniques tailored for lightning ability users. You must study hard. Chen Meng emphasized the word hard with extra weight. Old man, you like to mock me, huh? Just wait till you see how freakishly fast this little monster learns, then you'll shut up for good. Xiao Ting nodded in satisfaction and said, good, Mingzi is right. The combat skills I teach are no simple matter, you must train diligently. I'll be at school for a week, so feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. But don't be disheartened if you can't master it within a week. After all, my combat technique is extremely difficult to learn, comparable to spirit-type techniques of the same level. Even someone as strong as me took over a month just to reach basic proficiency back then. So just maintain your usual calm, little Renzi. Damn, is this kid some kind of fucking Superman? Xiao Ting's astonished voice rang in Chen Meng's ears as he stared at Ji Churan, who had already attained basic proficiency with the combat technique in the training room, thoroughly shocked. He had just handed over the combat technique to Ji Churan, and with one turn of his head, damn it, Ji Churan had already mastered it. The hell kind of learning is this? This is straight up cheating. Watching Xiao Ting's utterly shocked, even bewildered expression, Chen Meng finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha, old man, so this is your day of reckoning. Chen Meng roared with laughter, shouting, do you know why I called him a little freak? Ha 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 ha, damn it, Meng, that's low. I've never played fair. Ha 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 ha. Inside the cultivation chamber, Ji Churan gazed at the lightning slash he had unleashed, feeling quite satisfied. That's right, this was the great offensive combat technique Lightning Sever that Xiao Ting had taught him, specially designed for lightning-type ability users. After studying Lightning Sever, the miniature figure in his mind automatically began practicing it. Following its demonstration just once, he had mastered this combat technique. Lightning Sever manifested initially by allowing the user to condense thunderous energy into an exceedingly sharp lightning blade. It enabled swift slashing attacks against enemies while also leaving residual lightning effects. Extremely lethal. Moreover, due to the unique nature of Lightning Cutter, it can be unleashed even without a weapon. Its destructive power is directly linked to the user's psychic energy. Therefore, even when Ji Churan wears boxing gloves, he can still unleash Lightning Cutter. This makes it quite an unpredictable skill indeed. However, this combat technique also consumes an enormous amount of energy, draining a substantial portion of the psychic warrior's reserves with each use. But, what does Ji Churan have to do with this? Ji Churan swished out 6 or 7 lightning cuts in a row without breaking a sweat. Energy depletion? Nope, not at all. In fact, Ji Churan believed he could unleash a few hundred more lightning cuts without exhausting his energy. At most, his arm might get a little tired from all the swinging. Damn, you're seriously freaking insane. Xiao Ting walked over, full of amazement. Seeing this, Ji Churan shrugged his shoulders, LeBron style. He shrugged again and said casually, have you ever met a fake insane person? Xiao Ting was stunned, not expecting Ji Churan to respond like that. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. Ha 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 ha, old fool, got what you deserved. Finally your comeuppance. Ha 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 ha. Chen Meng pointed at Xiao Ting while clutching his stomach in laughter, the entire training room echoing with his booming guffaws. Xiao Ting clenched his fists, truly unable to restrain himself any longer. Damn it all, if I can't lay hands on the younger generation, does that mean I can't teach this old bastard a lesson? Lightning Cutter. With a sudden roar, Xiao Ting retracted his right arm as streaks of lightning coalesced along its length before he violently swung it forward. The lightning-formed blade shot forth in an instant, charging toward Chen Meng with a violent momentum. Seeing this, Chen Meng instantly reacted. He crossed his arms before his chest and shouted, Iron Body. As the words left his mouth, his body immediately stiffened, rapidly transforming into steel from head to toe, just like a humanoid metal fortress. Zzzzzzz. The thunderblade struck Chen Meng's body, sending sparks of electricity scattering in all directions. Clang, clang. With 2 loud clanging sounds, Ji Churan watched as Chen Meng knocked his arms together, dispersing the lingering arcs of lightning still crackling across them. Then he raised his iron-hardened arm and pointed at Xiao Ting, cursing, Old Xiao, what the hell are you doing? Black lines of frustration appeared on Xiao Ting's forehead as crackling streaks of lightning danced along his arm. I'll show you what. With those words, Xiao Ting unleashed his supernatural abilities once more, sending them charging straight at Chen Meng. This left Ji Churan standing dumbfounded beside them, at a complete loss for words. Fortunately, both men exercised restraint. Xiao Ting didn't use his full strength, and Chen Meng refrained from fighting back. After roughly 2.5 minutes elapsed, they simultaneously ceased releasing their supernatural energies without prior consultation. Xiao Ting flicked his wrist, retracting the crackling lightning still dancing across his fingers back into his body. Glaring at Chen Meng, he cursed. Damn it! This guy's tougher than a damn turtle shell. Clang! Clang! Chen Meng slammed his steel-clad fists together again, shattering the residual lightning clinging to them. Then, Chen Meng dispelled his steel transformation and glared at Xiao Ting, saying, "So what? Can't a reinforcement-type Esper even defend himself now? You can't possibly wield lightning-based powers without using thunderbolts, can you?" Xiao Ting opened his mouth to retort, but then realized he actually had no counter-arguments against Chen Meng. Damn it! Since when did this old man become so sharp-tongued? Reluctantly, Xiao Ting clamped his mouth shut and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Chen Meng couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Ha 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 ha, this is awesome. Freaking awesome. Chen Meng laughed uproariously, eventually breaking into song. What a wonderful day today. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth, then seemed to recall something as his expression twisted into something sinister. He whispered slyly in a low voice. Mengzi, don't forget what happened freshman year in the dorm when you... Chen Meng's smile instantly froze as he hastily raised his hand. Don't say it, man. Brothers, please don't abandon the book, I promise to update like crazy. Chapter 40, Public Opinion After the Martial Exam. In the end, to shut Xiao Ting's mouth, Chen Meng chose to treat him to a meal. At a restaurant in the food street of Chuanyu Superpower University. Ji Churan looked at the feast spread across the table as unbidden tears of longing pooled in his mouth. Ha ha ha, Mengzi, such extravagant generosity. Xiao Ting laughed heartily as he grabbed a roasted exotic beast leg from the table and began devouring it with gusto. Seeing this, Ji Churan also cast aside his hesitation and picked up a beast leg to start eating. Witnessing this scene, Chen Meng felt his heart dripping blood with every bite they took. This is all money. No, I can't take a loss. I need to eat my way back to even. Thus, Chen Meng transformed his grief into appetite and began sweeping through the dishes on the table with equal fervor. An entire large table's worth of dishes was completely wiped out by the trio in just 25 minutes. Burp, that hit the spot. Xiao Ting picked his teeth with a toothpick in his left hand while rubbing his belly with his right, a contented smile spreading across his face. Ji Churan similarly stroked his own stomach with an equally satisfied expression. The delicious seasonings combined with the exotic beast meat created these incredibly tasty delicacies. Chen Meng watched their blissful expressions with rising irritation. So you two are completely satisfied, huh? Damn it, I'm the one footing the bill. At this moment, the waiter entered and asked respectfully, "Honored teachers, who will be paying the bill?" Old Xiao picked up a toothpick and pointed at Chen Meng, saying, "There, that teacher Chen over there will pay." Upon seeing this, the waiter nodded slightly, walked over to Chen Meng with the bill in hand, and extended it toward him. Chen Meng gritted his teeth as he took the bill and looked at it. Damn it! My precious savings! Chen Meng was on the verge of tears but still clenched his teeth and paid the amount. After completing everything, everyone finally went back to rest. While the group rested at home, the outside world had already exploded with commotion. First, due to the suspected appearance of demons in Examination Hall 47, and second, because the National College Entrance Exam had once again produced a perfect scorer. After all, livestream viewers knew all too well, this perfect score was incomparably different from any previous one. You should know that this perfect scoring examinee achieved full marks in just a few hours. To conquer a perfect score within mere hours, one can only imagine how terrifying this feat is. All major platforms' trending lists were completely dominated by this year's National College Entrance Exam. Trending number 1, shocking. Another perfect scoring examinee emerges in the National College Entrance Exam. The reason behind it turns out to be trending number 2, major incident reported at Examination Hall 47, suspected appearance of demonic creatures. Hot search rankings top 3, Brother G is awesome. Tonight might prove to be a sleepless night for people across the nation. After all, the shockwaves from achieving a perfect score in the Martial Arts College Entrance Exam are anything but insignificant. Not only were the spectators stunned, even all the major academies were shaken to their cores. Apart from the 5 prestigious academies, other institutions also began investigating Ji Churan's background, preparing to recruit him. Although the top 5 schools might poach talents, what if the novel-like scenario played out, where Ji Churan chooses a smaller academy and suddenly rises to stardom? This possibility wasn't entirely impossible, so they all decided to give it a shot. But soon, news broke that dashed their plans before they could even take action. Shocking! Full-scoring examinee turns out to be an S-class superhuman. This news, emanating from an unknown source, instantly attracted countless viewers upon release. The report explicitly named the high school Ji Churan attended, accurately disclosed his awakened S-class superhuman ability, and precisely stated that he had already received special admission to Chuanyu Superhuman University. This means Ji Churan had become a member of Chuanyu Superhuman University long before the National College Entrance Examinations. This is fantastic. Countless academy teachers are now heartbroken. Meanwhile, the audience couldn't hide their shock either. Holy shit, I had some suspicions, but seeing this news for real still blows my mind. Ha ha ha, so that means I've experienced the first-person perspective of an S-class superhuman too? He's a Superman, I can only say he's a Superman. Just as the crowd was stunned, another piece of news emerged from unknown sources. Oh my god, it turns out someone awakened an SS-grade superpower in this year's Ability Awakening. After this revelation surfaced, public opinion exploded once again. Holy shit, I thought S rank was already invincible, but whose champion is this? SS rank. It's been ages since we've seen one. What kind of monstrous talent does it take to reach that? Looking at it now, even Brother G's ability falls short by a full rank. Pfft, Brother G this, Brother G that, what's so great about an S rank? Still gets overshadowed by an SS rank. Thank God that SS rank powerhouse didn't take the college entrance exams, otherwise how could he have scored full marks? Seriously? Are people still doubting Brother G? As news broke of someone awakening an SS rank ability, the online discourse shifted once again. Some maintained that Ji Churen remained the strongest among this generation of newcomers, while others argued that SS rank would undoubtedly surpass Ji Churen's power. The two factions refused to concede, engaging in heated online arguments. At Chuanyu Superpower University, Chen Meng slammed the table in annoyance, cursing, "Damn it! Those bastards from the capital are absolutely disgusting." Indeed, it was Chen Meng who leaked the news of Ji Churen awakening an S-class superpower, both to deter other schools from getting any ideas and to build momentum for Ji Churen. Ji Churen had already shown brilliantly during the college entrance exams. Now, with just one final push from Chen Meng, he could secure even more resources. Chen Meng knew the capital would definitely respond, but he never expected the reply to come this quickly. He had barely posted for less than 10 minutes when the capital directly responded. Damn it, don't you people sleep at midnight? Are you all night owls or what? Chen Meng punched the table again and cursed. Meanwhile, inside the capital supernatural university, Jiao Xinyu sat in her office chair, gently stroking the nightshade cat curled up in her lap as a bewitching smile played across her lips. Hee hee, she laughed with silvery amusement, whispering to herself, Chen Meng, oh Chen Meng, your Chongqing University truly is impatient, isn't it? Caressing the nightshade cat in her arms, Jiao Xinyu turned her gaze toward the still-playing recording of Ji Churen's college entrance combat exam on her computer screen. Upon witnessing Ji Churen's decisive and overwhelmingly fierce lightning attack, her expression finally betrayed a flicker of change. However, you really gave me a surprise, little brother. Chapter 41, Elite Training Camp. 1 week later. Inside a private dorm room at Sichuanyu Telekinesis University, Ji Churen slowly opened his eyes. Because of his guaranteed admission, Ji Churen already had free access to come and go from Chuanyu Supernatural University, and Chen Meng had even prepared a separate dormitory for him as his current residence. With Ji Churen's identity and his guaranteed admission information being made public, this led to frequent visits from senior students at Chuanyu Supernatural University gathering outside his dormitory to catch a glimpse of him. They all wanted to see this junior who had achieved a perfect score in the martial arts college entrance exam and made such a dazzling impression. Ji Churen couldn't help but feel quite moved by all this attention. Can't help it, blame myself for being too exceptional. Ji Churen got out of bed and, as usual, went to the window of his dorm room to look down outside. Downstairs, there were still a dozen or so students clad in battle robes standing around. Clearly, this group had also come to see him. Being constantly stared at like this really isn't a good thing. Ji Churen sighed softly. TCH, is this all it takes to wear you out? Just a few people and you're already buckling? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ji Churen turned his head and said helplessly, Brother Qiao, must you always show up unannounced like this? What if I were taking a shower? Since when do grown men fret about being seen? Xiao Ting popped a grape from Ji Churen's table into his mouth, adding, I'm not gay, you know. Ji Churen sighed helplessly and stroked his forehead, saying, I'm afraid taking it out would scare you. Xiao Ting froze mid-bite of his grape, casting a strange glance at Ji Churen. Hold on, kid, is this how you talk even with Mengzi? Ji Churen nodded in acknowledgement. Damn it, Xiao Ting cursed under his breath. Now he finally understood where Chen Meng had learned that aggressive way of talking. Turns out, the bastard had picked it up from this damn kid all along. Alright, I won't say much more. Xiao Ting snapped back to attention, popping another grape into his mouth before announcing, I'm getting ready to leave. Ji Churen was taken aback and turned to look at Xiao Ting. Are you returning to the Myriad Races battlefield? Yes, I've been here for a week already. It's time to return to the front lines, Xiao Ting nodded and said, and you're just too freakish, learning my lightning cutter after watching it just once. Turns out this whole week was basically just a vacation for me. Xiao Ting's expression was rather exasperated. He originally thought this week would involve friendly guidance between the older generation and the younger generation. But who would have thought that this friendly instruction nearly shattered Xiao Ting's state of mind? Ji Churen grinned awkwardly, scratching his head. Then, shall I see you off? Oh, spare me the trouble, Xiao Ting waved his hand. I came here first to bid you farewell, and second to share some news with you. News? Ji Churan asked in surprise. Xiao Ting nodded. A piece of information about the elite training camp. Elite training camp? Correct, Xiao Ting continued. The elite training camp is an elite training program personally established by the chief. Each academy can nominate their own outstanding students for preliminary selection. Once you pass the preliminary selection, you can directly participate in the elite training camp. However, that rule only applies to other academies. For our 5 prestigious schools, it's hardly a rule at all. We can directly exempt 3 students from preliminaries and send them straight to training. And you are currently our first chosen exemption. As for the remaining 2 spots, we'll have to wait until the new student tournament 2 months after the semester begins. Ji Churan pondered briefly upon hearing this, then asked, when exactly does this elite training camp start? It begins at the end of each year and continues training until February of the following year, right around the Lunar New Year, Xiao Ting replied. I see. Ji Churan stroked his chin, falling into thought and hesitation once more. The training camp's rewards are exceptionally generous. They even include ability crystals as prizes from time to time. Then please absolutely let me participate, Brother Xiao. Before Xiao Ting could even finish speaking, Ji Churan had already stepped forward, looking at Xiao Ting with utmost seriousness, his tone brimming with sincerity and determination. Xiao Ting's lips twitched uncontrollably. He finally understood exactly what kind of person Ji Churan was. This guy is utterly incomprehensible. Xiao Ting covered his face with his hand, waved dismissively, and said, alright, I've said all I needed to say. I'm leaving now. With that, Xiao Ting immediately turned around and transformed into a streak of lightning as he departed Ji Churan's home, moving so fast that Ji Churan didn't even have time to react. In the days that followed, Ji Churan began familiarizing himself with Chuanyu Supernatural University while continuously training and cultivating his abilities. This kind of life continued until the first day of school. That is, the day when new students enrolled. On this day, Ji Churan got up early, washed up briefly, and headed straight for the admissions office. He only needed to register, as all other required documents had already been submitted earlier. In the dormitory mirror, Ji Churan stared at his sharply defined face, unable to resist feeling a wave of narcissism. Sigh, getting handsomer by the day. After striking a few pretentious poses, Ji Churan finally stepped out of the bathroom. Outside, he lifted his fingers slightly, an impulsive thought crossing his mind. A faint blue lightning emerged from his fingertips. He gazed at the flickering lightning on his fingers and murmured softly, is this what the Dawnlight realm feels like? That's right, Ji Churan's current cultivation stage was no longer the so-called Spirit Sense realm, but the Dawnlight realm. While other freshmen were still pondering how to reach the mid-level spiritual awareness realm, Ji Churan had already attained the Glimmering Light realm. The disparity between them was simply incomparable. Day 1 of orientation, I've already broken through to the Glimmering Light realm. A faint smile appeared on Ji Churan's face as he clenched his fingers, retracting the crackling lightning back into his body. After straightening his attire, Ji Churan left his room and headed straight for the admissions office. Since freshmen needed to register first, the start of the school term was moved earlier accordingly. As the sophomores and juniors hadn't reached their school opening date yet, Ji Churan encountered almost no one along the way. The few people he came across were mostly freshmen dragging their luggage while looking around. Following the route from memory, Ji Churan soon arrived at the admissions office registration area. At this moment, many students were still registering at the admissions office. Chapter 42 Li Yi arrives. Outside the admissions office was the school gate. As Ji Churan walked, he glanced toward the area outside the school, almost entirely densely packed with parents who had come to drop off their children. Their eyes held anticipation, worry, and pride. Ji Churan froze for a moment when he saw this, stopping in his tracks. He remained silent briefly before pressing his lips together and continuing toward the admissions office. As Ji Churan approached, some parents outside the school seemed to recognize him and immediately shouted, Ji Churan, go for it! Other parents upon seeing this turned their attention to Ji Churan and soon joined in the cheering. Ever since Ji Churan scored full marks in the martial arts college entrance exam, was revealed to be from Sichuan-Chongqing region, and awakened an S-grade superpower that earned him direct admission to Sichuan-Chongqing Superpower University. Almost everyone online in Sichuan-Chongqing came to know the name Ji Churan. It's fair to say that as long as Ji Churan doesn't meet an untimely demise, he will undoubtedly become one of humanity's future pillars. Ji Churan's footsteps suddenly halted, completely unprepared to encounter this scene. Hundreds upon hundreds of parents were chanting his name in unison. Among them were voices proclaiming that he would become a future pillar of humanity. This scene deeply moved Ji Churan. It seems, being a hero isn't so bad after all. With a faint smile, Ji Churan waved his hand before walking toward the Nature Department's admissions office under the gazes of numerous freshmen. The person in charge of Nature Department admissions was also a senior student from the same department. A smile immediately appeared on his face when he saw Ji Churan approaching. Junior Ji, we've been waiting for you. With that, the senior took out a form and handed it to Ji Churan. Ji Churan reached out to take it, glanced down at the form, and then began filling in his personal information. While Ji Churan was filling out the information, the new students were also glancing at him sideways. "Is that Ji Churan?" murmured a handsome young man in golden robes, staring at Ji Churan. Behind him stood a swordsman dressed in silver robes, with eyebrows as sharp as blades and an expression that was both cold and resolute. He stood behind the golden-robed man, seemingly deferring to him as his superior. Yes, the silver-robed man nodded lightly. "He's incredibly strong." "I know," said the gold-robed man. "Full marks in the martial arts college entrance exam, how could he not be strong?" Not far from the gold-robed man, a fiery red-haired man was staring fixedly at Ji Churan, his eyes blazing as if with raging flames. After a while, Ji Churan finished filling out the form completely, then got up and left, returning to his dormitory to await the opening of school the next day. With the faint glow of dawn, a new day had arrived. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock's noise woke Ji Churan from his dreams, giving him a headache. Damn it! What kind of crappy school makes you get up at 6 in the morning? Ji Churan sat up in bed, unable to hold back his curses. Since it was the first day of school, all freshmen had to arrive at the playground by 6:20 for the entrance ceremony. As for why they had to wake up so early, Ji Churan had no idea. After a quick wash, Ji Churan stumbled out the door in a daze. As soon as he stepped outside, Ji Churan spotted Chen Meng leaning against a large tree, fast asleep right outside his door. "Why's old Chen here?" Ji Churan wondered, stepping closer to Chen Meng. He gently tapped Chen Meng and called softly, Old Chen, wake up. You can't sleep here." Seeing that Chen Meng still didn't stir, Ji Churan muttered helplessly, "Must be nice getting old, falling asleep against a tree just like that." Ji Churan stroked his chin, sizing up Chen Meng once more as a wicked yet effective idea surfaced in his mind. Ji Churan stealthily glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, cautiously approached Chen Meng before whispering softly in his ear, "Li Yi is coming." Holy shit! Chen Meng's eyes flew open as he jolted awake, immediately kicking off the ground into a powerful sprint before channeling his powers to leap into the air. Such smooth movements couldn't be achieved without good. Let's divert the thought. The seamless motion left Ji Churan rooted to the spot in astonishment. Just how deep does the shadow of those two words Li Yi loom over Chen Meng? If merely hearing the name elicits such a reaction, what would happen if they actually met face to face then? On the other side, Chen Meng, who was flying through the sky before fully waking up, looked at the familiar surroundings and couldn't help but curse wildly in his mind. No way! Is Li Yi this insane? He actually chased me all the way to Sichuan University? Wait, Sichuan University? Chen Meng, still in mid-flight, suddenly hit the brakes. His mind went completely blank, as if rebooting itself. He looked around in confusion before sinking into deep thought. His expression shifted from fear to confusion, then from confusion to contemplation, and finally from contemplation to anger. Damn it, Ji Churan! Maximum power! Chen Meng roared furiously, abruptly turning his body and flying straight toward Ji Churan's dormitory. At that moment, Ji Churan happened to be looking up at the sky when suddenly, he saw Chen Meng, who had already left, flying back toward him with an incomparably ferocious expression. Holy crap! Ji Churan exclaimed in shock and immediately transformed into lightning as he fled in the opposite direction. Damn it, Ji Churan! You better stop right there! Chen Meng roared furiously, pointing at Ji Churan with a face full of rage. No way, old Chen, only an idiot would stop now. Ji Churan shouted back without even turning his head. Chen Meng's current posture clearly indicated he was coming for him. Who would dare stop now? Stop, I won't hit you. Chen Meng flew rapidly, closing the distance between him and Ji Churan. Had Ji Churan not possessed lightning-based abilities, he might have already been caught by now. I don't believe a word you say. I swear on my life, I won't hit you. Say you're not lying. Not lying. Ji Churan finally stopped upon hearing this, turning around with an ingratiating smile as he looked at Chen Meng. Chen Meng also halted before Ji Churan, his face wearing an enigmatic smile of ambiguous meaning. Watching this smile spread across the other's face, Ji Churan felt his entire body break out in goosebumps. This smile was just so unnerving, carrying a hint of cruelty as well. Crack, crack. Chen Meng clasped his hands together, cracking his knuckles with audible pops. Ji Churan instinctively took a few steps back and exclaimed, Old Chen, you promised not to hit me. If you hit me, you're my son. I did promise not to hit you, Chen Meng grinned widely, but I never said I wouldn't beat the crap out of you. Wang Chao password. Old Chen, you're playing word games with me? You dare curse me? The heavens and earth are reversed. Ah, Chapter 43 My speech? After the minor commotion ended, Chen Meng led Ji Churan to the sports field. Upon reaching the field, to Ji Churan's complete surprise, he discovered he was the freshman representative, and he had to give a speech, but nobody had informed him about this in advance. Ji Churan turned his head in astonishment to look at Chen Meng, only to see him slightly avert his gaze to avoid eye contact. At this moment, Ji Churan finally understood everything. Old Chen, you screwed me over. Chen Meng stiffened, then retorted with neither clear logic nor much conviction. Who's scamming you, you little weirdo? Don't go spouting nonsense, I just genuinely forgot. Ji Churan's veins bulged as his fists clenched involuntarily, emitting sharp cracking sounds. Seeing this, Chen Meng beside him wasted no time and instantly activated his steel body transformation, his entire figure becoming rigid and unyielding. After completing all these actions, Chen Meng stiffly turned his head, his rigid face cracking into a mechanical smile. Seeing this, Ji Churan had no choice. Even Xiao Ting couldn't break through that turtle shell defense. How could someone like him at the faint light realm possibly penetrate it? Moreover, could he really go all out against Chen Meng? Helpless, Ji Churan could only secretly note down this debt to settle with Chen Meng in the future. Screw me over, huh? I'll remember this. After speeches from all the college's top administrators and department deans, Chen Meng, the dean of instruction for the 6 main departments, finally took the stage. And Chen Meng's speech was short and to the point. Alright, folks, I won't waste words. Just one thing, may your alien martial prowess thrive. The students below the stage responded in unison. May the extraordinary martial arts flourish. Seeing this, Chen Meng nodded in satisfaction with a smile and stepped down from the stage. Next would be the speech by the freshman representative, Ji Churan. The host walked up to the podium and spoke into the microphone. Next, let's welcome the freshman representative, the first full-score prodigy of the Martial Science College entrance exam in a century, an S-class lightning ability user. Ji Churan, please come up to the stage and give your speech. The audience below erupted in applause, their gazes fixed on the stage. After all, that was a full score on the Martial Science College entrance exam. The perfect score in the Martial Arts College entrance exam hasn't been seen in nearly a century. Its sudden reappearance is bound to elicit shock and curiosity. Ji Churan adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the podium. After ascending the stage, he adjusted the microphone and cast a glance across the gathered crowd on the sports field. Ahem! The crowd fell silent, waiting for Ji Churan's speech. The deans of various departments below the podium smiled as they watched Ji Churan on stage, quietly beginning their whispered conversations. The dean of the enhancement department looked at the dean of the nature department with a hint of envy and said, "You've really hit the jackpot by recruiting an S-class awakener. His future achievements won't be low." "Indeed, it makes me quite envious," added the dean of the special department beside them. The deans of other departments couldn't help but show traces of envy. This delighted the dean of the nature department beyond measure. With an inscrutable smile, he said modestly, "Just a stroke of luck, mere coincidence." Student G is about to speak now, let's all listen attentively. I have a feeling his speech will be truly remarkable. Hearing this, the other deans stopped their chatter and perked up, focusing their attention on the stage. Ji Churan on stage took a slight breath and began his speech. "Hello everyone, I'm this year's freshman representative Ji Churan. There are just 2 points I wish to say. First, I hope everyone will strive hard. Second, I wish everyone's extraordinary martial paths to flourish magnificently. That concludes my speech, thank you all." With these words, Ji Churan gave a slight bow and wordlessly began walking off the stage. The audience below remained completely silent, everyone momentarily stunned. The freshmen looked at each other, none of them knowing how to respond. This freshman representative's speech wasn't quite what I expected, but speaking like this, that's actually so damn cool. Clap 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 clap. Alternative martial arts flourish brightly. The freshmen burst into applause, shouting excitedly. The deans of various departments seated at the front were momentarily stunned. Finally, the dean of the support department was the first to regain composure. "Ha, it seems student G is quite the character. Ha 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 yes, in that regard he resembles that rascal Chen Meng quite a bit." The enhancement department dean chuckled from the side. "I heard this time student G was actually recruited by Chen Meng," the psyche department dean inquired. "That's correct. It cost 3 ability crystals plus additional benefits to bring him in." The special abilities department dean nodded in confirmation. 3 ability crystals in exchange for a future main combat force, quite a bargain. The dean of the support department nodded. Mainly because of that SS rank ability user from Chu. Otherwise, 3 crystals might not have been enough to secure student G. The dean of the nature department remarked calmly, "Humph, even if it was an SS rank, we'd already chosen student G. Naturally, we wouldn't go back on our decision, that would be picking sesame seeds while dropping the watermelon." The support department dean said, "Indeed, all we need to do is nurture student G properly. The rest, we'll leave to the younger generation. After all, an S rank and an SS rank appearing in the same year, that's never happened before." The enhancement department dean chuckled. "The younger generation will have their own blessings to count. In the end, they'll fight for humanity regardless, and that alone is enough." The dean of the beast taming department gazed at the sky with a sigh. "Damn, you little shit, copying me?" As soon as Ji Churan stepped off the stage, Chen Meng walked up to him with a grin and scolded playfully, but you nailed it pretty well, got about half my handsome style down. Just wait and see, Chen Meng chuckled darkly, his grin both vicious and lewd. Learn from you? Ji Churan rolled his eyes at Chen Meng, exasperated. Learn to be a turtle like you? Duong! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Tisk! Ji Churan clutched his head and drew in a sharp breath. Chen Meng beside him silently retracted his fist, closing his eyes with a completely serious expression as he said, "That was just tactical sterilization, you damn brat don't know shit. Besides, I'm your goddamn teacher. Show some respect." Ji Churan rubbed his head, feeling as if his brain had been hammered by a sledgehammer. Damn it, he really didn't hold back at all. Ji Churan even suspected Chen Meng might have secretly steelized himself. It might not have been complete steel reinforcement, but he absolutely made the muscles in his arm harden. You old schemer. Chapter 44, New Student Training Camp. The next day. Today is the day for the special preterm training session for all freshmen. Since most freshmen haven't had their awakened abilities for too long, nearly all of them at this stage are either at the lower or middle stages of spirit awakening realm. Only a rare few true geniuses can reach the upper spirit awakening realm. Therefore, nearly every university conducts a 2-week intensive training program for freshmen after enrollment, aiming to boost their abilities. Additionally, 2 weeks later, immediately after this freshman training, the academy tournament will commence. In other words, it's an internal competition within each faculty department to determine the top-ranked student in that department. Just the day before, Chen Meng had come to Ji Churan's room to inform him about this matter. When he relayed this news to Ji Churan, he immediately saw a look of astonishment on Ji Churan's face. But right now I'm just a lowest-ranked Flicker Realm cultivator, Ji Churan said in surprise. Does that mean I don't have to participate in this special training? Starting from the Flicker Realm, each major realm is divided into 5 minor realms. They are respectively the bottom, lower, middle, upper, and peak tiers. And Ji Churan is currently at the bottom tier of the Flicker Realm. Across from Ji Churan, Chen Meng suddenly froze, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly as he struggled to find something to say. Because Ji Churan's words seemed to make some sense. Hey, hold on a second, let me think about this. Chen Meng raised his hand, signaling Ji Churan to stop talking so he could ponder. The corner of Ji Churan's mouth twitched slightly. Hiss, what you're saying actually makes some sense. Chen Meng stroked his chin and said, so are you going to participate? I'll participate, Ji Churan said. Learning knows no bounds. Who knows, maybe the freshman training will teach me something useful. Then why the hell did you ask if you could skip it? Chen Meng snapped. I was just asking, what's the problem? Ji Churan shrugged nonchalantly. Chen Meng was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. This is so damn surreal. Back to the present. Ji Churan still woke up early as usual and headed towards the predetermined training location. Along the way, Ji Churan also encountered many freshmen heading in the same direction. Most of these freshmen walking with him were from the Natural Type Academy. After all, the training camps were organized according to departments. The 6 major colleges wouldn't conduct joint training together. This meant that Ji Churan would only be training alongside other freshmen who had awakened nature-type supernatural abilities. Similarly, these same freshmen would later become Ji Churan's competitors. After passing by the principal's statue, Ji Churan arrived at the nature-type college located within Sichuan University. After determining his bearings, Ji Churan headed towards the assembly point. The assembly point was precisely at the center of the Natural Elements Academy, the Academy Plaza. The Natural Elements Academy Plaza was vast, with a sculpture composed of various elemental substances standing at its center. At the base of the sculpture was a circular pool enclosed by stone walls. Inside the pool, there seemed to be a few goldfish leisurely swimming about. The Academy Square was already filled with numerous freshmen standing in wait for their training instructor to arrive. The freshmen were mostly chatting in groups of 4, as they were all roommates. It could be said that apart from Ji Churan having a single dormitory, everyone else was grouped in the standard 4-person arrangement. The moment Ji Churan arrived at the square, subtle glances began drifting toward him from the surroundings. Countless freshmen turned their gaze towards Ji Churan, this once-in-a-century genius hailed by all. As they looked at Ji Churan, they whispered softly to their roommates. To this, Ji Churan seemed already immune. His experiences over these many days had made him somewhat accustomed to such spectating and discussions. He casually found a spot to stand and then quietly waited. Moments later, the sky suddenly turned crimson, as surges of scorching waves swept over the crowd. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a fireball streaking toward them through the sky. Flames roared around the fireball, unleashing waves of blistering heat. A fireball? Enemy attack! Shouted one of the freshmen in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, his roommate beside him immediately countered him. Enemy attack my ass. This is Sichuan University, who dare attack so brazenly? It's definitely the coach. Despite saying this, everyone remained on high alert, including Ji Churan. Ji Churan now stared fixedly at the fireball descending from the sky, his entire body tensed. At the slightest sign of trouble, he'd transform into lightning and bolt. Fortunately, as the fireball drew nearer to the crowd, it began to shrink gradually, growing smaller and weaker, its temperature fading steadily. In the end, the massive fireball transformed into a humanoid figure, descending squarely onto the plaza of the Natural Element Academy. Bang! With a heavy thud upon landing, the surrounding temperature instantly began to rise. What had been a mild 26 degrees Celsius suddenly surged past 40 degrees in an explosive instant. And waves of scorching heat continued to assault the group. The fire elemental crouched low before slowly straightening its posture. As it rose to its full height, the surrounding flames began gradually dissipating. Finally, all the roaring flames vanished completely, and with them disappeared the blistering heat they had brought moments before. When the flames dissipated, everyone finally saw the true appearance of the fiery figure. It was a tall man dressed in crimson battle robes. Standing at the center of the square, the man slowly turned his head, scanning each person present one by one. His gaze lingered momentarily when it fell upon Ji Churan, but soon moved on just as quickly. While the man observed, Ji Churan remained vigilant. Although the chance of an enemy attack was slim, Ji Churan didn't dare take the risk. Seeing the man's appearance, however, the other students categorized him as an instructor and began to relax. Some freshmen even started chatting with those around them. Finally, after scanning all the newcomers, the man began to address them. Quiet! As the man's voice rang out, the new students quickly fell silent. Seeing this, the man continued speaking. Let me introduce myself. I'll be your training instructor for the next 2 weeks of boot camp. My surname is Su, so you can call me Instructor Su. After observing you just now, I noticed there are some rather famous ability users among you. Not only do we have this year's martial arts college entrance exam top scorer with full marks, but also contenders from prominent noble families. As Instructor Su spoke these words, a golden-robed man in the crowd gave a slight tremble, while the gazes turned toward him filled with surprise. However, Instructor Su continued sharply, I don't care who you are, what achievements you've earned, or what backgrounds you come from. Under my command, everyone receives equal treatment. 2 weeks every single one of you must complete the tasks I set. Though naturally, geniuses will receive tasks and treatment befitting their talents. Are you all ready? Chapter 45, Instructor Su. The crowd in the square involuntarily nodded in unison. Seeing this, Instructor Su immediately bellowed. Damn it, did you all leave your vocal cords at home? The loud voice instantly echoed across the square. The freshmen in the square shouted in unison, we're ready. Ji Churan didn't shout, keeping his eyes fixed on Instructor Su the entire time. It seems I've got a rather fiery-tempered instructor here, which kind of fits with fire-type superpowers. But could Instructor Su be a henpecked husband? This thought kept Ji Churan wondering. If that were the case, well now that'd be quite interesting. Good. I want all of you fired up. You're the ones who'll be stepping onto the battlefield of 10,000 races. Don't talk about not being able to fight. Those are just the words of cowards. A real man should charge forward without hesitation. Next up is the first item of freshman training. Actual combat. When the words actual combat were announced, the freshmen in the square all widened their eyes in shock, looking around in confusion. Direct combat? Against who? Damn. I can't actually spar with Ji Churan, can I? I don't want to eat that lightning ball. Hold up bro. You don't think we're supposed to fight him? The guy spoke while sneakily glancing at Instructor Su with somewhat perverted-looking movements. Suddenly, as if responding to him, Instructor Su shouted, your opponent is me. For a moment, the square fell silent until, after 2.5 seconds, the students began to murmur. Holy shit, bro, did you just jinx us? Someone quick, go fetch the werewolf from the enhancement department. This guy's a damn prophet. Fighting the instructor? Isn't that a bit difficult? Not necessarily. We have Ji Churan. Just throw a lightning orb and fry Instructor Su right away. Damn it, are you an idiot? Ji Churan's lightning orbs don't discriminate between friend and foe. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing, Instructor Su continued explaining the combat rules. Next, there will be a 2.5-hour practical combat training session. Your task is simple. Either defeat me, or withstand my attacks. If you fail to do either, well, let's just say I'm not sure what will happen to you. The training area has no boundaries, but don't even think about running away. I shouldn't need to emphasize the consequences of fleeing, should I? Now then, training begins. As soon as Instructor Su finished speaking, he abruptly raised his hand. A scorching aura erupted from Instructor Su's palm, so intense it visibly distorted and trembled the surrounding air near his arm. The next instant, a crimson flame ignited along Instructor Su's forearm before exploding boom, toward the crowd. A massive fireball hurtled violently toward the students gathered in the square. Holy crap! Someone in the crowd targeted by the fireball shouted, and everyone immediately scattered in all directions. Some used wind-based abilities to levitate themselves, while others cloaked their bodies in water-based shields. There were also those with earth-based powers who simply burrowed underground. In short, every freshman used whatever evasive techniques they could muster. Even Ji Churan got involved, because Instructor Su's fireball was hurled directly at the bastard. Fuck, Ji Churan cursed, transforming into a bolt of lightning an instant later as he dodged to an empty spot nearby. Seeing Ji Churan evade so swiftly, Instructor Su turned his head to look at him. As for where the fireball was headed and who it was targeting, Instructor Su didn't even glance. Ji Churan stared fixedly at Instructor Su, their eyes locking in confrontation. Damn, this instructor is really coming for me. Ji Churan cursed inwardly. Ji Churan turned his gaze slightly to where the fireball had landed. At this moment, there were still over a dozen freshmen who hadn't evacuated from the area where the fireballs were falling. Some pyrokinetics enveloped themselves in flames, attempting to fight fire with fire, while others wrapped themselves in water-based abilities, trying to use water to resist the fireballs. Almost all espers had fled except those with fire or water abilities, powers not particularly suited for quick escapes. Wind users took to the skies, earth users burrowed underground. Lightning attribute. So far, Ji Churan has only discovered that he possesses lightning-based superpowers and hasn't encountered any other lightning ability users yet. Clang! Suddenly, a golden metallic collision sound rang out. The sound pierced Ji Churan's ears, instantly grabbing his full attention. Ji Churan turned his head warily, only to discover that Instructor Su, who had been standing in the center of the square moments ago, had vanished. Clang! 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 The continuous metallic sounds once again diverted Ji Churan's attention, making him look toward the source of the noise. He turned and saw Instructor Su wielding a short blade, engaged in combat with a youth clad in golden robes. The golden-robed young man wielded his long sword, continuously clashing with Instructor Su's short blade. Sparks burst from the colliding metal, scattering brilliantly through the air. Clang! 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 Instructor Su's attacks were razor-sharp, the short blade in his hand transformed into a deadly artifact, each strike aimed mercilessly at the golden-robed youth's vital points. The golden-robed boy's swordsmanship was also exceptionally skilled, continuously parrying Instructor Su's attacks. The long sword in his hand moved as naturally as if it were an extension of his own arm. Something's wrong. Ji Churan immediately sensed that something was amiss upon witnessing this scene. If this were truly training, would there be a need to aim every slash at vital points? Every single one of Instructor Su's attacks was directed straight at the golden-robed boy's lethal weak spots. If the golden-robed boy makes even a single mistake, he'll lose his life instantly. The golden-robed boy wasn't in good condition either, his face was pale, his expression somewhat twisted. Damn it, is this really just training? Trembling inwardly, the golden-robed boy kept swinging his longsword frantically to fend off Instructor Su's relentless attacks. Instructor Su's attacks struck vital points with tremendous force, leaving him barely able to defend himself. No, if this continues, I'll die. Gritting his teeth, the golden-robed youth raised his longsword in an upward slash. Clang! The sharp clang of metal striking metal suddenly rang out. The sudden upward slash forced Instructor Su to retreat 2 steps, but within moments, Instructor Su steadied herself, the hand gripping the dagger tensing slightly as she exhaled sharply and commanded, "Lit!" In the next instant, Instructor Su's dagger burst into flames of a fiery red hue. He then stepped forward with his right foot, raising the blade as he charged ahead. Condense! The golden-robed youth roared in anger and lifted his longsword, which began to transform right before their eyes. Chapter 46, Sea of Flames. Burn! Suddenly, the golden-robed youth's longsword shimmered with streaks of silver light, gleaming like polished metal catching the sun. The originally rigid longsword became even harder at this moment, as if clad in a metallic coat. This was the golden-robed boy's special ability. Sharpness to gold. The power to control metal, even to make metal adhere to weapons. The golden-robed student raised his longsword to resist Instructor Su's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out once more, though this time with a noticeable difference. Whoosh! 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 The sound of flames roaring suddenly erupted as the fire on Instructor Su's dagger instantly turned violent, rapidly spreading onto the golden-robed student's longsword. The golden-robed boy clenched his teeth, his lips turning pale, while his trembling hand barely maintained its grip on the raised longsword. Just as the golden-robed boy was about to collapse from exhaustion, Ji Churan made his move. ZZZZT. Boom! A bolt of lightning, thick as a fist, tore through the air toward Instructor Su's back, carrying an aura of terrifying power. Instructor Su instantly detected Ji Churan's attack. With a deft flick of his short blade, he parried the golden-robed boy's longsword aside before pushing off with his left foot to leap diagonally rightward. As Instructor Su leaped aside, the golden-robed boy saw the terrifying lightning bolt flying straight toward him. Just when the golden-robed boy thought the lightning was about to strike him, Ji Churan flicked his right hand redirecting the bolt midair and sending it hurtling toward Instructor Su instead. The lightning miraculously veered away at the last moment, swerving sharply just half a meter from the golden-robed boy. The boy's pupils trembled violently. He had braced for impact, even felt the crackling arcs of electricity against his skin only for the lightning to defy physics and curve away. Phew, just scaring myself. Instructor Su stood not far away, watching thunder turn the corner, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. But he wasn't flustered. With a simple lift of his left hand, tongues of flame instantly erupted, forming a fiery shield around his left arm. Ji Churan's thunderbolt instantly crackled against the flame shield, only to be burned away by the searing fire. Damn it! What level is he actually at? Ji Churan cursed under his breath when he saw this. Lightning capable of scorching him, only a high-level superhuman could achieve this. Suddenly, two earthen arms burst from the ground beneath Instructor Su's feet, shattering the plaza's tiles as they clamped onto his ankles. Instructor Su slightly lowered his head and lifted his feet, noticing how tightly the mud clung to them. Suddenly, a man with fiery red hair and dressed in crimson battle robes rushed toward Instructor Su from behind. In his hand, he wielded a long blade. Flames roared fiercely along the length of the blade. The crimson-robed man took several steps and instantly appeared behind Instructor Su, then raised his flaming longsword and swung it down toward him. Instructor Su, however, seemed to have anticipated it, raising his dagger with a reverse grip behind his head. Clang! The metallic clash rang out abruptly. The red-robed man's attack was actually blocked by Instructor Su using such bizarre movements. How is this possible? The red-robed man shouted in disbelief, then swiftly retreated backward. Fatty! Move! The red-robed man yelled toward a portly figure standing in the distance with raised hands, while simultaneously maneuvering toward Ji Churan's position. The fat man stood with his arms raised, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing the red-robed man flee, he immediately began cursing. Show off! I never should have listened to you. With that, the chubby kid swung his arms and waddled briskly toward Ji Churan's direction while yelling at the top of his lungs. Brother Ji, please take me in. Seeing this, the boy in the gold robe immediately ran toward Ji Churan as well. There's no other way, given the current situation. Only by sticking together can they stand against Instructor Su. As the fat boy lowered his hands, the earthen hands restraining Instructor Su instantly lost their vitality and were shattered by Instructor Su's kicks. Instructor Su shook the dirt off his feet and lifted his gaze to Ji Churan and the others. Instructor Su scoffed lightly. It seems you're the only ones who don't disappoint me. In that case, let's weed out the weaklings. After finishing his words, Instructor Su's skin gradually began turning fiery red, as if something was about to erupt. Ji Churan immediately grew vigilant upon seeing this. Several other classmates who had run to Ji Churan's side also became alert. The next moment, Instructor Su's body burst into roaring flames, the scorching fire transforming him into a blazing human torch. The flame-covered Instructor Su slowly raised his right hand. Sea of flames? Instructor Su's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. Burn. As Instructor Su uttered the word burn, a ferocious blaze erupted instantaneously from his body. A massive inferno exploded indiscriminately across the square in an instant, like an endless ocean of fire. Boom! Flames surged violently towards the freshmen gathered in the square. Ji Churan's pupils constricted as he roared, resist with everything you've got. Right now wasn't the time to talk about saving others. With this inferno's intensity, merely surviving himself would count as fortunate. Ji Churan looked up, kicked off with both legs, and shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The range of the Sea of Flames was vast, so vast that even wind-ability freshmen couldn't escape it instantly by taking flight. Aside from Ji Churan, all the other freshmen could do was endure the fiery onslaught head-on. The golden-robed boy stomped his foot and shouted, "Sharp metal, gather!" In the next moment, layers of metal manifested across his body like a suit of armor. "Burn!" shouted the red-robed boy as his entire body burst into flames, transforming into a fire-wreathed figure just like Instructor Su. Shit. The chubby guy kept cursing while waving his hands to envelop himself in swirling earth, morphing into a humanoid clay figure. The other freshmen also chose to stand their ground. Wind-type abilities couldn't get them airborne fast enough, they could only attempt to use their wind powers to withstand the Sea of Flames. Some supernaturals from Earth chose to operate covertly, taking their activities underground instead. Surprisingly, two female students decided to team up. A girl dressed in green robes with jet-black hair raised her hand and shouted, "Windwall, erect!" A barrier woven from emerald cyclones instantly materialized before the two girls. Beside her stood a girl dressed in blue battle robes, her hair also tinged with azure, raising her hand and shouting, "Stubborn water, surge!" Streaks of blue liquid flew from the blue-robed girl's hands, pouring onto the green wind barrier. They formed a cyan water wall. The moment the cyan water wall appeared, it effectively blocked the vast majority of the Sea of Flames for them. Even so, a small portion of the Sea of Flames still surged toward them. Chapter 47. I feel like that instructor wants us dead. Seeing this, the two girls had no choice but to activate their abilities again to resist the approaching flames. The flames burned relentlessly for a full 10 seconds before finally dissipating. As the sea of fire dissipated, Ji Churan descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. After landing, Ji Churan looked around in shock. The Natural Sciences Department Square had now been reduced to ruins. The surrounding buildings lay in fragments, as if shattered by cannon fire. and flames still burned on these destroyed buildings. Even the sculpture in the plaza of the Natural Sciences faculty was completely severed at the waist, its remaining lower half still engulfed in flames. The entire ground of the plaza was charred black, vividly resembling the aftermath of a sea of fire. Damn, is this really just training? Ji Churan stared at the scene in shock. If this is training, the cost is way too high. But if it's not? Ji Churan turned to look at Instructor Su and murmured, then who is he? Ahem, cough cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound emerged from right beside Ji Churan. Turning his head, Ji Churan noticed a charred black statue standing beside him as if made of fire-hardened clay, still emanating a faint, unidentifiable odor. Crack, crack, thud. The next moment, the charred black statue suddenly shattered, revealing a plump figure wreathed in faint blue smoke, his face completely blackened with soot. Cough, cough. Unable to even stand steadily, the young man collapsed to his knees. Supporting himself with his left hand on the ground, he clutched his wide neck with his right, hacking violently, cough, cough, damn near choke me to death asterisk. Ji Churan glanced between the kneeling young man and the shattered remnants of the charred sculpture. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wait, using mud to wrap yourself to resist a sea of fire? Are you a scented pig? Cough cough, damn. Should have burrowed underground sooner, almost got myself boiled alive. The chubby guy wobbled as he stood up, wiping his soot-blackened face with his charred battle robe. In the end, it just made the black even blacker without wiping anything away. Damn it, I bought this battle robe on credit. How did it end up like this? The moment Fatty saw the state of his battle robe, he was utterly shocked. No, my battle robe, I should have just burrowed underground instead. Wah! Fatty suddenly burst into tears, looking up at the sky as if deeply regretting his earlier decision. Ji Churan frowned upon hearing this. Earth evasion, can one really survive through it? Ji Churan gazed at the scorched and hardened earth around him, falling into deep thought. If earth evasion truly worked, those students who used it would have surfaced by now. Earth attribute ability users at the spiritual perception realm still can't breathe underground. Prolonged submersion would eventually lead to death by suffocation. But till now none of these terrakinetics who employed earth evasion have emerged, not a single one, and that certainly gives one pause. There could be only one reason for this situation, and that is, they're dead. If that's really the case, then who the hell is that Instructor Su? Where did Chen Meng and the others go? With such a large-scale outbreak and destruction, even a blind man would know something happened here, right? Why hasn't Chen Meng's team made any movement? Today's events truly exceeded Ji Churan's expectations. It was just like a dream. Wait, a dream? Psychic power. At this moment, Ji Churan suddenly understood everything. This was indeed intensive training, but it was training within the illusion crafted by psychic power. But when did I enter this illusion? Damn it, is it because my mental energy isn't strong enough? I didn't even realize I'd entered an illusion. Holy shit, Brother Ji. Suddenly, Fatty's shout interrupted Ji Churan's thoughts. Ji Churan glanced sideways and saw the fat man suddenly slide into a kneel before him, clinging to his thigh and rubbing against it frantically. In just a few seconds, all the soot on the fat man's face was smeared onto Ji Churan's battle robes, revealing his true features. Seeing this, Ji Churan felt veins popping on his forehead and kicked Fatty flying. His combat robe was black, but there were still patterns on it. Ji Churan grew angrier the more he thought about it and directly raised his hand to strike the fat guy with a bolt of lightning. Zzzzzzzzz. Ugh, ugh. The lightning crackled all over the fat guy's body, making him convulse uncontrollably. Ji Churan didn't want to kill the fat guy, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. So after shocking the fat guy for about 2.5 seconds, Ji Churan withdrew his supernatural ability. After retracting his supernatural ability, the chubby guy's body still twitched uncontrollably a couple of times before he collapsed to the ground with a thud, black smoke spewing from his mouth. His hair also stood completely on end. Serves you right. A voice dripping with schadenfreude rang out. Ji Churan turned his head to see a red-haired boy with an equally soot-covered face walking toward him. Not only that, but the golden-robed guy was also approaching from not far behind the red-robed man, moving steadily closer. The golden-robed student seemed to be the cleanest person present, aside from Ji Churan. There wasn't a speck of dust on his face, and his robes only had some unidentified metal shavings scattered about. But, his complexion was somewhat flushed, even the exposed skin on his arms carried the same reddish hue. Moreover, as the golden-robed boy approached Ji Churan, Ji felt a wave of heat radiating from him. Did you get steamed or something? Ji Churan asked with confusion. The golden-robed boy twitched at the corner of his mouth, unsure how to respond. After all, how could he admit that the sea of fire had reddened his metal armor and thoroughly roasted him? Cough cough cough. The fat guy had now recovered and staggered to his feet on his own. The moment he stood up, he immediately looked at Ji Churan and begged for mercy. Ji bro, I wasn't intentional just now, I was just too excited and couldn't hold back. Ji Churan's lips twitched as he chose to ignore the fat guy. Meanwhile, the boy in the red robe wore a gloating smile on his face. The golden-robed boy turned his head to look around and found that the surroundings had completely changed, with the other freshmen also eerily disappearing. Where are the others? The golden-robed boy's pupils trembled slightly as he said, "And, is this really training? I feel like that instructor is trying to kill us." Chapter 48, In the Illusion, What Truth Can There Be? I feel the same way, the red-robed boy said with a serious expression. Attacks like these, with every slash aimed at your vital spots, are clearly meant to kill. But, the fat guy beside him asked in confusion, if it's not training, then why hasn't our teacher come yet? The group fell silent, because none of them knew the reason either. Ji Churen didn't join their conversation, instead fixing his gaze intensely ahead. To be precise, his eyes were locked on those few figures in the distance. Tap tap tap, splash splash, clatter. A heavy footstep sounded, accompanied by the noise of something being dragged along. Everyone was instantly drawn to the sound and looked ahead. After clearly seeing the newcomer, everyone became alert. Because the newcomer was none other than Instructor Su. They saw Instructor Su dragging something with both hands, step by step, approaching the group. When everyone turned their gaze to what was behind Instructor Su, the sight instantly stunned them. Because the things Instructor Su was dragging were, it's a human. He's dragging two corpses towards us. Instructor Su approached step by step until he stood facing the group, then abruptly flung both corpses towards them with a sweep of his arms. No one moved, silently allowing the bodies to roll to the ground. After the corpses tumbled down, everyone turned to look at them. One glance was enough to make their bodies tense up. There were two female corpses, one dressed in a green robe, the other in a blue one. Their faces still bore traces of fear and resilience, their bodies covered in multiple burn marks. Clearly, they had been hunted down by Instructor Su. Seeing everyone's reaction, Instructor Su was quite pleased. He grinned and said, "It seems you're the only ones left. Go ahead, tell me how you'd like to die? Just who the hell are you?" The red-robed boy pointed at Instructor Su, shouting the words, "Who am I?" Instructor Su grinned, raising his eyes to meet the red-robed male student's gaze. "I'm your training instructor. You're full of shit." The boy in golden robes stepped forward, pointing at Instructor Su and shouting, "If you were really the training instructor, then why did they have to sacrifice themselves?" The golden-robed boy pointed once again at the two girls' bodies on the floor. "Sacrifice?" Instructor Su tilted his head slightly, as if pondering something, and after a moment said, "You're using that word far too lightly. This wasn't a sacrifice, they died. It's just a life. Gone is gone, nothing more than a bull-sized scar anyway." The red-haired boy seemed ready to speak again, but Ji Churen stopped him. Ji Churen raised his hand to block the red-haired boy, taking a subtle step forward. Instructor Su tilted his head slightly, standing with one foot forward as if on guard. Seeing this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Ji Churen's lips. Just as expected, exactly as he had imagined. Instructor Su remained physically alert, yet his expression stayed relaxed, even going so far as to initiate a question. "What, are you also coming to self-righteously interrogate me?" Ji Churen shook his head, curled the corner of his lips, and chuckled. "I can't be bothered to waste words on you, you're not worthy of hearing them." "Ha!" Instructor Su was momentarily stunned, and not just him, even the red-haired boy and the others froze as well. But the moment they froze, Ji Churen suddenly struck. His entire body transformed into a streak of lightning, flashing before Instructor Su in an instant. At the same time, his right fist, wreathed in countless bolts of lightning, was already hurtling toward Instructor Su. Instructor Su was shocked at the sight. With a wave of his right hand, he unleashed a burst of flames that shot toward Ji Churen while he himself used the recoil to rapidly retreat. Sizzle sizzle, boom! Ji Churen's right fist and the erupting flames converged midair, creating a violent explosion. The raging flames raining from above smashed against Ji Churen's body, yet were neutralized by the crackling lightning coursing over his form. Ji Churen gently patted out the small flames burning on his battle robe, the corners of his mouth curling up wildly. He raised his gaze toward the flaming figure in the distance and laughed. "Seems my theory has been confirmed." "What?" The flames covering Instructor Su gradually dissipated, revealing his true form once more. "You certainly can wield supernatural powers," Ji Churen said, "but your physical body cannot." Instructor Su's pupils suddenly contracted, his mind reeling with shock. What does that mean?" The chubby man rubbed his head, momentarily bewildered by the situation. "Everyone," Ji Churen called out, "focus your attacks on his physical body, fight him in close combat." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Instructor Su sneered coldly at the sight. "Brat, aren't you afraid I'll unleash a sea of flames?" Ji Churen grinned broadly. "Given your physical constitution, I'm confident I could kill you with one strike the moment you try to unleash that sea of flames." Instructor Su froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the top martial arts scholar with full marks. Your observation skills are indeed excellent, you even noticed this little flaw of mine." Instructor Su smiled, gazing at Ji Churen with growing admiration. Boy, tell me, have you seen the truth? What truth can there be within an illusion? Ji Churan calmly replied. At these words, several freshmen behind him instantly froze in astonishment. Illusion, an illusion? Fatty asked uncertainly, Brother G, are we in an illusion? A mental type ability user, the golden-robed boy murmured. No wonder no teachers have come so far. So we've been inside an illusion all along. The red-robed boy opened his mouth, finding it hard to believe. So, their earlier battle had actually taken place within an illusion all along? Indeed, you've already figured it out. Instructor Su couldn't help shaking his head upon hearing this. Then he asked, just because my physical body doesn't match my ability strength level, you guess this was an illusion? No, Ji Churan shook his head and said, I guessed because no teachers have shown up for so long. After all, I don't think anyone could single-handedly infiltrate Sichuan University. Instructor Su froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it was because of the school? Looks like I'll need to conjure up a few teachers for the next illusion. I declare you've passed this round. Crack. Chapter 49, Don't Pile More Work on Me. With a crisp shattering sound, the world in Ji Churan's eyes instantly began to fragment like broken glass. The entire surroundings were covered in spiderweb-like cracks resembling shattered glass, emitting continuous crack sounds. The next moment, bang! A clear, ringing fracture echoed through the air. The devastated world around them vanished in an instant, replaced by the familiar sight of the Nature Department's plaza where Ji Churan and the others had been standing. There was no fire, no ruins, not even the slightest change to the floor. The only difference was that the crowd that had been standing moments ago had all fallen to the ground with their eyes closed. Of all the freshmen in the square, only Ji Churan and his group remained standing. The chubby guy looked around with an utterly bewildered expression. He crouched down before the nearest student, pried open their eyelids with his fingers, and examined their eyes carefully. The golden-robed youth watched this scene with some surprise and asked, Do you know medicine? No, the fat guy replied very honestly. Isn't this how they check in TV dramas? The golden-robed boy broke into a sweat and wiped his forehead, saying, Then how do you know if he's alive or not? Guesswork. The fat guy loosened his grip and stood up straight, speaking with utter seriousness. 6. The golden-robed boy's lip twitched as countless words ultimately condensed into just this single number. Because it was an illusionary realm, all the dust and injuries sustained by everyone disappeared as the illusion shattered, restoring them to their original state. Don't worry. As if aware of everyone's concerns, Instructor Su said, they've just fallen asleep and will wake up soon. Teacher Chen's illusions won't actually harm any of you students. But who'd have thought a freshman would actually see through the illusion? As expected of the top martial arts scorer with full marks. Looks like we'll have to act more convincingly next time. Let's summon Chen Meng and the others' phantom images when the time comes, and then blah blah blah. Instructor Su kept elaborating on her improvement methods, her eyes growing increasingly brighter as she spoke. Teacher Su, have mercy on me. Suddenly, a handsome woman with a neat short haircut emerged from a weapon shop behind Instructor Su. She wore a rather helpless expression and patted her head as she spoke. Easy for you to say, I'm the one who created that illusion. Seeing this, Instructor Su scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. After emerging from the illusion, the woman threw a resigned glance at Instructor Su before walking straight over to Ji Churan and extending her hand. Hello, classmate Ji, my name is Chen Won. Ji Churan also politely extended his hand. Hello, Teacher Chen. Their hands lightly clasped together for a moment before separating. Noticing the expression on Ji Churan's face, Chen Won smiled and asked, Classmate Ji, do you have some questions? Ji Churan nodded and said, Teacher Chen, I'd like to know, when exactly did you pull us into this illusion? Ji Churan was eager to know the answer to this question, yet before he realized it, he had been dragged into the illusion. This sense of losing control left him feeling deeply unsettled. Hearing this, Chen Won smiled and replied, When did I pull you in? Probably around the time Teacher Su descended from the sky and grabbed everyone's attention. You all already had your guard down around me, and with your attention diverted, someone like me, whose cultivation surpasses yours, could effortlessly pull you into the illusion without anyone noticing. Is that so? Ji Churan murmured, stroking his chin pensively. But my level and mental power are still somewhat lacking, so I can't fully utilize Instructor Su's physical strength. Chen Wen suddenly sighed helplessly. Instructor, what do you mean? Fatty asked. Didn't you notice that Instructor Su's physical strength was quite weak during your sparring sessions? Chen Wen inquired. Really? Fatty hesitated, glancing at Ji Churan and the others unsurely as he mumbled. Of course there is. Instructor Su stepped forward at this point, pointing at the golden-robed boy and saying, if my physical strength in the illusion was the same as in reality, that Li kid would have been taken down by my blade long ago. What sword fight would there even be? The golden-robed boy's expression changed slightly. Then, Instructor Su turned to the fat boy and said, if my physical strength in the illusion was the same as in reality, your mud hands wouldn't have been able to restrain me either. With that loose, flimsy mud of yours, the real me would have smashed it apart with just 2 kicks. The fat guy awkwardly rubbed his head, unsure of what to say. The next instant, Instructor Sue pointed at the red-robed boy and said, "If my physical strength in the illusion was the same as in reality, you would have been sent flying with 1 punch from me. As for you," Instructor Sue looked at Ji-churan, opening his mouth only to pause, seeming to ponder what exactly was wrong with Ji-churan. But after thinking for a long while, he realized there didn't seem to be any issues with how Ji-churan had handled things. The only problem was that so many of his classmates had died. But faced with a formidable enemy like myself, no one could possibly guarantee everyone's survival. Then what should I say? You know exactly what's wrong with you." Instructor Sue stammered for ages before finally blurting out this vague accusation. Witnessing this scene, Ji-churan couldn't contain his laughter. The fat guy and the others were also trying hard to suppress their laughter. Seeing this, Instructor Sue coughed slightly in embarrassment and said, "Ahem, I won't say much more. Take a rest, and once they wake up, we'll proceed with the next round of training." With that, Instructor Sue walked aside and, with a wave of his arm, conjured a flaming chair to sit upon. Meanwhile, Chenwen turned her head and said to Instructor Sue, "Since the first round is over, I'll take my leave now, Teacher Sue." Instructor Sue nodded and said, "Good job, thank you for your hard work." "It's no trouble," Chenwen said jokingly, "just don't ask me to conjure up illusions of Chen Meng and the others." Instructor Sue gave an awkward smile, while Chenwen departed with a chuckle. After Chenwen left, Ji-churan and the others also began to get to know each other. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the few of them had gone through a battle together. Though the battle had been brief, the danger involved was still quite high. Chapter 50, The End of Training Camp. A short while later, the group had gotten to know each other a bit better. First, there was the golden-robed young man on Ji-churan's right, named Li Yunxian, who had been skilled with a sword since childhood. His ability is the A-grade natural metal-type power, Razor Gold, which allows him to control and create metal, enabling him to coat weapons with it. The red-robed boy is named Honghu, with the A-grade natural fire-type ability, Blazing Inferno, and wields a saber as his combat weapon. The chubby one is called Jiang Fengmao, possessing the A-grade natural earth-type ability, Tectonic Shock, granting him control over seismic vibrations and earth elements. His weapon of choice is a warhammer. A warhammer? Ji-churan asked skeptically. "I didn't see you carrying any weapon?" The fat guy scratched his head sheepishly, gave an awkward laugh, and stammered hesitantly, well, this. Honghu, who seemed to have known the fat guy for a while, bluntly exposed him. This damn fatty didn't bring his hammer because he thought it was too heavy during training. Ha! Ji-churan was stunned. There's actually a reason like this for not bringing a weapon? Li Yunxian looked at Jiang Fengma with great puzzlement and said, "You can't possibly go to battle later and decide not to bring your warhammer just because it's too heavy, can you? If that's really the case, why did you choose a warhammer as your weapon in the first place?" The fat guy gave an awkward laugh, scratched his head and said, "Well, actually, the main reason is that I'm poor." Li Yunxian froze for a moment before asking, "What does your family do?" "My family is from the countryside, and my parents are both farmers." The fat guy seemed afraid of being looked down upon by everyone, his tone noticeably lacking confidence. "Damn it, since when did you start doubting yourself?" Honghu punched Jiang Fengmao and said, "What's wrong with being a farmer? Farmers are the most admirable people." Li Yunxian didn't say anything, just patted Jiang Fengmao's shoulder to show his stance. Ji-churan was even more direct. He ruffled Jiang Fengmao's hair and chuckled. "Fatso, don't overthink it. At least you've got parents. I don't even have that." "What?" Jiang Fengmao froze, his voice filled with disbelief. "Brother Ji, you're an orphan?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Honghu and Li Yunxian both glared at Jiang Fengmao. Realizing his mistake, Jiang Fengmao quickly covered his mouth before hurriedly trying to correct himself. "I'm sorry, Brother Ji, I didn't mean it like that. Jiang Fengmao lowered his hands and began shaking them wildly, his head bobbing like a rattledrum, his expression flustered and panicked. Ji-churan didn't blame anyone for this, as he was after all a traveler from another world. By all logic, he didn't belong here in the first place. Being alone was simply the normal state of things. But now that he was here, he certainly intended to make something of it. Having come all this way, doing nothing would be rather dull, wouldn't it? What he planned to do was drive out all the invaders for the people of this land. With a casual wave of his hand, Ji-churan chuckled indifferently. "It's fine, I'm not angry. Besides, I'm used to it by now." Witnessing this, Jiang Fengmao felt even more remorseful. Brother Ji is too noble. This current appearance must be a mask. The Brother Ji of the past must have lived a miserable life. Miserable? To some extent, indeed quite miserable. After all, the dojo doomed itself somewhat of an unnatural death. Time slipped away as they conversed, and the unconscious freshmen around them gradually began to wake up. Their first reaction upon waking was silence. Then came resignation. Under Chenwen's manipulation, the freshmen would learn the whole truth upon their death in the illusion, along with the news that they had failed the first round of training. They truly hadn't expected that even with Instructor Su going easy on them, they still couldn't withstand a single Sea of Flames attack and lost their lives so quickly. In the following 2 weeks, Instructor Su redefined what it meant to be a brutal trainer. After the deadly combat during their first meeting, Instructor Su began conducting special training sessions for the group. His training regimen was extremely strict and terrifying, so much so that the freshmen unanimously dubbed him the Devil Instructor. On the first day, Instructor Su subjected everyone to training in physical strength, endurance, and power, with an intensity that left many freshmen collapsing from exhaustion. Even Ji Churan felt like his lungs were about to explode after completing the training. He truly didn't have a mana bar, but damn it, he had a stamina gauge. On the second day, Instructor Su conducted training focused on supernatural energy reserves. Before this, he had everyone expend their supernatural energy without holding back, allowing him to determine each individual's current energy capacity. Most freshmen' energy reserves fell within the normal range, with Li Yunxian being the sole exception. His energy storage was slightly higher than the others. This alone was enough to astonish both Instructor Su and the other freshmen. But what happened next made them all wonder if they were dreaming, because Ji Churan continuously released his abilities for 2.5 hours without showing any signs of exhaustion. If Instructor Su hadn't called a stop, Ji Churan might have kept going for another 2.5 hours. In the end, Instructor Su also confirmed that this kid Ji Churan absolutely possessed an enormous reserve of abilities. No wonder he could recklessly unleash his powers during the college entrance exams. The guy's energy reserves were truly top tier. The other freshmen showed envious expressions upon hearing this news. What does it mean to be a lightning elementalist with ultra-powerful supernatural energy reserves? It means the birth of an ultimate killing machine. A lightning elementalist with ultra-powerful energy reserves is equivalent to a Gatling gun possessing hundreds of millions of rounds of backup ammunition. An absolute killer weapon. After confirming Ji Churan's exceptionally high reserve of supernatural abilities, Instructor Su ceased training him in ability reserves and instead shifted his focus to endurance training. This absolutely battered Ji Churan. It was exhausting work. And so under Instructor Su's regimen, Ji Churan and the others underwent endurance training, strength conditioning, speed drills, supernatural ability cultivation, energy cultivation routines, martial arts practice, and training with all manner of combat weapons. At the same time, everyone was also trained in close-quarters combat without using abilities, along with psychological stress training. As for how the training was conducted, naturally through pressure tactics and merciless criticism. Likewise, theoretical knowledge wasn't neglected either, as Instructor Su also provided lessons on the subject to everyone. Thus, the group spent 2 weeks of grueling but highly rewarding intensive training. Chapter 51, the upcoming Interdepartmental Freshman Tournament. 2 weeks later, the freshmen's military training came to an end. On this day, Instructor Su led everyone back to the Natural Sciences Department Square, which was now surrounded by large crowds of people. Some stood outside shops, while others had climbed onto rooftops. These spectators were all sophomore and junior students from Chuanyu Superpower University, gathered there to observe the new batch of freshmen. In previous years, there weren't many sophomore and junior students coming to watch at this time, but this year was different. Among this year's freshmen was a once-in-a-century martial arts college entrance examination top scorer with full marks. Instructor Su stood at the center of the square, with the freshmen lined up behind him. The surrounding upperclassmen buzzed with discussion upon seeing this scene. Did you see Ji Churan? I've been looking around but can't spot him. Where are you looking? At the back. You really must have IQ problems. With the skills Ji Churan displayed, how could he be at the back? He's definitely standing front and center in the C spot. Oh, I see him. The senior students all looked towards the front of the crowd, immediately spotting Ji Churan, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Clad in a black robe adorned with intricate patterns, Ji Churan wore a pair of pitch-black gauntlets on his hands, his entire being radiating an aura of sharp, formidable energy. At the sight of Ji Churan, only one thought crossed the seniors' minds: unsheathed brilliance. Ji Churan stood there like a spear poised to strike, exceptionally sharp-edged. Instructor Su surveyed the thoroughly transformed freshmen with immense satisfaction. They were no longer the naive and immature students who had first enrolled. Though traces of innocence and folly still lingered in their eyes, they now carried about them the fate aura proper to those gifted with extraordinary powers. The change was indeed remarkable. Instructor Su's gaze swept across everyone before he spoke. Everyone, the 2-week intensive training has come to an end. The path of supernatural combat from now on will depend on yourselves. Tomorrow is your Academy's freshman combat tournament. I hope you can demonstrate your full capabilities and shine brilliantly during the competition. However, while you'll most likely be competing for second place, you should still give it your best effort. Instructor Su spoke with a teasing expression, eager to see if he could stir up the freshman's anger and create some trouble for Ji Churan. Thus, he proceeded to subtly hint in his words that the freshmen were no match for Ji Churan and could only be suppressed by him. He practically dumped a mountain of pressure onto the freshman. And the outcome was just as Instructor Su had anticipated. Which of these freshmen wasn't proud and arrogant by nature? The freshmen who got into the Chuanyu Superpower University were all local geniuses, every single one proud and ambitious. So what if you're the top-scoring martial arts champion? So what if you have an S-class superpower? Fine, you really are something else. After this brief surge of fighting spirit, the group of freshmen collectively deflated. There's no helping it, the gap was too vast. Had Ji Churan not single-handedly shattered 2 minor beast tides during the college entrance exam, they might still have fought with everything they had. But the problem was Ji Churan's performance had been too dazzling, so brilliant that they simply didn't know how to compete. They surely couldn't be expected to withstand one of Ji Churan's thunder orbs head-on, could they? What's the difference between this and tanking artillery shells with bare flesh? Moreover, the strength this guy displayed during training was absolutely ridiculously overpowered. An immense reserve of supernatural abilities, terrifyingly violent and powerful lightning powers, combined with his inherent combat prowess, this forged an overwhelmingly dominant prodigy who crushed all his peers. How on earth are we supposed to fight against that? So, these freshmen immediately lost their spirit. Alright, let's compete for second place then. Instructor Su didn't expect these freshmen to lose their morale so quickly. Faced with this situation, he didn't know what else to say. Helpless, he eventually dismissed them with just a few casual remarks. Afterwards, the freshmen walked in small groups towards their dormitories. Ji Churan was no exception, heading straight towards his private dormitory building. They were all preparing to get some proper rest to face the upcoming freshman competition in their best condition tomorrow. However, just as Ji Churan was leaving, many senior students came asking for his contact information. Some seniors even directly invited Ji Churan to join their clubs, saying they could go on missions together in the future. But Ji Churan turned them all down. He currently had no intention of joining any clubs. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ji Churan leaped up and landed on the soft, yielding bed. He sprawled out in a starfish shape, sinking into the embrace of comfort. Before going to sleep, Ji Churan opened his system interface. Template progress, 19.07%. Still a bit short of 20? Ji Churan murmured. His template progress had now reached 19%, and his current cultivation level was on the verge of reaching mid-rank glimmering realm. The strength of his supernatural ability had also improved significantly since the college entrance exam period. I wonder what will happen when the template progress reaches 20%. Ji Churan clenched his fist, feeling a surge of anticipation. The next day, the day of the freshman intramural competition had arrived. First-year students rose early and headed to their respective departmental battle arenas. Ji Churan was no exception. After waking up and completing his morning routine, he made his way alone to the Nature Department's combat grounds. The Nature Department's battle arena was situated on a training field in the northern sector of the academy. There was also an arena built from unidentified sturdy stones on the sports field. The surface of the arena was rough and had a charred black hue, as if weathered by time. The freshman students of the Natural Department stood on the outer edges of the field, gazing intently at the central arena. Meanwhile, the surrounding bleachers were densely packed with sophomore and junior upperclassmen. They were all seniors from the Natural Elements Department, coming to watch the exciting battles of their juniors. When Ji Churan arrived at the training ground, he saw many freshmen already waiting outside early. Brother Ji. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ji Churan turned his head and saw that the person who called out was Fatty, also known as Zhang Fengmao. Zhang Fengmao stood beside Shi Honghu, waving his hand and shouting loudly at Ji Churan. Hearing this, Ji Churan walked towards Zhang Fengmao and the other person. Shi Honghu saw Ji Churan approaching but remained silent, glancing at him briefly before withdrawing his gaze. Ji Churan took no offense at this. He had already learned Shi Honghu's temperament during training. Arrogant and pretentious. To put it bluntly, he just liked showing off. Is everyone here? Suddenly, another familiar voice sounded from Ji Churan's side. Chapter 52, damn it, then why don't you call me Teacher Chen? Ji Churan and Zhang Fengmao turned their heads to see Li Yunxian, clad in golden robes and holding a sword in his left hand, walking toward them. Today, Li Yunxian seemed unusually confident, as if he had great faith in the upcoming freshman departmental competition. Yo, you look different today, Zhang Fengmao remarked as he sized up Li Yunxian with a tone of admiration. Where's the difference? Li Yunxian smiled, seemingly eager to show off, as he spread his arms and spun around in a circle. He's even more flamboyant now. Zhang Fengmao spoke his mind bluntly, honest as a goose's honk. Li Yunxian's smile stiffened, the grin frozen on his lips. As the old saying goes, smiles never fade, they merely relocate. Li Yunxian's grin had stalled, but Shi Honghu's was blooming anew. Zhang Fengmao seemed to notice this scene. He turned his head and said, "What are you laughing at, pretentious asshole?" The next second, Shi Honghu's smile froze too. Instead, his smile had transferred to Ji Churan's face. Ji Churan couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing, mainly because Zhang Fengmao's remark was just too damn entertaining. Seeing Ji Churan burst into laughter, Zhang Fengmao turned his head to look at him. Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu immediately revealed expectant expressions upon witnessing this. They seemed eager to see how Jiang Fengmao planned to put Ji Churen in his place. However, what neither of them had anticipated was that Jiang Fengmao, this thick-browed, big-eyed stout fellow, would suddenly flash an ingratiating smile. "Oh wow, Brother Ji, your smile is genuinely handsome. No wonder you're the top of our department." This completely shattered Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu's defenses. "Damn it, you fat bastard. What the hell do you mean by that?" Shi Honghu pointed directly at Jiang Fengmao and cursed. "Why single us out when you could have just praised Ji Churen?" Li Yunxian didn't verbally berate Jiang Fengmao, but it wasn't hard to tell from his expression that he had already cursed him out 1,000 times in his mind. Jiang Fengmao gave Shi Honghu a look reserved for the mentally challenged and said, "Why, do you really need me to spell it out? What's Brother G's power level compared to yours? Always think about your own shortcomings first. Have you trained hard enough? Has your energy reserve increased? This has been my personality for years. What's changed? Password." The boy's flushed face said it all, and so did Shi Honghu's, because when he blushes, it means the flames are really about to come out. "Little pervert." Chen Meng's familiar voice came from a distance. Ji Churen turned his head and saw Chen Meng standing not far away with a kindly old man, both watching him. Seeing this, Ji Churen said a word to Li Yunxian and the others before heading in Chen Meng's direction. Ji Churen reached Chen Meng in just a few steps and greeted him, saying, "Morning, old Chen." Chen Meng's expression froze as he raised his right fist to his mouth, coughing twice in an exaggerated manner. "Ahem, you should call me. Forget it, can't be bothered with you." Chen Meng had initially wanted Ji Churen to address him by his professional title, but recalling Ji Churen's loose tongue, he ultimately gave up on the idea. He took half a step aside to introduce the elderly gentleman beside him to Ji Churen. "This gentleman is Dean Wei, the head of your Nature Department Academy." Upon hearing this, Ji Churen clasped his hands in a respectful salute and said, "Greetings, Dean Wei." "Hello to you too," Dean Wei replied cheerfully, his eyes twinkling with good humor as he regarded Ji Churen. "You punk," acting all chill without a shred of tension. "Just wait till you fail to get first place in the faculty rankings, then we'll see how smug you are," Chen Meng said earnestly, staring straight at Ji Churen. Ji Churen rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, "Old Chen, take a look at what level I'm at now." Chen Meng raised his eyebrows and immediately checked Ji Churen's current cultivation realm. "It's only when you look closely that you get a real shock." "Holy shit!" Chen Meng exclaimed. "How the hell did you reach lower faint glow realm? Weren't you just at entry level 2 weeks ago?" Ji Churen chuckled slyly, surprised. "Bet you didn't see this coming. You. Chen Meng was momentarily at a loss for words. Not to mention the flicker realm, with Ji Churen's capabilities, he could obliterate the entire current nature department even if he were only at the lower soul perception realm. Because during this period, the freshmen of the nature department were mostly at the lower soul perception realm, with very few having reached the middle soul perception realm. And Ji Churen was a freak who could fight across realms, crossing small stages as easily as splashing water. His extraordinarily massive reserve of supernatural energy alone marked Ji Churen's extraordinariness. "Alright, just consider me worrying too much." Chen Meng could only wave his hand helplessly in the end. There was no helping it, who could blame him when Ji Churen was such a freak? Dean Wei, standing nearby, had been watching the two with a cheerful grin, not interrupting, as if he found the atmosphere quite pleasant. "Student Ji," Dean Wei suddenly called out. "Dean Wei," Ji Churen replied respectfully. "Your talent is remarkable." Dean Wei slowly took a step forward and said, "So remarkable that even I find it quite astonishing." "Thank you for your recognition, Dean Wei," Ji Churen said with a smile. "Ha, with such great talent, you must live up to it." Dean Wei patted Ji Churen on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "My request isn't too high. How about taking the top spot in the entire school? Remember, I mean the whole school, the top among all 6 faculties." Ji Churen paused for a moment. "Lacking confidence?" Dean Wei inquired. "No." Ji Churen shook his head and grinned. "I just feel Dean Wei still doesn't have full confidence in me." "Oh?" Dean Wei showed mild surprise and asked, "How do you mean? What's first in the school worth?" Ji Churen grinned, his tone brimming with unparalleled confidence and arrogance. "I'll be number 1 in the nation. No, I'll be number 1 in the world." With a system like this, of course he has such confidence. An SSS grade lightning type superpower, is that enough? A perpetual cultivation companion, is that enough? Multiple template superpowers, are those enough? If these aren't enough, then who dares call themselves the world's best? Dean Wei was also stunned, seemingly shaken by Ji Churen's words. He scrutinized this handsome young man with resolute features for a long time, perceiving only one impression: unconquerable spirit. Hadn't he been exactly the same in his youth? For a moment, Dean Wei felt dazed, taking quite a while before he finally snapped out of it. "Ha ha ha." After regaining his composure, Dean Wei burst into hearty laughter, his gaze towards Ji Churen now filled with admiration. "What ambition! That's the kind of vigor a young man should have." If you harbor such grand aspirations, then this old man, will quietly await that day, the day you become the strongest in the world. By then, I fear I'll have no choice but to address you respectfully as Senior G. Ha ha ha. Ji Churan quickly waved his hands and said, No, Deanwei, you really shouldn't do this, you're my senior, and I'm just a junior. Turning the natural order upside down wouldn't be proper. Damn it, then why don't you call me Teacher Chen? That's a different matter. I matter differently. Chapter 53, It's Your Nemesis, Teacher Li Yili. Ahem, Ji Churan said with utmost seriousness, Old Chen, you're different. Your mother, how am I any different? Chen Meng retorted sarcastically. Your strength is different, Ji Churan suddenly stated. You let, Chen Meng suddenly froze, the words in his mouth screeching to a halt. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Ha 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 ha. Deanwei suddenly burst out laughing, finding Ji Churan increasingly amusing. With keen interest, he cast a glance at the flustered Chen Meng before turning back to Ji Churan and saying, Student Ji, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come directly to the dean's office to find me. Chen Meng's eyes widened upon hearing this. He knew full well the weight carried by Deanwei's words. When Deanwei uttered these words, it signified his complete recognition of Ji Churan and his willingness to invest both effort and resources into him. It also signifies one thing, standing behind Ji Churan is none other than him. Every dean at Sichuan-Chongqing Supernatural University is truly someone extraordinary. With such a powerful figure as his backer, even those so-called prominent families thinking of picking a fight would have to carefully consider whether they're biting off more than they can chew. At this realization, Chen Meng immediately shot Ji Churan several meaningful glances. Ji Churan quickly grasped the meaning and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude toward Deanwei, saying, Thank you, Deanwei. Deanwei chuckled and gave Ji Churan a pat on the shoulder. At that moment, a teacher ran over, first glancing at Ji Churan, then at Chen Meng. Finally, he turned to Deanwei and said, Deanwei, the competition is about to begin. We need you to deliver the opening speech. Deanwei nodded upon hearing this. After giving Ji Churan's shoulder another pat, he turned and left. Ji Churan and Chen Meng watched as Deanwei gradually disappeared into the distance. Once Deanwei was out of sight, Chen Meng turned around, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and lightly thumped Ji Churan's back with excitement, laughing heartily. You've really turned things around, you lucky dog. Ji Churan shrugged indifferently, delivering a thoroughly punch-worthy line. What can I say? That's just how geniuses are. You little brat. Chen Meng ground his teeth before lightly punching Ji Churan's head. Thud. Ah, what a fine head indeed. Tisk. Ji Churan clutched his head. He was absolutely certain Chen Meng had steeled up again. Damn it. Can't take him on now. Mark my words. Chen Meng burst into laughter at the sight of Ji Churan's miserable state. Ha 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 ha. Ji Churan shot Chen Meng a glare and chose to stay silent. After a good long while, Chen Meng finally contained his laughter. Meanwhile, Ji Churan had already been staring at him speechlessly for quite some time. Chen Meng paid no attention to Ji Churan's gaze or expression. He glanced at the volunteers still adjusting the sound equipment on the distant spectator stands, silently calculating the time in his head. There was still a little time left. In that case, he might as well bring up that matter now. At this thought, Chen Meng spoke up. You little freak, do you remember the beast tide you encountered during your college entrance exam? Ji Churan nodded upon hearing this and replied, Of course I remember. Didn't Teacher Wang say it was caused by beggars? And demons too. Yes, that incident was indeed caused by beggars and demons. Chen Meng's expression turned slightly grave. It's just that this matter has suddenly become quite troublesome. Ji Churan glanced sideways slightly, his brow furrowing. We found the beggar, Chen Meng said, but he committed suicide. What? Ji Churan was stunned. The teachers from North City Military Academy had been searching for the beggar after the college entrance exams, Chen Meng continued. But as you know, that guy's hiding skills are practically inhuman. The few beggars who orchestrated the beast tide managed to hide for over a month before being found. Wang Jiao was the one who found them, but before he could even interrogate them, the three beggars committed suicide. 3? Ji Churan frowned slightly and asked, Is it confirmed that they were the ones behind the beast tide? Yes, it's confirmed, Chen Meng replied. First, they were found in the northern city. Second, they still had vials containing beast frenzy powder on them, along with empty vials that had been used. These deranged bastards actually dare to provoke a beast tide. As Chen Meng reached this point, his fists clenched tightly, his fury immeasurable. Beast frenzy powder was a substance that could send mutant beasts into violent frenzies. Originally created by an alchemist long ago, it was initially just a tool for testing the combat capabilities of beasts in frenzied states. But later, some genius decided to scatter it among beast hordes, directly triggering a devastating beast tide. It has caused countless families to be torn apart and destroyed. Even the alchemists who created the beast frenzy powder suffered unjust calamities, facing endless condemnation and accusations from the masses. Yet the beast frenzy powder was originally just a tool for testing monster frenzy data. To this day, all the recorded combat data of monsters during their frenzied state in textbooks were measured solely through the effects of the long-standing Beast Frenzy powder. After that incident, the Beast Frenzy powder was completely banned from production. The alchemist who developed the Beast Frenzy powder also disappeared without a trace. Ji Churan frowned tightly and quickly asked, "What about the demon?" "Nothing found," Chen Meng replied with a somewhat displeased expression. "There are no demons among the 47 examinees, which means infiltrating human society isn't the demon's objective." "Why would there be a skinning rabbit?" Ji Churan asked. "Do demons need the skins of mutated beasts?" "I don't know either," Chen Meng shook his head and said. "There are too many suspicious points here, just the obvious ones alone are numerous. Why do the beggars have Beast Frenzy powder? Why would they bring skinning rabbits? Why create a beast tide just to sabotage the college entrance exams? If the goal was simply to kill the new generation, they shouldn't have chosen to act during the college entrance exams. After all, in some ways, the college entrance exam is the safest time for the new generation. And without any benefits, why would those beggars choose to do it?" "True." Ji Churan furrowed his brows tightly, feeling that this matter wasn't simple at all. "So who's in charge of this now?" Chen Meng's expression changed instantly, and he remained silent for a long time. Ji Churan immediately knew who was handling the situation upon seeing this. "It's your nemesis, Teacher Li Yi, right? Kid, if you can't speak properly, then speak less." Chen Meng glared at Ji Churan and said, "But it's indeed Li Yi who's handling this matter. The higher-ups are taking it very seriously. After all, those are demonic creatures. Monstrous beasts, demons, and countless races, these were all threats weighing heavily upon humanity. Until these threats could be eradicated, humanity would never know peace or be able to let down their guard for a single day." Chen Meng let out a heavy sigh and turned his head to look at Ji Churan. The future still depended on this younger generation. Chapter 54, Number 11. The Freshman Natural Sciences Department competition is about to begin. Please return to your designated positions. Suddenly, a crystal-clear voice echoed across the entire sports field. Hearing this, the students all turned their gazes toward the spectator stands. Ji Churan was no exception. On the spectator stand, a teacher could be seen speaking into a microphone. "Please proceed to the spectator stands. The seats with your names posted on them are your assigned seating. Please take your seats according to your awakened ability types." Hearing this, Ji Churan looked toward the stands and noticed several students wearing volunteer uniforms standing across different sections, each holding up signs indicating ability classifications. Ji Churan immediately spotted the Deep Blue Thunder Attribute ability card, its surface veined with crackling lightning patterns. Clearly, that must be the designated seating area for those who awakened the Thunder Attribute. Yet the Thunder Attribute seating section had only a single chair. Meaning, among all the freshmen in the entire school, Ji Churan alone possessed the Thunder Attribute ability. Holy moly, that's one hell of a permanent solution. Other departments have dozens upon dozens of seats, but when it comes to the lightning department, there's only one? Ji Churan's lips twitched slightly, but he still walked toward the lightning ability section. Chen Meng didn't follow Ji Churan to the spectator seats. Instead, he headed toward the stands above. He was the referee for this match. In previous years, he would have gone to watch the enhancement department's matches, since he himself was from the enhancement department. But this year was different. With Ji Churan in the nature department, his focus naturally shifted towards that side. In fact, having never served as a referee before, he made a rare exception this year to take on the role. Ji Churan walked up to the volunteer holding the sign for lightning-based abilities. The volunteer nodded at him with a smile. "Student Ji, please have a seat." As he spoke, the volunteer set down the sign in his hand and led Ji Churan to his seat. After all, Ji Churan was the only one he needed to attend to. No need to keep holding up the sign like a fool. Respect is mutual. Since others show him respect, Ji Churan naturally wouldn't act too arrogant either. "Thank you." Ji Churan smiled politely. The volunteer nodded with a smile, and after watching Ji Churan take a seat, left the area and headed toward the spectator stands, seemingly to fetch something. Ji Churan kept his eyes on the volunteer, observing as they retrieved what appeared to be a black box from the stands and hurried back toward him. The volunteer carried the black box over to Ji Churan and said, "Student Ji, please draw your number." Ji Churan nodded slightly and reached out to draw a number. It seemed the numbers inside this black box would determine his match opponents. The Nature Department's competition follows a one-on-one duel format. Participants take turns ascending the platform according to their assigned numbers, engaging in duels until the ultimate winner is determined. Given the substantial number of participants, the one-on-one format naturally prolongs the event, making the Nature Department's grand tournament relatively time-consuming. However, this abundance of duels and combat scenarios allows students from the Nature Department to gain considerably more practical experience, especially those battles where supernatural abilities are exhausted, relying purely on close combat skills and weapon proficiency, are truly spectacular. Running out of supernatural abilities is something ability users often encounter, making close combat skills crucial as well. Even Ji Churan has been studying boxing techniques. Of course, the main reason Ji Churan learns boxing techniques is primarily to enhance his enchantments. After all, fists crackling with lightning should probably pack enough punch to make someone cry. Ji Churan reached out, stretching his hand toward the pitch-black box. As he plunged his hand inside, Ji Churan felt numerous spherical objects brushing against his palm. The objects were quite large, roughly the size of ping-pong balls. Is there space inside? A spatial ability? Ji Churan frowned slightly and casually pulled out a spherical object. The sphere was entirely white until Ji Churan rotated it halfway, revealing black numerals. 11. 11, Ji Churan murmured to himself. The volunteer glanced down and nodded. Yes, student Ji, you're number 11, the 11th to take the stage. Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully. I see. But senior, I have a question. Does this box contain space-type supernatural abilities? The volunteer was taken aback, not expecting Ji Churan to ask such a question. Yet he still chose to reply. Indeed, these boxes were all crafted by teachers from the Special Abilities Department. Every box connects two spatial fragments, ensuring each person draws a uniquely matching number. I understand. Ji Churan nodded. Thank you for your explanation, senior. Very well. Please take a short rest, Ji. The match will begin shortly. With that, the volunteer walked toward the spectator stands. Meanwhile, Ji Churan sat quietly in his seat, still pondering in his mind. Who had drawn the same number as me? Over at the Earth Element section. Jiang Fengmao said proudly to those around him, you have no idea, that day Instructor Su's flames were indeed fierce. But, in coordination with Brother Ji, we forcefully extinguished Instructor Su's sea of fire. A freckle-faced boy nearby said with admiration, Brother Jiang, you're really amazing, even Instructor Su couldn't do anything to you. Jiang Fengmao smugly wiped his nose and declared, of course, I'm not exaggerating, Brother Ji is only a tad stronger than me. If we really went at it, the fight would be 50-50. Is that true? The pockmarked boy's eyes lit up with excitement, looking at Jiang Fengmao as if he were an idol. Some of the boys around them, however, didn't believe it and sneered. Ha, bragging. Jiang Fengmao immediately took offense and snapped back without hesitation. Hey, you still don't believe me? Just watch. As he spoke, Jiang Fengmao raised his number 11 tag and said triumphantly, watch how I'm going to crush this number 11. Whoever they are, I can defeat them without taking a single hit. Hearing this, the pockmarked guy looked even more admiringly at Jiang Fengmao, while the boy who had mocked him earlier felt a twinge of unease. After all, Jiang Fengmao was indeed one of those who had survived Instructor Su's attack before. Moreover, Jiang Fengmao spoke with such confidence that it made him waver in his judgment. There are usually only two scenarios when someone appears this confident. One is truly possessing formidable strength, having genuine confidence in oneself. The other is just empty boasting, where everything about them is soft except their mouth, which remains unwavering, more stubborn than even their nether regions. The boy mocking Jiang Fengmao couldn't quite discern which category he fell into. We'll just have to wait and see. Deep in thought, the mocking guy glanced at the number in his hand. 10. Chapter 55. My swordsmanship is master level. Let's thank Dean Wei for his speech. Now, let the competition begin. Will the two contestants with number 1 please come up to the stage? After Dean Wei finished his speech, the competition officially began. Ji Churan, who had been nearly dozing off, immediately perked up and turned his gaze toward the arena. There was no helping it, though Dean Wei was a fine man, his speeches were just as sleep-inducing as ever, especially when sitting and listening. Just as Ji Churan was silently complaining in his mind, a figure walked onto the stage. Seeing this, Ji Churan immediately focused his attention on the stage. It had come. A classmate dressed in battle robes and wielding a long sword stepped onto the platform, his face carrying a trace of determination. Those who can enter Chuanyu Superpower University are no ordinary individuals in the outside world. Consider this, the admission score for Chuanyu Superpower University this year exceeded 2,800 points, which is astonishingly high. Other top-tier institutions generally accept students with around 2,000 points, while the 5 elite academies require over 2,500 points. But this year, the threshold has soared to 2,800. Ji Churan glanced around, trying to spot who the other admitted student was. But as he continued watching, his gaze landed on Li Yunxian making his way toward the arena. Oh, so it's Li Yunxian who drew the first number. Ji Churan grew intrigued. After all, during the previous training camp, Li Yunxian's performance had been quite remarkable, someone definitely worth paying attention to. That masterful swordsmanship of his alone proclaimed his extraordinary nature. Li Yunxian, clad in golden robes, arrived at the base of the arena with his sword before leaping onto the platform with effortless grace. Upon mounting the stage, Li Yunxian clasped his fists and said, I seek your guidance. The opponent's expression grew solemn, clearly aware that Li Yunxian numbered among those who survived the training camp. Warily, he returned the salute and said, I seek your guidance as well. With that, he drew his sword from its scabbard with his right hand. I never expected you to use a sword too, Li Yunxian chuckled, lightly pushing the hilt with his left thumb to reveal a sliver of the blade. His usual composed demeanor sharpened ever so slightly in that moment. In that case, let's see whose swordsmanship is superior. The classmate's eyes narrowed as he murmured, begin. In the next instant, ripples of water materialized out of thin air from the classmate's right arm, surging toward his longsword. In a flash, the blade of his sword was enveloped by a ring of watery patterns. With a stomp of his right foot, he propelled himself forward by momentum, raising the sword to slash at Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian didn't move an inch upon seeing this, merely wearing a faint smile on his face. Li Yunxian simply sidestepped lightly, effortlessly evading his classmate's slashing attack. The classmate's pupils trembled as he immediately swung his sword horizontally towards Li Yunxian. Yet Li Yunxian merely took another step back, dodging the attack once more. In the stands, Dean Wei shook his head slightly and remarked, still somewhat immature. Although his swordsmanship has reached entry level, his training time ultimately remains too short. Principal Wei, do you know what level Li Yunxuan's swordsmanship is at? Asked one of the nearby teachers. Principal Wei chuckled lightly, Yunxian is a modest person, so it's normal that you wouldn't know. However, I can tell you that Yunxian comes from the Li family. The nearby teacher's eyes widened abruptly, and his breathing became somewhat erratic. Principal Wei, you mean, the Li family of the imperial capital? Yes. Dean Wei nodded and said, it's the Li family from the imperial capital, and I must tell you, Yunxian is the rightful eldest son. The teacher froze for a moment, stammering, but Li Yunxian awakened. His awakened ability is of the natural element type. Hasn't the Li family always had enhanced type abilities for generations? Alas, some things were bound to change after all. Dean Wei shook his head helplessly and said, however, the younger generation will find their own path. Just keep watching, Yunxian is about to win. Hearing this, the teacher immediately turned to look at the stands. Li Yunxian effortlessly dodged his classmates' attacks, whether thrusts, flicks, or slashes, he handled them all with ease. Even as his opponent grew visibly exhausted, sweat dripping down his face and the water patterns on his sword growing erratic, Li Yunxian remained completely unfazed. Mid-dodge, he chuckled and asked, do you know the difference between you and me? The classmate paid no heed, only shouting out loudly, rise, waves. The classmate channeled all his supernatural energy. The watery patterns on the sword in his hand began to ripple outward like tidal waves. Is this your final strike? Li Yunxian murmured as he gazed at his classmate. If so, then I choose to honor it. With that, Li Yunxian took 2 steps back and once more pushed his sword's hilt with his left thumb, revealing the razor-sharp blade. He gently gripped the hilt of the long sword with his right hand and shouted, focus. In the next moment, the normally composed Li Yunxian instantly became as sharp as a blade. His gaze turned razor-sharp, his entire being like a sword about to be drawn from its scabbard. His classmates seemed to sense the sharp, imposing aura. Immediately taking 2 steps back, they raised their swords warily. Whoa! He exhaled sharply, ripples of water appearing before him like a watery barrier. Li Yunxian stepped closer to his classmate one step at a time, then slightly crouched and lowered his center of gravity. The next instant, a flash of sword light swept across the stage, accompanied by the sudden metallic clang of metal meeting metal. Clang! In an instant, the water ripples shattered, and sparks flickered. On the stage, the classmates' faces were filled with astonishment as the water barrier in front of them was smoothly sliced in half, as though cut by a sharp blade. Meanwhile, Yunxian stood behind the classmate, twirled his long sword into an elegant flourish, and sheathed it. As the sword slid into its sheath, Yunxian's sharp aura immediately turned steady, all its piercing intensity receding within him. Sharp when drawn, steady when sheathed. You lose, Li Yunxian turned around and said with a faint smile. The classmate's eyes widened as he shakily extended his left hand to touch his own neck. By now his neck had completely turned to steel, as if draped in a layer of iron. At this moment, he knew, he had lost. You are indeed strong, reaching the beginner level in swordsmanship in such a short time, Li Yunxian said. But I am stronger, my swordsmanship is at the mastery level. You, the classmate slowly turned around, his face filled with disbelief. You reached that level in such a short time. No, Li Yunxian shook his head and replied, swordsmanship isn't achieved in a day, and cultivation is no different. It took me 14 years to reach the mastery level in swordsmanship. My friend, the new year has arrived. May peace and joy be yours, may all your wishes come true. Wishing you, wishing me, wishing all of us. Happy New Year. Chapter 56. My superpower is called Blazing Inferno. Swordsmanship, boxing, marksmanship, and all weapons have something called proficiency levels. Similar to combat skills, weapon proficiency is also divided into 5 major realms: Foundation, Adept, Master, Perfection, and Unity. Generally speaking, ordinary people might only reach the peak of the Foundation realm with their weapons in an entire lifetime. Those who achieve Adept status are extremely rare. However, after awakening supernatural abilities, one's comprehension in weapon training improves dramatically. Supernatural abilities can be likened to genetic locks. The stronger the ability, the more profound the awakening of these genetic locks. Many people remain oblivious until awakening their abilities, after which they suddenly gain enlightenment. Such cases are common. Moreover, cultivating war weapons is extremely arduous. Ordinary people struggle to even master the basics in a lifetime. Hence, most choose to select a suitable war weapon only after awakening their abilities. That way, their cultivation efforts yield twice the result with half the effort. But Li Yunxian was different. Born into the Li family of the imperial capital, a lineage of swordsmanship, his ancestors had all wielded enhancement-type sword abilities. Thus, from childhood he chose the sword as his own weapon. He began learning the sword at 4, grasped its fundamentals by 6, mastered it by 16, and ultimately attained proficiency after awakening his supernatural ability. Such progress could be considered remarkably fast, for ordinary folk at this age would not have even grasped the fundamentals yet. Li Yunxian was indeed a swordsmanship genius, but his awakened ability deviated unexpectedly. Instead of manifesting a sword-enhancing power, he awakened a nature-based supernatural ability. Although also considered grade A, the difference was immense. Keep working hard. Your sword talent is quite remarkable. Li Yunxian finally offered some consolation before stepping off the platform. The student's eyes flickered with emotion before he eventually sighed and walked downstage with his longsword. As for Chen Meng, he withdrew his hand with a casual flick, murmuring, "Damn right it's me, I've even mastered giving others steel transformation like a pro." After Li Yunxian won the first match, the subsequent students also began their contests one after another. Numbers 2, 3, and 4. Students faced off in pairs until winners were determined. Since the students' abilities and progress were almost on par, and considering they were all prodigies from various regions, several of the matches turned into prolonged battles. The winner was determined purely through physical combat and martial weapons after exhausting all supernatural abilities. Fists meet flesh with every strike, blades clash with every swing. With Chen Meng present, there was no need for the crowd to worry about fatal injuries. Moreover, several support-type healing teachers stationed outside the arena ensured nobody feared getting hurt. And so the matches continued until finally, number 10 stepped forward. Next, please welcome the two contestants who drew number 10 to come on stage. At the teacher's call, a student from the Earth Element section stood up, the very same boy who had mocked Jiang Fengmao earlier. After rising to his feet, the boy reached for the combat weapon standing beside him. It was an exceptionally peculiar weapon. It was composed of an entirely black rod with a black, pointed iron tip resembling a beak, similar to a farmer's hoe. The taunting man grabbed the hoe-like weapon and strode onto the platform. Jiang Fengmao took one look and immediately scanned his surroundings. When he spotted a familiar figure rising from the fire elemental section, he smiled. He waved at the mocking guy and said, "Go for it, buddy, pull yourself together." The mocking guy snorted coldly without responding. After stepping onto the stage, he turned his head to look at the figure approaching him. That figure wore a crimson battle robe, with blazing red hair atop his head. It was Shi Honghu. Shi Honghu leaped up and landed steadily on the arena. He looked at the mocking man and arrogantly said, "So you're my opponent? You look awfully weak." The mocking man frowned upon hearing this, naturally recognizing Shi Honghu's identity. To be precise, he remembered every single person who survived Instructor Su's attack that time. But as for how they survived, he had no idea. However, being a proud man himself, he naturally wouldn't back down easily. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Strength isn't measured by words. Try me if you dare, don't come crying when you can't even withstand one strike." "Hoof," Shi Honghu replied arrogantly, "then let this daddy see if you've got real skills or just a big mouth." With that, Shi Honghu raised his hand, and a blazing fireball instantly condensed in his palm before shooting toward the mocking man. The scornful man narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. He raised his makeshift hoe weapon and shouted, "Form up." In the next moment, the hoe weapon in his hand immediately began to sprout layers of earth and rock. The soil and rocks instantly encased the tip of his hoe, as if donning a layer of stone armor. He raised the stone-clad hoe in his hand and smashed it downward toward the incoming fireball. Bang! The fireball collided with the hoe, sparks flying in all directions as dust erupted into the air. "Hoof," Shi Honghu sneered, "interesting." With that, he drew the long blade from its sheath with his right hand. Burn! As Shi Honghu's shout echoed, raging flames instantly erupted from his long blade, transforming it into a fiery saber. The scorching heat made the surrounding space appear distorted. In the next instant, Shi Honghu gripped his blade with both hands and delivered a sweeping slash through the air toward the mocking man. A flaming arc shot forth in an instant, hurtling toward him. Seeing this, the mocking man stomped his right foot heavily, his expression turning savage as he roared, "Rock!" The next moment, jagged stones erupted from the ground, flying straight toward the mocking man. In the blink of an eye, the taunting figure was completely encased in stone armor. Boom! The flaming slash instantly struck the jeering man's stone armor before exploding and scattering apart. Countless small flames burned across the jeering man's stone armor, yet not a single scratch marred his body. Seeing this, the jeering man curled his lips in disdain. Pfft, and here I thought you had some real power. Turns out you only know how to use these pathetic, tickling attacks. Sure Honghu sneered coldly, slightly lowering his blade as he slowly raised his left hand. Kid, do you know what my ability is called? The mocking man froze. Sure Honghu grinned. My ability is called Blazing Inferno. So, the mockery man's eyes instantly flashed with terror as he frantically tried to control his ability, attempting to peel off the stone armor covering his body. But it was already too late. Explode for me! Sure Honghu roared, and the multitude of small flames adhering to the mockery man's stone armor abruptly emitted a blinding crimson light. The temperature soared rapidly at this moment. The next instant, boom 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 boom, deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession, bursting forth instantaneously from the mocking man's body. Suddenly, rocks flew and dust rose, as the thick smoke generated by the violent explosion instantly obscured the fighting ring, making it impossible for those outside to see what was happening inside. Chapter 57, Fatty, I've come to die. Holy shit, that explosion was way too intense, wasn't it? No wonder he survived Instructor Su's hands. He's definitely got some skills up his sleeve. He should have reached the mid-level soul perception realm by now, shouldn't he? The students present all turned their gazes toward the arena, eager to see whether the mocking man could withstand this strike. Even Ji Churan grew somewhat curious. Staring at the smoke-obscured fighting platform, he clicked his tongue in amazement. It can't be the smoke no injury law, can it? You see, some laws are just like conceptual deities. Take the smoke no injury law for example, or the left side loses in beam struggles law. They're downright ridiculous. Amid the billowing smoke on the field, one teacher appeared to find these fumes rather bothersome. So he took a step on the stands, and in the next moment, it was as if he had teleported above the arena. He glanced at the arena and waved his hand lightly. A gust of wind surged forth instantly, dispersing the thick smoke on the field. As the smoke cleared, the scene on the field was revealed at that very moment. Sure Honghu's left hand kept waving while he coughed continuously. But when he saw the thick smoke about to dissipate, he immediately ceased his movements, reverting to an extremely arrogant posture. Others might have missed this scene, but Ji Churan saw it clearly. Sure Honghu was unharmed. But the jeering guy on the other side was a different story. There lay the jeering guy on the arena floor, his entire body charred black from the explosion, even the fragments of his stone armor now darkened to pitch black. Clearly, the blast had knocked him out cold. Seeing this, a support class teacher immediately rushed onto the field, extending a hand to heal the jeering man. Chen Meng also announced Sure Honghu's victory. Sure Honghu snorted coldly and stepped off the stage as if it were only natural. Earth element position. Zhang Fengmao spread his hands helplessly and said, "Ah, it seems he still couldn't beat my bro, but I don't blame him after all, my bro's skills are seriously strong." The pockmarked boy immediately asked, "Bro Jiang, you know him?" "Of course," Zhang Fengmao said smugly, "he's my sworn brother, in private, he even calls me Big Bro." "Really?" The pockmarked boy looked at him with admiration. "Bro Jiang, you're amazing." Zhang Fengmao got carried away by the praise and immediately stood up, pounding his chest with supreme confidence as he declared, "Absolutely. Just watch, I'll show you how I effortlessly crush my opponents without taking a scratch. I don't care who that number 11 is, even if Ji Churan shows up, I'll demolish him unscathed." Zhang Fengmao spoke with such towering confidence, such brimming bravado. He talked himself into getting carried away. At the same time, he'd completely won over the pockmarked boy with his words. "Wow, brother Jiang, you're amazing," the pockmarked boy said admiringly. "Even Ji Churan isn't a match for you." Zhang Fengmao smiled smugly to himself, silently thinking, Li Yunxian has already fought, and Sure Honghu has too, both took their turns earlier. This number 11, surely it can't be Ji Churan? As long as it's not Ji Churan, he feels somewhat confident against anyone else, especially since he has now reached the mid-stage of the spiritual awakening realm. With that thought, Zhang Fengmao couldn't wait any longer. He sprang to his feet and leaped onto the fighting platform in a few quick strides. As one of the 4 survivors from Instructor Su's training, Zhang Fengmao naturally couldn't allow his badass image to slip too much. Besides, with Li Yunxian and Sure Honghu already defeated, who could possibly beat me now? Surely my luck wouldn't be so terrible as to draw Ji Churan in the match? If that really happened, I might as well go buy some tofu and bash my head against it. Zhang Fengmao stood on the fighting platform, pointing his finger to the sky as he shouted, "Who's number 11? Come up here and meet your doom." At these words, everyone around was stunned. Damn, this fat guy's got some nerve? Who the hell is number 11? Get down there and take him out. He's way too fucking cocky. Don't mess around. What if this fat guy really has some skills? He actually survived under Instructor Su's command after all. Damn, when you put it that way, it actually makes sense. Zhang Fengmao looked at the fire element position with extreme arrogance, then shifted his gaze to the water, wood, and metal element positions in turn. No need to check the earth element direction, he'd already verified it before stepping on stage. No one had drawn number 11. Number 11, come up and receive your death. Zhang Fengmao shouted again, then began turning his head to scan the surroundings. The longer he looked, the more something felt off to Zhang Fengmao. No, come on, move. Damn it, move already. Why are the fire, water, metal, and wood element folks acting like they're dead, not even twitching a muscle? At this moment, Zhang Fengmao already had a suspicion in his mind, but he dared not think about it. That thing could really kill you. Physical death, soul death, and social death. Zhang Fengmao had already lost his arrogant demeanor at this point. He shrank his neck and cautiously looked towards the thunder element direction, as if trying to confirm something. Ji Churan noticed Zhang Fengmao's little movement, and the corners of his lips curled up in an uncontrollable smile. This little fatty probably never expected his opponent to be me. Ji Churan had no intention of teasing Zhang Fengmao any further, so he slowly stood up and made his way toward the stage. At this moment, all eyes in the room turned towards Ji Churan. Zhang Fengmao burst into tears. Oh heavens, oh earth, why must you treat me this way? To think I'd encounter such astronomical odds. That's Ji Churan we're talking about. The man who obliterated a beast tide with a single thunderbolt ball. Zhang Fengmao felt like crying but had no tears left to shed. The surrounding spectators began to revel in his misfortune with glee. Ha ha ha, so cocky, now he's been put in his place. His opponent is Ji Churan, ha ha. Indeed, heaven punishes every loudmouth in the end. Retribution isn't absent, it just arrives right on schedule. Ha ha ha. Justice, it never arrives late. This is the episode where I support Ji Churan the most. Earth element position. Many Earth elemental students began gloating, with the exception of Pakface. Why are you talking like this? Zhang Gu clearly said before that he and Ji Churan were evenly matched. Pakface retorted. The mocking guy who had just returned covered in dust couldn't help himself upon hearing these words. What kind of joke is this? A perfect score in martial arts, do you even understand what that means? To be honest, I'm seriously wondering how someone with your IQ even got into Chuanyu Supernatural University. Despite being scolded, the pockmarked boy still argued vehemently, you all look down on Brother Jiang, all of you think he'll lose. Just wait and see, Brother Jiang will definitely defeat Ji Churan without a scratch. You all underestimate Brother Jiang, yet he always proves you wrong. The classmates around them curled their lips speechlessly, at a loss for words for the moment. On the field, clad in a black combat robe, Ji Churan took a step forward, strands of lightning encircling him as he landed on the arena platform. Upon stepping onto the platform, Ji Churan glanced at the noticeably awkward Zhang Fengmao with a smile and said, Fatso, I'm here to die. Chapter 58, a world where only Zhang Fengmao gets hurt comes true. Zhang Fengmao awkwardly scratched his head and muttered softly, Brother Ji, you're joking. If I'd known it was you, how could I dare tell you to die? Ji Churan chuckled without responding. Zhang Fengmao had no choice but to steel himself and say, Brother Ji, go easy on me. Then he adopted a combat stance. With an amused headshake, Ji Churan asked, Are you ready? Zhang Fengmao swallowed hard, gripping his warhammer tightly, and nodded, I'm ready. Brother Ji, you. Before Zhang Fengmao could finish his sentence, he saw Ji Churan vanish in an instant, leaving only a trail of lightning behind. In an instant, lightning streaked across the arena, reaching Zhang Fengmao's presence in a flash. Boom! Zzzzzzz. With a thunderous crash, dazzling lightning erupted on the field. The next moment, Zhang Fengmao's entire body was sent flying backward, hurtling toward the edge of the arena. Chen Meng swiftly caught Zhang Fengmao, preventing him from being thrown off. He looked down at Zhang Fengmao, whom he was holding, and chuckled helplessly. Because at this moment, Zhang Fengmao was completely paralyzed by the electric shock. Zhang Fengmao's hair stood on end, his face was pitch black, and white smoke even continuously poured from his mouth. His body continued to tremble slightly, residual streaks of lightning still flickering across Zhang Fengmao's form. Seeing this, Chen Meng swiftly brought Zhang Fengmao before one of the teachers with healing abilities to receive treatment. He then turned around and announced Ji Churan's victory. One strike, instant kill. The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. Damn impressive. No wonder he topped the martial arts exam with full marks. Truly remarkable. Only he has the right to mock me. Even the seniors found Ji Churan somewhat miraculous. So strong, exclaimed a senior female student. Beside her, a senior with green long hair wearing casual clothes couldn't help but nod. Indeed, he's already mastered controlling his special ability with great proficiency. Truly worthy of being the top scorer in the martial arts department with full marks. Earth element positioning. The pockmarked guy froze, never expecting that Zhang Fengmao, whom he idolized, would be defeated in an instant. The sneering man nearby burst into laughter at the sight. Ha, see that? This is the so-called strength of your brother Jiang. And no, this can't be right. Brother Jiang said he defeated his opponent without a scratch. The pockmarked guy stammered in panic. The mocking guy heard this and asked, it's true there's no wound, Ji Churan is literally unwounded. The pockmarked boy was left speechless, because what the mocker said was absolutely correct. Ji Churan really was unwounded. Meanwhile, students from other directions burst into laughter one after another. Even Shi Honghu couldn't hold back. Li Yunxian from the metal element position helplessly massaged his forehead. This fat guy just had to show off. Now look, he's overdone it. Never mind Zhang Fengmao, even if he himself faced Ji Churan, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Unless he could instantly kill Ji Churan with a single sword stroke. But the probability was slim, because the lightning-based superpower inherently granted Ji Churan extraordinary speed. When combined with his boxing skills that had reached proficiency within just 2 weeks, his threat level escalated even further. That's right, Ji Churan's boxing technique had already reached the proficient level at this point. As for why, naturally, it was due to his earnest efforts and diligent study. Don't you think so, little voice in my head? With Ji Churan's match concluded, he found little interest in the subsequent competitions. No choice, they're just too weak. Though the students behind were also unleashing various supernatural abilities everywhere, to Ji Churan, they ultimately remained far too weak. No helping it, after just 2 or 3 minutes of using their abilities, this group was completely drained. One could only say the energy reserves of those at the Lingjue realm were ultimately far too meager, utterly incapable of sustaining prolonged combat. Especially for the natural and enhancement types, their ability consumption rate is faster than other types. Of course, there are also some abilities in the special type that consume energy quickly, such as extremely rare and unique abilities like spatial manipulation. In short, the stronger the ability, the more energy it consumes. With the arrival of nightfall, the final match officially came to an end. The preliminary round of the Nature Department's grand competition has also concluded. Those who advanced have been finalized. Of the 4 who survived under Instructor Su, 3 made it through. The only one eliminated was because they encountered Ji Churan. At this moment, Zhang Fengma was sitting in the earth element position, on the verge of tears. Everyone remained skeptical of him, and as fate would have it, his luck was the worst. From this moment on, the world achieved a state where only Zhang Fengma was left wounded. After finishing dinner, Ji Churan went straight back to his solitary dormitory building. He was about to do something big. Training, cultivation. This is how geniuses are. While others rest, they work hard. While others eat, they work hard. While others sleep, they work hard. Little scoundrel, keep training. I'm going to sleep for a while. The next day. Today marks the second day of the Nature Department's grand competition, also known as the Advancement Battle. This time, the battles will take a different turn. Due to the imbalance in numbers, the departmental quarterfinals will be decided today, and tomorrow, the strongest in the department will be crowned. This means that over these 2 days, each of them will face continuous battles, so they must allocate their supernatural abilities wisely. Otherwise, it's highly likely that one match could turn into an all-out supernatural showdown, while the next becomes a purely physical combat. To prevent such scenarios, they must carefully strategize and adjust to ensure their abilities aren't exhausted in just one match. Of course, to give students time to adjust, the school also provided food made from night-prowling mystical beast meat to help students regulate their condition. With the lottery concluded, the competition began once again. Today, Ji Churan drew number 6. In a dramatic turn of events, Li Yunxian actually drew number 1 again. The outcome was predictable. That classmate was directly defeated by Li Yunxuan's swordsmanship, though naturally, Li Yunxuan's blade still carried a trace of his metallic ability. The subsequent matches proceeded quite ordinarily. Perhaps because they had multiple bouts to contend with, the students held back somewhat in utilizing their abilities, likely wary of exhausting their reserves too soon. But none of these measures resulted in much savings, because as soon as one side realized they were about to lose, they would choose to unleash their abilities and fight back fiercely. As the previous match concluded, Ji Churan, assigned to number 6, also reached the time for his turn to take the stage. Chapter 59. Give me an outburst. Students who drew number 6, please come to the stage. As the teacher's words fell, Ji Churan immediately stood up. Since only Ji Churan was in the thunder-aligned position, combined with his own popularity, many students' attention, consciously or unconsciously, turned toward him. Thus, the moment Ji Churan stood up, he was noticed by his classmates. Oh damn! Number 6 is Ji Churan. Whoever drew number 6 is screwed. Whoever draws number 6 and doesn't surrender is this, thumbs up. Then I'm this, inverted thumbs down. After Ji Churan stood up, he didn't choose to walk away but remained standing as thoughts stirred within him. As Ji Churan activated his special ability, crackling threads of lightning began sputtering around his body. In the next instant, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Ji Churan transformed entirely into a bolt of thunder, arriving on the field in the blink of an eye. His speed was so astonishing it left everyone dumbfounded. This scene also shocked the other students. Holy crap, that was fast. Damn, that's even faster than my Dao. Ji Churan arrived in the ring and ignored all the surrounding chatter, casually adjusting his boxing gloves. Chen Meng stood outside the ropes, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Seriously, this kid's still putting on airs? Is this really the time? Ji Churan stood in the middle of the ring, his gaze slowly sweeping across the surroundings. The classmates' gazes shifted along with Ji Churan's movement. They too wanted to see who would face off against Ji Churan. At last, under everyone's watchful eyes, Shi Honghu rose to his feet. At this moment, Shi Honghu's expression was somewhat strained, and even his walking pace had noticeably slowed. He never imagined he would face Ji Churan as early as the second round. Though he knew he would eventually duel Ji Churan, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Now he couldn't help but feel intimidated. And rightly so, Ji Churan's strength was simply overwhelming. Against anyone else, he wouldn't have felt this way. Even Li Yunxian would have been someone he dared to challenge. Hey, what a coincidence, Jiang Fengma thought the exact same thing yesterday. Shi Honghu finally took a deep breath, stepped forward twice, and in a flash, he appeared atop the dueling platform. Ji Churan gazed at Shi Honghu and smiled faintly as he said, "Never thought we'd meet so soon." "I didn't expect it either." Shi Honghu clenched the scabbard in his hand, his tone heavy with resolve. "But now that we've encountered this, I won't back down." The next moment, Shi Honghu drew his long blade, gripping it in his right hand, and pointed its tip directly at Ji Churan. "No matter how strong the opponent is, I will still choose to draw my sword." Ji Churan lightly tapped his fists together, producing a soft thud. As his knuckles met, faint streaks of lightning crackled subtly between them. Sizzle. Ji Churan stretched his neck slightly and gave a couple of light hops. Good, full of energy. In that case, small jumps punctuating his words, Ji Churan raised his hands and assumed a freestyle fighting stance. "I won't hold back either." As he spoke, Ji Churan's entire body began to flicker with lightning, his form continuously flashing in and out of visibility. In an instant, Ji Churan suddenly flashed with lightning and appeared right in front of Shi Honghu. Shi Honghu was utterly shocked. So fast. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The furious roar of thunder erupted beside Shi Honghu's ears, startling him into hastily raising his long blade to block. With a resounding clang, the collision between the gauntlet and the blade echoed sharply. Simultaneously, the crackling sound of thunder accompanied the impact. There, Ji Churan's lightning-wreathed right fist met Shi Honghu's long blade in a fierce clash. Ji Churan's lightning-clad right fist followed the long blade, spreading instantly across Shi Honghu's entire body. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Crackling sounds. Shi Honghu immediately felt his body stiffen uncontrollably, as if someone had suddenly seized control of his movements. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged across his forehead. With a desperate roar, Shi Honghu bellowed, "Explode, now!" In an instant, Shi Honghu's entire body became scorching hot, like a bomb about to explode. Seeing this, Ji Churan pushed off the ground with his right foot, transforming once more into a bolt of lightning as he retreated backwards. A flash of thunderlight streaked by, and when attention returned, Ji Churan had already withdrawn to a distance of about 10 meters from Shi Honghu. No sooner had Ji Churan retreated than a surge of blazing fire erupted from within Shi Honghu's body. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly erupted at Shi Honghu's central position, sweeping across the arena with scorching heat and devastating force. The shockwave from the blast also made Ji Churan's battle robes flutter violently with a humming sound. The explosion also generated thick smoke surrounding Shi Honghu, obscuring any view of his current condition. Ji Churan stood quietly observing the billowing smoke ahead, making no move. Using yourself as a bomb for self-destruction? The method is indeed feasible, but the cost is a bit too high. The reality was just as Ji Churan had imagined. When the smoke cleared, Shi Honghu, covered in blood, slowly became visible. At this moment, Shi Honghu was drenched in blood. His face was smeared with a mixture of blood and dirt, looking utterly terrifying. He knelt on one knee, gasping heavily for breath. Ahem! Shi Honghu suddenly felt a surge of metallic sweetness rise in his throat, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled directly from his lips. With great difficulty, Shi Honghu lifted his head slightly and gazed at Ji Churan standing unharmed not far away, watching him with perfect calm. He let out two bitter laughs and whispered weakly, "So you dodged it after all. If I weren't paralyzed, I would have clung to you without fail." Ahem! Shi Honghu spat out another mouthful of metallic-tasting blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. The teachers instantly appeared on the platform, administering treatment to Shi Honghu. Ji Churan couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. This move of Shi Honghu's was indeed powerful, but proved to be a classic case of Pyrrhic victory, dealing heavy damage to himself while striking down his opponent. If Shi Honghu's strength were slightly greater, the damage inflicted might have been somewhat lighter. The problem, however, is that Shi Honghu's current cultivation level is only at the spirit awakening realm, making it utterly impossible for him to withstand such an explosion. And the reason Shi Honghu acted this way was perhaps because, after being paralyzed by himself, he wanted to catch himself off guard and strike a fatal blow. After all, if he had been adequately prepared, Shi Honghu might not have gotten anywhere near him at all. Chapter 60, If They Could Come, Why Can't I? Little Ji Churan wins. Chen Meng quickly corrected himself, preventing those awkward words from slipping out. With Chen Meng's announcement, the surrounding classmates immediately erupted into discussion. Who would have thought Shi Honghu would lose just like that, came the murmurs. There was no other way. If Shi Honghu hadn't done that, Ji Churan might have electrocuted him to death right then and there. Lightning-based abilities are truly insidious. But don't lightning users exhaust their powers quickly? Are you kidding me? Does Ji Churan look like someone who'd run out of energy? The guy literally used his ability non-stop for hours during the entrance exams and never showed signs of exhaustion. Let's just hope we don't run into Ji Churan or Li Yunxian. Anyone else, we might still stand a chance. The freshman could only hope not to run into Ji Churan or Li Yunxian, as they would undoubtedly stand no chance in a fight. Up in the stands, a man dressed in blue-black combat robes watched the field with interest while chewing on something. This year's juniors seem a bit extraordinary, the man murmured softly. Suddenly, a voice came through. Senior Ma, what are you doing here? The man froze, hurriedly pulling out a mask and frantically putting it on his face, then seemed to grab something from thin air, a pair of sunglasses, and put them on. Shoo 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 shoo. A clear whistle sounded from the man's lips. Senior Ma, don't even try to hide it, it's way too obvious. A young man in casual wear with rather refined features remarked, besides Senior Ma, you never changed this battle outfit of yours, it's more distinctive than your face. Hearing this, Senior Ma's whistling ceased. He rubbed his forehead and said with considerable resignation, I didn't expect you to actually come watch the match. The refined-looking man smiled and said, Senior Ma, after all, I'm from the nature department, naturally I'd want to see how our juniors are doing. But Senior Ma, aren't you from the special department? Why are you here in the nature department's area? Senior Ma scratched his head, gazing at Chen Meng on the field, and said, Not really, mainly I just wanted to see what kind of person could catch Teacher Chen's attention. Besides, everyone wants to get a look at the top scorer with full marks in the martial arts exam. Here, Senior Ma gestured with his lips, signaling the handsome young man to look around. See any familiar faces around? They're all from other departments. For instance, your good buddy Gasson, the stunning beauty Su Yanqi, even the human weapon Han Chen and that sneaky rat Zhuge Shu, they've all come. With this whole bunch already here, what's so remarkable about me showing up? The delicate-featured young man glanced around at these words. Spotting numerous familiar faces, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. TSK, never thought our nature department would one day be this lively. Give it a rest. You should be thinking about how to defeat Han Chen in the finals. That guy's spear doesn't discriminate. Senior Ma rolled his eyes at the handsome young man and spoke casually. The handsome youth responded with a faint, bitter smile. Han Chen, what do you think of that perfect score prodigy? Asked a young man wielding a feathered fan, dressed in pale blue, his eyes narrowed in a faint smile. Standing beside him was a young man clad in black battle robes, his upright posture resembling nothing so much as a spear standing firmly at attention. An unknown rod-like object wrapped in black bandages was slung across his back. He calmly glanced at Ji Churan, who had already sat back down, and remarked, He's strong, and just entering school, he's already reached the lower radiant light realm, not someone to be underestimated. The young man gently waved his feather fan and asked, So, do you know what realm his fist technique has reached? I can't tell, Han Chen shook his head, but at the very least, it's entry level. TSK. The featherfan youth squinted his eyes and clicked his tongue in amazement. What a terrifying junior indeed. Who knows what kind of monstrous existence he'll become in the future. Zhuge Shu, Han Chen turned his head to look at the featherfan youth and said calmly, Can't you actually predict it? Zhuge Shu showed a hint of helplessness as he waved his feathered fan and said, You overestimate me, I'm not capable of reaching that level yet. However, I can deduce that in the national competition a few months from now, he'll become one of our Republic team's members. Oh, Han Chen froze in surprise. Given his strength, the freshman division simply can't contain him. Zhuge Shu gently swayed his feather fan with an air of complete confidence. Han Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ji Churan in the stands upon hearing this, a faint glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The following hours were filled with continuous matches taking place. Interestingly, Ji Churan hadn't encountered Li Yunxian in these several matches but had instead faced other classmates. These classmates simply couldn't pique Ji Churan's interest in the slightest. The only thing that slightly aroused Ji Churan's interest was a girl. Don't get any wrong ideas. Ji Churan didn't take interest because the girl was pretty. It was because of her capabilities. The girl's name was Oyu, a wind-type ability user. At first, Ji Churan didn't pay much attention, only feeling that this girl looked somewhat familiar. But when the fight began, Ji Churan realized this girl's skills were truly remarkable. At the very least, compared to other freshmen, this girl's abilities could already be considered formidable. Because the wind wall she created dissipated the force of Ji Churan's punch. That's right, the swift punch Ji Churan threw during the match lost a third of its power against the wind wall Oyu had crafted. Ji Churan wasn't the type to hold back just because his opponent seemed weak. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. How much more cautious must a student admitted to the Chuanyu College of Supernatural Abilities be? Thus, Ji Churan would never judge a book by its cover. Whether man or woman, elder or child, anyone who steps onto the battlefield must be prepared to sacrifice at any moment. The best way to respect one's opponent is to defeat them thoroughly and completely. That's why Ji Churan's dodging punch was delivered with full force. Although Oyua had exhausted her special powers and fainted after creating the wind barrier, she had indeed effectively neutralized Ji Churan's punch. This piqued Ji Churan's interest slightly. As night fell, the outcome of the final match was decided. The top 8 contestants were successfully determined. Ji Churan and Li Yunxian were prominently listed. The other 6 consisted of 5 men and 1 woman. After confirming the final 8 selections, they returned to their dormitories to recuperate. Only through proper rest and adjusting to peak condition could they adequately prepare for tomorrow's decisive competition. Chapter 61, A War of Attrition. The next day. Since the competitions vary across different faculties, the schedules for each department's contests also differ. For example, enhancement types prefer contests straightforward and uncomplicated. Enhancement focuses on physical strengthening, so their battles are free-for-alls. Hundreds of freshmen collectively entered the combat arena to determine the champion through a free-for-all melee. Thus, their competition time was the shortest. Other departments also had their own competition methods, which were relatively quick as well. At Chuanyu Supernatural University, only the natural ability department's competitions were the slowest. Today marks the decisive battle to determine the top-ranked freshman in the nature department. Countless students from other departments who had already finished their matches came to watch. They completely packed the spectator stands, creating a sea of people. Whether from the enhancement department or other faculties, anyone with free time chose to witness today's duel. Not only freshmen had arrived, but even some well-known sophomores and juniors came as well. The most typical examples were Zhugeshu and Han Chen. Both had been the top students in their respective faculties the previous year. At that moment, the two were sitting in the front row of the audience seats. No one knew how they managed to secure the spots, nor could anyone tell when they had arrived. After all, some students had stayed overnight without leaving, even sleeping right there, just to snatch the best viewing positions. Zhugeshu fluttered his feathered fan and glanced around before chuckling. Quite the crowd, isn't it? Chen, how do you like the spot I picked? Han Chen didn't respond, instead turning his gaze toward the thunder attribute sector of the sports field. There, Ji Churan sat alone on his seat, wearing an indistinct smile. At this point, only 8 competitors remained in the contest. These 8 individuals had now moved from the spectator stands to the center of the sports field, and their seats transformed into something more elegant, appearing even more dazzling and majestic. For instance, Ji Churan's seat was a chair with a high backrest, entirely blackish-purple in color. Thunder patterns adorned its surface, flickering with faint streaks of black and purple light. The chairs of the other students had also transformed in appearance, but it wasn't as good-looking as Ji Churan's. Because Ji Churan's seat was personally selected by Dean Wei, it is said to have been crafted by a blacksmith commissioned when Xiaoting graduated. Initially, Xiaoting's idea was for the chair to have the ability to absorb, store, and release thunderous forces. However, the blacksmith's skills were limited, and he simply couldn't make it work. So Xiaoting had to settle for second best, asking the blacksmith to at least make the chair look impressive and imposing. I have to admit, although the blacksmith's skills might be limited, the throne he crafted is truly badass. So cool even Ji Churan was somewhat amazed by it. Not far from Ji Churan, Li Yunxian froze in place. He glanced at his own glittering golden metal seat, then looked back at Ji Churan's domineering thunder throne, falling into silence for a moment. Big bro, why's your chair looking better than mine? And it wasn't just him, all the other quarter-finalists were stunned too. No way man, something's off about your chair. Mind getting up so I can take a seat. Just as the group was exchanging uncertain glances among themselves, Chen Meng stepped onto the arena platform. After ascending the platform, he scanned the sea of faces in the spectator stands, his lips twitching slightly. Hell's bells, there's a damn crowd, he muttered to himself. Clearing his throat, Chen Meng suddenly bellowed. Quiet. In an instant, the previously noisy playground fell utterly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ji Churan couldn't help but feel amazed witnessing this scene. So old Chen's authority is this formidable? Seeing everyone had quieted down, Chen Meng began announcing the rules. Next, we will proceed to the quarterfinals for the Natural Sciences faculty. The competition rules will remain the same one-on-one battles. However, this time, the rule is not random drawing but self-selection. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience immediately erupted into murmurs. Ji Churan was also somewhat surprised. Self-selection? So, the 8 participants, including himself, could choose their own opponents? If that's the case, who would dare choose themselves? It's not that Ji Churan is arrogant, but his strength and experience are genuinely intimidating. the first martial arts perfect scorer in a century, an S-class lightning-type superhuman, with energy reserves far exceeding normal people, all while having achieved the Glimmer realm and personal cultivation. Such capabilities truly aren't something ordinary people would dare challenge. Ji Churan was indeed correct in his thinking, because after Chen Meng announced this rule, the other top 8 students shifted their gazes away from Ji Churan. They no longer looked at Ji Churan, but turned their attention to others instead. Firstly, because they wouldn't choose Ji Churan as their opponent, and secondly, because they feared Ji Churan might choose them as his opponent. Everyone shifted their gaze, except for one person, and that one person was Li Yunxian. Not only did Li Yunxian not look away, he even fixed his blazing eyes on Ji Churan, filled with combativeness. Ji Churan sensed this fighting spirit. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes met Li Yunxian's aggressive stare. "Please enlighten me." Li Yunxian spoke directly. "Please enlighten me." Ji Churan responded with a faint smile. At this moment, the two seemed perfectly matched as their gazes crossed, blazing with fighting spirit. Witnessing this scene, Chen Meng couldn't help but nod approvingly. "It seems this Li Yunxian is quite impressive. In that case, I might as well help you out, lest you refuse to accept that little freak later." The next moment, Chen Meng suddenly shouted, "Right, I'll add one more rule." The teacher in the stands froze for a moment before hurriedly turning to Dean Wei and saying anxiously, "Dean Wei, shouldn't we stop Teacher Chen?" Dean Wei maintained his kindly smile as he waved his hand. "No need, that lad Chen Meng knows his limits." On the playground, Chen Meng then dropped a bombshell, adding one more rule will allow successive challenges. These words caused an uproar in the room. "What?" The fair-skinned boy in the audience suddenly stood up, his face filled with confusion. Why would Professor Chen add such a rule? This isn't how it's usually done. Alright, don't worry. Senior Ma, sitting nearby, gave the handsome young man a gentle tug and said, "Xiaozhan, already losing your cool?" Xiaozhan turned her head, looking puzzled as she asked, "No, I just feel like such rules would." "Is this unfair to Ji Churan?" Senior Ma cut in. Xiaozhan nodded. "Fairness? What fairness exists in this world? If there really were fairness, then so many families wouldn't be destroyed, and so many people wouldn't be separated from their wives and children." Senior Ma sighed slightly as he spoke. "Especially in these times." Chapter 62, Everything in this world revolves around the word profit. "You said Teacher Chen's rule is unfair to Ji Churan," Senior Ma replied calmly. "That's because you only saw the surface. You only see Ji Churan being targeted by the rules on the field now, but do you see the deeper truth? Do you know how many resources Ji Churan has obtained behind the scenes that ordinary people could never access? To take what we already know, Ji Churan joined our academy because Teacher Chen used an ability crystal to recruit him. This has long been no secret, right?" Xiao Zhan froze momentarily before nodding stiffly. "Just publicly, they've already gifted him with ability crystals. Do you really think the private offerings would be any less?" Senior Ma continued, "If my guess is correct, Ji Churan has already mastered more than one battle technique by now. That final attack he unleashed during the college entrance exam was one of Instructor Chan's rare offensive techniques, Meteor Storm. Oh, and just to remind you, Meteor Storm is an A-rank battle technique. Instructor Chen taught it to Ji Churan before the exams. So, do you get the picture now?" Xiao Zhan nodded dumbly, then collapsed onto the stool. Senior Ma stretched out his right hand and patted his shoulder gently, saying, "So you should stop overthinking. Since you bear the name of a genius, you ought to do what a genius does and endure a genius's pressures. You get what you pay for, that's an eternal truth. You're just too naive." Senior Ma patted Xiao Zhan's shoulder once more, then lightly shook his head and turned his gaze back to the playground. At this moment on the playground, upon hearing Chen Meng's words, the girl sitting on the water element seat immediately stood up and said, "Everyone." The girl's voice instantly drew everyone's attention, including Li Yunxian and Ji Churan. All eyes turned toward the girl in unison. Faced with everyone's gaze, the girl showed no trace of panic. With remarkable composure, she spoke. "Everyone, before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jing Qinshin, a water element ability user. The reason I'm speaking here is because I hope we can reach a consensus." At this point, Jing Qinshin extended a finger to point at Ji Churan, declaring sharply, "As for our target, it's to defeat him." Seeing this, Ji Churan didn't respond with words. Instead, a faint smile curled on his lips as he crossed his legs and settled in to watch the drama unfold. "There's nothing I love more than loudly whispered schemes, especially when I can hear every word of them. Everyone, I shouldn't need to elaborate on Ji Churan's strength, should I?" Jing Qinshin swept her gaze across the assembled group while delivering her speech. "Is there anyone here who truly believes they can defeat him without question? No one has that confidence because he's simply too strong." Jing Qinshin pointed at Ji Churan and said solemnly. Ji Churan sat on the bench, lightly scratching his cheek. "Well, I'll take that as a compliment then. Since it's a formidable opponent, we should unite and work together." Jing Qinshin continued. "Since Teacher Chen said we can fight in a relay, that means we can challenge Ji Churan simultaneously. so I propose we challenge Ji Churan one by one in order. I don't believe his psychic abilities will never run dry. As she spoke, Jing Qianxin looked toward Ji Churan and said knowingly, Ji Churan, I'm not afraid of you eavesdropping, let me tell you up front. My strategy is to use delaying tactics against you. I refuse to believe the 7 of us won't be able to exhaust you. Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully. Exhausting me? Ji Churan suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jing Qianxin frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing, Ji Churan waved his hand, suppressing his laughter. I just remembered something funny. You won't be laughing later. Jing Qianxin crossed her arms, her face icy cold. Ji Churan spread his hands, barely holding back laughter, completely ignoring Jing Qianxin's threat. Because there was already someone starting to challenge Jing Qianxin without him needing to lift a finger. Hey, after all that talk, who's going first in round 1? A fire element ability student nearby spoke up. Exactly. The crucial point now is who goes first and who takes the final battle. Another fire attribute ability student chimed in. We can't have us exhausting Ji Churan's abilities just for you to swoop in for the finishing touch, right? That would make us nothing but unpaid laborers. Precisely. A Earth attribute ability user grumbled, if you really want us to spearhead this, at least offer suitable incentives. Yeah, exactly. Several other students echoed in agreement. Jing Qianxin suddenly furrowed her brows and demanded, what's wrong with you all? Is dealing with Ji Churan solely my responsibility? If Ji Churan isn't eliminated, none of you can win. This isn't just my concern, it's yours too. We're merely discussing cooperation now, and you're already demanding benefits. When a great enemy invades in the future, will you still be haggling over gains and losses? Jing Qianxin's face was stern, as if draped in a robe of virtue that obscured her true self from view. Oh, you've really mastered emotional manipulation, retorted the fire ability student, unfazed. Everything in this world revolves around profit. If there were no benefits, would you have ever chosen to become an ability user? If there were no benefits at stake, would you be here spouting all this so-called commentary? Would you be so eager to pontificate just for the rewards and fame of first place? Everyone's in it for their own gain. Who among us can claim the moral high ground? You! Jing Qianxin's delicate face flushed crimson as she pointed at the fire element gifted student, too furious to articulate her thoughts. Ha! The fire element student shrugged, his expression one of utter indifference. Either way, we're not going first. If anyone's charging ahead, it'll be your team. You, hello. If that's how it is. Jing Qianxin never expected these people to behave like this. Clenching her teeth, she shouted, then I'll go. Wait. Suddenly, Li Yunxian raised his hand to interrupt Jing Qianxin and cut in. I can't possibly let a girl take the lead. I'll go first after all. I'd already declared I'd challenge Churan before Teacher Chen even explained the rules. No. To Li Yunxuan's surprise, Jing Qianxin immediately countered him. You can't go first because you're the one who'll finish things off. Chapter 63 I challenge Ji Churan. Because only you can fight Ji Churan when his abilities are depleted. Jing Qianxin pointed at the others and said, they can't. Jing Qianxin's words immediately provoked the other 5 people, who seemed to unite in anger against her, shouting insults her way. What's your problem, woman? Are you saying we can't beat a depleted Ji Churan? Exactly. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our combat skills aren't weak either. Judging people by their appearance like a dog. Is that so? Me judging people like a dog? Jing Qianxin crossed her arms, her face icy as she said, in that case, why don't you, this mighty expert, take the first fight? That student opened his mouth, glanced at the highly interested Ji Churan, then promptly shut it again. Jing Qianxin said bluntly, if you don't dare, then shut your dog mouth. Then, Jing Qianxin turned to Li Yunxian and said, I'll go first, you handle the cleanup. Li Yunxian frowned at Jing Qianxin, feeling that this woman's cunning depths were terrifying. However, Li Yunxian had his own plans, so he shook his head and calmly said, no, I'll go first. He glanced at the other 5 people around him, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. His eyes flashed as he spoke with profound sincerity. I don't expect you to change. I only hope that later, you'll stick to the plan and continue challenging Ji Churan. I'll take the first battle. I'll do everything I can to drain Ji Churan's special abilities, the rest will be up to you. As for the issue of profit you mentioned, it's quite simple, 2 words can solve the problem. These 2 characters are called, equal division. Seeing that everyone still seemed eager to speak, Li Yunxian said bluntly, don't think about why you should share the rewards equally with others. What you need to focus on now is how to earn those rewards. If you can't even distinguish such basic priorities, then you truly are utterly foolish. Li Yunxuan's words pierced through their hearts like a sharp blade, leaving them utterly speechless. Even the fire element ability student who had initially opposed him chose to remain silent. They exchanged glances, wordless yet speaking volumes. Actions sometimes speak louder than words. Seeing that everyone had already understood, Li Yunxian decided not to delay any further. He raised his head to look at Chen Meng, his voice brimming with fighting spirit as he spoke. I challenge Ji Churan. Chen Meng nodded with his eyes closed, then turned his head and said to Ji Churan, "Let's begin." Ji Churan gave a slight nod, rising from his thunder throne before vanishing with a whoosh, leaving only a trailing arc of lightning in his wake. Following the lightning trail with their eyes, the crowd saw Ji Churan already standing on the arena platform, hands clasped behind his back. The freshmen in the surrounding stands were utterly mesmerized by the sight. Holy shit, lightning-based abilities are seriously badass. But you gotta admit, lightning moves so damn fast, even faster than wind powers. Damn, he totally nailed that show-off move. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Ji Churan's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but inwardly he was already overjoyed. The feeling of showing off. Chen Meng watched Ji Churan's smug display on the arena, feeling incredibly restless inside. Not you, kid, but you actually managed to pull it off? Li Yunxian gazed at Ji Churan on the stage, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He picked up his sword from beside him and leaped onto the dual platform in one swift motion. Ji Churan and Li Yunxian stood opposing each other, one with hands clasped behind his back, the other gripping his sword. An inexplicable aura seemed to emanate invisibly from the dueling platform. Damn, the atmosphere feels so intense. It feels like a storm is brewing. On the fighting platform, Li Yunxian once again clasped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me." Ji Churan gently extended his right hand, making an inviting gesture. "Please advise." As Ji Churan's voice faded, Li Yunxian launched a surprise attack. In a flash, Li Yunxian charged toward Ji Churan while gripping his sword hilt with his right hand, his imposing momentum resembling a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. Though Li Yunxian moved swiftly, his speed paled in comparison to Ji Churan, who had awakened the lightning-based supernatural ability. In Ji Churan's eyes, Li Yunxian's movements appeared as if in slow motion. Ji Churan witnessed with his own eyes as Li Yunxian drew his longsword and channeled his ability to coat the blade with metal energy, rendering it incomparably sharp and piercing. He intended to kill with a single strike. Li Yunxian swiftly closed the distance to Ji Churan, drawing his sword at a meter's range while softly exclaiming, "Draw sword slash." Draw sword slash is one of Li Yunxian's combat techniques. It's an extremely powerful strike that only veteran sword-wielding espers can unleash at full potential. This technique combines speed, power and precision to release terrifying destructive force the instant the blade is drawn. It is a powerful combat technique in swordsmanship. One strike decides life or death. Slash. Li Yunxian drew his long sword, and an exceedingly sharp force erupted in an instant. A flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the arena, accompanied by a crisp swish that echoed throughout the venue. All eyes were intently fixed on the fighting platform, anxiously waiting to see if Ji Churan could withstand this move. On the stage, Li Yunxian remained frozen in his sword-thrusting posture, standing behind Ji Churan. Meanwhile, Ji Churan still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, equally turning his back to Li Yunxian. The next moment, Li Yunxian flickered his sword lightly before sheathing it. His face wore a thick smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He knew he had landed this strike. If he had struck Ji Churan without injuring him, there could only be one explanation. That is to say, Chen Meng made his move. Chen Meng making his move means, he himself has one. Li Yunxian slowly turned around, clasped his fist, and said, "I concede defeat." Below the stage, Jing Qinqin asked somewhat uncertainly, "He just won?" The fire ability student standing nearby was also stunned and muttered quietly, "Just like that, we won? Sister Jing, what was the point of us putting on such an elaborate act?" Jing Qinqin was stunned too, because she had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right. If they'd really won just like that, how had Ji Churan managed to score full marks in the National College entrance exams? Moreover, given the speed of a thunder ability user, Ji Churan could definitely have dodged Li Yunxian's slash just now. But why? Wait, why wasn't there any cheering? Jing Qinqin abruptly turned her gaze towards the audience seats. She saw all the students in the spectator stands looking upwards at the sky, as if something extraordinary was happening above them. An extremely ominous premonition surfaced in Jing Qinqin's heart. She could hardly believe it, murmuring tremblingly, "It couldn't, could it?" Chapter 64, This is the expression of someone who sees through everything. Jing Qinqin stiffly turned her neck and looked up at the sky. That single glance made her feel as if she had glimpsed a celestial deity. Beneath the scorching sunlight, a figure enveloped in faint flickers of lightning hovered midair, resembling a thunder monarch basking in the sun's radiance. On the fighting platform, Li Yunxian also sensed a trace of astonishment. The Ji Churan before him was peculiar, extremely so, one might even say. At this moment, Ji Churan still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from him, except, he wasn't breathing. Li Yunxian had trained in swordsmanship since childhood and was acutely sensitive to even the subtlest shifts in breathing. Yet he detected no trace of respiration from Ji Churan standing across from him. There are only two possible explanations for this situation. Either Ji Churan is dead, or, Li Yunxian dared not think further, as an invisible pressure suddenly swept over him. Beads of cold sweat now dotted Li Yunxian's forehead. Zzzzzzzzz. Suddenly, An abrupt transformation suddenly occurred in Ji Churan standing opposite Li Yunxian. Originally clad in black robes, Ji Churan's garments were now gradually shifting into an azure blue hue. Within moments, Ji Churan atop the fighting platform had utterly transformed into a being entirely composed of countless lightning bolts, a veritable thunderstorm incarnate. At this moment, Li Yunxian was utterly stunned. It's actually a doppelganger. How could this be? Li Yunxian hastily took a step back, his right hand resting on his long sword, his face filled with shock. When did this happen? Now, Li Yunxian couldn't afford to think about anything else. He immediately began scanning his surroundings, trying to locate Ji Churan's true form. When exactly was this doppelganger created? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Yunxian's forehead. Though he now realized the Ji Churan on the arena was a doppelganger, he still hadn't figured out when the real Ji Churan had summoned it. There's nothing. No problem. Where on earth is it? Li Yunxian kept looking around, but still couldn't spot Ji Churan's figure. The invisible pressure grew increasingly heavy, drenching Li Yunxian's entire body in sweat. This suffocating sensation was like that of a python constricting. Nothing at all. Could it be? Li Yunxian swallowed hard, his right hand gripping the sword with increasing force, as if only by holding the weapon could he feel any semblance of security. Slowly raising his gaze, he beheld that solitary, upright figure standing against the sky. The figure was bathed in sunlight, its entire body continuously crackling with sizzling bolts of lightning. Seeing that Li Yunxian had finally noticed him, Ji Churan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. You were careless. Yeah, I lost. Li Yunxian gave a bitter smile and helplessly closed his eyes. The right hand gripping the sword slackened at this moment, completely assuming the appearance of defeat. Ji Churan was stunned. Wait, didn't I say you were being careless? How did it turn into you losing? Shouldn't you stubbornly insist you didn't lose, and then we go for another round? What's going on here? Why isn't this following the script? Under Ji Churan's utterly baffled expression, Li Yunxian said with a bitter smile, Classmate Ji's strength is truly formidable, so much so that I didn't even realize the one on the arena was just a doppelganger. If this had been a fight to the death, I'd probably be a corpse by now. With that, Li Yunxian gave a bitter smile and waved his hand, slowly walking to the edge of the stage. I lost. Li Yunxian declared, then leapt down from the stage. Ji Churan was dumbfounded, he scratched his head, utterly baffled. Isn't Li Yunxian here to drain my abilities? How come he admits defeat before the prolonged battle even starts? Ji Churan slowly descended from the air and returned to the arena. He glanced at the thunderclone beside him and waved his hand lightly, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. That's right, Ji Churan could already create thunderclones identical to himself. Though slightly weaker in strength, they couldn't yet engage in effective combat. To put it bluntly, it has form but lacks soul. However, what's worth celebrating is that while cultivating energy reshaping, Ji Churan accidentally discovered that he could use his mental energy to manipulate his supernatural ability, achieving the effect of making himself fly. This is also why Ji Churan was able to fly in the air despite being at the dim light realm level. Initially, Ji Churan just wanted to test whether his thunder clone could deceive Li Yunxian, because in his heart, whether he had deceived Li Yunxian or not, Li Yunxian would inevitably fight him. But for some reason now, Li Yunxian had unexpectedly chosen to surrender outright, leaving Ji Churan completely baffled. Li Yunxian's current actions completely contradicted what he had said before stepping onto the platform. After descending from the platform, Li Yunxian turned his gaze toward Jing Qinxin and the others. Jing Qinxin and the others also took half a step back. Seeing this, Li Yunxian didn't press the matter but spoke up instead. I've long known you'd been trying to use me as a tool, yet I don't intend to give you any trouble. Jing Qinxin's pupils shrank at these words as she stared at Li Yunxian in utter astonishment. Li Yunxian slowly walked back to his seat and sat down, saying, because I volunteered to be that gun. Li Yunxian scanned the room, looking at Jing Qinxin and the others, then spoke. I actually heard everything you discussed about your plans at the restaurant last night. Whether it was exhausting all your strength against Ji Churan or against me, I know all these things clearly. Today's endurance battle has made your scheme even smoother and more efficient, even allowing you to use me as a weapon against Ji Churan. But I couldn't care less about that, because even if you weren't putting on this act, I would have chosen to go first anyway. The fire ability classmate involuntarily took another half step back and murmured, so you not only didn't expose us, but actually climbed aboard our plan to further your own? Li Yunxian gave a slight nod, gazing at Ji Churan on the arena with a smile and said, because classmate Ji had already seen through your plan long ago. He saw right through you from the very beginning of your conflict. On the arena, Ji Churan was dumbfounded. Did I see through them myself? Li Yunxian looked at the fire ability classmate and said, from the moment you first spoke up to refute Jing's classmate, Ji Churan had already seen through you all. Because I knew you were putting on an act, throughout your performance, I was constantly observing Ji. I saw with my own eyes how he frowned briefly before letting a hint of a smile show. What is this? This is the expression of someone who sees through everything. Chapter 65. Next. Li Yunchuan's words were forceful and resolute, his expression utterly one of righteous conviction. Such a confident expression and resolute tone couldn't help but plunge Ji Churan into deep thought. Had he truly seen through it? Back then, he had frowned because he felt something was off about the fire elementalist, but the reason he smiled seemed to be because of Jing Qingshin's remark about exhausting oneself. He simply couldn't hold back that laugh. So, was this what they called seeing through things? Well, putting aside the facts, I did see through their plan. Below the stage, Jing Qingshin and the others were completely stunned. They all looked at Ji Churan in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Jing Qingshin's lips trembled uncontrollably as she murmured softly, "So, you saw through it from the very beginning?" Looking at Ji Churan on the field, who appeared utterly calm and even had a trace of barely suppressed amusement on his face, Jing Qingshin understood. She had lost from the very beginning. Their plan was rendered completely transparent in front of Ji Churan, as if it had never existed. And even if it had worked, it wouldn't have posed any real harm to Ji Churan, because Ji Churan could have completely taken advantage of Li Yunxian being distracted by the clone to deliver a decisive blow and defeat him. But he didn't. What does this indicate? This indicates Ji Churan's extreme confidence. He's so confident that he doesn't even need to rely on sneak attacks to achieve victory. At the same time, he was also sending a message to himself and others. That is, your plans are utterly insignificant in my presence. Such a person, only someone like this deserves to be number one in the natural sciences department. At this moment, Jing Qingshin was completely convinced, not just him, but students from other departments were equally convinced as well. Their gazes towards Ji Churan were filled with admiration, yet equally brimming with fear. Chen Meng looked down at Jing Qingshin and the others below the stage, asking aloud, "Are there any among you who still wish to challenge Ji Churan?" Jing Qingshin raised her head and met Chen Meng's gaze, offering a helpless smile as she replied, "Teacher Chen, we won't be challenging Ji Churan anymore." Suddenly pointing at Li Yunxian, Jing Qingshin declared, "We'll challenge Li Yunxian instead." Wait a minute. Li Yunxian abruptly raised his hand, his face full of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear with her right hand, Jing Qingshin smiled and replied, "I say we challenge you." Li Yunxian froze, pointed at himself with widened eyes. "Me? MHM. Jing Qingshin nodded with a smile. "After all, we already know we can't beat classmate G. First place is out of reach for us, so we'll just have to settle for second best." "So you've changed your will battle tactics to target me?" Li Yunxian demanded. "Yes," Jing Qingshin nodded. "You?" Li Yunxian pointed at Jing Qingshin, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. All those unspoken words condensed into a single declaration. "In that case, you'd better be prepared for defeat." "We've been prepared for defeat since last night," Jing Qingshin said. Then, she turned to glance at her fire element ability classmate behind her and gave a slight nod. Seeing this, the fire element ability classmate looked up at Chen Meng and said, "Teacher Chen, I challenge Li Yunxian." No need for further announcements. Li Yunxian leaped onto the platform, raising his sword with his left hand and pointing it towards the audience below, declaring, "Come at me one by one. Even if you attack me in waves, I won't back down." From the stands, Dean Wei nodded with satisfaction, commenting approvingly, Excellent. Yunxian has finally grown into his own. A swordsman should have a heart that fears no challenge. That heart, it is called Sword Heart." Next. On the martial platform, Li Yunxian roared angrily, raising his sword to point at the crowd below with a momentum like a rainbow, just like a fully unsheathed blade. Across from him stood his fire element classmate, whose neck had completely transformed into steel. His face was a mask of shock and disbelief as he frantically felt his own neck. Indeed, he'd been cleanly decapitated, except Chen Meng had preserved the severed area at his throat. As Li Yunchuan's furious roar echoed through the arena, members from other departments all turned their gaze toward Jing Qingshin, and Jing Qingshin also turned her gaze to the wind element classmate. Seeing this, that classmate gulped and chose to step onto the fighting platform. The fire element classmate, witnessing this, gritted his teeth and jumped down from the platform. After landing, the first thing he saw was Ji Churan sitting composedly on the Thunder Throne, watching the drama unfold with evident amusement. Ji Churan saw him and even gave a slight nod with a smile. The fire ability classmate only felt awkward and quickly averted his gaze. Seeing this, Ji Churan stopped paying attention to him and instead turned his gaze to the arena. Meanwhile, in the arena, it seemed the wind ability classmate had adopted Jing Qingshin's strategy, engaging in a protracted battle of attrition with Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian was, after all, a metal-type ability user, so his speed couldn't be considered fast. Currently, his most proficient combat technique, the one that could guarantee a single-strike victory, was none other than the draw cut. This was because the draw cut could be trained without relying on his abilities, while most other combat techniques required at least some degree of ability enhancement. As a result, The only truly powerful and lethal combat technique Li Yunxian had at his disposal was the draw cut. The wind element classmate took advantage of Li Yunxuan's sluggish speed, relentlessly engaging him in a tug-of-war battle by utilizing his supernatural abilities. At the same time, it continuously hurled small wind blades toward Li Yunxian as distractions. Though the damage wasn't significant, even Li Yunxian would struggle if forced to endure several hits in succession. Moreover, the wind attribute ability user remained airborne the entire time, leaving Li Yunxian without any viable method to attack him. This is the current drawback of Li Yunxuan's superpower. After continuous exertion by the wind element classmate, he finally exhausted all of his superpower energy. The combination of flight and continuous use of small wind blades drained his abilities tremendously. Soon, his internal energy reserves were completely depleted, forcing him to land back on the arena. After the wind element ability classmate landed beneath him, Li Yunxian began walking toward him step by step. Li Yunxuan's face still carried a trace of anger. He stared at the wind element ability classmate slumped on the ground, drew his long sword, and pointed its tip at him. The tip of his blade was nearly 1 centimeter away from the wind element classmate's face. The wind element student turned ghastly pale, let out a bitter laugh, and murmured, "I surrender." Seeing this, Li Yunxian sheathed his long sword and gazed toward the stage below, his voice icy as he spoke. Next. Chapter 66, so much for the noble demeanor of a master. Next. On the stage, Li Yunxian stood with an air of pride, his sword pointed at the last challenger below Jing Qinshin. By now, Li Yunxian had defeated all the other challengers, leaving only Jing Qinshin as the final opponent he had yet to face. He fixed his blazing gaze upon Jing Qinshin. Jing Qinshin returned his stare, her eyes flickering with intensity. Though Li Yunxian still carried himself with an air of heroic vigor, his face had already begun to pale slightly. The intense competition and frequent use of his supernatural abilities were rapidly draining his stamina and energy reserves. He felt like a bow drawn to its limit, on the verge of snapping. "You're exhausted," Jing Qinshin stated bluntly from below the arena. On the platform, Li Yunxuan's brows furrowed as he retorted coldly. "So what? Even if my powers are exhausted, I can still cut you down with this sword in my hand." "You're angry." Jing Qinshin slightly brushed aside her hair, revealing a sweet smile. "Is it just because I outsmarted you?" She indeed had schemed against Li Yunxian, first by manipulating him into exhausting Ji Churen, then turning the situation into a collective drain on Li Yunxian. It could be said that every move she made today, deliberately or otherwise, was targeted at Li Yunxian. But this wasn't her original intention. Her true target, from the very beginning, was actually Ji Churen. But there was no other way. Ji Churen was simply too strong. The only one they could realistically target was Li Yunxian. Instead of responding to her, Li Yunxian cut straight to the point. "Are you going to fight or not? Quit dawdling like some woman. Just tell me, are you fighting or not?" Jing Qinshin couldn't hold back a snort of laughter when Li Yunxian misspoke. "You're quite amusing," Jing Qinshin said with a grin, "but after going through all this trouble, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't fight? So, wait a minute." Just as Jing Qinshin was about to announce the challenge, Ji Churen suddenly interrupted her. Li Yunxian on stage and Jing Qinshin below all turned their heads to look at him, seemingly puzzled as to why Ji Churen had interrupted. Not only them, but other students and those in the audience also turned their gazes toward Ji Churen. Slowly rising from his thunder war chair, Ji Churen glanced first at Jing Qinshin, then at Li Yunxian. Finally, with a grin, he turned his eyes toward Chen Meng in the sky. "Teacher Chen, according to the rules, I can also choose someone to challenge, right?" Chen Meng in the sky was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Hey, you're finally calling me." Cough. "Well, according to the rules, you can indeed challenge someone else." Chen Meng quickly caught himself and resumed his serious demeanor. Hearing Ji Churen's question and Chen Meng's reply, Jing Qinshin seemed to realize something. She hurriedly attempted to speak up, but it was already too late. "Since that's the case, I challenge Jing Qinshin." "I challenge." Jing Qinshin froze mid-sentence. She'd been too slow. Her face flushed with panic as she looked anxiously at Ji Churen. Ji Churen turned to look at her, grinning. "A battle of attrition? I love those the most." On the stage, Li Yunxian froze, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Ji Churen, as if puzzled why Ji Churen would help him. Ji Churen turned his head and laughed. "What are you still looking at? Come on down." Li Yunxian came to his senses and nodded before jumping down. He stepped before Ji Churen and gave a slight nod. "Thank you." With a wave of his hand, Ji Churen replied casually, "No need for thanks. After all, you're one of the few people I genuinely respect." With that, Ji Churen kicked off with both feet and in an instant, landed firmly on the arena stage. He stood atop the arena, his edge utterly exposed, radiating an overwhelmingly domineering aura. Gazing at Jing Qinshin below the stage, he shouted, "Step up." Jing Qinshin gritted her teeth, her entire body beginning to tremble slightly. She had been so close, just a little more, and she could have defeated Li Yunxian to claim second place. Yet, who could have predicted that Ji Churen, already firmly seated in first, would choose to intervene? After all that scheming, everything was still ruined in the end. What does this mean? That in the face of absolute power, all plans appear feeble and powerless? Jing Qianxin clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth, and ultimately decided to step onto the stage. She took 2 quick steps in succession and leaped onto the fighting platform. Even if the plan fails, even if her final opponent is Ji Churen, she would never choose to escape or become a deserter. An awakened one never flees. Jing Qianxin stood on the arena platform, her bright eyes meeting Ji Churen's briefly before she took a deep breath and spoke. Senior Ji, I await your guidance. Ji Churen maintained a casual expression, his left hand resting behind his back while his right hand opened slightly. Please enlighten me. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds. For a full 10 seconds and more, Ji Churen and Jing Qianxin remained motionless. Yet throughout those 10 seconds, Ji Churen's expression didn't change in the slightest, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor. But Jing Qianxin was different. Her delicate face was already drenched in sweat, her entire body seemingly wrapped in some invisible pressure. This pressure, Jing Qianxin thought to herself, just standing there, he can exude such oppressive force? Damn it! I can't just sit idly by anymore. If this continues, my mental state will collapse. Beads of cold sweat formed on Jing Qianxin's forehead as she gritted her teeth and chose to attack. Since Ji Churen was already this formidable, he should have the pride befitting a powerful expert. The strong usually give the weak one chance to strike, so be it. Then I'll unleash my strongest attack, a charged strike. Her hands came together as she exhaled lightly and uttered, "Condense." In the next moment, transparent water droplets appeared out of thin air in the atmosphere, gradually converging toward Jing Qianxin's hands. Finally, they merged into a translucent sphere of water in her palms. The sphere emitted a faint aura of pressure. The process of gathering the water sphere was quite slow, one could even say the precast time was rather long. Such a long warm-up? How could I possibly let this chance slip? Ji Churen muttered before slightly raising his right hand. Sizzle sizzle. Wisps of azure lightning began to gather between Ji Churen's fingers. The next moment, a violent aura emanated from Ji Churen's body. Seeing this, Jing Qianxin's delicate face flushed crimson. Where's the promised demeanor of the strong? Why aren't you playing by the rules? Jing Qianxin seemed somewhat flustered, shouting loudly, "You're already this powerful, dare you not take just one move from me?" Ji Churen was stunned. Girl, do you think this is still the national server? Chapter 67, me taking one of your moves? A joke, you take one of mine. Ji Churen said nothing, merely curling and flicking a finger. In that instant, a bolt of lightning the size of a thumb shot straight toward Jing Qianxin. Unbelievably fast. The thunderstorm carried a ferocious momentum, devastating everything in its path. Seeing this, Chen Meng was prepared early on. If Jing Qianxin didn't dodge, he would immediately choose to turn her into steel. However, Jing Qianxin reacted swiftly. She decisively abandoned charging her attack and hurled the half-formed water sphere in her hand, colliding with the lightning Ji Churen had unleashed in midair. She had thought that no matter what, her long-charged water sphere would at least neutralize Ji Churen's casually released lightning. Yet, to her utter astonishment, not only did her water sphere fail to neutralize Ji Churen's casually unleashed lightning, it actually got assimilated by those very bolts. In midair, Jing Qianxin's water sphere collided with Ji Churen's lightning in an instant only to merge completely with the crackling energy. Then, the water sphere seemed to be eroded, instantly transforming into a mass of hydroelectric energy in midair. And this hydroelectric sphere was now flying straight toward Jing Qianxin. Jing Qianxin didn't dare hesitate. With a flick of her right hand, she unleashed a wave of water that struck the ground. The tremendous impact and inertia immediately propelled her backward in the opposite direction. The hydropower sphere narrowly missed Jing Qianxin, smashing onto the arena floor behind her. Crack! Bang! Zzzzzzz. The simultaneous sounds of water spheres shattering, thunder explosions, and residual lightning flashes erupted, proclaiming the extraordinary nature of the hydroelectric sphere that had just appeared. Jing Qianxin looked back at the charred arena behind her with lingering fear, gasping for air as she thought to herself, "What kind of thunder is this? It can directly assimilate my supernatural ability. Even my fully charged attack got assimilated." Jing Qianxin knew there was a significant gap between her strength and Ji Churen's, but she never imagined the disparity would be this vast. So immense that she couldn't even glimpse the hope of victory. Jing Qianxin looked at Ji Churen and clenched her teeth. Unperturbed, Ji Churen extended his right hand and flexed his fingers repeatedly, signaling Jing Qianxin to continue. "Keep going." Jing Qianxin didn't immediately launch her attack. Instead, she spoke up. "Do you dare to withstand my strongest strike?" Ji Churen looked at her strangely, as if gazing at a fool. Seeing Ji Churen's expression, Jing Qianxin realized her hopes had likely been dashed, but she still refused to give up. She looked at Ji Churen and spoke. "Even someone as powerful as you doesn't dare to take a single move from others? I'll only use one move. If I fail to harm you, I'll admit defeat." Jing Qianxin's words were strategic, for she knew very well that when strong warriors heard such challenges, they would often humor weaker opponents by allowing them to unleash their strongest strike. That's how it always happens in TV dramas, and she planned to take advantage of this trope. But what Jing Qianqing never expected was that Ji Churan simply refused to play by the usual rules. Ji Churan just gave her a strange look before saying, "Have you lost your mind? Why should I take a hit from you? How about you take one from me instead?" Ha! Jing Qianqing was stunned. "Right now, I'm the one calling the shots. I won't make it difficult for you, just take one strike from me. If you can withstand it, I'll consider it your win." Ji Churan spread his hands and said matter-of-factly. "But," Jing Qianqing wanted to argue further, but Ji Churan cut her off. "But what do you mean but? Are you trying to bargain with me now? Remember, you only get one chance to choose." Ji Churan extended a single finger as he spoke calmly. "This opportunity is given solely because we're classmates. If you refuse, then I'll have no choice but to attack." Li Yunxuan's eyes sparkled with admiration from the audience, increasingly convinced that Ji Churan on stage was simply too cool. "Damn, that's next level flexing. Don't take others' moves, make others take yours. Great move. I'll do the same from now on." In the arena, Jing Qianqing knew she had no choice, so she shouted, "Fine, I'll take your move, but you must keep your word. If I survive without Teacher Chen intervening, then I win." Jing Qianqing's voice was loud, as if only by doing so could she bolster her own courage. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan smiled mysteriously. "Alright, then you better catch it." In the sky, Chen Meng suddenly sensed a hint of foreboding. "Damn, could this kid be planning to? Ha!" Ji Churan let out a soft exclamation as he slightly hunched his body. Innumerable bolts of lightning crackled to life within him. Holy crap! Li Yunxian instantly recognized the telltale signs of this wind-up movement. After all, he'd watched Ji Churan's college entrance exam footage at least 10 times. Upon realizing what technique Ji Churan was about to unleash, Li Yunxian grabbed his sword and fled the arena without even looking back. Not just him, the other top 8 students also immediately activated their abilities to make a run for it, but then they realized their powers were still depleted at this moment. Helpless, they had no choice but to abandon using their abilities and resorted to running as fast as their legs could carry them, and they ran incredibly fast. Even the nearby students at the sidelines grew somewhat panicked, contemplating whether they should back up a bit. This is... Watching this all too familiar movement, Jing Qianqing was stunned. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief, completely never expecting Ji Churan to actually use this move. Chen Meng in the sky was even more confused. "Fuck me, are you trying to destroy this place?" He looked at Jing Qianqing, who was still dazed on the stage, feeling absolutely desperate inside. "Damn it, surrender, just fucking surrender already." Seeing Ji Churan was about to erupt, Chen Meng couldn't hold back and shouted, "Hey, you still wanna fight?" By now, Jing Qianqing had snapped out of it. Her eyes burned with unwavering determination, her jaw clenched so tight veins bulged on her forehead as she roared, "Superpowered, never flee. Goddamn fucking idiot." Chen Meng completely lost it, mentally cursing Jing Qianqing non-stop. "Damn it, never retreat is only said when there's absolutely no way out. Wouldn't you execute a tactical withdrawal when you've got the chance? How can someone be so damn stubborn? Back in the day, I led Li Yi on a tactical chase for 3 days and nights. Didn't that still wear his ass out? Can't you just ***king admit defeat and give in? Damn it." There was no choice. Chen Meng couldn't wait any longer. He raised both hands toward Jing Qianqing and roared, "Ironize! Hiya!" On the arena, Ji Churan suddenly thrust both hands outward, summoning countless bolts of lightning that converged into one in this instant. Thunder roared as 10,000 lightning strikes surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sphere of lightning materialized above the arena, appearing as if it wished to devour everything in existence. Unparalleled ferocity. Chapter 68, Supernaturals Never Flee. Jing Qianqing clenched her teeth and stared blankly at the erupting thundercloud before her. "Am I going to die?" Boom! Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, crackling sounds. In an instant, the earth trembled, and countless raging energies erupted outward. Some students in the audience seemed still somewhat frightened, standing up and preparing to retreat. In the front row, Han Shen frowned slightly, his mind racing through calculations. Just as he was still calculating whether the thunderball could reach his position, Zhuge Shu suddenly spoke. "It won't reach us." According to my calculations, Junior G's attack simply can't travel far enough to reach us," Zhuge Shu remarked with a light wave of his feathered fan, smiling. "With me here, Han, you needn't bother with the calculations. Surely, you don't doubt my calculating skills?" Han Shen shot Zhuge Shu a glance but said nothing. Lightning erupted instantaneously atop the arena, while on the viewing platform, Dean Wei gently stroked his chin before flicking his right hand with a slight motion. "Best to intervene a little." Dean Wei softly murmured these words under his breath. In the next instant, an emerald green wind barrier materialized out of thin air around the fighting platform. The wind wall instantly enveloped the arena from all directions, causing the frenzied aura to vanish without a trace. Dean Wei's wind barrier seemed like an absolute severance of all existence, bringing people an unparalleled sense of security. Boom! Suddenly, the thunderball released by Ji Churan collided with Dean Wei's wind barrier. The moment the two made contact, the thunderball seemed to encounter an insulator, gradually losing its formidable power. Countless bolts of lightning were gradually being separated and dissipated by the wind wall. The students in the audience noticed this scene and immediately engaged in animated discussions. Dean Wei has made his move. Dean Wei's wind wall is as dashing as ever. It looks absolutely reassuring. Absolutely, Dean Wei is the idol of countless wind-powered psychics. The students were no longer panicked after seeing Dean Wei take action. After all, no matter how formidable Ji Churan might be, he still couldn't break through Dean Wei's defenses. In that case, why the hell are you even wasting time reading? Just go straight to the myriad races battlefield then. Han Shen in the front row gave Zhuge Shu a strange look and asked, "Did you predict this scene?" Zhuge Shu's hand holding the feathered fan stiffened slightly but quickly relaxed again. He narrowed his eyes with an expression that suggested everything was going exactly as planned. "Yes, Han, this was also part of my calculations. Tell the truth." "Alright, someone of Dean Wei's caliber is currently beyond my ability to calculate." Under Han Shen's persistent questioning, Zhuge Shu finally told the truth. He truly hadn't foreseen Dean Wei's intervention, he'd only calculated that the lightning sphere wouldn't reach him. Han Shen paid no further attention to Zhuge Shu upon hearing this, instead turning his focus to the arena, where the crackling thunderball was still sizzling violently. A flicker of vigilance flashed in his eyes, though no one could tell what was on his mind. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, crackling sounds. The thunderball continued flashing for a full 8 seconds before gradually dissipating. As the thunderball faded, the scene on the arena was revealed once more. The arena floor had turned pitch black, as if scorched into a wasteland. It was fortunate the materials were sturdy enough, otherwise, Ji Churan might have completely obliterated the platform. Across the charred arena floor, residual lightning still crackled incessantly, flickering like tiny electric serpents. Meanwhile, tendrils of acrid smoke rose steadily from the platform, accompanied by the pungent stench of smoldering. Ji Churan stood unscathed on the arena, without even breaking a sweat, exuding the aura of a war god through his casual stance. As the thunder spheres dissipated, Ji Churan's gaze immediately fell upon the surrounding emerald green wind barrier. After carefully examining it twice, he murmured, "Which teacher's unique ability is this, that it can completely contain my thunder? Wind element, huh?" Ji Churan muttered once more before shifting his gaze to face the opposite side. There, lying utterly motionless on the ground, was a completely metallic humanoid figure. It was none other than Jing Qianxin. At this moment, Jing Qianxin's entire body was completely steeled, with a slight reflective sheen under the sunlight. The steel-clad Jing Qianxin appeared incredibly smooth, with not a single wound visible on her surface, as if Ji Churan's attacks had caused her no harm whatsoever. Thud! A heavy thud echoed as someone landed, followed by Chen Meng's signature remark. "Damn it! Are you both just stubborn as mules?" Chen Meng stepped onto the arena with a scowl, first glaring at Ji Churan as he cursed. One who goes all out with his ultimate move right at the start of a match. Then he turned his gaze to Jing Qianxin lying on the ground and cursed. "What a damn stubborn head, knowing you can't swallow it yet still forcing it down." The next moment, Chen Meng directly cursed both of them out. "You two are getting more and more extreme, damn it." Seeing Chen Meng's expression, Ji Churan spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Chen Meng didn't bother arguing with Ji Churan any longer, turning to walk towards Jing Qianxin instead. By now, the metallic transformation on Jing Qianxin's body was gradually fading away. She stared blankly at the sky, her face devoid of expression. "Is this heaven? It's the password." No sooner had Jing Qianxin finished speaking than Chen Meng stormed up to her, jabbing a finger as he shouted, "What the hell's wrong with you? You knew you couldn't handle it, so why did you even try?" Jing Qianxin froze, still dazed, yet her instincts made her retort. "Supernaturals never flee from battle." Chen Meng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but then closed it again. He glanced at Jing Qianxin, studied her expression, and then his tone underwent a subtle shift. "You," Chen Meng paused before continuing, "this isn't the battle of 10,000 clans. It's just a minor competition, you don't actually need to force yourself through this." Jing Qianxin still instinctively said, "Ability users never abandon or flee." Chen Meng frowned, changing his tone once again. "Ability users never abandon or flee refers to fighting desperately when there's absolutely no way out, not to meaningless sacrifice. Ability users never abandon or flee." Damn it! Are you telling me you'd fight to the death even in guerrilla warfare? Would you fight to the death even when employing tactics? Chen Meng roared at Jing Qianxin, pointing furiously, because he'd realized she was becoming dangerously extreme. By now, Jing Qianxin had regained her composure. She slowly sat up, her beautiful eyes fixed intensely on Chen Meng as she said solemnly, "An awakened one never abandons the fight." Chapter 69, The Academy's Top Natural Affinity Practitioner. Hearing this, Chen Meng fell silent, his gaze fixed on Jing Qianxin with a mix of admiration and apprehension. What he admired was how Jing Qianxin's awareness far surpassed that of ordinary people. What made him apprehensive was precisely how terrifyingly much higher her awareness was compared to ordinary folks. Too much of a good thing becomes extreme. Never surrender, never retreat has indeed been humanity's ancient declaration regarding those with supernatural abilities. But timing matters too. If there's an opportunity to withdraw, recuperate, and fight another day, then never choose a battle to the death. After all, in some situations, where there's life, there's hope. If everyone were as extreme as Jing Qianxin, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Being adaptable is also a good strategy. Chen Meng had already made up his mind he must correct Jing Qianxin's extreme way of thinking. Otherwise, she would absolutely fail to comprehend future tactical courses. If Jing Qianxin doesn't change, he would likely witness a student who fights to the death in guerrilla warfare against enemies. No, absolutely not. We must find a specialized psychic ability user proficient in psychological correction. But before that, this natural sciences department competition should be brought to a close. So Chen Meng looked once more at Jing Qianxin, meeting her incredibly earnest gaze squarely. He let out a soft sigh, turned his gaze toward the audience, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "I hereby declare the freshman competition of the Faculty of Natural Sciences concluded. The champion, Ji Churan." As Chen Meng's words fell, the audience immediately began to stir. "It's over, Ji Churan really is the champion of the Natural System Institute." "Nonsense, that's an S rank. The last S rank was that person from the imperial capital. Back then, he completely suppressed all the top talents of his entire generation. Damn, looking at it now, isn't our generation a bit too fierce? Not only is there an S rank like Ji Churan, but actually there's also an SS rank. I don't know, I can only give my all in training. I don't think I can compare to freaks like Ji Churan, but I sure can measure up against those scum from the myriad races." That's right, train hard, kill the myriad races. In the first row of the audience seats, Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "Student Han, do you think Student Ji will join your club? He doesn't even use guns. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible." Han Chen crossed his arms and said calmly, "For someone like him, I'd extend an invitation even if he didn't use guns. Besides, the school never stipulated that a student can only study one combat weapon. What if classmate Ji also wants to learn spearmanship? In that case, I can only offer my best wishes to classmate Han." Zhuge Shu lightly clasped his hands with an inscrutable smile. Han Chen stopped paying attention to Zhuge Shu upon seeing this. He knew Zhuge Shu's temperament. No matter what was going through his mind, his expression always remained amiably smiling. Who could tell what exactly was running through Zhuge Shu's mind at this moment? In the middle of the spectator seats, a girl dressed in a white gown, quite beautiful with long, sleek hair, was gazing at Ji Churan on the arena floor. Her eyes held a hint of something unusual, as if she were weighing a decision. Suddenly, a petite girl standing beside her, about 5 feet tall with a slightly chubby, baby-faced appearance, leaned in and asked mischievously, "What's wrong, Miss Su? Taken a liking to this junior?" Before the girl in the white dress could speak, the baby-faced girl continued with a laugh. "But you're right, after all. A handsome junior with an S-level superpower and full marks in the martial arts college entrance exam, his future is bound to be bright. And Miss Su, you'd make quite the match for him." As she spoke, the baby-faced girl giggled cutely. The girl referred to as Miss Su rolled her eyes at her and gave her a playful smack, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, I was just thinking. Thinking about when you'll get together?" The baby-faced girl suddenly moved closer, her eyes sparkling brilliantly, her face full of curiosity. "Ah, Mingming, stop teasing me." The girl in the white dress blushed and pushed the baby-faced girl away. Seeing the girl in the white dress turn red, the baby-faced girl's gossipy expression grew even more intense. The guys around them couldn't take their eyes off the two girls' roughhousing. Even though the girls were seated among other female students, that didn't stop the boys from peering across the seats. This show was worth watching, absolutely must-see entertainment. Of course, a few freshmen became curious and started asking about the two girls' identities. Senior, who are they? They're so beautiful. Hee, junior, you don't know this yet, do you? Those two are the beauty queens of our grade. The one in the white dress sitting on the left is Su Yanxi, and the one on the right is Yu Mingming. They're both from the support department, and they're both A-rank ability users. Gorgeous, right? Wonder which lucky guy will end up with them in the future. I know this one. Senior, I'll be the lucky guy. I got this. Not even if you had rainbow-colored hair. Because Su Yanxi has already caught the eye of a junior-year senior, and he's made it clear that anyone who dares to have improper designs on Su Yanxi will be invited to the fighting ring by him. Is that junior-year senior really strong? Of course. That senior is named Su Yanha, and his strength has even reached the lower-tier Lingxi realm. His combat power surpasses some senior-year students. He's the main force of our Sichuan University school team. Wait, is he Su Yanxi's brother? Their names sound so similar. At first we thought the same, but really, What kind of brother would choose to pursue his own sister? Especially when the sister looks absolutely disgusted by the idea. So I think it must just be a coincidence. Fine, it seems I have no hope left. After the competition concluded, the awards ceremony immediately followed. Sichuan University will award badges representing the personal strength and identity to the winners of the School of Natural Sciences and the top 8 finalists. These badges not only represent recognition of their strength but also signify the number of points they can earn. The higher the rank, the more points one can obtain. Of course, rankings are fluid. When students feel confident in their abilities, they may challenge those with higher ranks. If the challenge succeeds, the ranks will be swapped, but the points remain unchanged. Of course, if the challenge fails, points must be paid to the winner. At Chuan University, money is worthless, only points hold any value. Whether it's daily necessities or combat skills and weapons, everything can only be exchanged using points. Each student can only be challenged 3 times a month. That's right, there's no limit to initiating challenges, but you can only be challenged 3 times per month. Chapter 70, The Badge of Strength. On the spectator stands, Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, and Jing Qinqin stood under the spotlight, drawing countless eyes. Dean Wei approached the trio alongside a teacher carrying a red cloth-draped tray. The other spectators turned to look at them, a flicker of longing flashing in their eyes. Shirham, who sat in the audience, fists clenched, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He refused to accept it. He could admit he was no match for Ji Churan, but he didn't believe for a second that he would lose to Li Yunxian or Jing Qinqin. I was just a bit unlucky. Had fortune smiled upon me, I would surely be standing among those 3 on the platform. Shirham, who gazed longingly at the emblem that symbolized status, secretly resolving himself with renewed determination. Training, challenge, in the stands. Dean Wei seemed to appear right before Jing Qinqin, smiling cheerfully as he gazed at her. Jing Qinqin looked entirely solemn, locking eyes with Dean Wei in a steady gaze. Excellent. A water controller must possess a heart as resolute as unyielding water. Keep striving. Dean Wei nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the badge from the red silk tray, a symbol of strength and status. The badge was entirely bronze-colored, shaped like a shield on the outside, signifying protection. At its center is a red 5-pointed star, representing the nation, with each sharp point symbolizing unstoppable power. Inside the 5-pointed star is engraved a golden numeral 3. Encircling the star is a wreath of silver olive branches, symbolizing peace and wisdom, as well as the unity of strength and harmony. The reverse side of the shield-shaped emblem features a deep night sky adorned with tiny white stars, representing hope and dreams. The badge's edge was adorned with bronze wave patterns, symbolizing the undulations of psychic energy and the driving force behind psychic's continuous progress. Jing Qinqin looked down at this badge, her eyes brimming with pride. Keep it up, Dean Wei said softly. Jing Qinqin nodded emphatically. Yes, sir. Dean Wei smiled and walked up to Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian immediately straightened his posture, putting on a serious expression. Good, very good. A swordsman must advance with unwavering resolve. Dean Wei nodded in satisfaction and said, the blade slays enemies, the scabbard protects the people. To defend home and country with one sword, this is the highest pursuit of a true swordsman. I hope you will not disgrace the exceptional talent you possess. Understood. Li Yunxian nodded emphatically, his bright eyes filled with determination. Director Wei didn't speak, instead locking gazes with Li Yunxian. The next moment, he smiled with satisfaction. Keep it up. Li Yunxian nodded heavily again. Seeing this, Dean Wei took out the silver emblem from the red cloth tray. It looked exactly like Jing Qinqin's, except for the change in the emblem's color. At the same time, the number within the pentagram had also changed. At its center was a golden etched character, 2. After fastening it onto Li Yunxian, Dean Wei moved to the last person. Standing before them was the top-ranked student of the current Natural Sciences Department, the first perfect-scoring martial arts college entrance examinee in a century, an S-class supernatural ability user, Ji Churan. Dean Wei gazed at Ji Churan with a jovial smile. Ji Churan, equally solemn, locked eyes with Dean Wei. A master of lightning must possess a heart filled with boundless heroism. Fear no foe, fear no danger, fear no battle. Charge forward without hesitation. Dean Wei gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder and said, I eagerly await the day you become the world's strongest. Ji Churan's face broke into a smile as he nodded. Good. Dean Wei patted Ji Churan's shoulder with another laugh, then produced that emblem symbolizing the pinnacle of the nature department's strength. Dean Wei slowly raised the emblem. This emblem wasn't drastically different from the previous 2, yet it possessed one distinctive feature. That was the position of the pentagram changing, transforming from the semblance of olive branches into a wreath of black thorns. This represents challenges and hardships. The greater the glory you enjoy, the greater the difficulties you must endure. Bearing the name of a heavenly pride, performing deeds worthy of heavenly pride, shouldering the hardships of heavenly pride. Of course, the black bramble carries another layer of meaning. That is, when you break through the black thorns, What awaits you is an infinite golden radiance. It also signifies urging the wearer to withstand pressure and strive forward with determination. Dinwei held the badge and gently pinned it onto Ji Churan's battle robe. As the golden badge was affixed to Ji Churan's black battle robe, it made his imposing aura shine even more fiercely. Keep up the good work. If you need anything, you can come find me in the dean's office. Dinwei pat Ji Churan on the shoulder and advised him. Ji Churan nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Dinwei closed his eyes and nodded in return. He turned to face the audience stands and announced loudly, I declare, the freshman competition of the nature department, officially concluded. Clap 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 clap. As Dinwei's words concluded, enthusiastic applause erupted from all around. The applause continued for a solid 10 seconds before gradually fading away. After the clapping had completely ceased, Dinwei waved his hand and turned around. He looked at Ji Churan and the other two, smiling. Go on, children. With that, Dinwei left the spectator stand. Ji Churan and the others also left the stand one after another. After the competition concludes, there will be a 3-day vacation. Once these 3 days end, classes and training will resume. During these 3 days, students are free to arrange their time as they wish. They can explore clubs, look for potential teams they'd like to join, or simply tour the campus. In short, leaving the school is not allowed. Since student rosters are publicly available, unauthorized departures could lead to encounters with beggars. Beggars are the sort of thing one must always guard against. Just as Ji Churan stepped off the platform and onto the field, he noticed a crowd gathering in the distance, watching him intently. Yet something seemed to hold them back from approaching, and their glances kept drifting unconsciously toward Ji Churan's right side. This piqued Ji Churan's curiosity ever so slightly. Who exactly is capable of making this group of people so fearful? Ji Churan slightly turned his head and saw two figures approaching from his right. One stood tall and straight, exuding a sharp aura, dressed in a crimson robe embroidered with patterns. He carried a long, black cloth-wrapped rod-like object on his back, making it unclear what kind of weapon lay hidden within. His expression was cold as ice, seeming utterly indifferent to everything around him. The other figure wore a light blue battle robe. His eyes narrowed into smiling crescents as he leisurely fanned himself with a feathered hand fan. Ji Churan watched the two approaching figures, his brow slightly furrowing in response. The cold-faced man wasn't particularly concerning, but this squinty-eyed fellow, why did he give off such an unsettling vibe? Chapter 71, This guy just wants a free meal. As everyone knows, those with narrow eyes are all cunning old foxes. You'd better not mess with them. Wait, what if I become one of them? With this thought, Ji Churan suddenly narrowed his eyes, only to realize, damn it, I can't see a thing. The once bright world suddenly turned dim and dark, and if she forced her eyes to squint, her eyelids would twitch uncontrollably. Well, guess I can't be a squinter anymore. Not far away, Zhuge saw Ji Churan suddenly squint his eyes, with eyelids twitching violently, and he froze instantly. This junior, why does he seem a bit off? Why are you suddenly squinting? Wait, let me calculate. Zhuge squinted his eyes, gently calculating with his left hand, and then discovered, this calculation is remarkably clear, not just easier than any previous person's readings, but even clearer than calculating events themselves. To bear in mind, reading people is far more difficult than predicting events. Zhuge could only make rough estimations when calculating others, yet with Ji Churan, the deductions unfolded with unexpected smoothness. According to my predictions, next, classmate Ji will approach and speak to us. Zhuge mused inwardly, a confident smile playing at his lips. Lightly fanning himself with his feather fan, he watched Ji Churan with an amused gleam in his eyes, anticipating the next move. But then, something completely unexpected happened that took Zhuge by surprise. Ji Churan didn't step forward to talk to them. Instead, he turned around to leave. This totally baffled Zhuge. This wasn't right. His calculations hadn't predicted this outcome. Shouldn't you have approached us for a conversation? Zhuge was utterly baffled and hurriedly recalculated, only to find that no matter how many times he deduced it, Ji Churan's action was always to approach them for a talk. The deduction was extremely smooth. There couldn't have been any other possible outcome. But, what was the reason for turning away like this? Had his calculations failed on Ji Churan? At this moment, Zhuge smile froze on his face, his slit eyes widening with shock. Han Chan also paused in surprise before hastily jogging forward. Ji Churan glanced back and quickened his pace even more. One had an indifferent face, the other was squinting his eyes non-stop. The squinty-eyed guy hadn't stopped moving his left hand the entire way, constantly calculating something with his fingers as if casting spells. Anyone who saw this would agree it looked suspicious. We've got to leave, must leave immediately, there's no choice but to leave now. Ji Churan ran faster and faster, while Han Chen pursued him with increasing speed. One ran while the other chased, leaving Zhuge alone, stunned where he stood. At that moment, Zhuge was still questioning himself. The calculations had flowed so smoothly, he couldn't even deduce a second possible outcome. So why was it different? Why? The other students just stood there in shock, frozen and unsure of what to do. Just like that, they ran off? Wait, did Han Shen go after them too? But that doesn't make sense. Han Shen's club is all about guns, right? Wasn't Ji into martial arts? Child, geniuses always receive special treatment. In the crowd, Su Yanqi and Yu Mingming were also watching Ji Churen run out. Yu Mingming gently nudged Su Yanqi and asked, Miss Su, it seems you won't get to know that handsome junior today. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Su Yanqi glared at Yu Mingming and said, stop talking nonsense, let's go back. With that, Su Yanqi turned and left. Yu Mingming chuckled and nodded, following Su Yanqi out of there. Meanwhile, back at the Natural Sciences Department, a chase was underway. Ji Churen dashed ahead at full speed while Han Shen pursued close behind. Neither of them used their special abilities, relying purely on physical strength for the chase. But it was obvious that even without using abilities, Ji Churen was slightly faster than Han Shen. After all, the speed of Thunder-type ability users was no joke. Running ahead and behind each other, they drew sideways glances from the surrounding classmates. What's going on? Unless I'm seeing things, isn't that Han Shen? Who's that running ahead? Did they offend Han Shen? Wait a minute, doesn't the guy in front kind of look like Ji Churen? Oh my god, it's not just similar, that is Ji Churen. Come on, let's go follow them and see what's happening. During their chase, a large group of classmates caught wind of the excitement like sharks sensing blood, all eager to watch the spectacle unfold. They all gave their all to keep up, with some even activating their special abilities when they began to fall behind. After all, a perfect score martial arts imperial exam champion being pursued by a prodigy who dominates their peers, what a sensational story it was. Some journalists had even drafted headlines for the incident. Shocking, the martial arts top scholar chased and bullied by a senior student, is this moral decay or human nature's distortion? Stay tuned to Chuanyu Superpower University Press for real-time coverage. In the College of Natural Sciences, Ji Churen and Han Shen were still chasing each other. Actually, if Ji Churen wanted to, he could easily lose Han Shen with just a flick of his ability. But there was no need, because right now, he also wanted to see what this guy was up to. After all, the squinty-eyed fellow hadn't caught up, it probably wasn't anything major. Ji Churen gradually came to a stop, turned to face Han Shen, and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Han Shen noticed Ji Churen had stopped, so he also paused not far from him. After stopping, he spoke up, don't be nervous, Ji. I mean no harm, just wanted to have a chat with you. Have a chat? Ji Churen hesitated for a moment before suddenly realizing, oh, I get it now, sorry senior, I don't need a campus SIM card. Han Shen was just about to step forward when he suddenly staggered. Damn, this student ID card is kinda messed up, bro, no cap. Han Shen wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, I'm not here to sell campus phone cards. Is that the driving school? I don't. Oh, I get it now. Swimming and fitness training, right? Senior, I really don't want to sign up for membership. You, damn. Han Shen was utterly speechless, 1,000 words eventually condensed into just one number. Ha, just kidding, senior, Ji Churen laughed heartily. Since we're going to talk business, shouldn't you take me to a quieter place? After all, I don't really like discussing matters under everyone's scrutiny. Loud scheming makes us an easy target. Hearing this, Han Shen glanced sideways and realized many students had indeed gathered around, eager for some entertainment. He nodded and said, alright, let's go somewhere quiet to talk. How about the tea room? To a restaurant? That's perfect. How did you know I was hungry, senior? Let's go, I trust your taste. Before Han Shen could finish his sentence, Ji Churen interrupted him with a beaming smile. At that moment, Han Shen finally understood everything. Ji Churen just wanted a free meal. Chapter 72. It seems I'll have to cross swords with Zhuge Shu for a while. At this moment, within the Natural Sciences Academy, inside a high-end restaurant on the campus plaza, Ji Churen and Han Shen sat together in the private room. The waiter walked in with the menu and seemed to recognize Han Shen, handing the menu to him first. Han Shen's intention was to invite Ji Churen to join his club, so he pointed at Ji Churen and said, he'll order. Hearing this, the waiter handed the menu to Ji Churen. Ji Churen took the menu and smiled, saying, don't worry, senior, I won't eat too much. Han Shen nodded coldly. The next moment, Ji Churen glanced at the menu and pointed at two dishes. This blood ox bile soup and this nightcat PT. Han Shen froze. This junior has quite an acquired taste. Watching Ji Churen flipping through the menu incessantly, Han Shen felt his heart skip a beat. Surely this junior doesn't only eat hardcore spicy food? But it's fine, even if he does. After all, this restaurant only has those two seriously spicy dishes on the menu. It's manageable. Just as Han Shen was mentally preparing himself, Ji Churen nodded in satisfaction. He closed the menu with a flourish and declared boldly, skip those two dishes we just mentioned, bring us one of everything else. Han Shen was stunned. Bro, are you serious? He stared at Ji Churen in utter disbelief, his heart seemingly dripping blood at every tick of the clock. Even the waiter froze, asking hesitantly, are you serious, sir? Of course, Ji Churen said with a beaming smile. This senior's treating today, money's no object. The waiter gave Han Chen a confirming glance. Han Chen also gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. Seeing this, the waiter didn't delay any longer. After crossing out the 2 strongly flavored dishes on the order slip, they silently added a note. Leave out these 2 dishes, serve all the rest. After writing it down, the waiter confirmed once again. Are you sure? If you're certain, we'll make the preparations. Han Chen looked at Ji Churan with a heart dripping blood, asking, Junior, are you really sure? Of course, Ji Churan nodded slightly in response. Gritting his teeth, Han Chen asked, Junior, didn't you say you couldn't eat much? You know, Senior, Ji Churan said with all seriousness, this isn't even that much yet. Holy crap, not that much? You practically ordered the entire damn menu, how is that not much? Han Chen took a deep breath, then finally waved his hand and said to the waiter, go ahead and prepare it, just make whatever my junior ordered. The waiter nodded in understanding and withdrew from the private room. Han Chen's heart bled inwardly. He had spent nearly all his credits on cultivation resources, leaving almost nothing in reserve. Truth be told, after this meal, his credit balance would be virtually depleted. It seemed he'd have to challenge Zhuge to a sparring match. That guy had credits to spare, and surely wouldn't miss a few being relocated his way. At this thought, Han Chen's mood improved slightly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhuge, who was searching for Han Chen and Ji Churan, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! Zhuge lightly rubbed his nose and muttered, who's talking about me? I must divine this. Zhuge paused and began calculating something. The next second, his eyes snapped open, his face full of astonishment. So it's you, Han Chen, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, who would have thought you'd harbor such wicked thoughts? I hate this. In the private dining room, dish after dish of delectable cuisine, tantalizing in color, aroma, and flavor, was brought to the table by the waitstaff. As Ji Churan gazed upon these exquisite delicacies, uncontrollable tears once again streamed from his mouth. Not just him, Han Chen's eyes were also gleaming with excitement. My God, this is absolutely divine. What were those course rations I've been saving on for cultivation resources all this time? I suppose indulging in luxury occasionally isn't such a bad thing. After all, we've got Zhuge backing to fall back on. As the waiter served the final dish, the table was now completely covered with food. Can we start eating? Ji Churan asked ceremoniously. That should be good enough, Han Chen said, swallowing hard. Shall we eat then? Let's eat. Wait. Just as the two were about to eat, a figure suddenly barged in. It's Zhuge all right. Right behind Zhuge was the waiter who had just stepped out, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Scratching his head sheepishly, the waiter said, apologies to both of you. I couldn't stop him from barging in and disturbing your meal. We'll compensate you for this unpleasant experience and have him removed immediately. The waiter first apologized to Ji Churan and Han Chen, then shouted downstairs. Security. Wait. No need. Just as the waiter was about to call for security, Han Chen stopped him, saying, we know this person, you can go ahead with your work. The waiter froze, visibly bewildered. Do you know him? If you do, why force your way in? I really don't get it. The attendant walked away with a puzzled look, saying nothing more about compensation. Han Chen didn't ask either. He looked at Zhuge and asked, Zhuge, how did you find this place? Thanks to you. Zhuge revealed an enigmatic smile and said, if someone hadn't tried to swipe my points, I might never have found you. Your ability can even calculate this? Han Chen asked in bewilderment. For some reason, my calculations are going particularly smoothly today. Zhuge pushed Han Chen aside, plopped onto the stool, and without a word picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Since my own points were being plundered, how could I not eat more to break even? Though this table of food appeared to be Han Chen's treat, it was actually being paid for with my own points. Han Chen froze, then quickly turned back and said, wait, it's not time yet. Just as Han Chen was about to say they hadn't started eating yet, he noticed. Ji Churan's front was already piled with bones of various sizes. It turned out that while the two were talking, Ji Churan had already started eating. Even before Zhuge had taken his first bite, Ji Churan had already begun eating. Damn, you guys are sneaky. Han Chen cursed under his breath and hurriedly returned to his seat to start eating. If I don't eat now, I won't get to eat anything later. At this moment, conversation between the three of them completely ceased, leaving only the sounds of them eating their food. Only delicious food deserves not to be let down. Chapter 73, this Grady battle robe is quite nice. More than 10 minutes later, the three of them managed to finish an entire table full of dishes. Ji Churan slumped back in his chair, utterly satisfied, lightly patting his stomach as he murmured contentedly. So satisfying. Zhuge was also stuffed to the brim and remarked, absolutely delicious. Han Chen was no exception, with even a smear of oil still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He glanced alternately at the dining table and Zhuge, his mind calculating something. Enough, Han, don't even think about challenging me. Without so much as looking at Han Chen, Zhuge said directly, the points are already paid. This one's on me. With that, Jugashu pushed himself up from the stool and walked out. Ji Churan froze for a moment. These squinted eyes don't seem to match my memory at all. Shouldn't squinty eyes be associated with sly old foxes? Han Shan was also taken aback, gazing at Jugashu's retreating figure, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Was he, perhaps, being a bit inhuman? Even though it was his treat, he'd contemplated mooching off Jugashu's hard-earned credits that Jugashu had painstakingly. Classmates, which one of you will pay? Suddenly, the waiter walked in and looked at Ji Churan and Han Shan as he asked. Both Ji Churan and Han Shan were instantly stunned. Han Shan pointed at the doorway and asked in surprise. Just now, didn't that classmate already pay the bill? No. The waiter looked equally confused and said, he told us you guys were paying the bill. He said he's going to fight in the competition. Wait, fight what? Han Shan suddenly stood up and asked. The competition, the waiter replied. Holy crap! Han Shan immediately bolted outside. No sooner had he rushed out than he realized his mistake. He immediately braked, pulled out his trainee card, and handed it to the attendant, saying, take this and rinse it, then have that classmate return it to me when you're done. With those words, Han Shan ran out without looking back. Ji Churan was stunned. Judging by Han Shan's behavior, it seemed like he'd been tricked by Jugashu. Damn, that sly fox is definitely up to no good. The waiter looked completely baffled. What kind of customers have I encountered today? Every single one's been weird. Lost in thought, the waiter casually swiped the card through the reader. Then he turned to Ji Churan and asked, classmate, may I ask what the password is? Ji Churan, who was still picking his teeth, froze. What thing? What is the password, please? Password? Yeah, every student card has a password. Didn't the other student just tell you? Damn it, senior tricked me. At this moment, Han Shan, who was running out, suddenly froze. Oh no, I think I forgot to give Ji Churan the password. Just as Han Shan was about to turn back. Ding dong. Suddenly, Han Shan's wristband emitted a sound. Puzzled, he raised his left hand as a thought crossed his mind. The next moment, a light screen resembling a smartphone interface emerged from the wristband. Han Shan opened the Messages tab and checked the new notification. Dear student Han Shan, your account was debited 18,780 points at 19 hours 23 minutes and 43 seconds. Current balance, 130 points. This is a payment notification? Han Shan froze in shock. No, that's not right. How could Ji Churan know my trainee card password? Don't tell me, damn it. Oh my god, Senior Zhuge, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I'd be stuck here washing dishes for work today. Outside the restaurant at that moment, Ji Churan cast a grateful look at Jugashu. Jugashu, meanwhile, squinted his eyes with a smile, his face radiant as he gently swayed his feathered fan. It's nothing. We're all classmates, so we should help each other. Jugashu lightly picked up Han Shen's card and said, I'll return this card to you on behalf of Han Shen. Alright, thank you very much, Senior Zhuge. Ji Churan nodded. Turns out, just as Ji Churan was about to pay himself, Jugashu returned. Not only that, he even provided Han Shen's trainee card password, pulling Ji Churan out of the fire. In that moment, Jugashu seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Who says narrow eyes are sinister? These narrow eyes are absolutely amazing. By the way, classmate Ji, have you thought about what I just mentioned? Jugashu turned his head and asked. Sorry, Senior Zhuge, I don't have any plans to join a club yet, but I can promise you that if I ever decide to join one, your group will be my first choice. Ji Churan said very earnestly. Since that's the case, I won't insist either. Jugashu said with a smile, then handed a piece of paper to Ji Churan. Ji Churan took the paper and looked down, finding a string of numbers. This is my ring ID. Freshmen's communication wristbands are usually delivered to your dorm rooms a few days after the freshman tournament. After you receive the communication bracelet, you can save my number and add me as a contact. It'll be easier to communicate if needed. Hearing this, Ji Churan nodded and slipped the piece of paper with the number written on it into his pocket. I understand, Senior Zhuge. Alright, Jugashu smiled and said, then I shall take my leave now. Ji Churan nodded and replied, goodbye, Senior Zhuge. May Yiwu flourish and prosper. May Yiwu flourish and prosper. Jugashu nodded slightly with a smile. With that, the two parted ways outside the restaurant. After parting ways with Ji Churan, Jugashu didn't head straight back to his dormitory but instead wandered around the plaza of the Natural Sciences Department. He looked left and right, taking extra time to examine anything that caught his eye as unusual. This Natural Sciences Plaza does have some differences compared to the one in my Mental Arts Department, Jugashu murmured to himself. Then he sent Han Shen a message through his comm bracelet before continuing his leisurely stroll. On the other side, Han Shen, who had already rushed to the restaurant, was dumbfounded. Ji Churan and Jugashu were simply no longer there. Just as he was pondering where to go, his wristband suddenly vibrated again. Han Shen quickly raised his left hand and summoned the screen. Narrow Eyes, your card is in my possession. If you want it back, change the nickname you gave me. Universe's greatest Han Lord, impossible. Narrow eyes, these last 130 points could probably still buy something nice. Universe's most invincible first Korean Lord, stop. I'll change it. Tell me, what note do you want? Squinty eyes, the world's sole Juga Master. Universe's #1 Hansama, impossible. The only Juga Master in the world, this E-grade battle robe looks quite good. The universe's peerless first Han Darren, changed it. Poor Han Chen ultimately succumbed to the wicked Juga Shu. Chapter 74, has your second personality awakened? After the farce ended, Juga Shu finally disclosed his location to Han Chen. And Han Chen also arrived at Juga Shu's location within 2.5 minutes. Han Chen spotted Juga Shu from afar and strode over to him in just a few steps. Juga, my trainee card, Han Chen said as he arrived, stretching out his hand. Juga Shu smiled faintly and handed the trainee card to Han Chen. Han Chen snatched the card abruptly, tucking it away as if protecting a treasure. Juga Shu smiled helplessly and said, why must you mess with your junior like that for no reason? Han Chen rolled his eyes at Juga Shu and replied irritably, isn't it because you tricked me first? That's why I couldn't react in time. Juga Shu shook his head wearily, no longer wanting to continue arguing with Han Chen. Alright, look at you, where's the dignity an upperclassman should have? Dignity my ass, Han Chen retorted. So that cold demeanor you put on around outsiders is just your second personality? Juga Shu asked with an amused smirk. Han Chen was left speechless by that remark. You're the reserved but passionate type, Juga Shu said with a laugh. He met Han Chen during their freshman year. They first became acquainted at the university-wide competition. That day, as the top-ranked student from the mental arts department, he teamed up with Han Chen, who was the strongest in the enhancement department. From that moment on, the gears of fate began to turn. Han Chen was cold, aloof, and strikingly handsome from the very beginning, with formidable strength to match. His reinforcement-type superpower made his combat abilities exceptionally overpowering. Juga Shuben had assumed Han Chen would be like an iceberg, cold, imposing, and utterly ruthless in temperament. But as she spent more time with Han Chen, Juga Shu realized she'd misjudged him. Han Chen's aloof and domineering demeanor was completely fake. In reality, he was just a closet pervert. Han Chen's lips twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. He opened his mouth slightly, but in the end, all he could do was let out a helpless sigh. Ah! Juga Shu seemed to know why Han Chen sighed, so he gently waved his feather fan and said with a smile, fine, stop sighing. I've already asked classmate G for you. Did you ask for me? Han Chen looked up in pleasant surprise and quickly asked, what did he say? Juga Shu shrugged and said, he mentioned he currently has no interest in joining any clubs and added that if he changes his mind, he'd let me know first. Is that so? Han Chen murmured to himself, pondering something silently. A moment later, he spoke up, then we'll just have to wait. Juga Shu gently waved his feathered fan and inquired, why aren't you saying the words hesitation signifies rejection anymore? Cough. Han Chen cleared his throat lightly. He's different. Damn. On the other side, just as Ji Churan reached the front of his standalone dormitory, he spotted a faintly glowing white box. Standing beside the box was Chen Meng, who was exchanging messages with someone on his phone. Old Chen? Ji Churan stepped forward and called out. Chen Meng turned his head slightly at the sound, glancing casually at Ji Churan as he spoke in an utterly indifferent tone. Oh, you're back? Take your things. Ji Churan scratched his head, momentarily unsure what had gotten into Chen Meng. Old man, did you awaken a second personality? Password. Hey, that's more like it. Ji Churan chuckled as he stared at Chen Meng. Chen Meng also let out a helpless sigh. Damn it, I'm really fed up with you. All the badass image I've carefully built up got ruined again. Wait, old Chen, what's the point of cultivating some badass image anyway? Ji Churan asked with confusion. You don't understand shit, Chen Meng scolded. Don't you think standing with arms crossed, silently staring at your opponent looks super cool? With that, Chen Meng genuinely crossed his arms and put on a solemn expression, looking like some reclusive master. But what Ji Churan saw was far from handsome. All he glimpsed was ferocity. The main issue was that Chen Meng's scowling, rough-hewn features were far too conspicuous, utterly incompatible with any notion of attractiveness. Besides, you've long passed the age for putting on airs. Ji Churan sighed helplessly, choosing not to dampen Chen Meng's enthusiasm. As long as you're happy with it. Having said that, Ji Churan shifted his attention to the white box. He bent slightly, picked it up, and examined it from side to side before asking, Old Chen, what's inside this? Your essentials, a communication wristband, student ID, your class assignment, and some everyday clothes for you. Chen Meng stopped striking poses and continued typing messages on his wristband as he spoke. I bought your everyday clothes for you, so they definitely have good taste. Really? Ji Churan said while holding the box. Then I'll go back and take a look. With that, Ji Churan carried the box toward the dormitory. Alright, go ahead and unpack, Chen Meng said, focusing on the virtual screen displayed on his wristband as he continuously sent messages. I'll come find you after I handle this matter. Don't close the door yet. Ji Churan gave Chen Meng a surprised look, curiously wondering who Chen Meng was chatting with that had him so engrossed. Could it be? Ah, what a pity, without the owner's permission, the Halo screen's content remains invisible to others. Shaking his head in regret, Ji Churan hugged the box and pushed open the door, stepping into his single dormitory. On the other side, Enhancement Department Courtyard. A large training facility stood in the square of the Enhancement Department. Since the first-year students hadn't received their points yet, there were no queues at the training facility. Of course, even without points, nothing could quell the freshmen's curiosity. A large group of Reinforcement Department freshmen were seen wandering aimlessly around the training ground. Due to the high number of students, the training facility was divided into 9 levels, with each floor spanning nearly 7 football fields in size. But that wasn't all. Each training chamber had been enhanced by a powerful spatial ability user. This meant every single training chamber contained space equivalent to an entire football field. No need to worry at all about the training room being too small. All 9 levels of the training facility are equal in status, each equipped with both practice chambers and lounge areas. Combat techniques, weapon mastery, and realm cultivation can all be accommodated within these training rooms. This means a single training chamber can essentially handle all of a student's cultivation needs, truly comprehensive in function. At this moment, a large crowd of students had gathered at the reception area of the training facility. Their gazes were all fixed on the flashing virtual screen on the wall. The virtual screen displayed the prices of the training rooms within the facility. Chapter 75, Su Yenha. It's so expensive. Renting a cultivation chamber for a month actually costs 2,000 points. According to the notice, we only get 3,000 points per month. Exactly. If we rent the cultivation chamber, we won't have any points left to exchange for combat techniques, weapons, or battle robes. Yeah, this is completely unreasonable. A large group of freshmen stared discontentedly at the notice displayed on the wall screen, voicing their complaints. Listening to the incessant chatter around them, a few sophomore seniors couldn't hold back any longer. They faced the crowd and spoke up. What are you all thinking? The points you earn each month were already determined right after the freshman competition. If you're dissatisfied with having too few points, challenge those above you. If you lack confidence, go take on missions from the school's official website. There are many ways to earn points at school, but none of them come without effort. If you want to become stronger, then work hard and fight for it yourself. The words of the sophomore quickly spread, reaching all the freshmen. After hearing the senior's words, the freshmen all fell silent, because what the sophomore said was indeed perfectly reasonable. What's going on up ahead? In the distance, a girl wearing a white dress asked another girl standing not far from her. The other girl looked slightly surprised when she saw who was approaching, but quickly regained her composure. It seems some freshmen complained about the cultivation chamber being too expensive, and got lectured by a sophomore. Is that so? The woman in the white dress nodded slightly, then thanked her. Thank you for telling me. You're welcome. The female student smiled gently as she replied, being able to answer questions from a beautiful senior like you is an honor for me. The white-dressed woman smiled faintly before walking toward the reception desk. With the arrival of the woman in the white dress, the freshmen and a few sophomores quickly shifted their attention toward the woman in white. She seemed accustomed to this. Without changing her expression, she walked to the front desk and asked, "Hello, could you help me call Su Yenha?" The receptionist nodded upon hearing this, her gaze sweeping across the holographic screen in front of her before locating the number for a cultivation chamber and making the call. 4 or 5 seconds later, the call connected, revealing a somewhat tired male voice on the other end. "Is there something you need?" The receptionist promptly responded, "Hello, Su. There's a classmate here looking for you." After speaking, the receptionist glanced at the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress then said, "Su Yenshi." As she walked, the receptionist spoke up. "That student said her name is Su Yenshi." "Yenshi?" The man on the phone paused for a moment before saying, "Let her in." Then she hung up the phone. The receptionist put down the phone and offered a professional smile as she said, "Student Su is in room 9430. You can go find him now." Hearing this, Su Yenshi gave a slight nod and replied gratefully, "Thank you." Then he headed towards the elevator. As Su Yenshi walked away, the freshman students were acting like infatuated fans, eagerly asking, Senior, who is that senior sister? She's so beautiful." Yeah, seeing her was like seeing my first love all over again. The sophomore seniors poured cold water on their enthusiasm upon hearing this. "That girl? Her name's Su Yenshi, from the support department. But don't bother fantasizing, she's been officially and completely claimed. The person who claimed her is precisely Su Yenha, the one the front desk just mentioned. Anyone who wants to pursue Su Yenshi must first pass Su Yenha's test. Su Yenha is a junior senior here, and his strength is absolutely formidable. He's one of our academy's primary combat assets, so you'd better abandon any foolish notions." The freshman froze for a moment, though some quickly spotted the flaw in the reasoning. Wait a minute, senior, Suyenchi and Suyenha, their names sound so much like siblings, don't they? The sophomore senior shrugged and said. At first we thought they were siblings too, but after Suyenha publicly announced he was pursuing Suyenchi, we changed our minds. After all, what kind of brother would pursue his own sister? What surprised me, though, was that Suyenchi used to detest Suyenha so much. Why would she suddenly come looking for him today? That's strange. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Suyenchi stepped out of the elevator and arrived outside cultivation chamber 9430. The door to chamber 9430 stood conspicuously ajar, as if it had been opened in anticipation. Suyenchi didn't overthink it. She gently pushed open the training chamber's door and entered. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw her brother Suyenha swinging a halberd, his upper body bare. The spacious training chamber revealed Suyenha's scene, his muscular torso completely exposed, wearing only white trousers on his lower body while wielding a pitch-black halberd with both hands. The halberd appeared extremely heavy, yet in Suyenha's grasp it seemed as light as a feather. Suyenha continuously brandished his halberd, leaving dark trails swirling through the training chamber as the weapon sliced through the air with fierce whooshing sounds. Apparently sensing Suyenchi's arrival, Suyenha delivered one final thrust with his halberd before ceasing his movements. Thud! Holding the halberd in his right hand, Suyenha, I don't quite dare write that character, so I'll use a substitute. Suyenha held the long halberd in his right hand, planting its end on the ground with a heavy thud. Just from the deep, resonant sound of its impact, one could tell how heavy the halberd in Suyenha's grasp truly was. You're here? Suyenha looked at Suyenchi and spoke. Suyenchi gave a slight nod in response. Why do you have time to come see me today? Suyenha placed his halberd on the weapon rack nearby, clapped his hands, and asked, did someone bother you again? Need your big brother to help settle it? Give me a break. Suyenchi rolled her eyes at Suyenha and said, ever since you shamelessly declared that ridiculous statement, no one has dared to harass me. Had ha. Suyenha chuckled. Not bad, right? Big brother's move worked like a charm, cut them off at the root. Suyenchi glared at him again, pouting angrily. But you could have just told them you're my actual brother. That would have shut them down just as well. That's different. Suyenha clearly had his own considerations. If I said I was pursuing you, those oblivious bastards would have to weigh whether they could measure up to me. Chapter 76. I'm a hard-working genius. Because between love rivals, there's always some degree of mutual comparison. But if I said I was your biological brother, that would change everything. How is it different? Suyenchi asked. Suyenha smiled faintly and said, if I were to say I'm your biological brother, there would still be some blind fools who'd come bothering you. Because they wouldn't need to compete with me, they'd simply include me in their schemes to win you over. After all, if I really did claim that, they'd just treat me as their future brother-in-law rather than a rival. You tell me, if it were you, would you rather pursue a girl who has an outstanding older brother or one who has outstanding suitors? Suyenchi thought carefully upon hearing this and realized that indeed, the girl with the outstanding older brother would be easier to pursue. Because the older brother doesn't count as competition at all, sometimes he might even become an ally. So you see, Suyenha said with a grin, becoming your suitor is the best way to deter anyone else's unrealistic ideas. Alright, Suyenchi nodded lightly, convinced by Suyenha's reasoning. Good that you understand. Suyenha nodded in satisfaction and asked, so what brings you to me today all of a sudden? Suyenchi fell silent for a moment before looking up at Suyenha, speaking gravely. Brother, I think I've found someone who can enter the secret realm with me, but, I'm still not entirely sure. Suyenha's smiling face suddenly froze. He looked uncertainly at Suyenchi, his tone turning serious. Explain in detail. In the nature department's standalone dormitory, Ji Churan was examining the contents inside this white box. There weren't too many items inside, besides the necessities provided by the academy. The rest were just some clothes given by Chen Meng. Ji Churan picked up an exquisitely packaged box and opened it. Upon opening it, what caught his eye was a light blue communication wristband and an equally blue and white student ID card adorned with delicate patterns and embossed with the character Chuan. Ji Churan first examined the communication wristband before tentatively sliding it onto his left wrist. As Ji Churan fastened it in place, the light blue wristband suddenly projected a holographic screen. This is somewhat miraculous, he murmured. Looking at this luminous screen, Ji Churan couldn't help but feel somewhat emotional. He wondered how long it would take for his previous world to develop this type of mobile phone. Ji Churan snapped out of his reverie and turned his gaze back to the glowing screen. Several lines of text were flickering across its surface. Student name. Student ID. Student department. Should I fill in the information? Ji Churan murmured to himself, then extended his right hand and tapped a few times toward the light. Student name, Ji Churan. Student ID, 4684-070-3001. Faculty, Natural Sciences. Binding started. As Ji Churan clicked to begin binding, the wristband began emitting a faint glow. Meanwhile, an endlessly spinning loading circle, the most annoying kind, appeared on the holographic screen. Fortunately, this infuriating little circle didn't last long, disappearing after about 2.5 seconds. In its place appeared a welcome message. Welcome, student Ji-churan, to the communication wristband. After the welcome message disappeared, the light screen transformed, becoming remarkably clean. There are very few apps on the screen. Communication apps, student card stores, school forums, and information, there's nothing else beyond that. Ji-churan curiously opened each of these software programs one by one, finding that they gave him a strangely familiar feeling. The messaging app somewhat resembled the Green Bubble app from his past life, though some features were surprisingly more advanced here. The student card store was similar to bank card stores in his previous life, except here it could purchase battle weapons, combat robes, and combat techniques, essentially serving as a kind of online marketplace. As for the school forum and information sections, no explanation was needed. Those who knew. Wait a minute, am I missing something? Ji-churan muttered, feels like there's a fruit-themed software missing here. Ahem, wrong train of thought. Ji-churan quickly suppressed his safe idea and began binding his student card. He picked up his student card and aligned it with his communication halo, a light touch between the two. With a soft zapping sound, the student card was successfully bound. From now on, Ji-churan could make payments using just his communication wristband. If the communication bracelet can make payments, then why did Senior Han give me a bank card that day? Ji-churan muttered with some confusion. To show off? Ji-churan felt slightly puzzled, but wasn't planning to dwell on it. He opened the student card store on the light screen, then checked his own points balance. 100,000. 100,000 points, that was the monthly allocation for the top student in the natural sciences faculty. To be precise, the top-ranking student in each faculty receives a monthly credit quota of 100,000 points. However, if you become the top student across the entire university for your entering year, your monthly quota increases to 200,000 points. This is an exceptionally generous allocation. For ordinary students, the standard monthly allowance is merely 3,000 points. Even second-place achievers within a faculty only receive 70,000 points monthly. And first of all, it's a full 30,000 more. You could say the gap is huge. One step slow means every step falls behind. One step weak means every step falters. Ji-churan sighed with emotion. When it comes to talent, it's truly unpredictable. Although this world has no shortage of naturally gifted geniuses, still. Ji-churan smiled faintly and glanced at the system screen on his other side. Template progress, 23.18%. The template had now broken through the 20% threshold, and the thunder within Ji-churan's body seemed to have undergone some terrifying changes. However, the specifics of these changes would require further testing to determine. After shutting down the system, Ji-churan focused slightly and observed the miniature figure tirelessly practicing combat techniques and fist styles within his mind. Just mere geniuses, how could they possibly compare to a diligent person like me? Even geniuses need to sleep, don't they? Even geniuses have to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, right? No matter how much they train, they still need to rest occasionally? If they must rest, then how could they possibly surpass me? I practice and cultivate diligently every single moment. Talent sets the baseline, but effort determines the ceiling. I will forge a path never walked before, nor followed after. By then, genius will merely be the threshold to meet me. Work hard, work harder, keep pushing. You little bastard, keep training. Chapter 77, Are you all overachievers? Click. Haha, kid, did you wear the clothes I picked out? How do they look? Do they suit you? Chen Meng pushed open the half-closed door while laughing heartily and strode in. The moment he stepped inside, his smile froze. You're not wearing it? Old Chen, you're really getting senile. Ji-churan said helplessly, I obviously had to pair the wristband and student ID first. I'll put on the uniform when I have time later. Well, I guess you're right. Chen Meng scratched his head, speaking somewhat awkwardly. I really wanted to see how you'd look in those clothes though. Wait, Ji-churan suddenly grasped the key point. These clothes were all fucking worn by you? No way. Chen Meng immediately explained, I bought all of these new. It's just, but what? Just that all these clothes were bought to match the ones I wore. Listening to this, Ji-churan instantly felt as if the sky were falling. Damn, it's ruined. Because to put it mildly, Chen Meng's outfit had zero aesthetic appeal, it was downright abstract. The bottom half featured tacky tapered pants, while the top combined a muscle-hugging tank top with a black bomber jacket. The combination was profoundly abstract. Ji-churan no longer held much hope at this moment. With visible concern, he turned his gaze toward the white box and tremblingly pulled out a garment. The moment he lifted it, Ji-churan realized. Wait, this isn't right. This actually looks rather nice. But, Old Chen, these clothes look nothing like your usual style. Ji-churan turned to look at Chen Meng with a questioning gaze. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng responded with deep emotion. This was my old dressing style. Ji-churan removed his battle garb, revealing his white tactical undershirt. With a flourish of both hands, he donned the white trench coat that Chen Meng had bought. No kidding, you seriously can't deny it. The white trench coat suited Ji Churan perfectly, making him look incredibly dashing. At this moment, Ji Churan no longer resembled a sharp-edged weapon of war, but rather a graceful and courteous noble gentleman. Ji Churan walked to the mirror and looked at himself, saying with pleasant surprise, "Old Chen, you weren't wrong, your taste is pretty good." Ha 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 ha. Chen Meng laughed heartily and said with great pride, "Damn right. I told you my taste ain't bad. But how did you now?" Suddenly, Ji Churan pointed at Chen Meng's attire and asked suspiciously. Chen Meng's smile froze slightly, his lips parting without knowing what to say. "Well, sigh, it's a long story." "Then elaborate?" Ji Churan said. Hearing this, Chen Meng's lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to spill everything from the past, but he quickly caught himself. With a defiant expression, he said, "Grown-up matters are none of a brat's business." Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Chen Meng's communication wristband buzzed to life. He raised his hand to summon a holographic screen and began reading the incoming message. After reading the message clearly, Chen Meng retracted the light screen and then looked at Ji Churan, saying, "I've brought what you needed today. Use your points wisely, don't squander them recklessly. Once they're gone, you'll only be able to earn more through the arena or missions. Young man, watch yourself. I'm out of here." With that, Chen Meng turned and left Ji Churan's detached dormitory without a backward glance. Ji Churan scratched his head, growing even more curious. What kind of person could summon Chen Meng away so directly? Could it possibly be? Ah well, it's not good to pry into other people's private affairs. Nothing beats direct tracking for getting things done. No sooner said than done. Ji Churan took a few steps and walked outside, but no sooner had he stepped out than he noticed Chen Meng was gone. Holy shit, did old Chen just use his supernatural ability to blast off into the sky? Ji Churan looked around, growing even more curious about the person who had sent Chen Meng that message. But since Chen Meng had already left, he couldn't be bothered to look into it further. Time for bed. I'll visit the cultivation chamber tomorrow. Muttering to himself, Ji Churan turned around and went back inside to rest. The next day, in the training grounds of the Natural Sciences Academy, a dense crowd of freshmen were queuing up to rent training rooms. Although these 2 days were still part of the break period, with formal classes starting the day after tomorrow, there was no stopping these freshmen from their relentless competitive drive. None of these freshmen wanted to rest. As soon as their points were distributed, they rushed straight to the training grounds to rent out practice rooms. It's all about going the extra mile. However, this phenomenon is exactly what many teachers want to see. The harder the younger generation strives, the easier it will be for humanity to combat invaders from all races and monstrous beasts. Inside the training grounds, many sophomore seniors were slightly shocked by the scene before them when they entered the training grounds. Good heavens, shouldn't they be resting today? Why are they all here training? Must be grinding, after all, they've got Ji Churan looming over their heads. True, their batch is seriously pressured. Between Ji Churan bearing down on them and an S rank from the imperial capital also pressing them, it's like they're maxed out on stress. But honestly, isn't this the first time we've had both S-class and SS-class talents appearing in the same year? True, it's never happened before. It's strange how things turned out this year. Whatever the reason, as long as they're both humans, that's enough. The sophomore upperclassmen continued chatting as they headed towards their rented cultivation chambers. Since the training chamber was quite large, in principle it could be shared by multiple people. Because of this, many ordinary students opted for shared rentals, which were significantly cheaper. Of course, if one preferred a quiet environment or enjoyed training alone, then a solo rental would be the better choice. What? The moment Ji Churan stepped into the training facility, he was completely stunned. Did I just wake up confused? Ji Churan rubbed his eyes and glanced at his messaging bracelet. September 15th. Yeah, right, it's a day off today. Isn't the official start of classes on September 17th? Why are so many people lining up at the training ground today? Even Jiang Fengmao is in the queue. Damn, are they all competitive overachievers? Ji Churan muttered under his breath, then walked straight past the queuing crowd without a second glance. Chapter 78 The Virtual Combat Room. Ji Churan didn't need to queue because he had already rented a cultivation chamber beforehand. To be precise, it was Chen Meng who had rented the cultivation chamber. Before the college entrance exams, Ji Churan had already arrived at Chuanyu Ability University, and Chen Meng had rented a cultivation chamber for him as well. Rented for a full 4 years. This means that throughout his 4 years at university, Ji Churan wouldn't need to spend any credits to rent a cultivation chamber. Whenever he came, he could directly enter the chamber to cultivate. For those 4 years, that cultivation chamber would belong to Ji Churan alone. This is the privilege of genius. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Resources will always favor those with greater innate talent. For ordinary people, there's only one way to obtain resources. Fight for them. Fight at all costs. Ji Churan walked step by step toward the elevator, and the queuing freshmen couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him. Not just the freshmen, but even the sophomore seniors were looking at Ji Churan. It couldn't be helped. By this point, Ji Churan wasn't just famous within the school, outside its walls, plenty of people recognized him too. A perfect scoring top scholar once in a century, whose achievement carries immense weight, gains extraordinary public attention. Yet the pressure they bear is equally colossal. Expectation and disappointment exist in direct proportion. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the deeper the despair and disappointment. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. But was Ji Churan afraid of these? Of course he wasn't. Why wasn't he afraid? Because there's a hack. No matter which way the wind blows, when it reaches my mouth, it all tastes like northwest wind. In the queue, Zhang Fengmao also noticed Ji Churan, paying no heed to the surrounding gazes as he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Brother Ji, over here!" Ji Churan turned his head slightly at the words, responding with a smile. "Fatty, Brother Ji, are you here to rent a cultivation chamber too?" Zhang Fengmao asked cheerfully. "Come take my spot, I'll queue up behind you." As he spoke, Zhang Fengmao deliberately made space for Ji Churan, theatrically moving to step backward in line. The pock-faced boy beside him grabbed Zhang Fengmao and said, "Bro Jiang, how about I let Brother Ji go ahead? I'm not in any hurry." "That won't do." Zhang Fengmao immediately scowled and said, "Since I've recognized you as my little brother, I absolutely can't let you suffer. Besides, I'm the one who should let Brother Ji go first. Why should you go to the back? Just stay put." The pock-faced boy looked deeply moved. "Bro Jiang, you're too good to me." Zhang Fengmao waved his hand and said with a smile, "No problem, no problem." Then he looked at Ji Churan and said cheerfully, "Come on, Brother Ji, I'm volunteering." Ji Churan waved his hand with a faint smile and replied, "No need, you can keep your place in line. I've already rented my cultivation chamber." With that said, Ji Churan raised his hand in farewell and walked toward the elevator. This time, Zhang Fengmao, the pock-faced boy, and everyone around were dumbfounded. Wait, weren't the points distributed today? When did Ji Churan rent this training room? Could it have been yesterday? But wait, we came yesterday too and never saw Ji Churan here. This makes no sense. Damn, this cheat is insane. The cultivation chamber Chen Meng rented for Ji Churan was located on the 9th floor, room 9001. That's right, Ji Churan's cultivation chamber was the first room on the 9th floor. At the same time, it was also the innermost room on the 9th floor. After exiting the elevator, he headed straight toward his cultivation chamber. Arriving at room 9001, Ji Churan slightly lifted his gaze and looked at the iris scanner beside the door. Beep. With a sharp beep, the door of the training chamber clicked open. Ji Churan gently pushed the door and stepped inside the training chamber. The training chamber where Ji Churan found himself was fully equipped. It contained mechanical training dummies, various E-grade weapons, non-removable, along with a massage room, a resting area, a bathroom, an entertainment room, and a virtual combat simulation room. Basically every cultivation chamber counts as a qualified living space. The academy designed it this way precisely to help students cultivate more effectively. As for the virtual combat rooms, there's quite a story behind them. They were only recently tested and began being installed. To be precise, only the 5 great academies had them installed ahead of schedule. After passing the tests, the virtual combat room was the first to be adopted by the 5 elite schools. Other ordinary schools might need to wait longer before gaining access. The function of the virtual room is to simulate exotic beasts using holographic projections to train its users. The virtual combat room was created by a special class Esper. In fact, many virtual constructs bear the mark of this particular Esper's influence. Truly, they are a visionary Esper ahead of their time. And this virtual combat room was the product he had been meticulously researching over all these years. I wonder what level of combat proficiency I've reached by now, Ji Churan mused as he adjusted his battle robes and weapons, striding purposefully toward the virtual combat chamber. He wanted to test how this virtual combat room would perform. Since the training chamber was synced with each student's personal data, the virtual combat environment automatically adapted to include the student's unique profile and specifications. This means Ji Churan didn't need to go through the binding process again and could start using it immediately. He slowly pushed open the door and stepped into the virtual combat room. The interior of the virtual combat room looked thoroughly futuristic, with both walls and floor exuding a strong sci-fi aesthetic. The dazzling patterned walls and floor even made Ji Churan let out a small gasp of admiration. That's quite intriguing. I wonder if mechas will appear later, Ji Churan murmured. If mechas do show up, that would be. Go for it, scientists. Ji Churan could only silently cheer for the scientists in his mind, offering his mental support. Ji Churan walked to the center of the room. In the center of the room stood a circular platform adorned in black and gold, emitting a white glow from its middle. Resting atop this radiance was a high-tech headset, silently placed there. Headset? Ji Churan picked up the device with suspicion and examined it. Could this be the tool that connects to the virtual combat scenario? Ji Churan glanced around uncertainly, noticing a blue, white, and black lounging pod positioned to his right. The surface of the pod featured flowing patterns, with blue lights constantly shimmering along the grooves, exuding a futuristic aesthetic. This is a virtual pod? Ji Churan found himself baffled once again. At this moment, he was just like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden, completely clueless about everything. The main thing is, this darn thing didn't come with an instruction manual. Chapter 79, Combat Skill Simulation. Ji Churan looked left and right, but couldn't find the instruction manual no matter how hard he tried. In the end, with considerable resignation, he put on the high-tech headphones, wondering if he could simply lie down in the virtual pod and enter the virtual scenario directly. Yet the moment he put on the headphones, a voice rendered him silent. Welcome to the virtual combat room function. I am your virtual combat assistant. You may name me. Next, I will issue the instructions for use. Please prepare to receive them. A mechanical voice sounded in Ji Churan's ear, plunging him into silence. So all this time, the earphones were actually the manual? Why the hell did I struggle so much just now? Damn, I've totally become a clown now. Ji Churan's mouth twitched violently as he helplessly rubbed his forehead before finally starting to read the instructions. Following Ji Churan's mental command, the headphones he wore suddenly underwent a subtle transformation. A small luminous screen emerged from the headphones, hovering before Ji Churan's left eye like a monocle. Ji Churan turned his gaze toward the instructions displayed on the luminous screen. This virtual product is dedicated to providing superpower practitioners with excellent training venues and opportunities. The virtual beasts, demons, and projections of myriad races along with their data are sourced from the official website. Actual performance may vary, so please do not rely entirely on this as reference. What is this? Ji Churan muttered in astonishment. A disclaimer? Are they afraid someone might mistake the virtual beast's strength for reality and go hunt real ones? Well damn, that's actually a possibility. Ji Churan murmured to himself before continuing to read. Usage method: the user enters the virtual pod and follows the instructions inside to equip the necessary devices. Friendly reminder, don't forget to wear the instructional headphones, otherwise you won't be able to communicate with the assistant. That's all there is to it? Just this straightforward? Ji Churan expressed his bewilderment. Could the instructions for using this virtual combat room really be this simple and unadorned? Alright, I like it. Ji Churan closed the holographic screen and reached out to open the virtual pod. Click, whoosh. With a switch sound, Ji Churan opened the virtual pod. As the virtual pod opened, Ji Churan's eyes met 5 thick, cable-like mechanical lines. 4 of these mechanical lines had flat, magnet-like suction cups, while the central one featured a breathing apparatus resembling a ventilator mask. The virtual pod was spacious, evidently designed for user comfort, its interior large enough to accommodate 3 people simultaneously. Ji Churan stepped inside the pod, and immediately a luminous screen materialized before his eyes. This is the user manual. After reading the manual, Ji Churan finally understood. It turned out that the 4 suction cup-shaped mechanical wires were for attaching to the limbs, while the one resembling a ventilator was meant to be worn on the face. As for their purpose, the manual didn't specify. However, Ji Churan's own understanding was that these 5 mechanical wires were designed to simulate the movement of human muscles. After attaching the 5 mechanical wires according to the instructions, Ji Churan lay down in the virtual pod, then willed himself forward, entering virtual combat. The next moment, Ji Churan felt his head grow dizzy, and his vision blurred. When the next Qingming festival came around, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was a space surrounded by deep blue, resembling the initial creation interface of a game. Beyond this boundless technological blue, there was nothing else. Ji Churan looked around, then gently raised his arm and moved his leg. How interesting. Ji Churan suddenly extended his right hand and gave his own chest a gentle punch. Thud. A dull thud sounded, accompanied by both an impact and a wave of pain. Could this be real? Ji Churan found it somewhat unbelievable, because at this moment he truly felt he had entered another world. What is this? Second transmigration? Ji Churan couldn't help but laugh at his own thoughts. He shook his head to dismiss the unnecessary musings and raised his eyes to the shimmering screen before him. Displayed on the luminous screen were 5 major categories: master instruction, combat simulation, weapon trials, tactical assessments, and multiplayer battles, pending testing. As Ji Churan gazed at these 5 principal options, a rough conjecture already formed in his mind. Teaching by renowned instructors mostly involves the virtual combat system pre-recording battle techniques practiced by powerful superhumans, which students can then learn. Indeed, cultivating battle techniques progresses much better with a teacher's guidance. However, Ji Churan was an exception. A good teacher might not have been as quick to progress as his villainous side, though it remained uncertain whether there were any cultivation techniques available. Normally, cultivation techniques are formally taught on the opening day of school, specifically during the first class session of university, by professional instructors. The techniques taught are universally standardized across the student body. Supernatural body tempering method. This particular technique was disseminated by the chief a century ago. It can be considered the most widely accessible and suitable for general cultivation among the public. Although other techniques exist, they are either notoriously difficult to master or pale in comparison to the supernatural body forging technique, rendering their utility somewhat marginal. Furthermore, given that the chief, who attained the Realm King stage, personally practiced this very technique, it naturally became the standardized curriculum adopted by universities nationwide. Even Chen Meng, Xiao Ting, and Li Yi had all studied this particular cultivation technique. Of course, one could learn multiple techniques. After all, certain distinctive techniques were quite beneficial to master. Currently, Ji Churan actually possessed one cultivation technique within him. This technique was the energy reconfiguration that Li Yi had imparted to him. Energy reconstruction is both a combat technique and a cultivation method. It can train spiritual power. Although Ji Churan hasn't cultivated any methods yet, he still reached the lower tier Glimmer realm, most likely due to the combat technique. Because when a combat technique is cultivated to a certain level, it can also enhance one's cultivation base. Indeed, only through diligent cultivation like mine can one truly stand above the rest. Ji Churan murmured with a smile before selecting combat skill simulation. He wanted to see just how far his combat techniques had progressed. As Ji Churan made his choice, the light screen flickered momentarily before transforming. The next instant, the light curtain dissipated into strands of starlight, vanishing into the air. The space around Ji Churan began to grow indistinct. Before Ji Churan could react, the surrounding space had completely transformed. The surroundings became a vast grassland. The fresh air, warm sunlight, and gentle breeze made one feel as if they had truly arrived on the grasslands. Chapter 80 The Final Yuan Energy Realm, exhausting all power for one strike. Ji Churan looked around in amazement, utterly astonished. This is almost too realistic. Could the creator of this virtual system be someone from another world who sees us as the fourth apocalypse? No, this doesn't count as a proper world, so, is it really a virtual world? Hell, this is too damn exciting. As Ji Churan of the new era, even he couldn't help but feel amazed when experiencing a virtual scene for the first time. At this very moment, it truly felt as though he had crossed over into another world, leaving him utterly astonished. But what about the testing machine? Ji Churan murmured with a puzzled look. Does the tester need to begin the test? Suddenly, the voice of his little assistant sounded in his ear. Ji Churan then remembered he hadn't given it a name yet, so he spoke up. Yes, Dog Egg, I'm initiating the test. Automaton deployed. The little assistant remained silent for a while before speaking. The next moment, a mechanical puppet resembling Ji Churan's figure appeared at a position 10 meters away from him. This mechanical puppet was somewhat different from real-world mechanical puppets. Here, the mechanical puppet was composed of small blue blocks resembling data cubes, appearing rather fantastical. Rather than dwelling on it too much, Ji Churan began contemplating which combat skill he should test first. Let's try Meteor Storm first. Ji Churan slowly approached the mechanical puppet and began to bend forward slightly. Halfway through the motion, Ji Churan suddenly stopped. Wait, can I control the thunder explosion now? Gathering thunderballs and then throwing them to detonate. Hiss, Buddha's wrath thunder? Alright, let's get to it. Ji Churan's eyes sparkled with excitement as thoughts raced through his mind. He immediately retreated 50 meters away from the mechanical puppet. Ji Churan concentrated briefly, and suddenly, thunder erupted around him. With sheer willpower, he lifted himself into the air, commanding the storm to obey his flight. Soaring through the air, Ji Churan began gathering thunder toward his arm. Countless lightning bolts crackled and exploded around Ji Churan's body, rapidly surging toward his right hand. The atmosphere grew heavy at this moment. The thunder continuously concentrated in Ji Churan's right hand, forming a sphere of lightning above his palm, growing from small to big, getting bigger and bigger. Thunder! Huge thunder! If a man wants to play, he plays huge thunder. At this moment, Ji Churan's eyes flickered with lightning, his entire body wreathed in electrical currents, while his right hand gathered a massive sphere of thunder. He resembled nothing less than a sovereign of storms. Meteor Storm, unleash! Ji Churan uttered softly, then swung his right arm, hurling the enormous thunder sphere forward. The thunder sphere flew toward the mechanical puppet as if guided by some tracking device. In an instant, the thunderball struck the mechanical puppet. Zzz. As the lightning flickered in a flash, the mechanical puppet began to shake and tremble incessantly. The puppet's virtual blocks rapidly flowed at this moment, apparently calculating something. The thunderball continuously clung to the mechanized puppet with flickering flashes, sticking like a stubborn plaster. It's not over yet. Ji Churan scoffed lightly. Detonate. In an instant, Ji Churan triggered the distant thunderball. The thunderball acted precisely like a remotely controlled bomb, exploding the moment Ji Churan initiated the detonation. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder erupted with untamed fury. A massive, all-devouring sphere of lightning expanded rapidly in all directions. Winds howled as thunder flashed across the sky. The grassland trembled as explosive gusts sent ripples through the swaying blades. A violent and terrifying aura instantly swept across the grassland, dispersing in all directions. Ji Churan, hovering in the sky, lightly raised his hand to block the shockwave created by the exploding thunder sphere. A full 10 seconds later, the towering thunder sphere gradually dissipated into the heavens, revealing the horrifying remnants of battle. Ji Churan turned his gaze toward the direction of the mechanical puppet. At this moment, with the mechanical puppet as the center point, the grassland within a 30-meter radius had completely vanished, replaced by patches of scorched black earth and lingering flashes of crackling lightning. Asteroid storm absolutely terrifying. Ji Churan took a deep breath, even finding it somewhat unbelievable himself. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, yet the destructive power it unleashed turned out to be so immense. Moreover, the destructive power was utterly terrifying, completely exceeding Ji Churan's expectations. The most horrifying part was that Ji Churan didn't expend the slightest bit of supernatural energy. If it had been anyone else, they'd probably have passed out immediately after unleashing such an attack. But Ji Churan doesn't have a mana bar. Like a cheat. No, he is cheating. Indeed, only hard work is the true path. Buddy, you must keep going. Ji Churan flew up to the mechanical puppet, eager to check his combat skill data. At this moment, the mechanical puppet stood on scorched earth, its virtual microcubes spinning rapidly as if conducting some calculation. About 8 seconds later, the mechanical puppet responded. Strength, lower starlight tier. Combat skill, meteor storm, offensive type, dot. Power, lower cosmic energy realm, overexerting full power mystic blast. Proficiency, perfection. Comprehensive rating, SSS. Has my power truly reached the level of an overexerted full power strike from the lower cosmic energy realm? Ji Churan murmured while clenching his fists. The Yuan energy realm is where an awakened constructs a Yuan energy pool within their body, allowing them to channel additional abilities. It can be said that once one enters the Yuan energy realm, their ability reserves undergo a significant expansion. The energy reserves of the Yuan energy realm are 3 times that of the subtle light realm. And to think a full-force strike that completely drains a Yuan energy realm fighter's abilities must be unimaginably powerful. You should know, Ji Churan was only at the flickering light realm at this time. A desperate full-force strike unleashed by Yuan energy realm abilities pushed to exhaustion in the dim light realm. The most crucial thing is, Ji Churan didn't feel any exhaustion of supernatural powers at all. In other words, at this moment, Ji Churan could utterly dominate multiple lower-level elemental warriors through sheer maneuvering. A bona fide battle monster. And the most astonishing thing is, at this moment, Ji Churan's meteor storm technique had already reached the profound mastery level. Just one more step forward, and his meteor storm could achieve the unity mastery level. Hang on, cough cough, brother Gua, absolutely terrifying. Chapter 81 Point Blank Attack, ultimate move at point blank range. Phew. Ji Churan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. Just one attack at the Yuan energy realm level? Not enough, not nearly enough. The Yuan Nong realm still isn't even qualified to participate in the myriad races battlefield. I need to work harder. Ji Churan glanced at the mechanical puppet while contemplating one particular thought. Could a mechanical puppet test energy remolding? After all, the energy remolding technique Yi had taught him was fundamentally just about creating clones and enhancing spiritual power. The strength of the doppelganger is also linked to proficiency, so, can mechanical puppets undergo testing? Forget it, might as well try. Thinking this, Ji Churan took a slight step back and focused his mind. Zzzzzzz. Crackling sounds filled the air. As thunder erupted across Ji Churan's body, a lightning clone formed from countless bolts appeared beside him. In the next moment, the thunder clone steadily solidified, finally transforming into a perfect replica of Ji Churan himself. Ji Churan examined his doppelganger with an approving nod. Say what you will, but this clone truly mirrors me perfectly, it flawlessly captures my dashing good looks, he remarked. Ji Churan chuckled softly under his breath, then took a slight step back as he began mentally controlling his doppelganger. Under the main body Ji Churan's manipulation, the duplicate Ji Churan sprang into action. Ji Churan turned his head to glance at the mechanical puppet, then raised his right hand, curling it into a hollow fist. Suddenly, lightning erupted around his entire figure as countless arcs of electricity converged toward Ji Churan's right hand, ultimately coalescing into a crackling spear of thunder in his grasp. Ji Churan gripped the thunder spear and hurled it with a throwing motion. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning scattered in all directions. A powerful sonic boom erupted as a blazing trail of thunder streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the thunder spear struck the mechanical puppet, sending it trembling and shaking violently from the impact. The miniature cubes on the mechanical doll's body began cascading fluidly at high speed. Ji Churan slightly waved his hand, withdrawing the lightning clone back into himself. At this moment, Ji Churan felt only a wave of dizziness in his head, accompanied by bouts of sharp pain. While maintaining the clone prevented him from attacking, Ji Churan otherwise remained unfazed. The moment he tried to control the clone to launch an attack, an excruciating pain shot through his head. What's going on? Could it be that his spiritual energy wasn't strong enough to command the clone's attack? But if the clone couldn't attack, what use was this combat technique? Ji Churan shook his head, gritting his teeth against the discomfort as he attempted to approach the mechanical puppet. Yet the next instant, he collapsed unconscious, falling right before the mechanical automaton. It hurts so bad. After what seemed like an eternity, Ji Churan groggily opened his eyes, his head still throbbing with pain. He slowly sat up, taking a moment to compose himself. After recovering for about a minute, Ji Churan gradually rose to his feet and looked around. The surroundings were a strange land where scorched earth intertwined with grasslands. Am I still in the virtual combat scenario? Ji Churan muttered, then turned to look at the mechanical doll. This glance left Ji Churan utterly stunned. There he saw the mechanical doll currently displaying a piece of data. Strength, lower starlight tier. Skill, energy reconstruction, mental type, Power, lower soul emperor realm, full power mental strike at the cost of exhaustion. Proficiency, mastery. Comprehensive evaluation, unknown. Am I seeing things? Ji Churan rubbed his eyes, then lightly tapped his forehead. He focused his gaze once more. Holy shit! A full-powered strike from the lower soul realm? Ji Churan opened his mouth wide, unsure whether to believe it. His clone attacks were targeting the spirit? He had always assumed his clone's attacks were physical strikes, but it seemed now he'd been mistaken all along. His energy reforging technique, he'd been practicing it wrong this entire time. His energy reforging ability was far from being useless. It was actually his true trump card. A strike capable of piercing through the lower soul realm. What does that mean? At the spirit insight realm, one could utilize supernatural abilities with utmost precision, maximizing their effectiveness. Above the spiritual resonance realm lies the soul dominion realm, where extraordinary abilities begin to harmonize with the soul, enabling the unleashing of spiritual shockwaves. It can cause others to fall into dizziness, collapse, or even prolonged states of mental paralysis. On the battlefield, even a momentary lapse in consciousness can be fatal. Moreover, some spiritually gifted individuals with formidable mental power can shatter an enemy's consciousness with a single strike. In other words, with sufficiently powerful mental energy capable of completely overpowering an enemy, one could even kill with just a glance. And now, Ji Churan, with only the strength of the Twilight Realm, can kill a lower-level Soul Dominion cultivator using mental energy. What an astonishing concept this is. Could it be because I'm a transmigrator? Is that why my mental energy is so much stronger than others? Ji Churan muttered to himself, still feeling as if it were all a dream. He had originally thought he was merely at the dim light realm and should remain humble, not too arrogant, lest someone held a grudge, which wouldn't be good. The tallest tree catches the fiercest wind. But now, it seemed, go humble your grandpa. Respecting others to some extent means compromising yourself. Coming up, I'm about to get outrageously bold. In private, we're friends, but once we step onto the battlefield, once we enter the arena, we become enemies. And when facing enemies, I play with absolute arrogance. Next up is the school-wide competition. Things are getting interesting. Finally, Ji Churan decided to test his final combat technique one more time. Lightning Cutter. Ji Churan recalled Xiao Ting's Lightning Cutter, a violently sharp thunderous slash unleashed from long range, with astonishingly formidable power. However, Ji Churan discovered a flaw in Raikiri. That is, it's too easy to dodge. Is there any way to make Raikiri more powerful and more accurate? Yes, brothers, yes there is. Ji Churan immediately thought of a foolproof method. The main reason Lightning Cut lacks precision is simply due to the distance being too far. If I unleash my Lightning Cutter right in your face at point-blank range, how would you handle it, my honorable opponent? If I flick his Lightning Cutter right before your eyes like this, wouldn't my esteemed opponent simply explode? Were I to directly stuff a stellar tempest down your throat, wouldn't my worthy adversary explode again and again? At this thought, Ji Churan immediately comprehended a new level, a whole new realm. Indeed, only point-blank is the strongest. True, a gun is fast beyond 7 paces, but within 7 paces, isn't it both faster and more accurate? Hence, the closer the distance, the greater the power. Point-blank attacks, unleash your ultimate at point-blank range. This is the true way of kings. This is the law of kings. Chapter 82, only at mid-level primordial energy realm? After understanding the correct way to wield Lightning Cutter, Ji Churan prepared to begin his attempts. He first inquired with the little assistant. Gooden, can this mechanical puppet move? The next second, Godan's voice rang out. Mobile, but unable to attack. User, would you like to activate movement mode? If so, please select the mechanical puppet's mobility level. Can I choose the realm? Ji Churan murmured to himself. If he could really choose freely, he somewhat wanted to select the World King realm. He wanted to see just how terrifying the speed at that level could be. Affirmative. However, you may only select a movement level up to one major realm above your current strength. So you're saying the highest I can choose is the lower tier Yuan energy realm? Ji Churan asked with some surprise. Yes. Listening to Gudan's response, Ji Churan fell into deep thought for a moment. It seemed his idea of witnessing the speed of a Realm King level fighter wouldn't come to fruition. This was likely the creator's way of preventing students from aiming too high too quickly, ensuring they focused on steady, grounded cultivation. Walk step by step, or you might strain yourself. Eat bite by bite, or you might choke. But how fast you walk or how much you eat depends on your natural talent. So be it, I'll choose movement mode, and for realm, I'll pick the lower elemental energy tier, Ji Churan declared. Got it. As Dog Egg's voice faded, the robotic puppet not far from Ji Churan immediately began to flicker and vanished on the spot in the blink of an eye. So fast. Ji Churan was taken aback and hastily began scanning for the puppet's whereabouts. Only after searching for over half a second did Ji Churan finally catch sight of the puppet's figure. The mechanical puppet appeared to teleport, continuously flickering at incredible speed across the grassland. Each flash left behind a blue streak on the ground, its velocity astonishing to behold. Is this lightning element? Ji Churan muttered under his breath. Correct. In mobile mode, special abilities are completely randomized. Congratulations, student, you've drawn the lightning element. Guess I got lucky, Ji Churan said with a grin, licking his lips as his gaze locked onto the rapidly moving mechanical puppet. Lightning element, huh? Perfect. The next moment, bursts of crackling lightning began surging over Ji Churan's body, and his eyes flickered with bolts of electricity. Countless bolts of lightning encircled his body, making him appear incomparably formidable. Ji Churan stared at the mechanical puppet, deciding to test the difference between close quarters and ranged attacks. Focusing his concentration, he brought his hands together at a distance. Countless bolts of lightning converged between his palms, the azure threads of thunder crackling with a fierce ZZZT sound. Lightning cutter! Ji Churan let out a sharp shout as he suddenly spread his arms wide. A thunderous slash composed of countless lightning bolts shot toward the mechanical puppet with terrifying momentum. For this strike, Ji Churan had poured all his concentration into it, continuously calculating the mechanical puppet's landing spot in his mind. His sole purpose was to ensure this lightning cutter strike would pierce his opponent with unerring accuracy. But obviously, he still failed. The mechanical puppet indeed landed at the position he had predicted, just as he judged. However, the lower-tier Yuan Energy Realm mechanical puppet forcefully dodged the attack by relying on its special ability. Although it got hit by the surrounding lightning, the damage wasn't substantial. Ji Churan straightened up upon seeing this, shaking his head as he murmured, "As expected, I still need to get up close and personal." With these words, a flash of lightning flickered in Ji Churan's eyes. In the next instant, the lightning surrounding his body erupted violently as he transformed into a streak of lightning himself, darting toward the mechanical puppet. His tremendous speed stirred the grassland's verdant blades, compelling even the green stalks to bow before Ji Churan's passing. Seeing Ji Churan charging towards it, the mechanical puppet continuously retreated. However, the lightning-type ability simulated by the mechanical puppet was most likely at the A-rank level. How could an A-rank possibly compare with his own S-rank ability? Not to mention, his S-rank ability had now evolved and could be considered among the top tier of S-ranks. It won't be long before my S-grade supernatural ability evolves into an SS grade 1. By that time, his power would become even more terrifying. On the grassland, Ji Churan closed in on the mechanical puppet, whose computational power had already determined it couldn't outrun him. So the mechanical puppet actually began running in a zigzag pattern. However, this wasn't a problem at all for Ji Churan. You can move in an S shape, but do you think I can't? Finally, after chasing for some time, Ji Churan caught up to the mechanical puppet. Looking at the mechanical puppet within arm's reach, Ji Churan grinned. His hands had long gathered the lightning cutter, waiting for this very moment. Lightning cutter! Ji Churan gave a light shout as he spread open his hands. Countless bolts of lightning converged into the lightning cutter, erupting directly onto the mechanical puppet's face. It didn't even need to be launched, the attack struck the mechanical puppet the moment it formed, delivering point-blank explosive damage. In an instant, Thunderbolt manifested. Terrifying crackling sounds and massive blue flashes erupted across the grassland. The mechanical puppet seemed to be paralyzed, halting its fleeing movement. It continuously crackled with electricity across its entire body while trembling and smoking violently, looking exactly like a real person struck by the lightning cutter technique. After executing the lightning cutter at point-blank range, Ji Churan retreated 10 meters away, quietly observing the mechanical puppet's tremors. Truth be told, if facing a living opponent, Ji Churan could still unleash a meteor storm at this moment. For a human paralyzed by lightning, attempting to move would be incredibly difficult. So if he were to follow up with a meteor storm now, the enemy would undoubtedly perish. Even if it doesn't die, it'll at least be skinned alive for me. The mechanical puppet trembled violently for over 10 seconds before gradually calming down. Once settled, the mechanical puppet immediately began its calculations. The small cubes within its body continuously rotated and floated, and after 2.5 seconds, Ji-Churan's strike was tested. Strength, lower starlight realm. Battle skill, lightning blade, offensive type. Power, mid-primordial tier, exhausting full supernatural power for a desperate strike. Proficiency, skilled, comprehensive evaluation, SSS+. A strike at the mid-tier Yuan energy realm? Ji-Churan murmured. So, at point-blank range with full damage output, it could rival a mid-tier Yuan energy realm attack? If anyone learned of Ji-Churan's thoughts, they'd surely call him a freak. You must understand, mechanized puppets calculate their attacks by exhausting their entire supernatural power in a single strike. Ordinary ability users might deliver blows with power even weaker than their actual cultivation level. Chapter 83. What is this called talent? To give an example, a typical upper-level Glimmer Realm practitioner might only deliver strikes equivalent to the full power, energy-exhausting attacks of lower or mid-level Glimmer Realm practitioners. Because the mechanical puppet's judgment method was determined by an all-out overdrawn supernatural strike. Ordinary supernatural practitioners could only match an attack at their own cultivation level by exhausting their abilities in a single desperate burst. But what about Ji-Churan? A single Stellar Tempest strike rivaled the overdrawn full-power attack of an entry-level Yuan Energy Realm practitioner. A single Lightning Cutter strike was comparable to a mid-level Yuan Energy Realm practitioner's all-out attack. One should know that after casting these two skills, Ji-Churan didn't even break a sweat. It was as if these were merely his basic attacks. When even basic attacks equal others' full-powered strikes, one can imagine how terrifying Ji-Churan's combat prowess truly was. The only thing that might possibly make Ji-Churan feel fatigued was his ability reconstruction skill. Yet energy remolding could forcefully unleash an overdrawn strike at the lower Soul Guardian realm. It's utterly a life-saving divine skill. One could say that Ji-Churan now is nothing short of a living war machine. And yet Ji-Churan himself remains unsatisfied. You still need to work harder, Ji-Churan murmured. The attacks are still too weak. You must strive to become stronger. Little man, you must keep pushing yourself in training. The two of us are truly powerful. Ji-Churan watched the little figure continuously practicing in his mind and nodded with satisfaction on his face. We're really amazing. But as for my current strength, Ji-Churan looked at his fist and clenched it slightly. I should be able to go all out in the school-wide competition, right? Ji-Churan carefully reviewed the timeline in his mind. The school-wide competition would begin in about 2 months, roughly around November 10th. And the school-wide competition was divided into two factions. One is the freshman camp, primarily aimed at selecting the main team members from the freshman class and students to attend the elite training camp. The opponents in the freshman camp are all fellow freshmen. In the competition 2 months later, Ji-Churan would be facing students from his own year. The other camp is the Republican group, where sophomores and juniors compete against each other to select the main team members for the Republican group, preparing for the national competition. As for the senior year students, they have already left the school and are undertaking missions across the country. It's worth mentioning that first-year students can also participate in the national competition, and their opponents will likewise be fellow first-year students. The Republic bracket is completely different. They won't just face second and third-year students, but might even encounter fourth-year students who've stayed on campus. The waters run deep there. My current goal is to first win first place in the university-wide first-year bracket, then join the elite training camp to crush all those geniuses from other schools. Finally, I'll try to see if I can join the Republic group and compete against junior and senior students from other schools. Ji-Churan murmured, I wonder how effective the supernatural body tempering method will be for me. I'll find out when school starts the day after tomorrow. After speaking, Ji-Churan instinctively asked, by the way, dog egg, what time is it now? September 17th, 8:59 a.m. September 17th? That's still early. I can still run some more tests. Wait a minute. Wait, no. Dog egg, what date did you say? September 17th, 9:00 a.m. Holy shit. Ji-Churan was stunned. I've been unconscious for this long, but why don't I feel any hunger or thirst at all? This virtual product provides first-time users with 7 days of free energy supply, enough to sustain the user in perfect condition for 7 days. If additional energy supply is required after 7 days, users must purchase energy supplements using their own points. Would you like a refill, student? 7 days of energy supply costs just 3,000 points, or 10,000 for a full month. No need to make it up now. Ji-Churan was in no mood for makeup classes. Normally, he wouldn't care about skipping school. Teachers rarely interfered with geniuses anyway. The problem is, today's the day for teaching this supernatural body tempering technique. How could he possibly skip that? Class started at 8:30. He was only half an hour late. There should still be time. At this thought, Ji-Churan immediately exited the virtual combat mode and climbed out of the virtual pod. Once out, Ji Churan truly didn't feel any hunger or thirst, not even the slightest fatigue. This virtual combat mode is really an amazing thing. Muttering to himself, Ji Churan then dashed swiftly toward the exit of the training chamber. But what Ji Churan never expected was that the moment he opened the cultivation chamber's door, he saw Chen Meng standing right outside. Old Chen? Ji Churan braked sharply, calling out in surprise. Hey you little bastard, you finally decided to show your face, Chen Meng said irritably upon seeing Ji Churan emerge. Tell me, you little freak, what were you doing in there? You even forgot it's the first day of school. Ji Churan scratched his head sheepishly and replied awkwardly, cultivating, and then testing combat techniques. Accidentally got carried away with the tests. Humph. Chen Meng sized up Ji Churan and asked, so how did the test go? Not ideal at all. Ji Churan sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Chen Meng gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, it's normal for the test results to show lower power than your actual realm. After all, the mechanical puppet's algorithm is. The Starfall Storm barely reached the lowest tier of Yuanang realm, and Thunder Slash only managed mid-tier Yuanang realm power. Ji Churan sighed dejectedly. Sigh, I must not have worked hard enough. Cough cough cough. Before Chen Meng could finish speaking, he felt himself choking on his own saliva. His tiger-like eyes widened to the size of bronze bells as he stared at Ji Churan in utter disbelief. What did you just say? What level of power? Chen Meng grabbed Ji Churan's arms and asked again, scarcely believing his own ears. Early-stage elemental awakening and mid-stage elemental awakening, Ji Churan replied. Password pervert. Chen Meng cursed. What do you mean by just? The hell kind of just is this? A lower-tier Radiant Realm cultivator executing battle techniques comparable to an exhausted full-power strike from mid- or upper-tier meta-energy realm, and you call this just? How is this any different from cheating? 666, even salt would lose its flavor at this rate. Chen Meng took a few deep breaths, overwhelmed with regret. Regretting not bringing the quick-acting heart relief pills with him, he felt that if he continued staying with Ji Churan like this, his worldview might completely collapse at any moment. What is this? Is this the world of geniuses? Chapter 84, The Bisected Miniature Figure. Chen Meng took a full half-day to finally snap out of it. He looked at Ji Churan, lips parting slightly, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ji Churan smiled slightly at this and chose to change the subject. Old Chen, what brings you here? Don't you have classes to teach? Hey, you little brat. Chen Meng, not wanting to dwell on the matter, retorted, I'm the damn dean of students after all. Teaching basic cultivation techniques is hardly my job. Then wait here for me, old man. I'm heading to class first. With these words, Ji Churan gave Chen Meng a playful shove and made to dash out. Chen Meng abruptly grabbed Ji Churan, utterly exasperated as he said, You've lost your damn mind. With me standing right here, what the hell do you need to attend class for? You? Ji Churan finally caught on, looking at Chen Meng as he said, So old Chen, you came here specifically to teach me cultivation techniques? Releasing his grip on Ji Churan's arm, Chen Meng replied, Yes, your homeroom teacher noticed you weren't in class and came straight to inform me. At this point, Chen Meng glared at Ji Churan with displeasure and said, You little freak, do you realize how important you are right now? Do you know that if you hadn't shown up in class, your homeroom teacher wasn't even planning to teach the cultivation techniques ahead of schedule? You could say the whole class is waiting just for you. This, Ji Churan scratched his head awkwardly, saying sheepishly, Can't we start the class early? Early my ass. Chen Meng glared fiercely, saying, Have you forgotten what I told you before? Geniuses get special treatment, and right now, you are genuine genius material. Not just the whole class waiting for you. If one day the entire school went out for a competition and you weren't there, the whole school would have to wait for you. This, Ji Churan was stunned, never realizing he'd unwittingly become so important. But come to think of it, that made sense. The talent and strength I'd displayed so far were indeed terrifying. Whether it was his microlight realm cultivation upon enrollment or his exceptionally high reserve of special abilities, both were worthy of such treatment from the school. Seems like sometimes, being OP is the only way to go. So make sure you keep better track of time in important situations from now on. Chen Meng continued, especially on the battlefield. Some battles are decided by milliseconds, the difference between life and death. I understand. Ji Churan nodded heavily. Though this tardiness wasn't intentional, he was indeed late. One could only say energy remolding was simply too overpowered, and completely broken. It instantly drained every last drop of mental energy from his mind. Seems like he'd have to be more careful about using energy remolding in the future. If it's just about summoning ordinary clones without attacking, then there's no problem. However, if you want the clones to attack, then you'll need to consider it carefully. Alright, you little punk. Chen Meng gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder and said, Get into the training room. I'll teach you the technique. I've already notified your homeroom teacher in advance. Your class has already started their lesson, so you don't need to go. I'll teach you personally, and with your talent, you'll probably master this technique after seeing it just once. No need to waste time. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan nodded and followed Chen Meng back into the training chamber. Inside the cultivation chamber. Since this training chamber would serve as Ji Churan's primary practice space for the next few years, it was already fully equipped with all necessary items. Even furnishings like sofas were completely prepared. Chen Meng casually took a seat and immediately pulled out a fairly new-looking cultivation manual from his pocket, its cover inscribed with 5 ancient-styled characters. Supernatural Body Tempering Method. Created by the chief, this cultivation technique is suitable for widespread use among supernatural beings. Its function is to continuously channel one's supernatural abilities throughout the body during cultivation, ensuring proper physical conditioning along the way. This allows the physical strength to harmonize with the supernatural abilities for facing even more challenging battles. Ji Churan took the manual and began flipping through it lightly before starting to read. As Ji Churan read, the miniature figure in his mind also started to move. To Ji Churan's surprise, the miniature figure in his mind was no longer behaving as before, where it would immediately begin interspersing training upon acquiring a new combat technique. In the past, no matter how many combat techniques the little figure had learned, it would alternate between training them. That is to say, the little figure would train once with Meteor Storm, then once with Lightning Cut, followed once by Energy Remolding, and so on. Each combat technique was practiced once, ensuring equal attention to all. But when it came to cultivation techniques, the little figure underwent a change. It split from one little figure into 2 little figures. That's right, there was now an additional little figure in Ji Churan's mind. The one on the left was still alternating between combat training techniques. Meanwhile, the one on the right had begun spacing out slightly, most likely because Ji Churan hadn't finished reading Supernatural Body Refining Technique, so this little figure on the right hadn't started moving yet. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Ji Churan quickly finished reading the Supernatural Body Forging Technique. As he finished reading the Supernatural Body Forging Technique, the small figure on the right side of his mind stirred. To his surprise, the tiny figure on the right of his mental space suddenly sat cross-legged, surrounded by faint flickers of lightning as if cultivating. Even more astonishing, as the tiny figure trained inside his mind, Ji Churan actually felt supernatural energy surging within his body. Which meant, at this very moment, Ji Churan was cultivating. Holy shit! Ji Churan was stunned, even letting out an involuntary cry of surprise. What's wrong? Chen Meng, thinking something had happened to Ji Churan, immediately stood up and asked in confusion. Ji Churan's expression remained one of utter astonishment as he stared at Chen Meng, unsure of what to say in that moment. Seeing this, Chen Meng panicked. He hastily grabbed Ji Churan's arms with both hands and said urgently, "Damn, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like that." But as Chen Meng came into contact with Ji Churan, a strange sensation stunned him as well. Chen Meng widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Ji Churan. He wondered if he might have misperceived it, so he immediately focused his mind and began probing the changes within Ji Churan's body. Finally, upon confirming he hadn't been mistaken, Chen Meng was astonished. "Damn, you can cultivate automatically?" Chapter 85 The Chosen One. That's right, Chen Meng could sense the surge of supernatural energy within Ji Churan. Normally, this kind of energy fluctuation only occurred during cultivation. But at this very moment, Ji Churan wasn't cultivating at all. He was staring back at Chen Meng with an utterly astonished expression. Not only was Ji Churan shocked, even Chen Meng was stunned. Chen Meng stared at Ji Churan as if looking at a monster, his mind filled with unspoken thoughts. At this moment, he even began to wonder if Ji Churan was one of those reincarnated great emperors from the novels. At worst, it's the so-called chosen one. Wait, damn, could this kid actually be a transmigrator like in those novels? And with a system inside him too? No, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be getting senile. If what those novels depict were true, our world would have been safe long ago. How could there still be these so-called alien invasions? Sigh, better stay grounded in reality. Scaring myself like this isn't doing me any good. But, what a genius this kid is. No, he's a monster. A monster among monsters. Chen Meng stared at Ji Churan with shining eyes, unable to conceal his admiration. It's fair to say that as long as they protect Ji Churan well, he'll undoubtedly become one of humanity's most powerful forces against the myriad races in the future. He might even become humanity's new pillar of strength. You little monster, you're insane. You're the real deal. Chen Meng laughed heartily as he gave Ji Churan a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with excitement. Ji Churan finally managed to calm his emotions slightly now. It seems my golden finger is indeed a bit overpowered. A template system that allows continuous evolution of supernatural abilities, a tireless cultivation avatar that can even multiply, plus my own seemingly infinite mana pool physique. Just how many golden fingers do I actually have? Are these all system abilities, or are some innate talents I possessed? To hell with it, as long as it's mine. Ji Churan couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Others had to choose between cultivating combat skills or cultivation techniques, and they couldn't practice while sleeping, eating, using the bathroom, or dating. But for him, it was entirely different. He could simultaneously cultivate combat skills and cultivation techniques, and the process never stopped. It's like cheating your way to godhood. Indeed, hard work is the only path to victory. Look, because of my efforts, my mini-me has now doubled. I need to push myself harder to triple the number of mini-mes in my mind. Ji Churan grinned from ear to ear, his heart bursting with joy. Chen Meng couldn't afford to indulge in excitement now, he absolutely had to report Ji Churan's situation to the higher-ups. Ji Churan was too extraordinary. One might even say he was the only individual in several hundred years to exhibit such circumstances. Such individuals must never slacken in their protection. The tallest tree catches the wind, the saying is indeed correct. But what if I were to surround the tree with several wind barriers? How would you respond to that? A deceased genius indeed cannot be called a genius. But what if this genius hadn't died? Ji Churan, a talent worthy of being a boundary king. Little freak, you wait here while I go out for a bit. Chen Meng didn't want to delay any longer and said directly, from now on, don't leave this training room until I return. Stay here and wait for me. Hearing this, Ji Churan seemed to realize something as he nodded and replied, alright, I understand. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng immediately rushed out of the training room. After leaving the training room, Chen Meng still felt somewhat uneasy, so he turned around and immediately reinforced the training room door with steel, transforming it completely into an invincible iron gate. Unless it was an ability user stronger than his own realm, no one would be able to open that training room door. As for the surrounding walls, don't worry about them, they don't even connect to the training room. Because inside the training room is another dimension, created by that extraordinarily powerful special ability user. That ability user could be called the ultimate survivalist. Even if all the alien races invaded Earth right now and everyone on Earth was doomed to perish, that particular individual would still survive. After all, that one is the absolute king of survivalists, peerless among peers. Chen Meng moved swiftly this time, heading straight downstairs. He didn't take the elevator or the stairs. He jumped down. And after landing, Chen Meng immediately took flight again, heading straight for the dean's office of the Natural Sciences Department. In just a few dozen seconds, Chen Meng arrived outside the dean's office. In his frantic state, he didn't even bother to knock on the door. Boom! Without hesitation, Chen Meng steeled his body and crashed through the door. Inside the door, Dean Wei, who had been looking at something, was suddenly startled and even raised his right hand, ready to unleash an attack. But when he saw it was Chen Meng, he stopped. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Dean Wei asked with great confusion. Without wasting any time, Chen Meng shouted directly, Dean, monumental news. Dean Wei frowned upon hearing this, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression changing drastically. Is this about student G? Chen Meng nodded his head. Who dares to be so bold? How dare they lay hands on our students? Dean Wei roared in imperial wrath, bellowing, is it beggars or those foreign scum? The enemy is at our gates, and yet those people still want to fight amongst themselves? And no, that's not it. Chen Meng realized Dean Wei had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained, Dean Wei, Ji Churan isn't injured, and those foreign bastards haven't made any moves either. Besides, didn't we sign an agreement long ago to present a united front against external threats? Those guys wouldn't be so short-sighted. Then what's got you in such a panic? Seeing this, Dean Wei grew rather puzzled. Chen Meng took a deep breath and began explaining to Dean Wei the astonishing scene he had witnessed that day. At the same time, he described Ji Churan's extraordinary talents that far surpassed those of ordinary humans. The more Chen Meng spoke, the more shocked Dean Wei's expression became. An S-grade supernatural ability, comprehension skills that allowed mastering combat techniques in a single attempt, a body with immense energy reserves, and a constitution capable of continuous autonomous cultivation. Any one of these abilities alone, if possessed by an awakened, would be enough for them to be called a prodigy. But now, these abilities have all appeared simultaneously on a single individual. This is no mere prodigy. This is practically the cheat code of the current meta. This is simply the legendary chosen one. This is nothing short of a superhuman among superhumans. Chapter 86, Vast Heaven and Earth, yet there remains no place for me to belong. It can be said that everything Ji Churan has demonstrated thus far hasn't been achieved by a single soul in the past several hundred years. Apart from S-class abilities, S-class ability users have indeed appeared over the past few hundred years, and quite a few at that. In fact, just 3 years ago, there was an S-class ability user. But, the other abilities Ji Churan possesses have never been seen before. There have indeed been individuals with higher comprehension abilities among power users before, but none could master a combat skill after just one attempt. There have also been power users with greater energy reserves in the past, but even they couldn't consecutively unleash dozens or hundreds of S-rank combat techniques without exhausting their energy. There have been faster cultivators before too, but none could cultivate automatically without conscious effort. One could say Ji Churan's body now contained the combined talents of all geniuses, even abilities that no prodigy had ever achieved before. This is the true child of destiny, the chosen one by divine providence. Dinwei couldn't afford to be shocked anymore and immediately pulled out a pitch-black wristband from his drawer. Though called pitch-black, upon closer inspection one could still see the stars twinkling across its surface, like some fragment of outer space itself. Dinwei, who had been quite anxious, surprisingly paused when he took out the black wristband. He gazed at the black wristband, his eyes flickering with unreadable thoughts. The black wristband lay quietly in his hand, shimmering with faint starlight-like gleams of darkness. Sigh. Dinwei's expression shifted, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh as he raised the black wristband and made that fateful call. At this moment, somewhere far away on the battlefield of countless races, within an extraordinarily vast and resplendent galaxy, countless planets lay scattered across the silent, pitch-black cosmos, radiant yet eerie. Surprisingly, the celestial bodies within this galaxy exhibited only two colors as defined by humanity: white and black. The planets here are either entirely white or entirely black, with no other colors in between. The celestial bodies in this star system crisscross each other, appearing chaotic at first glance, but viewed from beyond the galaxy, one would discover the pattern of this star system. It's the Taiji diagram. Unbelievably, all the planets in this galaxy are chaotically intertwined, forming an overwhelmingly grand Taiji diagram, the supreme symbol of Taoism. This is precisely the frontline battlefield where the human race resists part of the alien invasions. The Taiji star domain, created by the powerful special-type superhuman Zhouman, who utilized his profound formation mastery to transform this entire star system into a grand formation, giving birth to the present-day Taiji star domain. At this moment, within the Taiji star domain, on a completely black planet, here, darkness dominated both sky and land, devoid of all life. Violent hurricanes endlessly swept across the planet's surface, accompanied by torrents of black rain. With no sun, the temperature here was also extremely low. It can be said that such a planet is completely unsuitable for any human to survive on. Even low-level superhumans would struggle to stay alive if they entered this planet. Yet on this lifeless, even lethally hostile planet, a lone human sat cross-legged in one spot. His eyes were tightly shut, while unknown runes and inexplicable energies flickered incessantly around his body. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat resonated across this pitch-black planet, the sound echoing with incredible clarity. Even from the opposite side of the planet, one could hear the pulsating rhythm of his heart. Abruptly, the black bracelet on the man's left wrist began flickering intermittently. The pitch-black radiance went completely unnoticed in this abyss of darkness, even blending seamlessly with the planet's void-like hue. The black wristband's sound was drowned out by the man's terrifying heartbeat. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible to detect any anomaly from the wristband. Yet the man noticed it. The man's terrifyingly loud heartbeat gradually subsided, and his eyes that hadn't opened for who knows how long slowly fluttered open at this moment. He curiously eyed his black wristband with some surprise, a thought flashing through his mind. The next moment, the communication channel connected. Back on Blue Star, Dinwei fell into silent stillness once more when he saw the communication line had been established. He stared at his black wristband in prolonged silence. On the other end of the wristband, there was likewise silence, no words were spoken. Chen Meng bounced anxiously on the spot, barely resisting the urge to charge over and shout at them. But in the end, he restrained himself. There was no profound reason, he simply knew he stood no chance in a fight. At last, the voice from the wristband spoke first. It was a hearty, robust voice. Old Wei. Upon hearing this familiar yet strange voice, Dinwei finally let out a bitter laugh followed by a deep sigh. As if having found some release, he replied, "Old Zhou." Dinwei's voice was hoarse and emotional, resembling that of an elderly man on the verge of passing. The other end of the wristband fell silent once more upon hearing this voice. A full 7 or 8 seconds passed before that vigorous voice spoke again. Still a failure after all, the heavenly earth realm. Director Wei now seemed to have completely let go, his tone gradually becoming a bit lighter. Indeed, in this vast heaven and earth, there's ultimately no place for me to stand. Old Wei, don't try to persuade me anymore, Old Zhou. You should know this too, my potential has been completely exhausted. The bracelet fell silent once more. Time, after all, is an insurmountable chasm. Even those awakened with time-type special abilities ultimately kneel before time itself. Without reaching the heavenly earth realm, one can never align with the heavens and earth, and will eventually fall beneath their weight. Within the Taiji star domain, the man who had cultivated undisturbed even on such terrifying planets now wore an expression of profound sorrow. He remained silent for a long while, his lips parting and closing intermittently, as though all words had lost their meaning in this moment. Silence, deafening silence. Chapter 87, The Incompletely Awakened Constitution. Among the planets, the man sighed heavily, speaking with both sorrow and emotion. Ah, time, in the end, nothing can withstand the passage of time. Old Wei, why don't you give it one more try? I still have 2 undead energy crystals here, I can have someone deliver them to you. Though the chance is slim, we must seize every shred of hope we can find. On the blue star. Upon hearing about the 2 undead energy crystals, Deanwei fell into silence. After a full 7 seconds of silence, he finally spoke. Old Joe, do you think, could low-level awakeners possibly comprehend energy crystals? The person on the other end of the wristband was momentarily stunned, then retorted. How is this possible? Even low-level ability users can't achieve this, let alone those at the Dharma form realm. The world is vast beyond measure, and each person's words, actions, and beliefs hold different meanings. Only by truly understanding the essence of heaven and earth, by comprehending one's own purpose, can one genuinely step into the realm of communion with the universe, thus entering the realm of heaven and earth. Old Wei, even you yourself haven't grasped the meaning of your own existence yet. How could you possibly make an Esper understand theirs? Are you expecting? Suddenly, the man on that terrifying planet fell silent, as if he had discovered something, and tentatively asked, Old Wei, tell me, what kind of supreme prodigy has appeared? What kind of supreme prodigy could prompt you to ask such a question? SS grade? Or the legendary SSS grade? Deanwei on the blue side let out a bitter laugh and said, it's an S rank. S rank? An S rank makes you ask such a question? Old Wei, you're truly losing your mind in old age. But what if I told you this S rank is a natural type lightning esper, and his own ability reserves could allow him to continuously unleash his powers for a day, or even multiple days, without risk of exhaustion? Moreover, just at the start of the semester, he's already reached the lower radiant realm, with talents that are absolutely top tier. On top of that, he possesses the comprehension to fully grasp any combat technique after seeing it just once, coupled with a constitution that allows automatic cultivation. By the way, let me add one more thing, he's the first full-score top scorer in his century, and he only got 5,000 points because that was the maximum possible score. We once ran calculations, if there hadn't been an upper limit to the scoring, his actual result would have been around 37,440 points, and most importantly, he only took 6 or 7 hours. In this situation, can you still call me senile? The man on the terror planet froze, wondering if he'd misheard. An S-class lightning ability user, scoring 30,000 points on the martial arts college entrance exam. Did he wipe out an entire wave of beasts by himself? Have I been away from Blue Star for too long, and lost touch with reality? And what about that comprehension that masters combat techniques with just one look, plus that self-cultivating physique? Is this even human anymore? Even among the most terrifying and mysterious demon god clan of all races, none would likely possess such an overwhelmingly dreadful talent. Could this truly be a human? The man couldn't help but doubt Ji Churin's identity, yet Ji Churin's talent is something even the 10,000 clans have never witnessed before. Moreover, if someone with such extraordinary talent truly existed, there's no way the Myriad Races faction would send them undercover, they'd guard such a treasure like their most precious jewel. Therefore, the genius Old Wei mentioned could only be human. At this realization, the man's expression became electrified with excitement. He hurriedly spoke into his wristband. Old Wei, get that prodigy, no, that chosen one, under your protection immediately. I'm setting off to return right now. I know what you're trying to say. I'll bring back one of my comrades, he's perfect for concealment and protection. The ideal choice as a shadow guardian. 3 days. No. 2.5 days. No. Just 1 day. Tomorrow I'll be back at school. Until then, you better keep an eye on that guy. Also, he's from our school, right? Principal Wei of Blue Star smiled and said, yes, he was recruited by Chen Meng with 3 monster cores and some other benefits. Holy crap, you guys just hit the jackpot. Fucking give Chen Meng a raise. Wait for me, I'm leaving right now. Deanwei was stunned and asked quickly, Old Joe, the front line. Don't worry, Lao Wei, the front lines are holding just fine. You guys just sit tight and wait. With that, the black wristband disconnected abruptly, clear signs that the man was both excited and flustered. Seeing this, Deanwei shook his head and chuckled helplessly. Still as hot-headed as ever, honestly. Within the Taiji star domain, upon a terrifying planet, the man could no longer continue his cultivation. He stood up immediately and activated the black wristband. MOU, come swiftly to planet 778. As the transmission from the black wristband went out, the man anxiously began to wait. His face was brimming with excitement, a smile stretching uncontrollably across his lips. Alive! The human race is alive! The man kept murmuring to himself. Though they hadn't met yet, just from Old Wei's description, he knew this one was absolutely, undoubtedly the true chosen one of destiny. The Realm King stage was likely just his starting point. It can be said that as long as they don't meet an untimely end, their minimum potential is the Realm King stage. With such talent, this man simply couldn't believe they wouldn't reach the Realm King stage. What he needed to do now was vigorously support the new generation mentioned by Old Wei. In fact, the man even began to doubt whether S rank was truly the limit for that prodigy Old Wei spoke of. You should know that S-rank powers don't match such talent. Is it possible that the realm is too weak, and the talent hasn't fully awakened? There have indeed been cases where talents didn't fully awaken in the past, but they're rare, even rarer than S-rank powers. Perhaps only one such case emerges every decade. As far as the man currently knows, there hasn't been a single case of incomplete ability awakening in nearly 20 years. According to statistical probability, at least one should have appeared by now. Therefore, that newcomer Old Way mentioned is highly likely to have an incompletely awakened constitution. Chapter 88, The Dark Forest Principle. If it's already S-rank without fully awakening, then what would happen upon complete awakening? Could it possibly be SS rank? SSS rank? The man unconsciously murmured, his expression growing increasingly excited and tense. Suddenly, the pitch-black soil beside the man began to squirm unnaturally. In an instant, space distorted, and a figure clad in black battle robes emerged beside him, his face concealed behind a terrifying black mask. Officer Zhou, Mo Yu reporting for duty. Hearing this, the man immediately turned around and asked with evident urgency, "MOU, do you still have that Sailfish Clan's fish heart with you?" MOU was startled. He never expected Zhou Min, who was typically known for his composure, to be so frantic. What on earth had happened? Though confused, MOU still replied, "Commander Zhou, the heart of the fish is still here." That's great, that's great. Zhou Min's face was flushed with excitement. As long as the fish heart remains intact, we can test whether that person Old Way mentioned is an incompletely awakened superhuman. The fish heart of the Sailfish Clan possesses the ability to detect one's own latent supernatural powers and awaken them. It can be said to be an extraordinarily powerful thing. Ironically enough, the reason this ability of the Sailfish Clan's fish heart was discovered came from a battle that should have ended in crushing defeat. In that battle, the Sailfish Clan deployed virtually all of their top-tier fighters in an attempt to suppress and eliminate a human prodigy. And that prodigy was also stubborn as hell, taking on the high-tier combatants of the Swordfish Clan single-handedly. That battle was fought so fiercely it seemed to blot out the heavens and shatter the stars. However, one person is ultimately just one person. Even if they're a human prodigy, they couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the Swordfish Clan's elite forces. Yet, hope often blooms precisely in the depths of despair. During an attack, after ripping the heart out of a spearfish warrior, that human prodigy discovered, to his surprise, that the fish's heart held an inexplicable allure for him. Merely holding the spearfish's heart caused the strange energy within his body to surge and churn incessantly. So, driven by instinct, he swallowed the fish heart whole. And it was at this very moment, a miracle occurred. As he swallowed the fish heart, his originally A-level supernatural ability shockingly awakened into an S-level power. In one fell swoop, he became an S-level ability user. The might of an S-level ability far surpassed his imagination. Leveraging the overwhelming strength of his S-class power and his own profound understanding of supernatural abilities, he forcibly carved out a bloody path through the encircling Swordfish tribe warriors. Simultaneously, he reported this crucial piece of intelligence to his superiors. To verify the truth of the matter, the human race decided to launch a genocidal extermination against the Sailfish Clan. Other clans, having inexplicably learned of this news, also began encircling and slaughtering the Sailfish Clan. It was precisely for this reason that the Sailfish Clan was forced to withdraw from the battlefield of 10,000 clans, becoming the first race to completely vanish from it. As for whether any remnants remain, no one can be certain. However, one thing has been confirmed by the human race. That is, the hearts of swordfish indeed possess the ability to detect incompletely awakened supernatural powers, as well as the capability to stimulate them. It was precisely through the Swordfish Clan's selfless sacrifice that humanity gained several additional top-tier combatants. But as time passed, the number of Mako fish hearts gradually depleted, and the existing ones became exceedingly rare. The fundamental reason wasn't due to humans, as there were simply too few partially awakened psychics among them. They were even rarer than S-class psychics. The main reason for the dwindling supply of Mako fish hearts was actually the devourers. From humanity's perspective, Mako fish hearts served only one purpose, awakening psychic abilities in their rare handful of partially awakened individuals. For the devouring clan, the fish hearts of the Sailfish Clan are meant to be eaten as food. Each and every fish heart can even enhance their strength and physique. Truly a supreme nourishing delicacy. This has led the devouring clan to constantly hunt for Sailfish Clan hearts. Whenever they find one, they seize and devour it without hesitation. The reason it's called the battlefield of 10,000 races is because this battlefield witnesses countless races engaged in combat. In other words, the 10,000 races aren't an alliance, but rather a collective term for all races. They didn't gather to invade Blue Star, they fight among the stars for resources and profit. Simply put, the battlefield of 10,000 races operates under the Dark Forest principle. It can also be said that chaos reigns supreme upon the battleground of 10,000 races. This is because humanity has already risen to prominence. Consequently, no race dares to confront humanity head-on, for mankind possesses its own World King Realm experts. Should any race choose mutual destruction with humanity, the remaining factions would swiftly move to reap the spoils from weakened victors. No race wanted to be the fish on this platter. They all wanted to be the anglers. This gave the human race time to gradually develop, and it's also the reason they've survived till now. Yet even so, the battles and crises humanity faced were numerous, leaving no room for complacency. Survival relying on others' considerations is never a lasting solution. Only with genuine strength in hand can humankind truly grasp its own destiny. Therefore, nurturing the new generation is absolutely essential. Of course, maintaining frontline defenses is also imperative. Although swordfish hearts have become exceedingly rare these days, fortunately, Moyu still had one left in his possession. It was loot obtained from assassinating one of the elite combatants of the evil Tiger clan. Moyu, come back to Blue Star with me. There's something important I need you to do. Jomin spoke to Moyu with grave seriousness. Although Moyu was quite puzzled, she still nodded and chose to follow the order. Good, we'll set off right now. Jomin spoke upon seeing this, then waved his right hand. The space beside him immediately began to distort, looking incredibly bizarre. The surrounding planets also started spinning rapidly, as if they had received some sort of command. If viewed from outside the galaxy, one would witness an utterly astonishing sight. The Tai Chi star domain began to rotate. A Tai Chi diagram formed by countless stars now started its slow revolution, magnificent and resplendent within the silent darkness of the cosmos. Chapter 89. Are you loyal to humanity? Blue Star, Sichuanchongqing Supernatural University. Ji Churan reclined on the massage chair in the training room, luxuriating in the relaxation of his muscles. At the same time, his mind was also processing what had just happened. Based on his years of reading novels, Meng Chen's behavior suggested he was likely going to report to his superiors, because he also knew his current displayed talents and abilities were unprecedented in history. It could be said that his present self was truly a transgenerational existence. Even if we were to take the most outstanding prodigies from past generations and compare them to Ji Churan now, none could surpass Ji Churan in talent. Take Li Yelai as an example. In his era, Li Yelai was considered a dominant force, crushing numerous prodigies. Some, like the incredibly resilient Chen Meng, were even hunted by him. Yet, when Li Yelai was Ji Churan's age, his strength had only reached the upper awakened realm, and his combat power paled in comparison to Ji Churan's. It could be said that if Li Yi and Ji Churan were the same age, Li Yi would still be instantly crushed by Ji Churan. This is the gap in raw strength and cheat abilities. Seems like my cheats might be a bit too abundant. But so what? If it's not disabled, it means it's allowed. Ji Churan pondered silently in his heart, already making plans for the future. Yet he had no way of knowing just how many high-ranking officials were aware of his talents, or whether spies might lurk among those very authorities. These were answers Ji Churan couldn't possibly know yet. All he could do was trust in Chen Meng's choices and judgment. Just as Ji Churan was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a surge of supernatural energy violently stirring within his body. The next moment, he felt a surge of clarity and refreshment coursing through his entire body, while his strength began to skyrocket explosively. Ji Churan lay on the massage chair, staring bewildered at his own hands as he murmured, a breakthrough? Ji Churan focused inwardly and realized that his cultivation had truly broken through. He had reached the mid-level flicker realm. After confirming his breakthrough, Ji Churan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, hard work never betrays. Though he lay relaxed on the massage chair, the little figure in his mind refused to slack off. My physical body may be resting, but my spirit is cultivating. When one fears no hardship and rigorous training, breakthroughs are inevitable. You little rascal, go for it. Just as Ji Churan shifted slightly to find a more comfortable lying position, the cultivation chamber's door abruptly swung open. Crack! As the cultivation chamber's door opened, Ji Churan in the resting lounge simultaneously received the news. Through the lounge's monitor, he saw the live footage of the cultivation chamber's entrance. Chen Meng was back. To be precise, Chen Meng had brought Dean Wei with him. Seeing this, Ji Churan immediately stood up and walked out of the lounge. As soon as Ji Churan opened the door, Chen Meng rushed over, grasped his hands with both of his own, and laughed heartily. Hey Churan, are you feeling better now? Do you need to rest a little longer? Chen Meng's expression was bizarre, both ferocious and somewhat ingratiating, to the point that Ji Churan even felt a twinge of physical discomfort. Old Chen, calm down, you're scaring me. Ji Churan quickly pried Chen Meng's hand away, his expression tinged with panic. However, Chen Meng didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. Instead, he casually slung his arm around Ji Churan's neck and said cheerfully, Churan, aren't we brothers? Aren't we teacher and student? Ji Churan asked in surprise. Teacher and student? Chen Meng's expression changed slightly as he pondered. Soon, as if having made up his mind, he forced a smile and said, how can we be considered teacher and student? We're brothers. From now on, I'll call you Big Bro, and you call me Big Bro too. We'll address each other however we like. Old Chen, What's actually wrong with you? Ji Churan eyed Chen Meng strangely, feeling there was something distinctly odd about him right now. Then, just as Ji Churan was puzzling over it, Chen Meng suddenly said with a mischievous grin, "Churan, there's just one little thing I'd like to ask of you, brother." Ji Churan glanced at Chen Meng, then at the excited but silent Dean Wei in the distance, feeling an ominous premonition creeping up on him. "Look, we're brothers now, right? When a brother's in trouble, you gotta help him out, yeah?" Hearing this, Ji Churan already seemed to know what Chen Meng was about to say. Before he could react, Chen Meng continued, "Churan, when you've grown stronger, can you do me a favor and beat up that Li Yi scoundrel just once? Once would be enough. As long as I get to see him get beaten up, that's all I ask for." Ji Churan was immediately ashamed. Sure enough, this was what Chen Meng requested. Ji Churan now understood Chen Meng's obsession was simply to see Li Yi get humiliated. After all these years, Chen Meng still harbors such feelings toward Li Yi, showing just how deeply Li Yi had hurt Chen Meng back then. It's not just a shadow anymore, it's practically blossomed into mortal enmity. Ji Churan's lips twitched violently, unsure how to respond. "Alright, Xiao Meng, stop giving Ji a hard time," Dean Wei intervened from the side. Seeing this, Chen Meng released Ji Churan. Dean Wei took a step forward and said to Ji Churan, "Student Ji, let's talk in the lounge." Ji Churan nodded and followed Dean Wei back into the lounge. The three of them each found a chair and sat down. Chen Meng sat beside Ji Churan, while Wei the Dean sat across from Ji Churan. Dean Wei wore a grave expression as he looked at Ji Churan, the atmosphere instantly turning heavy. Seeing this, Ji Churan couldn't help but sit up a little straighter. At this moment, he felt like he was back in elementary school being pulled aside by his teacher for a one-on-one talk. So nervous. Chen Meng also noticed the tense atmosphere and became serious. Finally, Dean Wei was the first to speak up, breaking the heavy silence. "Student Ji." Hearing this, Ji Churan immediately straightened his posture even more. Dean Wei spoke solemnly. "We are aware of your situation, and your talents have far exceeded our expectations. Your talent is truly unprecedented throughout history, so we can promise you this, whatever you desire, we will spare no effort to provide. However, before that, I have a few questions for you." At this point, Dean Wei's expression grew extremely solemn as he spoke word by word. "Student Ji, I need you to guarantee that every word you say is the truth." Ji Churan listened with a resolute expression and gave a solemn nod. "Dean Wei, ask away." Dean Wei nodded before slowly enunciating his first question. "Student Ji, are you loyal to the human race?" Chapter 90, The Strongest of Humanity? Ji Churan was taken aback, lowered his head slightly in contemplation, and then spoke. Of course. However, what Ji Churan did not anticipate was that Dean Wei's complexion drastically changed upon hearing this answer. Dean Wei froze momentarily, then stiffened as if pausing to confirm something implicitly. After confirming the answer was correct, his expression changed. He stared at Ji Churan in disbelief, his face alternating between green and purple. Finally unable to restrain himself, he suddenly stood up and pointed at Ji Churan, shouting, "No, the wind tells me you're hiding something. Only half of what you say is true." Beside them, Chen Meng was startled. He stood up in shock and exclaimed, "What?" Chen Meng stared at Ji Churan in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. Ji Churan was also stunned, never expecting such a situation. Dean Wei fixed his gaze on Ji Churan and shouted, "Student Ji, I need you to speak your heart." Ji Churan paused upon hearing this. "My inner thoughts, you ask?" He murmured the words to himself before letting out a faint sigh and saying, "Alright then, I'll be honest with you all." Ji Churan raised his head to look at Dean Wei and Chen Meng, speaking word by word. "I am loyal to humanity, but not to individuals. In the face of racial destiny, I naturally wouldn't choose to flee, but if someone provokes me, I won't show mercy either. I am human, but that doesn't mean I would sacrifice my life for a group of strangers. I'm selfish, I want to live. And the ones I want to protect are only those I cherish, only those I acknowledge, only those I wish to protect. For others, I'll offer protection only if circumstances allow. But if the situation turns unfavorable or some stranger is taken hostage to threaten me, I can only say, sorry about that. Of course, if you ask me to protect a bunch of bastards, a pack of scum, sorry, I can't do it. I might even take the extreme approach of sending them on their way. But Dean Wei and Old Chen, rest assured, I will always remain human, and only human. In fact, in the future, I might even become humanity's second pillar of strength." Dean Wei and Chen Meng were stunned. Chen Meng looked at Dean Wei as if seeking confirmation. Meanwhile, Dean Wei also wore an expression of astonishment, murmuring, "The wind tells me, it's the truth." Chen Meng's eyes widened with shock as he looked at Ji Churan. Naturally, Ji Churan noticed the reactions from both Chen Meng and Dean Wei. He gave a helpless smile and said, "My thoughts are exactly as I've stated. But I can assure you, I despise these invaders, these scum who dare covet our homeland. Given the chance, I wish to slaughter every last invader. Every one of those who lust after our homeland shall fall beneath my blade." As Ji Churan's words fell, Chen Meng and Dean Wei's expressions visibly changed, transforming from conflicted anger to utter bewilderment. Dean Wei stared at Ji Churan, his lips parting and closing repeatedly, yet he ultimately couldn't find the right words to say. If you called Ji Churan selfish, well, this was precisely human nature. If you said Ji Churan was overly ambitious, then his talents just happened to perfectly match those very ambitions. To say Ji Churan lacks morals, well, the thing is he truly has no morals at all. For a moment, Dean Wei and Chen Meng were both at a loss for words. The two men exchanged glances and fell into an awkward silence. Chen Meng looked from Ji Churan to Dean Wei before asking, Dean Wei, Xiaobian, Ji Churan, was what he just said true? Dean Wei nodded slightly, then suddenly furrowed his brow, remaining silent as if verifying something. Seeing this, Chen Meng turned his head again to look at Ji Churan. You little, you've got guts. Chen Meng even gave Ji Churan a thumbs up. Since you have such aspirations, you'll need to work hard. If you want to become humanity's second pillar, you must at least reach the Realm King level of power. After all, without that level of strength, how could you possibly become the second pillar of mankind? If you have such ambition, then strive diligently to match your strength with your aspirations. Chen Meng gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder as he spoke. Ji Churan smiled faintly and nodded. Here, humanity only had a single pillar of support, pitifully few by any measure. One could say that without this lone pillar upholding humanity, present-day Blue Star might already have perished in the ravages of war. After all, the Realm King stage represents the foundation of an entire race. No, that's not right. Dean Wei suddenly furrowed his brows and shook his head. Something still feels off. You're lying about one thing. Tell me, do you truly wish to become humanity's second pillar? Dean Wei stared intently at Ji Churan, his solemn expression making even the roots of Ji's hair tingle. No way, Your Excellency, how could you tell that was a lie? This leaves absolutely no room for modesty at all. Helpless, Ji Churan could only smile bitterly and speak the truth. Alright, I truly don't want to become humanity's second pillar of strength. Ji Churan suddenly paused at this point and, looking straight at Dean Wei, declared word by word, I want to become humanity's strongest. Dean Wei paused slightly upon hearing this. Wind. A faint breeze suddenly appeared within the sealed training room, brushing gently past the figures present. That's it. Got it this time. Dean Wei finally nodded, muttering to himself. He took a deep breath to calm himself down a little. If someone else had claimed they would become humanity's strongest, he might not have believed it. But if it was Ji Churan saying it, well, he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. After all, Ji Churan's innate talent marked him as anything but ordinary. His talent was absolutely terrifying. Even the current top genius couldn't compare to Ji Churan. Ji Churan's aptitude stood completely unrivaled throughout history. The mightiest of mankind. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 91, The Undead. On the battlefield of myriad races. As the Taiji star domain rotated, an unknown star region located not far from it began to stir. In an unknown star sector, upon a planet glowing entirely crimson, molten lava and searing magma were everywhere, flowing sluggishly across cracked crimson earth as if intent on incinerating all in their path. The terrifying heat warped the surrounding space itself, with temperatures so scorching they'd instantly reduce ordinary flesh to ashes upon contact. Moreover, vast expanses of unidentified gray particulate filled the planet's atmosphere, reducing visibility to less than half a meter, a suffocating, sightless haze. Volcanoes are a common sight here, with terrifying lava eruptions occurring every minute across this planet, making the entire celestial body resemble a hellscape that sends shivers down one's spine at mere glance. Yet on this planet with such extreme conditions, there actually exist civilization structures that appear strangely anomalous. These structures are utterly bizarre, seemingly haphazardly constructed from countless red rocks without any discernible pattern. Irregular buildings stand in chaotic disorder across this extreme planet, creating an indescribably eerie atmosphere. At this moment, within the largest yet most bizarre structure on the planet, several peculiar creatures were seated around an irregular redstone table. A strange being with a crimson body, grotesquely irregular facial features, and standing approximately 3 meters tall roared in an alien tongue. Damn it! What is that old bastard Joe Min up to? Why has the Tai Chi starfield shifted? Does he want war? Auto-translation, no thanks needed. Behind this monstrous creature rippled 7 revolting, tumor-like protrusions. With every word it spoke, the tumor on its back wriggled once, creating a visceral sense of discomfort for those watching. As the eerie creature finished speaking, another bizarre creature beside it, one also adorned with 7 pulsating globules of flesh, opened its mouth and uttered, Yen, keep your temper. News from the front hasn't arrived yet. What if Zhou Min doesn't actually intend to wage war? Enough. You're still the same as ever. In war, there's no such thing as luck. The bizarre creature known as Disgust pointed directly at Annoyance's misshapen head and barked furiously. Humph, if you ask me, we should just storm right into the Taiji starfield. What's one measly formation? With all our forces combined, How could we fail to take down such a pitiful little starfield? Another bizarre creature standing nearby spoke up. As soon as it finished speaking, yet another bizarre creature immediately countered its words. Damn, you're being too aggressive. The Tai Chi star domain is just one of humanity's star domains, and you want our entire race to mobilize for just one domain? Don't forget, we're not the only race watching us. Damn shot an annoyed glance at the bizarre creature and retorted angrily. Wretch, you're growing more cowardly by the day. If we can't even secure a single star domain, then what's the point of? Bah! Hold your tongue. Suddenly, from atop the bizarre table, a grotesque creature with 8 writhing fleshy tumors on its back interrupted. Bah! War is no matter for reckless impulses. Your notions would doom our undead legion. The Taiji star cluster must indeed be conquered, but this is absolutely not the moment. As for why Zhou Min has activated the Taiji star cluster, we must await reconnaissance reports from the front lines before drawing conclusions. Seeing this bizarre creature speak, Evil visibly gnashed its terrifying teeth, its ferocious expression clearly displeased. Though furious, Evil couldn't refute it, because it was one of the undead race's rare high-tier combatants' rage. But what if Zhou Min truly intends to start a war? Disgust still couldn't help but ask this question. Rage didn't reply, instead looking toward the head of the table where a throne made of clustered red rocks stood empty. If Zhou Min truly intends to wage war, Rage's face contorted into a savage snarl, then we'll fight. Of course, we can't make the first move. Even if we fight, we must wait until Zhou Min ventures out of the Tai Chi star sector to attack us. Nevertheless, I reckon that old tortoise Zhou Min wouldn't dare to fight. Rage continued, once he leaves the protective shell of the Taiji star domain, Zhou Min is nothing to fear. But what if Zhou Min refuses to leave the Taiji star domain? Loathing added, he's already stalled us for a full decade. I know. Rage suddenly roared with a savage snarl. It violently yanked its massive crimson arm, its eerie eyes brimming with hatred and fury. Wait a little longer. As soon as the king emerges from seclusion, Zhou Min's life will end. Only he must die. As Rage spoke, its entire body grew increasingly crimson, and an overwhelming aura uncontrollably radiated outward, causing the already distorted space around it to warp even further. Terrifying yet bizarre. The next day, Blue Star. In the training room of Sichuanchongqing Ability University, Dean Wei, Chen Meng, and Ji Churan talked throughout the entire night. That night, Ji Churan also learned about his future development path and the challenges he would face. The first was his resources. From this moment on, Ji Churan's resources had already doubled and multiplied. Any resources he desired, Dean Wei would go to great lengths to obtain for him. Secondly, there was his background. From this moment onward, Ji Churan no longer stood alone. Behind him stood the entire Sichuanchongqing Supernatural University. Anyone who wished to harm Ji Churan would have to answer to the Sichuanchongqing Supernatural University. If Ji Churan couldn't solve a problem, Dean Wei would handle it. If Dean Wei couldn't solve it, President Zhou Min would step in. If Dean Zhou Min can't solve the problem, then the chief will handle it. After all, Dean Wei and Zhou Min have a close relationship, and Zhou Min is also on good terms with the chief. So to some extent, Ji Churan has the chief backing him up. At this moment, no family on Blue Planet can pressure Ji Churan with their influence. If they try, well then, sorry, but we'll have to pressure them right back. Ji Churan was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. So after all this, I'd become the crown prince? Hey, you brat! Chen Meng let out a dry laugh before scolding playfully, if you can't make proper analogies, then don't. Ji Churan chuckled sheepishly without refuting. Dean Wei watched the scene unfold with an amused smile, choosing not to interject. Suddenly, a vibration sound came from Dean Wei's black bracelet. Chapter 92 Zhou Min. Dean Wei slightly raised his hand and looked at his black bracelet. The caller was Zhou Min. Dean Wei didn't hesitate and immediately answered the call. A mechanical connection tone sounded in the lounge, followed by an urgent voice. Old Wei, where are you right now? Dean Wei was quite surprised upon hearing Zhou Min's words. Didn't you say it would take a whole day, yet you're back in just half a day? Where are you? I'll come pick you up, Director Wei said. You brat didn't contact me for 10 years, and only now remember to pick me up? Zhou Min laughed while scolding. No need to trouble yourself. Just tell me your location, I'll come find you. I can't be away from the front line for long, so we need to resolve this matter quickly. Seeing this, Dean Wei stopped insisting and immediately replied. Elemental Department Training Hall, Room 9001. Good. With these words, Zhou Min decisively ended the call. The lounge fell silent for a moment. Ji Churan gazed at Dean Wei as if wanting to say something. Dean Wei, seemingly aware of what Ji Churan wished to ask, opened his mouth first. The person who just contacted me is none other than our school's principal, Zhou Min. At the same time, he is also one of the 6 generals of our Longyuan kingdom. Ji Churan gave a slight nod upon hearing this and fell deep into thought. As one of the 5 great nations of Blue Star, Longyuan kingdom's strength was unquestionably formidable. Its elite forces, 6 generals and 12 kings, were particularly famed across the lands of Blue Star. One sovereign naturally refers to one of humanity's 5 pillars possessing the power of the realm King Realm, the chief of the Dragon Abyss Kingdom. The 6 generals refer to Dragon Abyss Kingdom's powerhouses like Jomin, who have reached the Heaven-Earth realm. As for the 12 kings, they are Dragon Abyss Kingdom's experts whose cultivation has peaked at the Dharma Idol realm. All of them rank among humanity's elite forces in the war against the myriad races. And now, one of the 6 generals, Jomin, has temporarily left the front lines and returned to Blue Star. His purpose, Ji Churen didn't even need to think about it, must be for him. Well, that's just how geniuses are always attracting attention from all sides. Just as Ji Churen was lost in thought, the space inside the resting lounge suddenly began to distort, appearing eerily unnatural. Ji Churen couldn't help but feel nervous seeing this scene. After all, the training chamber was a specially constructed space created by spatial ability users hired by the school. Ordinary people couldn't even locate it, let alone enter this space. Yet now, the space where Ji Churen's group was located had actually been found. This unavoidably made Ji Churen tense up. But when he turned his head, he noticed Dean Wei showed no signs of tension, and neither did Chen Meng. Seeing their calm demeanor, Ji Churen's nervousness also slightly dissipated. It seems, the one who distorted this space was most likely his principal, Zhou Min. So his principal was actually a spatial system superpower user. Phew, just scaring myself. As the lounge space grew increasingly distorted, a figure exuding a faint yet imposing aura materialized before the 3 individuals. With a light step of his right foot, the man strode out from the warped space. Clad in a cyan battle robe that complemented his innate demeanor, he appeared even more unfathomable. His battle robe was embroidered with several intricate patterns resembling array sigils, radiating an air of profound mystery. This person was none other than Zhou Min. As Zhou Min stepped out of the spatial distortion, the twisted space vanished without a trace. The moment Zhou Min entered the cultivation chamber, he spotted Ji Churen's figure. Without a word, he took 2 strides and appeared before Ji Churen in an instant. Ji Churen was startled. "Don't panic. Calm down," Zhou Min said in a deep voice, placing his right hand on Ji Churen's shoulder. Ji Churen wanted to say something, but suddenly felt his body completely out of control, as if he'd lost all command over his own limbs. He stared at Zhou Min in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Is this what the heavenly earth realm feels like? He didn't even release any pressure, just placing a single hand on my shoulder was enough to completely paralyze me. This sensation. It's so infuriating. Ji Churen hated this feeling of not having control over his own life and fate. In the end, he was still too weak after all. On the other side, Zhou Min, who was detecting the fluctuations of Ji Churen's supernatural abilities, suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at Ji Churen, his eyes filled with astonishment and excitement. It's actually true. Genius. No, this isn't just genius. This is downright monstrous. That's right, Zhou Min could feel it. He could sense the continuously growing supernatural energy fluctuations within Ji Churen's body, the kind that only appears during cultivation of supernatural body tempering techniques. Yet right now, Ji Churen wasn't even cultivating at all. This phenomenon was occurring entirely because his body was cultivating automatically. In other words, Ji Churen didn't need to cultivate at all. As long as he kept living, his cultivation would continue growing endlessly. As for bottlenecks, if Dean Wei was telling the truth, then judging by Ji Churen's innate talent in mastering combat techniques so quickly, it was highly unlikely he would ever encounter bottlenecks. He was completely and utterly supernatural. No, he's more super than Superman. Zhou Min waved his hands, spinning excitedly in place while repeatedly clenching and thrusting his fists, as if he'd just received earth-shatteringly good news. Dean Wei simply smirked without speaking. Making a fuss over nothing, still as lacking in composure as ever. After spinning in circles a few times, Zhou Min suddenly grabbed Ji Churen's arms, his face brimming with unrestrained joy. Tell me, what's your name? Hearing this, Ji Churen replied softly, Ji Churen. Ji Churen, Ji Churen. Zhou Min murmured the name twice, his excitement growing even more exuberant. What a fine name. What a fine name indeed. As he spoke, Zhou Min even started clapping his hands, leaving Ji Churen utterly baffled. Dean Wei beside him helplessly rubbed his forehead. This guy, still the same as always, can't even give a proper compliment. What's so great about this name? Tell me what's good about it then. If you can't compliment someone properly, don't force it, you're being completely uncomposed. Zhou Min got excited once again. This is what the future looks like. This is fucking what the future should fucking be. Zhou Min burst into hysterical laughter, acting as if he'd gone crazy. Ji Churen looked utterly bewildered as he glanced at Chen Meng, whispering in a very low voice. Old Chen, has our principal always been like this? Chen Meng scratched his head, equally bewildered. No idea, this is only the 3rd time I've seen the principal. Chapter 93, Heaven Shackles. Zhou Min was so excited that it took him a long while to come back to his senses. Given his experiences, he wouldn't normally be shocked or thrilled by ordinary matters. But Ji Churan was simply too extraordinary, so much so that even he found it terrifying. He could easily imagine that if another race on the battlefield produced a genius like Ji Churan, he would go all out to eliminate them without hesitation. Even dying together with a genius like Ji Churan would be worth it. There's simply no alternative. Ji Churan's potential is immeasurable, you could even say limitless. Joe-min took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. Yet he was so overjoyed that the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upward despite his attempted composure. Joe-min struggled to suppress his laughter while forcing himself to appear serious, but this effort only made him look even more unreliable. Ji Churan observed this scene when suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why is your head so pointy? Ahem. Fortunately, Joe-min managed to compose himself eventually. Looking at Ji Churan, he said, Ji Churan, I must apologize to you in advance, but this concerns an important matter that cannot be taken lightly. Hearing this, Ji Churan straightened his expression slightly and nodded solemnly. By this point, he had already prepared himself for Joe-min's investigation. After all, Joe-min didn't know him personally, it was only natural to suspect he might be a mole. I have an S-class control-type combat skill here. S-tier detection. Wait a second. S-class combat technique? Not investigating me? Ji Churan was stunned. He had expected Joe-min to investigate him first, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine Joe-min would immediately bestow an S-rank combat technique upon him. What a saintly man, truly worthy of being our great principal, one of Dragon Abyss Kingdom's 6 generals. Absolute legend. Freaking legend. Ji Churan couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Combat techniques, who'd ever complain about having too many of those? Would you? Some might, and the reason people dislike having too many combat techniques is because they can't master them thoroughly. But who is Ji Churan? He's truly a hardworking genius. Joe-min paid no attention to the smirk on Ji Churan's lips, instead retrieving from his black wristband an ancient combat manual shimmering with countless white runes. Joe-min lightly waved the ancient manual at Ji Churan and spoke. This combat technique is called Heaven's Shackles. Its function allows an ability user to condense their powers into chains with formidable restraining capabilities. Those bound by it struggle to break free, and what's more, these Heaven's Shackles absorb the enemy's energy to replenish the caster's own reserves. That is to say, the Heavenly Shackle enables supernatural fighters to sustain prolonged combat. Moreover, this combat technique has a most unique characteristic: it can form formations. Ji Churan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Formations? Exactly. Joe-min nodded emphatically and said, formations. When you master the Heaven Shackles technique, you'll be able to comprehend the formations contained within Heaven Shackles. As for the power of Heaven Shackles formations, it's difficult for me to explain clearly. You'll naturally understand when you reach that level. With that, Joe-min extended his hand and passed the ancient combat manual to Ji Churan. Ji Churan didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the ancient combat manual from Joe-min. I heard you possess the talent to master any combat technique after just one viewing, Joe-min remarked. Today seems like a perfect opportunity to witness this firsthand. Ji Churan remained silent, fully absorbed in flipping through the ancient combat manual. As Ji Churan leafed through its pages, the training avatar in his mind ceased its movements, entering a standby-like state. This was the peculiarity of Ji Churan's miniature figure in his mind. Every time he learned a new combat technique, the tiny figure would pause its cultivation to focus entirely on mastering the new skill. Ji Churan slowly flipped through the ancient combat manual, while Joe-min quietly observed from the side. Dinwei, Chen Meng, and Joe-min stood together watching Ji Churan. Observing Ji Churan's serious demeanor, Joe-min couldn't help but whisper in question. Old Wei, can he really master a combat technique just by seeing it once? Dinwei nodded, then shook his head and replied. I heard it from Xiao Meng, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Hearing this, Joe-min turned to look at Chen Meng. Before he could speak, Chen Meng cut in directly. Principal, I saw it with my own eyes. This kid mastered my A-grade offensive combat skill Stellar Storm after just one look. Back in my day, it took me ages to learn it. Moreover, from his martial exam footage, you can clearly see his Stellar Storm was already at a proficient level back then. Even that Xiao Ting's Lightning Cutter was copied by Ji Churan in a single glance. Chen Meng spoke with utter sincerity. What else could he do? The man standing before him wasn't just one of Dragon Abyss Kingdom's 6 generals, more crucially, this was his direct superior. Listening to Chen Meng's words, Joe-min chose to remain silent. His silence appeared profound in Chen Meng's eyes. But only Joe-min himself knew the truth. He hadn't watched Ji Churan's martial examination footage, which was why he stayed silent. Yet from Chen Meng's words, Joe-min learned that Ji Churan possessed extraordinary comprehension. I just wonder if Ji Churan can master the S-level combat technique right away when I hand it over. If he truly can, then I'll have to shamelessly figure out a way to take him as my disciple. At this moment, the lounge fell dead silent. The only sound was the rustling of pages as Ji Churan flipped through the ancient combat manual. Swish, swish, swish. After about a few minutes, Ji Churan finally finished flipping through the ancient combat technique manual. As Ji Churan closed the manual, Chen Meng's eager voice immediately rang out. So how was it, how was it, classmate Ji? Did you learn it? Chen Meng nearly slipped up with his words but managed to correct himself just in time. Zhou Min and Dean Wei were also staring at Ji Churan at this moment, their eyes holding a trace of anticipation. Ji Churan met each of their gazes in turn, then revealed a confident smile on his face. Not disappointing your expectations, I barely managed to gain entry. Really mastered it? Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Min stepped forward and asked in disbelief, are you certain you've truly learned it? Ji Churan nodded with a smile, then slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, fierce bolts of lightning began crackling violently along his right hand with a zitzizi sound. Crackle boom. Chapter 94, It matches up, everything matches up. As the lightning flickered in Ji Churan's hand, 3 chains formed by countless bolts of thunder materialized out of thin air, lashing toward Zhou Min. Zhou Min's pupils contracted sharply. He made no move, merely staring at the scene in shock. The 3 lightning-wreathed chains shot toward Zhou Min, and as they neared him, faint transparent ripples shimmered in the air. When the thunder chains converged with the undulating ripples in the air, they seemed to be blocked by something invisible, unable to advance even a fraction further. Seeing this, Ji Churan slightly loosened his right hand, ceasing to use his ability any further. The lightning chains also dissipated into the air with a boom, leaving only faint remnants of electricity scattering across the ground. He actually achieved mastery. Zhou Min's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on Ji Churan filled with shock. Hearing about it was one thing, witnessing it with his own eyes was entirely another. It's like someone describing a process to you, you have to visualize the actual scene yourself, which is certainly not as thrilling as witnessing it firsthand. Even though Zhou Min was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he actually saw Ji Churan mastering a combat technique in just one attempt. Let's not forget, this was an S-rank combat technique. Mastering an S-rank technique in a single try, no matter how prodigious one might be from birth, this level of talent is downright monstrous. Zhou Min swallowed hard, unable to contain his excitement. Genius, a true genius. Zhou Min couldn't help but utter praises, then took deep breaths again to calm his emotions. Next, he still had one more thing to verify. If this matter was proven successful, he dared not imagine, truly dared not imagine. Zhou Min drew a deep breath, looked at Ji Churan, and spoke with undisguised excitement in his voice. Classmate Ji, let me ask you, have you ever felt dissatisfied with your superpower? Ji Churan was stunned. Dissatisfied? An SSS tier ability and still dissatisfied? I'm quite satisfied with it, Ji Churan replied, nodding despite his confusion. Zhou Min also realized that he might not have expressed himself clearly. After all, if even an S-tier rating wasn't satisfactory, what exactly would be? So Zhou Min rephrased his question and asked, I mean, have you ever felt like your supernatural abilities are somewhat suppressed, as if they haven't been fully unleashed within you? It's as if your power was only partially awakened. Zhou Min's words made Chen Meng and Dean Wei widen their eyes in shock, as if a heavy hammer had struck their minds. Principal, you mean to say? Chen Meng couldn't help but ask, Ji Churan's awakening isn't complete? Zhou Min nodded, his voice still brimming with excitement. That's right. I simply can't imagine how an S-class could possibly possess such talent. An S-rank having such a talent is like sticking a beautiful flower onto a pile of cow dung. Perhaps realizing his words were inappropriate, Zhou Min immediately turned to explain to Ji Churan. Of course, I'm not talking about you, classmate Ji. You're the flower, and the S-rank ability is the dung. Ji Churan's mouth twitched. Thank you so much, Principal O. Chen Meng swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. An S-rank talent being cow dung, then what does that make my A rank? Bacteria? Dean Wei's breathing also began to quicken. Indeed, with such talent, how could it possibly be just S-rank? You must realize, for such extraordinary talent to be worthy, it must at least be SSS rank. Even SS rank wouldn't deserve it. But doing the math, on average an incompletely awakened physique appears once every 10 years. Since none have appeared for 20 years now, surely it's about time for one to emerge this year, right? So, setting aside other factors, purely from a probability standpoint, Ji Churan really might be the one. Student G. Thinking this, Dean Wei couldn't contain himself any longer and immediately asked, have you been feeling anything unusual? Ji Churan glanced at Dean Wei, not intending to hide anything. Ever since awakening the template system, he'd resolved not to conceal his abilities. Given his innate talent, why shouldn't he trade it for resources and strength rather than struggling alone? Had this system provided cultivation resources, things might be different, but his was merely an empty shell offering nothing beyond template-based superpowers. My system doesn't seem like a ready-made packaged system at all, but rather more like a free-range system. Yes, Dean Wei, I do have that exact feeling. Ji Churan decided not to hide anything and spoke frankly. I didn't feel this way when I first awakened, but as my cultivation realm progressed step by step, I noticed my supernatural abilities evolving gradually. If I had to put it into words, my current ability strength could completely overpower my initial awakened state. The moment these words were spoken, the sound of sharply drawn breaths instantly filled the room. Though it's a shame, since they were in another dimension, they couldn't contribute to global warming. Just a joke, don't take it seriously, tongue-in-cheek disclaimer. It all adds up. Everything lines up. Jomin could no longer suppress his excitement as he muttered these words. Immediately after, he pulled something straight from his black wristband. A pulsating object that throbbed with a low, rhythmic gulu-gulu sound. This pulsating object was entirely blue in color and had a rather peculiar shape, somewhat resembling a banana but with a more pronounced curve. It was slightly smaller than a human palm, covered with numerous extremely fine blue lines that vaguely resembled blood vessels. The dense, interlacing patterns of these lines made the object appear extraordinarily bizarre. A sailfish's heart? Dean Wei recognized the item immediately and exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Meng also widened his eyes, never imagining he would actually witness the heart of the Marlin tribe. Isn't this thing practically extinct? How does our principal still have a piece? Surely it couldn't have been stolen. Cough cough, righteous contribution, righteous contribution. After the heart of the Marlin tribe appeared, Ji Churan immediately felt a restless stirring within his body. To Jomin and the others, this was just an ordinary gulp or heartbeat sound, but to Ji Churan, it took on an entirely different tone.